The story begins with the fact that one day the city of Longcheng was invaded by foreigners. Giant airships began to rule the skies above the city. There were several dozen of them, and they were of different sizes. Humanity began to use steel machines to defend itself from attackers. Over time, elite warriors began to stand out among the humans. At first, they did a good job of fighting monsters, but over time, things got worse, and they had to use their fists, daggers, and even their teeth. The chances of victory were falling rapidly. There were a lot of monsters, and they were breaking into this world with a very rapid onslaught. Very soon, the monsters destroyed the main symbol of the city. The tallest tower began to fall. The land turned into a pile of ruins. In front of our hero's eyes, the majestic city of Longcheng was destroyed. And the meteor shower that came right after that leveled everything to the ground. The name of our hero is Meng Chao. He was lucky because he was reborn in the past when these terrible events had not yet occurred. After his revival, he noticed that he had a spark and knew his mission clearly. He climbed to the roof of a tall building and, looking at the panorama of the city, swore to defend these lands to the death. He will never again allow the main symbol of Longcheng, the majestic tower, to be destroyed. Several years passed, and monsters came to this earth to cause suffering to people again. Elite warriors began to lose battle after battle and increasingly fled the battlefield. Soon the city was completely overrun by monsters, and the remains of people hid under the rubble, hoping that the monsters would not find them. The monsters began to attack the main tower of the city again en masse. This time, humanity held the tower's defense much longer, but still the monsters surrounded it from all sides, and it began to fall. And at this time, the warrior Meng Chao is alone at the foot of the falling tower, fighting an army of giant monsters. With each monster he kills, it becomes more and more difficult for him to continue fighting, because the next monsters are stronger than the previous ones. But he still manages to destroy another huge monster. However, immediately after that, a stone monster appeared out of nowhere, which very quickly stretched out its hand and wanted to catch him. And he succeeded. He squeezed Meng Chao with great force and would have gladly crushed him, but he failed. All the time he was held in his hand, he was in severe pain. When this stone monster realized that he could not crush him, he threw him to the ground with all his might. A few seconds passed, and he got up from that pit. He had many big wounds, but he still felt the strength to keep fighting. Gritting his teeth and through the streams of blood on his face, he went on the attack. In the end, he managed to destroy one of the main giant monsters who was in charge of a part of the monster army. But suddenly some tentacles began to appear from the large wounds of the already dead monster. And in an instant they began to fly rapidly to the warrior who defeated the monster. They caught up with him at breakneck speed and wounded him in various parts of his body. He thought these words, "Mom and Dad, I tried." After such injuries, he could no longer fight, and the other monsters watched with pleasure as the light of life went out in his eyes. The meteor shower has begun again, and it will destroy everything that remains. Then the events continue in class, where the teacher emotionally encourages students to look at it. He tells them that they will miss important information about the appearance of monsters. Meng Chao suddenly woke up to a loud noise. He was completely confused. His classmate came back and asked him in surprise if he had slept in class. And he didn't seem to hear anyone. He was looking at his hands and couldn't understand where he was. There was only one question in his mind. Is he dead? Then he notices a sign on the blackboard that the final exam is in 50 days. Eventually he realized that he was not dead, that he had been reborn while preparing for the exam. He also immediately realized that he did not want to take the exam again and would rather die. While he was figuring out what had happened to him, the teacher was looking at him, and he made a remark to him. When Teacher Yang spoke to him, he jumped up in surprise and said, "Are you still alive?" This phrase shocked everyone. All the students were surprised, and the teacher still could not understand what was happening to him. His friend remarked that he was definitely the most abnormal of the 6th grade, and added that after such a prank, he would bury him with honors. The teacher was very angry. He told the student Meng Chao to explain why he was behaving like that. From the look on his teacher's face, Meng Chao realized that he needed to quickly remedy the situation. He quickly straightened up and began to bow to Teacher Jan and began to tell him that he had just had a very terrible dream. With his head bowed, he said that in his dream, monsters from other worlds invaded Lanshan, and everything collapsed in an instant. And in the dream, Teacher Yang was a respected warrior, but he died. The teacher was interested in this story because it partially overlapped with the topic of the lesson. Meng Chao remembers a scary moment when a giant worm with a huge mouth crawled out in front of his teacher. He went on to say that his death was painless, although he himself believed that being torn to pieces was certainly not entirely painless. These details made the teacher even more angry. He could not understand how the majestic city of Longchen could be destroyed. In his opinion, it was simply impossible. The teacher decided to give him a command and told him to walk up to the wall, but he had to keep his head and pelvis up and his chest straight. A somewhat confused student asks the teacher if he can hold onto the wall. The teacher walks between the rows and asks Meng Chao, when Longcheng passed away 50 years ago and there was a zombie epidemic, did Longcheng fall then? And after the zombies, a fog fell to the ground and monsters appeared. They lost a third of their population and went through terrible torment, but still, inch by inch, they were reclaiming their territory from the clutches of the monsters. The teacher went up to Meng Chao and asked him loudly if Longchen had surrendered in those situations. A somewhat frightened Meng Chao clearly replied that they had not surrendered and the city had not been destroyed. Teacher Yang told all his students that Longchen's army was deadly and that no alien creatures could destroy the city. After these words, the students supported the teacher. They really liked the story of the exploits of the past. The high school student also added that he needs to study well in order to contribute to the future of the city and continue its development, and not to listen to those who sleep in class. And all the students started shouting that luncheon would win and that humanity would win. And after the elder's speech, everyone started looking at Meng Chao through their anger. A group of girls began to praise the elder for his wisdom and spoke very badly of Meng Chao. Meng Chao listened to all this and wondered why the older man was accusing him like this, but then he remembered that they were enemies. He recalled that in his past life he missed his final exam because a high school student hit him and damaged his internal organs. In addition, when Longchen fought with the other world, that elder turned out to be a traitor and went over to the enemy. He told them not to kill him and that he would tell them everything. Meng Chao suddenly began to approach the older man, and he actually had a plan. The older man noticed that he had a curious expression on his face, wondering what he was trying to say. Meng Chao began to praise the elder for his wise words, and he also began to thank Teacher Yang. From now on, he would stand firm and improve himself to glorify Longcheng City before the dark world. The teacher himself was surprised by this sudden change, but told him that if he wanted to be normal, he could. After that, they gave him a task to demonstrate the Dragon Punch. He was, of course, embarrassed, but immediately agreed to comply with the order. His partner noticed that Meng Chao was being a bit irresponsible about the punishment, because this technique is quite difficult, and he wasn't even upset. The false dragon strike is not difficult for him, but in his previous life he did not use it at all and simply forgot where to start. His classmates began to mock him. They were eager to shame him. They thought he was bragging that it was not hard for him, but in reality he was failing. They started recommending that he ask for pardon. The elder also could not wait for him to fail, and in this situation he would further establish himself as an elder. He prepared himself and began to perform preparatory actions, which looked quite impressive from the outside, even though the reception had not yet begun. In a few seconds, he performed this technique, which was super efficient and mesmerizing. After it hit, the airwave made the tool on the window move, which is actually not bad. Teacher Yang could not hide the surprise on his face. He was very surprised. His classmates were just shocked. They couldn't believe that his punch was stronger than the older one. They kept saying that it was all an illusion, that he couldn't possibly have such a technique. And Meng Chao began to make excuses to the teacher that he hadn't practiced for a long time, so this shot was not perfect, but he promised that he would improve his technique in the future. The teacher told the students not to focus on what they had just seen and said that the lesson was continuing. The elder overheard his classmates saying that as soon as Meng Chao woke up, his audacity and strength increased many times over. He himself was very surprised by this trick and waited for the right moment to set Meng Chao up. Then he saw something extraordinary. It appeared right in front of him while he was still standing in the dragon pose. He began to see a projection of some kind of download. A spark appeared. It completed the connection to the personality. Meng Chao is a carrier of fire. It reminded him of the meteor shower in his previous life. When Lancôme was destroyed, that fire broke out of the city center and flew right into it. Suddenly, he began to see projections with messages. He was once again congratulated on becoming a firebrand. he was awarded various bonuses, which were offered to be distributed automatically across all points. He liked the message very much. He felt very cool at that moment. But he was the only one who saw all this. The people around him did not see those holograms. In addition, he started receiving reports of treatment of his injuries, and he was very surprised because all the doctors said that these injuries were incurable. He really started to feel his torn tendons and other injuries healing. And the coolest thing is that all his special techniques, and even the technique of the primitive bull from his previous life, have returned to him. But as suddenly as it came, it disappeared, causing confusion. He panicked because he didn't want the enhancement effect to wear off. He then asked the system to use all of his assets to improve his shape. Eventually, he spent all the bonuses. However, he had an idea to borrow from that system to upgrade his skills to the maximum level. The system responded to his request with a sharp refusal. It added that the fire of civilization grows with the host. In addition, it asked him to start contributing to the development of his civilization as soon as possible and release new forces and missions. Eventually, the system disappeared, and he felt confused because it didn't tell him how to earn bonus points. The teacher noticed that something strange was happening to Meng Chao, but he did not show it to the students, and then said that the lesson was over. His classmates could hardly accept the fact that he had performed this trick, and then they were even more surprised that he stayed in the special position until the end. They began to call him the strongest in the class. But a few minutes later, Meng Chao felt very hungry. He was very hungry, and he guessed that the spark's energy took a lot of energy to heal his injuries and teach him new skills. When his eyes became very dark, he saw a very large silhouette approaching him. In his emotions, he caught him and started shaking him. It was his best friend, Fei Xiong. Fei Xiong was amazed at what Meng Chao had demonstrated. Meng Chao asked him to lend him money for lunch because he had forgotten his money. In return, he will treat him to double portions tomorrow and the day after that. Such an unequal exchange in favor of Fei Xiong made him very uneasy, and he remembered that Meng Chao had never been so generous. But Meng Chao had drawn his attention to the fact that they were best friends. How could he deceive his best friend? Fei Xiong, after a little hesitation, agreed to it. It can be assumed that he was reassured by the fact that the terms they had agreed on were heard by everyone in the class, and Meng Chao could no longer fail to fulfill his promise. After that, Fei Xiong took Meng Chao by the hand because it was hard for him to stand and led him to the cafeteria. After they arrived at the cafeteria, it didn't take long for a mountain of empty dishes to grow up around them. Meng Chao lost control and ate almost all the dishes and desserts that were there. Fei Xiong was very angry. He said that Meng Chao was a real beast because he spent so much money that Fei Xiong ate it for 2 weeks. Meng Chao didn't even pay attention to his indignation, and then Fei Xiong decided to teach him a lesson and wanted to give him a few blows. But at the very moment of the blow, Meng Chao's reflex kicked in. He told Fei Xiong to be quiet and hit him in the face with his left hand. This blow sent Fei Xiong flying several meters into the forest, his eyes filled with great incomprehension and regret. He felt dizzy and began to think that it was all a hallucination. When he regained consciousness, he began to run quickly to school to make it to class and shouted that Meng Chao was a real demon. Passing by, he saw a cleaner cleaning up the garbage scattered on the street and heard the cleaner get outraged because it was always very dirty here. In some strange way, he wanted to help clean up the place. As soon as he threw the first bottle into the trash can, a hologram immediately appeared, telling him that he had helped the man in good faith and thus contributed to the development of the spirit of justice in Longcheng. When he entered the school, his lunch companion began to rush him so that he would not be late for the lesson, which was already starting. Suddenly, girls who were also late for class started running in front of him. Meng Chao stopped and admired them as they ran up the stairs. A friend woke him up from this sleepy state and said, "Does he really want to die? Because you can't look at people like that." After that, Meng Chao told Fei Xiong that he had just realized life, that it was a simple, everyday life, that it was really worth cherishing. Fei Xiong stopped and told him that he admired Meng Chao. He was both shameless and sophisticated at the same time. Fei Xiong then asked Meng Chao about his nightmare and whether he had really organized Master Yang's death and the fall of Longcheng. He also asked what his role was in that world. Meng Chao indignantly replied that he had not installed anything, that it was a dream, and he could not change anything. Fei Chen was very curious to know what his role in this story was. Meng Chao was upset, wondering if he should say that he was just a soldier on the front lines in this story. He also hesitated to tell him that the war against the monsters had quickly moved to a higher level and that many new and very powerful monsters had appeared after that. In the end, he decided to remind him that they had once talked about their dreams, that Meng Chao wanted to go to university and become an extraordinary person, and Fei Qiang wanted to go to military school and become a general. Together, they began to climb the stairs to the top, and Fei Xun noticed that they had talked about it yesterday, Meng Chao said. The most important thing is that their wishes come true. They promised each other that they would prepare very well in the 50 days before the exam and help each other. As a result, they promised each other that they would definitely achieve their goals. All the students went into the classroom and waited for the teacher. It was supposed to be a Chinese literature lesson. Everyone was very surprised and upset when an older man came into the classroom and said that Teacher Khan would not be there and there would be no lesson. The older man told everyone to line up and go to the training room. They all went to the gym politely, and Meng Chao and Fei Qiang were thinking that when there were 20 literature lessons a week, it was not like now. The elder heard someone talking at the end and angrily told them to hurry up and not talk. But Fei Qiang continued to tell Meng Chao, the eldest, why he did not go to the rocket class, but decided to become the eldest in their class. Since the school gives high school students resources to improve, and his family owns their own company, he still has the audacity to take resources from ordinary students. If the elder had not used his uncle's influential connections, Meng Chao would have been the senior in the class. The older man overheard them talking again and ordered them to be quiet in an even sharper tone. He made Fei Xun so angry that he wanted to go beat him up. But Meng Chao stopped him, saying that they needed to practice first and that everything else was still ahead of them. Later, their group came to the rehabilitation center. When they went there, there were many different training machines, and the older one said that this was an independent lesson. He also added that everyone has to choose which area they will train in this lesson. There was even a simulator that could measure the force of a blow. Meng Chao chose a training machine and was ready to start working hard to improve his skills. But after the first stroke, he felt terribly hungry again. To heal the hidden wounds, the spark took all his energy. The spark helps him restore his body and awaken his skills, but it cannot give him strength. Now he feels like a tank without fuel. His classmates noticed that he was not at all what he wanted to become. The older man also noticed his poor condition and told him to free up the machine for those classmates who were willing to train modestly to improve. Fei Xiang noted that Meng Chao had been out of training for a very long time and that he needed time to recover. He added that Meng Chao had probably already forgotten even basic techniques, such as bull power. Hearing these words, Meng Chao laughed at his friend. Yi Feixiong began to think that Meng Chao meant that he was not training well and that he was weak. Meng Chao began to make excuses that this was not what he meant, but that power does not work that way. Fei Qiang couldn't understand why Meng Chao was acting like this. He thought they were like brothers, but he saw that Meng Chao was always bragging to him. In response, he said that Fei Xiong got it wrong because it leads to the fact that modern forceful methods that they... Fei Qiang beat him to the punch and said that he meant to say that modern methods are terrible, and then he added that Meng Chao is particularly unprincipled today. But at that moment, Meng Chao had a good idea. He asked his friend to go to the bathroom with him. He quickly assessed the situation to see if there was anyone else in the restroom. When they approached the booths, Fei Qiang asked Meng Chao what he was going to show him. With a smile, Meng Chao ordered Feng Xiong to quickly take off his shirt and show him his muscles. This phrase made Fei Xiong panic. He began to ask what he wanted to do to him and immediately warned him that he would resist and that he would not be able to defeat him. Meng Chao told him that he had just used the bull power technique through his muscles and began to ask him if he felt the power was about to seep to the surface. He went on to say that when Fisen stepped on the floor, he should have felt a tingling sensation from his feet to his knees. Fenson was shocked that his friend had expressed his feelings so clearly during the reception. Meng Chao added that his friend did not yet know the secret meaning of obtaining bull power, that half of his power had simply spilled over his body. And the most important thing he said was that if Fei Qiang continued to train in this style, he would develop osteoporosis. These words frightened Fei Sun very much. He fell to his knees and began to ask his friend to save him from that terrible disease. Meng Chao told him to show more strength and he would watch. He did as his friend said. and immediately there was a noticeable improvement. Sun felt that his strength had increased by at least 3%, but this could be found out for sure in a test. Immediately afterwards, a spark appeared in Meng Chao's mind. At first, he did not attach much importance to this appearance. But there were two reports that it helped an ordinary citizen and increased basic learning skills by 10%. And the second report said that the ordinary citizen of the city became stronger, which means that the city will be stronger in defense. And its civilization was strengthened by 10%. He realized that when he taught people the skills that the spark had revealed to him, he was given points for it. And in the future, he would be able to teach everyone, and they would become 100 times stronger, and when the time came, they would be able to protect the city of Longchen from monsters. It is also a very interesting fact that the stronger the civilization, the stronger Meng Chao is. And then another hologram appeared with a message. It said that he could choose a prize for his contribution to civilization. This was another surprise for him, and he began to hesitate about what to choose. After some thought, he chooses basic shooting. Since it was free, it was quite obvious that he would choose the most expensive skill. After these events, Meng Chao was in a very good mood and told his friend that he would definitely send him to the military academy. Sun felt an inexplicable feeling when he saw his friend smile. It was quite strange in his eyes. Then they came back to the training room. Sun decided to ask his friend where he had learned such interesting techniques, and Meng Chao told him to check the maximum kick first. He agreed and continued to rebuild his spirit. He focused on doing the right thing and showing the best result. When Sun was almost ready to strike, a voice suddenly came from the audience, saying that who had allowed them to touch the simulator to measure the force of the blow. It was an older man. He said that Sun and Meng Chao went somewhere for 20 minutes and then came back and immediately wanted to go to the coolest simulator. Sun was furious. He started shouting at the older man, who does he think he is? That he was not a teacher. He added that he had just realized the power of the bull, and even a teacher would not have stopped him at such a critical moment, and what did he care? To this, the older man told him that he had seen him perform this technique and said that they were crooked and had not even reached the basic level, that his kick was not strong enough, and what kind of insight could we talk about? Then the older man said that if he really wanted to use this measuring machine, he should first step aside and work on getting bull power. Sun was disappointed and the fire went out. Did he turn around and start walking out of the simulator saying his bull power was bad? Sun wanted to beat the elder again, but Meng Chao stopped him. He suggested an idea, since the elder was so wise. Then let him demonstrate the correct execution of the bull's strength technique so that everyone can learn well. The older one hesitated for a second, but he couldn't resist showing off in front of his classmates. He began to take off the watch with the words to show everyone the real punch. He took a decisive approach and began to perform the trick, shouting out the name of the trick. The impact created a fairly strong shockwave, and the sound of a loud explosion filled the entire hall. It should be noted that the simulator itself was slightly displaced by his impact. Only very strong blows could move it. Soon, his results came out, and for a student of his age, they were at a fairly high level. The girls immediately noticed that he was gaining strength and broke the previous class record again, setting a record the first time. They also said that he would definitely get into the best university because of his strength. In addition, the elder is physiologically smaller than Sun, but his punching power is 5 kilograms greater. The elder was pleased and told Meng Chao and Xiong that this was exactly the right blow, that they were still very far from it. Other classmates asked Sun not to do anything now, but to wait until the end of the lesson and try it alone. They also asked Meng Chao to convince Sun not to do anything now, but Meng Chao just patted his friend on the shoulder and encouraged him. The older man stood between him and the simulator and told him not to come closer and that he could try his hand at it after class. Xiong firmly ordered the old man to leave and not to disturb him. Meng Chao was calm because he was confident in his friend. The other classmates thought that Sun would be embarrassed and things would only get worse. He moved forward decisively and, grabbing the older man by the arm, began to push him and tell him to back off. The elder did not listen to him and was thrown to the ground. In addition, he felt very clearly that Sun's strength had increased dramatically, which surprised him greatly. He moved decisively toward the simulator, and his anger at the older man gave him even more strength. The red aura that had surrounded him before the punch began to materialize in the air. The elder was frightened when a very powerful airwave almost knocked him down. And he performed this incredibly powerful blow. The blast wave almost broke the windows. The impact was incredibly strong, and the simulator not only moved but also flew into the air. The score on the scoreboard rose sharply, and as a result, classmates began shouting that it was a new record and much higher than the old one. Fei Xiong, in particular, did not expect his blow to be so strong. Meng Chao told his friend that he was very mean because he had secretly trained this super strength bull technique. Moreover, he directly destroyed the headman in this dispute. Meng Chao got his classmates very interested in this phrase, and they began to discuss something among themselves. He suddenly came up with a very interesting idea, and it was that no one could hire a teacher to teach him how to do the bull's strength. And this skill is very important in the exam because even a 10-kilogram increase in strength is automatically 10 points in the exam result. So he decided to do a scene where he asks his friend to teach him this trick. At first, Fei Xiong was surprised because Meng Chao himself had taught him this technique 30 minutes ago in the toilet. He then went on to elaborate on his plan. He told Fei Xiong not to respond because his time was very valuable. Therefore, he offered to pay him with his resources for his precious time when he would train him. By this point, Fei Xiong had realized Meng Chao's plan, that he wanted to make money and decided to play along. Meng Chao decided to add emotion so that no one would have any doubts, and with tears in his eyes, he began to beg Fei Xiong to save the child. A little time passed, and the whole class asked him to save them. Meng Chao moved on to the next stage and began to voice his thoughts. How cool it would be if they all got together and formed a group to learn the Super Bowl technique and all agreed to pay for Fei Xiong's classes. The elder was sitting on the floor all this time and was very angry about what was happening, but he could not do anything. And all of his classmates started shouting that they were ready to pay Fei Xiong's tuition. While there was complete confusion, a hologram appeared with a message. Meng Chao received plus 11 points for contribution to civilization because the class became friendlier after his suggestion. Meng Chao decided not to rest on her laurels and once again emphasized how kind and strong Fei Xiong was and how hard he studied, so why hadn't the teacher chosen him to be the head of this class from the beginning? After this phrase, everyone turned around and looked at the presenter with interesting thoughts. Meanwhile, the host himself was burning with anger. He could not even think that Meng Chao was as cunning and insidious as he was. But right after that, he came up to the host, wanted to help him get up, and said that it was not serious, while thinking to himself that he was a real scumbag. The starosta himself stood up abruptly and said that he did not take his words seriously because everyone knows that he, as the elder, always tries to make everything go well. Although the headman was smiling mischievously, at this time he was thinking that he would do his best in the final exam to prevent Meng Chao from entering the university. Later, the lesson ended, and it was the last lesson of the day. The two friends were standing on the roof of a house, and Fei Xiong suggested that Meng Chao take everything they had earned because he thought he needed it more, as he had been devastated for a whole year. But he said that it would be good to divide 70 by 30. He is 70, and Fei Xiong is 30. He accepted his fate and decided to ask where Meng Chao had learned this technique. Meng Chao was a little confused, but quickly came up with the version that he had come across a forum on the darknet about life science, and there was such information, he studied it very carefully. At the moment, he can't tell him about the light he has. He also added that if Fei Xiong is worried about the security of the reception, he can tell his classmates that the reception is still in beta and there may be bugs, and those who do not want to participate cannot participate in the study. Fei Xiong agreed with his friend and said he would tell them about it and advised Meng Chao to go home as soon as possible. He stood on the ledge, looked at Lanhen, and recalled that he had never liked the fog because in that dream, the fog prevented him from killing monsters. In addition, he did not really like the city itself with its narrow streets and crowded streets. He realized that he was just like everyone else. He read too many books and watched too many movies about the past land. Previously, students attended physical education classes only 2 times, while math and literature classes were much more frequent. And adults only had to work 8 hours to earn a lot of money and buy a large apartment and eat organic food. He was crying because he clearly understood that this land was a homeland that could not be returned, and fear is a tomorrow that has not yet come. A hologram of a spark with a message appeared before him again. Meng Chao was surprised because even the indirect vision of progress was taken into account, and the primitive bull method became popular among the townspeople, and Lanchan's overall fighting power increased, and he was awarded contribution points. He suddenly noticed a loud voice. It was the public address system. All citizens were informed that fog is expected today, and there is a very high probability that monsters will enter the city, according to the City Hydrometeorological Bureau. According to the forecast, the main area where the monsters will appear will be the area of the Chengbei steel plant. In addition, the Survival Committee ordered the Steel Dragon Corporation to raise its defense to level 1, and other areas were ordered to introduce level 3 defense. The voice from the airship also emphasized that all citizens should be very vigilant and ready to fight the enemy. Meng Chao froze for a few seconds. He was already familiar with this feeling of acute stress. Then he abruptly broke off and ran to the bus stop, but the transport he needed slowly began to move. While he was running after the bus and shouting for it to stop, the bus driver looked at him from the window of a comfortable car and called him a bastard. Almost, but he still managed to stop the bus and get on. This stop is in the Hulan district. The bus was very crowded, and he had to get off through the back exit. He walked and stopped, closing his eyes, telling himself that he was finally home. After the resurrection, he walked through the old market and thought only of fond memories. He stood and listened to the sounds around him, and at that moment felt very calm. And suddenly his peace was broken. Someone called him. A girl asked him to help her because she was very tired. When Meng Chao turned around, he was excited and said that it was Zakao. But a moment later, he had a seizure, a very sharp pain in his head and dizziness. He had a hallucination because in his nightmare he got into a very bad situation with her. Wherever she goes, she always carries endless dark nights with her. In the nightmare, she became a witch in the dark night, which traumatized Meng Chao. While he was rubbing his eyes to regain consciousness, she came closer to him and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Then she asked him why he looked like a mouse in front of a cat. It was hard for him because he didn't think his sister was like that. But then he pulled himself together and emotionally asked her if she had the strength. Would she crush him? She was surprised by the question and said she would never do such a thing. At the same time, she thought she would think about it. Meng Chao then asked her if she was unhappy with something about him. Since in the nightmare she becomes a witch on a dark night, he wants to understand the reason for this. To this question, she answered that everything was fine, but at the same time she was looking for many of her brother's shortcomings in her thoughts. Meng Chao calmed down a bit, and all this annoyed his sister. She did not understand why he started to mock her. He says that his brother needs an excuse to annoy his sister a little, and he thought to himself that since she was not a witch, he should enjoy the fact that he was stronger than her. But seriously, he was determined to do everything in his power to ensure that she never suffered again and did not become a witch in the future. While they were walking home, his sister kept telling him how bad he was, and he kept telling her that she was the best sister and what a wonderful person she was. Their apartment number was 704, and from the doorway, my sister started screaming that my brother was abusing her. When Meng Chao went inside, he told his mother that he was home, and when he looked at her, his soul rejoiced. She was on crutches. It was hard for her, but she still cooked buns for the children and urged them to eat them as soon as they were still warm. She told her sister that she always criticized her brother. He tasted the bun, and everything started to shake, and he started to cry because of the emotions he was feeling. The sister told her mother that she already suspected that her brother had lost his mind. Her mother didn't understand why he was crying either, because he had just eaten a bun. The man said that there was a lot of noise because he heard from the street that his sister was complaining about his brother. It was their father, and he told her to turn on the TV and see if the broadcast from the battlefield had started. There was fresh news. Huge red combat vehicles with very large guns were ready. A battle group of combat crabs deploys to the position where the monsters were expected to attack. These war crabs are the latest development of military technology in Longcheng. Monsters from the Second World must fall under the onslaught of these majestic machines. On TV, they showed an interview with a professor who said that the last 3 times the fog came down, the monsters looked like crayfish, and the girl noticed that the teacher was telling them about the weaknesses of those monsters. Xiaoxia was about to change the interview when the main warrior of Longcheng appeared on the screen. Her parents saw how much she liked him and realized that she was already an adult, and at that moment she noticed the size of the apartment where the hero lived. But a second later, the TV abruptly turned off and very loud noises were heard outside. Meng Chao shouted that it was an invasion in their neighborhood, that the monsters had come. The siren started to sound, and the alert said that the Tianfuyuan district was going into stronghold mode. The priority of the power system was defense vehicles. People started hiding, helping each other to climb into the window and close it. The alarm was sounded, and defense mechanisms were put in place. In a short time, the streets were blocked by large steel gates. All windows were also closed, and large guns appeared on the streets. And monster dormice began to crawl out of the fog. They were huge and very strong. The guns started firing non-stop, and they had a fairly large supply of ammunition. The first seconds of the battle looked beautiful, and the cannon copes with the pressure of the monsters. But over time, the monsters' pressure increased, and some of them began to penetrate this line of defense. Then it was ordered to use a high-voltage tower that appeared right in the middle of the street, and all electricity was transferred to it. This is a very powerful weapon. It created a high-density electric barrier. It simply pushed the monsters off the street, and those who wanted to go through were cut to pieces. Chao watched the events very carefully through a special window in the metal wall. He could see that there would be many monsters. He had already drunk all the supplements he had to increase his strength, but he still doubted whether he could survive this battle. His father suddenly comes in and asks Chao how the battle is going, and he tells him that everything is fine so far. Their grandmother lived with them, and she told my father and Chao to keep a close eye on what was happening on the street. The sister said she would take care of everyone who would stay in the apartment. Chao emphasized that Grandma should take care of her safety. She began to tell him that she had the strength and knew everything well, but just at that moment there was a big explosion, and they all turned their attention to him. It was a huge monster. He jumped on that electric pole, and because of his great mass, he crushed the fence and destroyed it. Immediately after that, some kind of transformation began to take place in those monsters. They developed wings and began to fly uphill, perhaps to fly over the metal wall. My father saw it all, and he realized that they were flying fire beetles. He and Chao went to the guns, his father telling Chao that this kind of bug would be quite difficult to deal with. They would have to get close and then start shooting, and that it would not be easy to survive the night. Other families have already started shooting at flying bugs from their windows. My father saw that the situation was very difficult because it was very difficult to hit those bugs, and their wings reflected bullets. Chao began to aim, and he realized that if this all took too long, a lot of people would die. And then a spark appeared in front of him with a message. It was about the first combat test, and he had to destroy 10 units of one kind of beetle and 3 units of another. And the reward will be 1,500 points of contribution to civilization and a 1-level improvement in the basic skill. He was ready to start the defense and at the same time fulfill the mission. At the last moment, his grandmother came up to him and said that if he was scared, she could replace him. But it was at that moment that Chao started shooting, and he did it quite quickly. He fired 3 clear shots, and they all hit the same bug, and moreover, in places where there was no armor. Immediately after that, a spark with a message appeared, and his receptions began to grow for hitting a flying firebug. His grandmother emotionally slapped him on the butt and said that he was just like his uncle when a good shooter was still alive. Chao was not upset with his grandmother, but if she hadn't interrupted him, he would have blown the beetle to pieces with 3 simultaneous shots. More. She did not bother him, and he continued to perform the task. With very accurate shots, he shot down the bugs one by one, and for each one, he was given some bonuses. After a few monsters were destroyed, he noticed that his shooting skills from his past life were returning. His father also noticed this and told him that he was even better with the machine gun than he was. He quickly figured out how to justify his shooting skills and came up with the idea that he had an injury last year and spent that time practicing his shooting skills. Now my father has realized how hard it was for him, but he's doing well. Then he added that he and his son had to show all their strength and protect their families. And they simultaneously stood at the window and began to fire simultaneously. Still, his father added that there were no problems with Chao, but he advised him to take care of his health. Chao continued to destroy the monsters and said that he was fine. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. He remembered that there must be another special monster. He had not yet appeared. He began to quickly search for him using the gun's optical sight. A little time passed and he seemed to see it. It was much bigger than the others. He was much bigger than the others. It was as if he was in charge of other monsters. His appearance was simply terrifying. He inspired very strong fear in everyone who looked at him. In his nightmare, that big monster suddenly attacked. No one expected such a strong swarm, and he took advantage of it and broke through the defense of Luncheng. And it was after that terrible attack that his sister turned into a witch. Several shots were fired at him, but the bullets just flew away from him. Chow realizes that things are bad because he can't even wound him. To kill him, you need at least a master level, or even a perfect level. And that main monster began to act, and the whole swarm became active, as if he had given them an order. This change was immediately noticed by the defenders, and they warned each other about the danger, especially from that big beetle. All the soldiers were ordered to focus because the monster began to try to get into the residential area with more force, and this cannot be allowed under any circumstances. The defense has been holding up well. So far, no monsters have crossed the defense circle. Meng Chao is focused on completing the task quickly and getting the reward, so he wants to interfere with that monster. He needs to raise the level of shooting until the monster fully wakes up. And there is very little time left before this monster is fully awakened. The captain of the battle group noticed that there was a super monster in that swarm, unknown to him, and he called for help on the radio. But just at that moment, the attack was launched and the radio was destroyed. He did not have time to call for help. His father found out about the super monster and told Chow to take his family and flee the area. He surprised my father because he told him to take his family and run away from here, but he would stay here. He said he knew what kind of monster it was and had to stay here. That super monster started creating energy balls that could explode like shells. What happened next was that he launched this bullet and there was a very strong explosion. The scale of the battle increased dramatically. Because of this smoke, it was very difficult to aim at the monsters, and the soldiers had to destroy this super monster and prevent its bomb from hitting again. And the monster itself was getting stronger and faster by the minute. At one point, he charged dozens of smaller beetles with his energy, and they became stronger as well. They started flying rapidly down from the top, and it looked like they were not going to stop. And so it happened. They acted as missiles, and they hit a lot of houses. Thanks to this, they managed to break into the residential sector, and they were very close to ordinary citizens. But a second before the tragedy, a melee soldier, a swordsman, ran up and saved those people from a terrible death. A team of swordsmen is on standby. They will not allow those creatures to get close to ordinary people anymore. The battle was gaining momentum, and the swordsmen's brigades were attacking in close combat. They shouted with one voice that Longcheng would not fall, that the land would win. Meanwhile, Meng Chao destroyed the last monster in his task. Iskra congratulated him and told him about his award, and he told her to use all the points to improve her shooting skills to the maximum. First, the expert scale was filled to 100%, and then the master scale was also filled to 100%. And now he told me to raise my basic shooting skill to another level. Iskra congratulated him on achieving the level of excellence in basic shooting. Now he began to see different subtleties and important points thanks to that skill. He realized that the golden powder raised the strength of the other beetles. And the head defense is filled with nerve endings and is very sensitive. Now Meng Chao saw through him and easily identified his weaknesses. And now it needs to be loaded with armor-piercing bullets. Now he was ready to destroy this creature once and for all. But his sister came from somewhere, and shouting that she had come to help him, she shot in the direction of those monsters. She was thrown back by the recoil of the shot. At this point, Meng Chao was shocked by this sudden turn of events, and he completely forgot about the weapon. He remembered her showing him that gun, but he remembered taking it away from her so that she wouldn't get hurt. It was a very scary moment. He was watching carefully to see if the monster would notice where the shot came from. At first, he started spinning in different directions and could not understand which side the shot came from. But a few seconds later, Meng Chao saw its huge red eyes staring right at him. It was the right window from which no one was shooting, and he rapidly began to climb down to that window. A second later, a huge claw began to crawl inside the room with great force. And then he tore out a piece of the wall, and Meng Chao and his sister were right in front of him. It was at this moment that Meng Chao remembered how everything was in his nightmare. Then his sister also wanted to help him, but the sound of a gunshot attracted the super monster's attention. It was then that their mother was very badly injured and ended up in the hospital, and their sister felt guilty, and that's probably when the darkness was born in her. This creature destroyed the house he lived in for 17 years and caused great harm to his family. In this life, he will not let the nightmare happen again. And Chow opened fire on that work, screaming. Because he loaded such ammunition, one of the monster's wings exploded. And then there were several more explosions, each round exploding when it hit the target. In a panic, my father started shouting to Chow, "Why is he doing this?" He told his father to trust him and not to interfere, and he continued to aim at the monster. When the smoke from the explosions cleared, we could see that the monster was very angry. He was not badly injured, but it was very unpleasant for him. And he immediately began to form the energy sector to launch it in all of them. Chow had been waiting for this moment, and the spark helped him understand what to do in this situation. And it was at that moment that Chow fired a bullet that exploded right into that monster. 2 seconds later, the monster launched his bullet at them, but Chow was ahead of him. And then there was a very powerful explosion. The whole building shook from the explosion. When the fire went out, the explosion tore open the monster's mouth, and it began to fall to the bottom at a high rate. The monster's plan was definitely not to fall free, and after a very powerful explosion. The soldiers came across a dead monster and began to report that it was destroyed. They also thought it was an old sniper who used to serve in the army who had destroyed it. After this news, all the soldiers went on the attack with renewed vigor and were determined to destroy all the monsters. And Chow was also thrown out of the explosion and was all red from the temperature of the explosion. As a result, he flew several meters and fell to the ground quite heavily. He saw his father run to him first and start bringing him to life. He did not understand his condition and whether he was seriously injured. Chow was very happy that he had managed to kill that terrible monster because it was the one that started his nightmare. When his sister came running up to him from the pharmacy, he realized that he could change everything, that he could influence his life. She started to drink him and told him not to die because she had not yet taken revenge on him. It was a joke. She began to move his face and bring him to his senses, and he said that it hurt him when she did that. While she was mocking him, he really thought she was a witch of the dark night, pure evil. My grandmother also came out and asked how Meng Chao was doing. When his father came home, Chow asked him to tell outsiders that he had killed that super monster, to keep his shooting skills a secret. They all promised him that they would not tell anyone. His father told him to breathe because the swarm was already retreating. He felt joy because he really managed to save everyone and change the course of events. The warriors looked at that super monster and rejoiced in victory. But at the best possible moment, Chow thought about the fact that he hadn't received a notification of the death of that monster, and his heart almost stopped in fear. Is that monster still alive, and has it started to move its paw a little? Chow was bleeding, but he got up and went to that monster to prevent a repeat of the events. He realized that he was still very weak, that his hidden traumas had not yet healed, and that he had not yet discovered his psionic powers. He also realized that the connection between his mind and body was also very weak and needed a lot more time to train, and that shot was made with inaccuracies and as a result did not kill the monster. He saw that the monster started to move. His eyes were panicked. He couldn't believe that he couldn't save everyone. It happened as he thought it would. The monster lived and stood on its paws and began to secrete gold dust to strengthen itself. He urgently needed to think of something to prevent a tragedy, and he decides to use the strength of the bull to finish him off, even though it might kill him, but he has no other choice. In a few seconds, a blow of unimaginable power was struck at that monster, and such a blow killed that monster from the very beginning. It was a great surprise for everyone, and at the same time a shock. This blow was delivered by one of the super warriors. They had super strength. Ordinary soldiers idolized him. They called him the Exalted One. He alone could replace 100 ordinary soldiers in terms of his strength. And just at that moment, Chow began to receive messages from Spark about his contribution to this battle, thanks to which the Ascended One managed to come to the rescue. For this, he was given 1920 contribution points. He was also given 500 points for the fact that his sister did not become a dark witch, and the city was safe, and he had the opportunity to discover new skills such as dragon power and art of harvesting. An hour after the battle ended, music played over the entire city, and people celebrated the victory. And special scientists took samples and said that we had to hurry because the crab bars could spoil. In fact, they were collecting black water, and it was very expensive. After a dose of energy lunch and eating all the meat, Chow returned to normal. But his head still hurts because he got a lot, many messages from the spark. Since that fiery golden beetle with demonic eyes appeared, it means that the monsters are constantly improving and getting stronger. He realizes that he needs to cherish every minute to become stronger as soon as possible. He also noted that it is not enough to have perfect skills. You need to constantly practice them in real combat to achieve harmony between mind and body. But without improvement resources, it is constantly very hungry, and after killing a couple of bugs, it needs a half a breath to get back to normal. While he was thinking, his sister asked him if the smell was because there was a bug harvest outside. He recalled that in his previous life, after his mother was badly injured by a super monster and he failed the final exam. To earn money for his mother's treatment and his sister's education, he had to work with his father. At that time, because of the war, there was enough work to cover the next 10 years. He noted that working as a mower is very profitable. Meng Chao asked the Spark to open the exchange tablet. He had 2448 points. Ripple Power was worth 1500 points. Dragon Power was worth 2100 points. And Reaping Art was worth 998 points. He was lucky that what he needed was quite cheap. And he decides to exchange the points for that skill. And he's been doing it for 10 years in a nightmare. And now it will be even easier for him. And the next moment, he felt that he had developed a skill, awakened, and became aware of various ways of harvesting. He also said to raise the art of reaping to an expert level. The skills he acquired that day, the skill of shooting and the skill of reaping, created a certain symbiosis in him, so he made the right choice. Meng Chao also realized that most of the monsters he remembered from the nightmare had yet to evolve, so when they did, he would be much better prepared for their arrival. The father told the children to go to bed and was going to the monster harvest, but Chao asked if he could come along. He said that he might not be able to pass the exam well enough to go to university and that instead of looking for casual work, he would rather become a reaper. At first, my father assessed the situation and realized that his form was weak and he had a 20% chance of entering the university. So he told him to pack his things and he would tell him everything. He understood that the work was quite difficult, but he knew that those who do it have a great chance of awakening their inner strength. My sister was very worried about my brother. She asked him if he was really ready for such a job. And then she told him that if he found something tasty, to remember to take some home and wished him good luck in his new job. Although the monsters are very ugly, their corpses are very important for maintaining the strategic development of Longcheng. It would be possible to shoot those corpses for nothing, but it is very illogical from the point of view of ammunition and would once again expose the soldiers to danger. But in less than 5 years, Lanchin would have used up all its resources and starved to death, but the Ascended Ones can kill monsters by the thousands and no one takes these corpses away. In this difficult time, the army is only there to help, and the key role in the defense of the city is played by Ascended super warriors. Over the years, Luncheon has seen various monsters, many of them still licking where they were killed. His father told Chao not to worry, that he would just have to watch what he was doing and learn little by little. Chao replied that he wasn't worried, but when he heard that he had wet himself, he realized that he hadn't. The special fumes from the monster excite the nervous system, and it's hard to keep track of urine, so beginners often urinate. My father told me not to be ashamed. He had to put on a diaper for the first time. He didn't know it was already late. When they arrived, my father told me that the director of the firm would decide whether Chao would work here, and he told him to be humble and show wisdom. The director was a big guy, very experienced in his field, but he didn't look very nice. At first he refused because he had heard about Chao's injury, but his father begged him and said that he would be responsible for him. 41. When Chao looked at it, he saw that his father was handing him a stabbed card, and the gold card was worth 10,000 yuan, and he could never have imagined that his father had that kind of money. For a second, he even thought about not giving that card and not taking that job. And the director agreed. He said that his father's team was simply attached to the company and it didn't matter who he hired as his assistants. But he made it clear that no one should meddle in his affairs or those of his assistant. My father said that they would definitely not cause him any problems. My father told Chao to thank him, but the principal said that he didn't need to and that they should go and get to work. Meng told Chao not to cross Director Shun, but Chao couldn't remember what he knew about him from his past life. Chao abruptly remembered that it was he who had beaten his father in his past life. Chao asked his father why, with his knowledge, he hadn't started his own company yet. Meng said that it was not that easy, that it required finances at the start and those who would bring monsters. He suggested that we talk about this topic in 2 years, when my sister goes to university. Chow asked him if he ever thought that there could be more monsters. Chow gave him information about the future, allegedly from a teacher at school, that there was a great threat ahead. He said that if they wanted to get rich and rewrite their history, then maybe they should take this chance. Chow, he thought, since he had come back from a nightmare, he shouldn't live in poverty and he would try to change everything. He wanted to take control of everything, but Meng said that they should work now and discuss it at home. They came to the place. It was a work in progress. There were several workers and a lot of dead monsters. Meng showed Chow that today they would be working with crustaceans, but more often they have worked with striped scorpions. From the very beginning, other workers began to test him and invited him to touch different parts of the monsters. They found me in relation to a whole monster and told me that they would work slower so that he would learn. He covered it and began to tell me that it had tender meat in its front end. The shell can be lightened or armored, and they use the slime as fertilizer for the ground, and the earthworm breeds very well when it is fed with that slime. The venom in their stings is also very valuable, and in small doses it is used to purify medicines, and it can also awaken hidden capabilities stored in genes. The sting itself is very hard, and then it is used as a sniper projectile. Meng handed over the tools to Chow and told him that he had to try to learn, so let him start. Of course, Chow started with almost a whole monster, and at first he used a crude tool to gain access to it so that he could get inside. Without a second's hesitation, he got to work. First, you need to get to the main nerve ending. Then it had to be placed in a special mixture that was developed for this finish. The butterfly scalpel was ideal for separating the meat from the shell. It easily collected clean meat with a suction cup, and then it was stored. At the very end, a vacuum pump had to be used to collect the valuable mucus. This is how the fully processed monster looked like. Everything valuable was taken out of it and sent for safekeeping. Meng Chow seemed to go into a trance. He did everything quite quickly. A spark immediately appeared and rewarded him for his first fundraising. When he turned around, he saw that his father and the whole team were looking at him, and they were very surprised. Chow was not paying attention and started doing everything very quickly and seemed suspicious, but he said he had something to tell these men and his father. When the men saw his skills, they were looking forward to a special secret. He bowed his head and began to tell me that he had wanted to become a reaper since childhood, and he praised his father because of his profession. Then he began to fantasize that he grew up in a reaper's house and practiced a lot at school, and his teachers supported him, and that's how he came to this result. The men understood then, because his school is considered one of the best. They said that if there was such a newcomer in the group, they would be safe. My father was most surprised. He said that Chow had never told him about it. Chow said that he was ashamed to tell his father because he had always praised him. I was very proud of my son. He regretted that he was so worthless that he could not even help him go to university to become a great super warrior. Now Chow could work at full capacity. He explained his secret to everyone and had nothing to hide. With renewed vigor and inspiration, he set to work. He could taste the harvest, just like in that past life. After some time of work, he came across something that surprised him. There was a special monster, and the spark highlighted valuable resources and indicated their value. Chow, of course, knew the name of the monster and said that it was a golden ghost, and his father heard this and again wondered how he knew what kind of monster it was. He explained that a biology teacher had recently told them about him. Chow told the men to prepare a lot of tools because there was a very high chance that they would find something valuable in this monster and it would need to be properly preserved. While Meng was in a stupor over Chow's actions, one man told him that this kind of work was usually done by the head of the gu. So Chow completely forgot that only managers have always been in charge of the golden monster with a complex body structure. But he decided to see what condition the monster's carcass was in. He smelled the mucus and immediately realized that he couldn't wait because his blood and flesh would start to change and he would become like a bomb. Meng and the worker also confirmed that time was running out. The worker said it would be much worse if they lost valuable resources while waiting for managers. Chow told them to just take a break and he would not let his father's group fail. Chow began to work and only asked his father to be with him. Chow has just started and is stopped by one of the workers. Meng sharply stood up for Chow and said that he was the one who found this golden monster and that he would bear all the consequences himself. That employee was a little outraged that he brought his son and was babysitting him. Meng then said they could leave, that he would not force them to do the work. But the other workers said that he was saying some incomprehensible things, that Chow was like a nephew to them, that they couldn't leave them alone. They also said that they were ignorant, but they could still figure out one golden monster. They were a friendly team, and if they wanted to get rich, they had to do it together. Chow set to work, and he also wanted to do his best. After a few minutes of work, he reached a special area where a special resource appeared. He delivered it and told his father to give him a cooling stabilizer. The workers who were watching from the outside were very surprised when they saw that resource. It was a spiritual circular nerve. That nerve was in perfect condition and was 80% active, and it was very fresh. The workers immediately noticed that Chow was so young, but he was already very skilled. Meng told Chow to be very careful because the jealousy of the rhubarb should not be shaken too much, but Chow looked closely and realized that there was something even more valuable inside. Hearing these words, I became very alarmed. And the workers understood because Chow had a spinal cord injury, and that nerve is the best medicine for that injury. Meng abruptly caught that jar so that Chow would not open it again, because people were fighting battles to make sure that they ordinary reapers found this resource. He said that he understood Chow's feelings, but they could not do that. But Chow said he simply misunderstood him. As a result, Chow said he was going to the base and rest for a while. As he walked away, he thought that when he came back, he would think about how to convince his father to open his own company. While he was walking, he suddenly heard a loud scream, and he immediately turned his attention to it. Then he realized that it was a sime-eyed dragon spider. He had to hurry, because it could have been his jackpot. When he was already there, he saw some people he did not have time to be the first to see. This old man told his granddaughter that she was a good student and that this seven-eyed spider was a wolf and would be good practice for her. Swishy immediately agreed it was a very good option for practice. She said it would take her 8 minutes to squeeze all the resources out of this monster. She came over and was ready to start working. Meng Chao looked at what she was going to do in indignation. Did they not know the characteristics of that monster? Suddenly, the elderly owner turned and shouted in a loud voice that she hadn't cut. Meng Chao came out and said who he was. Then he said that his family wanted to open a resource recycling company, so he took the liberty of suspending them. The owner noticed that the young man knew the etiquette of the reapers. It is taboo to distract a reaper while he is working, so why did he allow himself to do so if he knew the etiquette? Chow began to explain to the owner that this monster was stuck in the evolution of level 2 and 3 moguls. He began to tell me that at this stage his body was very weak and the poison bags inside had very thin walls, which could easily be touched, and all the materials would be destroyed. Moreover, if you work like your assistant, the entire crop will be destroyed. Now the girl realized that Chow was not a real reaper, and it was no wonder he did not recognize her grandfather. The owner said that the young man must have studied very well, but he did not even come up to him and look at him, so how could he know about the process of evolution? Chow said that he has 10 years of experience, and there is one insignificant difference between these two types of monsters, and that is the death cry. The owner was a little confused as to what Chow was trying to say. The girl started yelling at him not to scare them, and that since her grandfather had never heard of such things, he was wrong. But Meng Chao began to insist that he was telling the truth, that on the outside he looked like a gray-eyed wolf spider, but inside everything had changed. Then he suggested to his grandfather that he make sure to take off the pantser. Then he decided it was better to check again, and at the same time told the girl that he had watched and learned. She was very angry because of Meng Chao's appearance, because he ruined everything for her. That grandfather also suggested that Meng Chao watch how a real master works, to which Meng Chao gladly agreed, because everything was going according to his plan. Grandpa took the tool and, like a true professional, began to approach the monster. Meng Chao noticed that his grandfather was injured because his hands were shaking. This encouraged him even more, as he believed that this was his first win. He approached the girl and asked her if she had 300,000 wen in cash in her account. She was surprised to hear him ask her why he was asking her that. Meng Chao drew attention to his grandfather's injury. He has a problem with his nervous system. Then they will need help to complete this harvest, because without his help, they will only raise 300,000 yuan in resources. And if he helps them, he will perfectly separate the bags of poison, and then they will be able to increase their profits to 1 million won. Perhaps they were brought together by fate itself, and he will charge 300,000 wen for his services. The girl was in a stupor from what she heard. She could not imagine such a turn of events. Then she said that her grandfather was old, but he was still strong, and if he needed help, she would help him. But a few seconds later, her grandfather called her in an anxious voice and told her to see for herself. He said that the guy was absolutely right. The girl looked at those organs and they were all unfamiliar to her. Grandpa was very embarrassed because he almost destroyed his reputation on some level 2 monster, because it really was a different monster than he had originally thought. The girl asked sharply, "Meng Chao, if he wants to say something, let him say it." Well, for Meng Chao, it was a simple 7-eyed dragon wolf spider, nothing unusual for him. This answer completely confused the old man and the girl. Then the girl asked him if he would really help her complete this harvest for 300,000. My grandfather, already agitated, shouted that if he helped save the bags of poison by 70%, he would immediately give him 500,000. Chao said that he was not yet an exalted one in this business, so he would only be an assistant. It was his plan to let his grandfather do the main work himself. Then he said that Chao would be his first assistant and his granddaughter would be his second. And the three of them were ready to get to work. My grandfather immediately began to tell me what tools he needed, each with a clear number and for a specific task. Chao said that he knew what his grandfather wanted to do with tool number 12 and number 3. Then he pointed to the fabrics in the middle and said that the tool would ruin their appearance. Instead, he began to recommend how to do better, starting with the vessels and separating the circulatory system. My grandfather actually wanted to do that. He was surprised by Meng Chao's knowledge. In the meantime, a spark appeared and rewarded Chao for the fact that the elite citizen Ning Shu learned new information about monsters thanks to him, and the city of Lucheng became stronger. A little time passed and many artifacts were collected in special jars. Grandpa noticed that working with Chao was very comfortable for him, and he even thought about teaching him the sum of decisions Guan technique. Chao did not tell them his name, and they said his name was Sao Meng, and Grandpa decided to ask him what he would do in his place. Sao Meng said that he would move from bottom to top and use 3 solutions out of 7 Guan techniques. The grandfather was shocked by what he saw. He was very interested to know more about his boy and who his teacher was. And at the same time, Chao got the opportunity to teach his grandfather again. He noticed that the elite learned very quickly because he showed just a few moves, and his grandfather immediately understood what he meant. My grandfather was very interested in him, that he showed him a new way of working so easily. He asked him about his mentor. Who was he? Chao realized that his grandfather was studying him and that he would not be able to make excuses for being self-taught from an elite citizen. Sao Meng said that he had special principles, so he could not tell about his mentor, but the mentor said that he needed to pass on the knowledge to people in order to elevate Longcheng. The granddaughter immediately noticed that Sao Meng immediately started talking about money. Sao Meng said that Ms. Ning had misunderstood him, that he needed the 300,000 to form his own team with which he would improve Longcheng. He needs them not for personal purposes, but to ignite the fire of civilization in this second world. Grandpa Ning saw him talking about this and his eyes lit up. Did he really want to improve Longcheng? He is so young, but already thinking of such big goals. And the girl was ashamed because she thought badly of him. Then Sao Meng told them to finish because there was only 1 bag of poison left. He would hold it and his grandfather would get it. Sao Meng was already thinking that his father was there, or had he already finished his harvest. It took less than a minute for them to finish the job. Grandpa Ning asked his granddaughter how much cash she had in her account. She replied that it was about 800,000 yuan. Sao Meng himself was shocked because they were talking about 500,000. The old man said that he had little money in his account due to his illness, but that what he showed him was definitely worth a couple of 100,000. He offered to wait until he sold the materials and then talk more. Sao Meng said that it would be an honor for him because he has some thoughts on other techniques, and he added that in a year and a half, Ning's grandfather would be cured of his illness. With these words, Sao Meng shocked his grandfather. He asked him how he could know what kind of disease he had. He said that he could see on his hands that it was probably the venom of the purple king viper, and it affected various nerve endings. The granddaughter panicked at what she heard, telling him that if he was considering his illness, how could he say that he would be cured in a year and a half when this disease is incurable? He didn't mind the important detail too much. The granddaughter, seeing that he was not surprised by her words, realized that he had an idea and asked him directly if he could cure her grandfather. The spark was there, and for curing Ning's grandfather, he could get from 200 to 2,000 points. He said that it would not be easy, but he had certain considerations. My grandfather was happy because the doctors had no ideas at all, but he clearly understood that he would have to ask his teacher for him. So he thought of ways to thank him. And he came up with the idea. He suggested to Sao Meng to sign a contract with the Thunder Group to supply resources. Sao Meng did not show his inner satisfaction, but he knew about this group. It contained the strongest exalted warriors, and even the waste from that group would be enough for them to live on. But for now, Sao Meng said to let Grandpa Ning finish his business with these resources, and then they would meet on the Fufu Street and talk more. He received a message on his phone that he had received 800,000 wen. Her grandfather told Suecia that he was not a simple boy, so that she should try to make friends with him. As Meng Chao ran to his workplace, he looked at his phone. He was happy because he was thinking about his father's reaction when he saw it. As he ran up, he heard screams from the headquarters where his father worked. His heart immediately sank. He began to realize what was happening, and he ran there even faster. Meanwhile, his father was sitting on the ground, and the manager was shouting at him not to try to deceive him. I was broken. He didn't know what to do next. Somehow it happened that this important resource was broken and lying on the ground. When Chow ran, Uncle Joe was the first to meet him. He asked him what happened. And Joe started to tell him that his father had called the manager and said that they had covered up that golden monster. The manager immediately started yelling at him that they shouldn't have done that. It was the job of his managers. Men told his friends that he would take this resource to the manager. His friends said that it was dangerous because he could kill for such a thing, and if not, the man would not have enough money to buy it anyway. But he believed that he would come up with something because it was his son's only chance. The manager immediately started yelling at him for his idea and for shaking the golden monster themselves. He pushed my father and started yelling at him that it was his fault that the jar broke. Then Chow helped his father stand up and asked him if he had broken the jar. His father said that it was unclear whether it was him or the manager. Chow carefully examined the jar and saw clear traces of grease, and the manager was covered in grease, so it was clear that he had failed to hold the jar, and it fell. Then Chow told him that in this situation it was unclear who was to blame, so they would compensate him for half the cost. The nasty manager said it was at least 100,000. Then the manager started blaming my father, that he first wanted to buy back the part but then broke it, and now he doesn't want to pay and take responsibility. He further threatened him that if this case became known in their circles, no one would want to deal with him. Then my father said in despair that he would buy that resource for those 100,000. The manager said that he could sign a contract for 3 years of work at the second level and could take that resource. He laughed and said that he would give him another 100,000 in advance to buy resources for his son, and maybe he could go to university. It was very difficult for Chow to watch this situation. The manager offered my father a contract to sign, and he was laughing at the time. But a second later, with a sharp punch, Chow knocks the contract out of the manager's hands. It was an electronic contract. The tablet fell to the ground and broke. The manager said that Chow had made a big mistake that made him angry. He immediately told his guards to bring him to him. I immediately stood up for my son and shouted that they should not dare to move him. But a moment later, his face was hit hard. Meng flew back and Chow caught him. He was very much shocked by these events. Those guards were very cruel, and one of them struck again. Chow had to take that blow because he was holding his father, and it was a very strong blow, both mentally and physically. In a moment, he realized that things were very bad, and he had to act so that he and his father would not be killed here. And very abruptly, he used one of his powers and knocked out one of the guards with a very strong blow to the stomach. However, he could not avoid another blow from another guard. They beat him with electric bats. But Chow withstood this blow and was ready to destroy the second guard. From the expression on the guard's face, it was clear that he was very surprised that Chow did not fall from their electric bat blows. And Chow threw him into the wall with all his might, and he would not get up from such a blow. Chow then told the spark to improve the pulsation strength to expert level. He was very angry and went up to the manager and told him that in his past life he had made his father sign that contract. That leader fell down on the stake and started begging him to talk to him. But Chow struck him first and told him that he would talk to his ancestors. He struck again and said that it was because in his previous life he had secretly changed the terms of the contract so that his father could not sue. He was punished for taking money from his father's insurance without permission so that they could not pay for his treatment. This blow, because this sister wasted her faith in justice and took the road of darkness. It was a kick. He flew into the carriage behind him and all the workers were watching. He looked like a big fat pig reddened by Chow's blows. Chow wanted to continue. He was no longer in control, but at the last moment his father stopped him and asked him if he wanted to go to prison. After that, Chow calmed down and asked his father if he was okay. He said that he was fine. Other friends of his father's came up and told Chow that he was very impulsive, that it was easy to strike, but it was hard to take it back. Such recommendations made him doubt whether he had done the right thing. Still, he had the idea of kicking him a couple more times. But he's brought up right, so he doesn't have to do it. Chow decided that he hadn't hit him enough and needed more. He started asking his father to let him kick him again. But suddenly, they appeared and shouted for it to stop. It was Gu Ming, the manager of the Zuxin company. Everyone was shocked that they appeared just at that moment. And this was Qin Hu, nicknamed the Wild Tiger, the main boss of the Zuxin campaign. Those guards fell to their knees and began to tell everything from their perspective. Chow remembered the blonde man. He was in an alliance with the leader he had beaten. He had done a lot of bad things. And that strong man was a very famous warrior. He had conquered thousands of monsters on his account. The guard began to report everything, in detail. That they spoiled important material, broke a computer, and even beat a person. Gu turned to Meng Yishan and asked him if his son had done all this. He began to tell me that it was his conflict with the director and that he would be responsible for everything and that his son was innocent. In fact, at that moment, a lot of workers began to say that it was the director who started the aggression and that it was he who broke that jar with the resource, and the guards were the first to start a fight. Such statements began to irritate them because it was a complete travesty. Gu went up to Chow and said that he was the one who had beaten the man, that he should be put in jail for a couple of years. My father immediately began to protest against this decision and wanted to take the blame on himself. But Gu said that old man Meng, to look at the injuries of that director, he thinks that you can say, don't take him to jail, and that's the way it will be. Chow smiled and said that they needed to call the police quickly and take him to the hospital so that they could determine his injuries. At first, Gu didn't understand what Chow was hoping for if he could see from a distance that the director was barely alive. Then Hu came over and took that manager with one hand and lifted him up the hill to look at him. He understood everything at once. He saw the perfect pulsation force. It looks like a terrible condition. This force makes the victim feel unbearable pain, but the bones and internal organs are not damaged, and the examination will show nothing. And out of anger, he launched it forward himself, with quite a lot of force. He said that school children today are very, very interesting. Chow asked Mr. Hu if he is interested now and probably wants to beat him up to avenge his brother-in-law. Hu asked in response who he thought he was, and he added that given his pulsation power, what should he do with him? Chow thinks that Mr. Hu will turn a blind eye to all the rules and deal with him himself, but he has definitely seen his ripple power and now he is at a loss for words, which is why he is so reserved. Chow reminded them of the story. He said that the two sides would compensate half so they would calculate how much he owed and he would pay right away. He also reminded him that the director owed his father and the team performance pay, and he wanted to resolve this right away. The father and the team were very surprised at how Chow spoke to them. The two directors were getting seriously nervous. Mr. Gu broke down and shouted at Chow that even if the injuries could not be detected, he would have to pay for the treatment. Chow responded with the same emotion, saying that the guards had inflicted injuries on his father, adding that they used ancient techniques and who knows what bones and organs he had damaged. With every word that was said, my father and his friends did not understand where this conversation could lead. And he added, even if his father is fine, what about his injury? Mr. Hu was very impressed by this turn of events. Chow became very interesting for him. The whole situation was very interesting for him. Chow did not understand his laughter a little bit, but asked them how they saw the solution to this problem. The two directors were not at all prepared for what awaited them when they came here. Mr. Gu began to explain to his partner that spiritual spherical nerve of the golden spirit had recently appeared on the market, and if it was of perfect quality, it would cost 300,000. Mr. Hu told Chow to pay 300,000 and he could take the resource and leave. For Chow, this was already a pretty good turn of events. But Hu added that he realizes he doesn't have that kind of money right now, so he offered to give him a promissory note. He can wait. Chow approached and held out his phone to prove that he had money. Then he told Mr. Gu to accept the money. Mr. Gu was very surprised to see how much money he had. My father immediately started to come over to ask him where he got the money, but Chow beat him to it and told him not to worry because it was white money. Chow asked Director Chin if he had already given him 300,000 and could he take the material back. He said yes, because he didn't care about it anymore. He soon picked it up from the ground and asked his father to prepare a mixture of silver nitrate. And they placed that nerve in that mixture so that it would be well preserved there for the time being. But one director looked at it carefully, and at one point, his face went into a state of shock. He saw that it was a crystallized nerve, and its value was 1 million. When Director Hu heard these words, he almost exploded with anger, but it was too late. Chow told his father that after the harvest he saw something in him and decided to study it. He went on to say that his father taught him that you can't take what's not yours, and he thinks that Director Gu also noticed this. Mr. Hu, hearing that his partner had known about the risk but hadn't told him, became even more angry. Then, he knew about the conflict between his father and the manager, so he suggested that they divide the resource equally, and as a result, everyone would earn several 100,000. Now the two directors were looking at the beaten manager with angry faces. But Mr. Hu eventually refused and had to buy it back at full price, risking the mistake of thinking it was not the special resource he thought it was. Hearing this, my father and his friends breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Hu was both very angry and interested in the boy's personality. He said that he remembered him, that he could take his crystallized nerve and leave. Chow, his father, and the team happily returned and went to pack. But one employee, who was the team leader, told them to wait. He asked what Meng was going to do next. Before Meng could say anything, Chow beat him to it and said that they had a new monster delivery guy and they had capital too, and they would be getting ready to go. He said that if they really had work, could I go to work for them? Chow realized that something serious might be coming from Mr. Hu, but he was already angry, and besides, how could he stop Shin Hu from taking his fate into his own hands? Chow said that they would definitely not have a problem with corpses, so they could take many Reaper partners and have enough money for everyone to live well. And that worker started taking off his clothes and saying to Mr. Hu that it was a pleasure to work with him, but he was leaving at the end of the month, and the other workers started discussing that Meng and Li were leaving, that they had a lot of monster corpses. Mr. Hu immediately flew over to Chow and began to threaten him, saying that he did not understand what he was getting into. Chow realized that no matter how brave he was, he would not dare to do anything to him in public. Mr. Hu himself was a little confused because Chow did not show any emotion. He could not understand what his nerves were made of. Suddenly, a voice came from the distance, and they began to come closer. Mr. Hu didn't know what was coming, but Mr. Gu saw a gray-haired demon among them, Master Ning. Mr. Hu, for some reason, did not know Master Ning, so he was still calm. But when they got closer, he could see that Shen Yupeng was with them, and he was the deputy captain of the Thunder Team. From a great and formidable warrior, Pan Hu turned into a frightened cat. He quickly ran to meet Shen Yupeng and began to ask him why he was here. At first, Yupeng didn't realize who it was leaning against him, but then he saw it and said it was old Hu. To this, Hu started to say that he was not old, but that he was Hu's child compared to him. He said that he remembered last year he was lucky enough to be on a team with the great Yupeng, and Wang saw his skill in the battle against the demon eagle. He asked what brought him here. He replied that Ninshi said he had a friend here and had come to see if there was a possibility of cooperation. Hu looked at Chow and Ning, and they were discussing something emotionally. Against this backdrop, he turned on his friends and told them that they were miserable nobodies. Chow suggests that his father go to a second, quieter place to talk to Grandpa Ning and Deputy Shen. But as they were leaving, he remembered something that he had wanted to do since he first came here. He went to the car and looked under it, and there was that first director shaking with fear. Chow told him not to be afraid because he was a well-mannered man. He just wanted to return his thing. His father gave him a card for 10,000 to get hired here, but now he doesn't work here anymore, so he wants the card back. Shen's manager was shocked to hear this because his brother-in-law had seen it all, and he realized that he was in very serious trouble. The grandmother's granddaughter also saw how scared he was, and the whole situation looked quite funny from the outside. Mr. Hu was starting to smoke with anger. He was having the worst day. Chow snatched the card from his shaking hands and added about the insurance money that the company had withheld from everyone. And tomorrow, his father and friends would come to resolve the issue, and he thought they would do the right thing. As a result, he thanked the director, Mr. Hu, for his understanding. Mr. Hu was ready to tear that manager to pieces, and they watched that happy company go elsewhere to discuss important issues. Mr. Hu called the manager up and told him that he didn't have any workers' compensation insurance, so what was that kid talking about? And he said he would explain everything. In the end, Mr. Hu hit him again himself. Grandpa said to Chow that the Thunder Group had recently opened a training school and they would be able to kill many monsters and would need several experienced reapers. And Chow began to ask his grandfather if he could help him sell the crystallized circular nerve because he had no such sales channels. The grandfather said that in 3 days there would be a rare materials fair, and there was a fairly high level of goods there. His thing could be sold for quite a lot. He also suggested that they could go there together. Chow said he would definitely come there, and cars had already arrived to pick them up. Several cars picked up my father and his friends and Chow and took them home. In the car, Chow wondered why when he taught Fei Xiong a 10% technique and was given 10 points, but when he taught his grandfather, an elite citizen with a much stronger technique, he was given only 70 points. But he realized that this was probably because Fei Xiong had more prospects, so he needed to find a group of young people who still had a lot to learn and set them on the right path. While they were driving in the car, he remembered something. That in the last life, in the last stages, brainworms were very developed. They killed key figures of people. They got into the human brain and affected the nervous system. There are also many monsters that can control the human mind. If those monsters find out about him, they will immediately want to catch him and read his memories. If his secrets are revealed, not only he, but his family will be in danger. Until he finds a way to defeat the other world, he can't tell anyone. He realizes that he needs to become an authority, that in the future he needs to explain everything to everyone and make them believe him. Chow told his father not to worry too much about today. He had met a master on the darknet, and he had taught him a lot, so he would definitely go to university. My father did not understand what he could be doing on these perverted websites. Chow explained that everything there is within the bounds of reason, that he communicates on the forum. My father was worried about Mr. Chin Hu and whether he would take revenge on him, but today, Chow was great. Chow told him not to worry, because when he becomes a bachelor and the whole university is behind him, what if Chin Hu dares to do something against him then? His father told him that he was doing well, but he needed to sleep because he had to go to school tomorrow. A message from Spark that he had received a reward for reducing the chance of his sister becoming a witch to 2%. Chow is furious. He has already changed the story so that his mother and father are alive, and there is still a chance that his sister could go to the dark side. He does not understand where that darkness is hidden. The next day, Chow came to school. His classmates told him that when he left, Jun showed them some techniques and they felt super strong, like real bulls. They all managed to improve their strength by 2 times. During one of the breaks, while Chow was sleeping, a student suddenly runs into the classroom and says that the class teacher has learned about their secret group. And now the class teacher Wang is talking to Shun and wants to disband their group. Chow immediately guessed who the person was who had told him all about them. He promised himself that he would teach him a lesson today. Chow suddenly jumped out of his seat and with very strong emotions asked out loud, "Who was that asshole?" Almost everyone from their class joined this group, so they definitely would not have told. Chow began to think that the fake Xiong was so kind and honest that who could have a conflict with him? Chow put everything in such a way that his classmates guessed that it was the headman, and they told him that he shouldn't be ashamed. At first he was silent, but then he turned around and started talking to Chow, telling him not to blame him. Chow said that he hadn't mentioned the name, but he had given himself away. He began to justify himself, saying that he hadn't done it, but had actually told his uncle, the manager, and he added that he considered that method of force as a workaround. My classmates didn't understand what it had to do with what he said. The older one added that the exam was getting harder and harder, and if someone realized that one of them was using some obscure techniques, they could disqualify them altogether. The second one objected to him, saying that why did he think that the Fixun technique was a workaround? He said that he had investigated and found out that the technique originated in the darknet. He added that Chow knows better than anyone that the techniques from those sites are very dangerous. Meanwhile, Chow received a notification that the teacher had already partially mastered the technique and would be teaching everyone how to master it in the future. Chow received 50 points for this passive contribution. At first, Chow was surprised that his teacher had started teaching this technique, but only he and his friend knew about it. And he decided to act out another scene. He started saying that it was all his fault, because if Fei Xiong got angry, he wouldn't want to teach classes. His classmates asked him if he had decided to give up. Suddenly, an embarrassed Fexian runs into the clave and looks for Chow first. He told him that Teacher Wang was very interested in the super bull power technique and wanted the whole class to learn it, but Fei Xiong hadn't told him anything yet because it was a Chow technique. He wanted to ask him first. Chow continued to play his game and suddenly jumped up and began to say that Fei Xiong had told him that the teacher had forbidden their group to study. At this time, the older, unsuspecting one told them to stop thinking about all sorts of nonsense and join him in conscientious work on themselves. But just at that moment, Chow shouted out that Teacher Yang had indeed banned the secret group, but he said that the whole class should be trained in the Super Bull Power technique. At that moment, the teacher came in, and the older one was in a stupor, wondering if the teacher had noticed him or if he was okay. Chow then raised his hand and began to tell the teacher that he had made a mistake. The elder was afraid of what Chow had come up with this time, and the teacher was also wary. Chow began to tell him that Fei Xiong told him that he hadn't fully mastered the technique and doubted whether he could teach his friends, so he asked Chow to find a way to dissuade everyone from learning. The senior and the teacher were intrigued. Chow went on to say that he agreed with him and came up with the stupid idea that he had gotten the equipment from the darknet. And Fei Xiong was so honest and righteous that he believed it all and even told some of his classmates, and he didn't know how to tell them about it now. Chow again twisted the situation in his favor. He told it very energetically and with emotion on purpose to make it look believable, and the older man was broken. The teacher told him to keep his temper in check. Chow apologized and said that his conscience was just tormenting him, and as everyone knows, he is always well-mannered and calm. The teacher partially agreed with him and continued to say something. The teacher said that he had looked at the technique and that it met all the standards, so as long as all the students were under the teacher's supervision, they would be able to practice the technique freely. Suddenly, Chow wanted to ask something. He said that the school allocates bonuses for the senior because he wastes energy for the whole class, and now Fei Xiong will also waste energy, then maybe the senior will share the bonuses with him. To be more convinced, Chow asked his classmates for their opinions. The girl said that she thought the starosta would not complain. For a few seconds, everyone was waiting for the elder's reaction. He had no choice but to start playing along in the game Chow was starting, and he abruptly said that if it would be good for the whole class, he had no objection. Fei Xiong was very surprised at Chow's ability to twist everything. Did Chow ask him if everything suited him now? The elder said, Fei Xun, that he deserved it. And he himself thought that Chow had taken half the bonuses from him so easily, and his uncle had to work very hard to get those bonuses assigned to him. The teacher went on to say that those who wanted to go to university should listen carefully. The first stage, which will take place at this school, will be the standards for punching power, shooting skills, and 100-meter run. This year, 150 pupils will be able to pass their school. The second stage will take place in the city education department, where a virtual system will be used to identify intellectual capabilities. The third stage, a test by a real bay, they will have to go to the outskirts of the city where there is fog and monsters. The road of ascension is a road of life and death. It will bring great glory, but also great pain if you do not have special talents. One guy objected. He said it wasn't fair because if he did poorly in the 100-meter race, it didn't mean he was weak in combat. The teacher was outraged by this phrase, and he sharply replied that there was no justice in this world from the very beginning. When Lanchin got to the other world, they were defenseless, monsters attacked all the time, and they didn't say it was unfair, and at a critical moment, the ascendants were born, and now they are birds of high flight with various privileges. But these privileges did not fall on them from the sky. They had to fight for them, as if they were their lives. Chow listened to all this in silence, and it was harder for him at that moment. The teacher said that this year, the percentage of disabled and severely injured people at the exam has doubled, and deaths have also become more frequent, and those who became disabled will not be able to receive social assistance from officials. Chow realized that the rulers were on to something and wanted to prepare as many subalterns as possible for the upcoming struggle as soon as possible. The teacher sincerely recommended that those students who were weak in combat should not go to the exam because it would be a real battle, and if something happened, they could lose their lives. The teacher invited everyone to the training room, and if they are not super athletes, they will not pass the first stage, and then they should not be disappointed. All the students, without exception, were very morally depressed. But the teacher, in order to encourage the students a little bit, said that those who pass the first exam will receive twice as many resources from the school as last year. They had their own slogan. Starting today, they will give up their swords and fists to expand the residential area of Longcheng and glorify it. The teacher said they would start in a few minutes. The students began to say that one of them hadn't slept well and wouldn't do well. Another started to say that he had pulled his leg and it was hurting and he would definitely run 100 meters in more than 10 seconds. But when it came time to show his skills, the one who hadn't slept well struck a blow that was in the top 5 in the class. And the one with a sore leg ran a record-breaking race. The girls were also on top of their game and showed great results. Chow was delighted with everyone. For him, this was the power of youth. And Fei Xun was again surprised by the record of the whole class. After a while, the teacher began to notice a certain pattern that all the students who participated in that group improved their results significantly. For him, the technique became very interesting. Everyone involved in the group was in a very good mood because they had learned to control a certain force. Chow was pleased with everyone's performance, but suddenly he heard himself being told that he sucked. The older man came closer and started saying that if Fection exceeded all the records and got into the university, Chow would still suck. Chow realized that a passive-aggressive verbal attack from the older man had begun. He remembers that he challenged him to a fight because he could not stand his insulting words, but at that moment, his body had not yet healed. As a result, he secretly wounded him with a technique that damaged his internal organs, and as a result, he had a seizure during the exam and failed it. Meanwhile, the training was in full swing. The older man added that Chow would definitely not go to university, only in his next life. Fei Xiong joyfully shouted to Chow that he had set a new record. And after that, the older man began to say that it was Chow's turn to show his skills. Chow concentrated and started warming up before the start. The older one told everyone that Chow was going to run the race and that everyone looked at him and supported him. Everyone supported him, saying that he would definitely be able to go to university. He was a little upset that the older man would not leave him alone. He fought monsters in his neighborhood in the evening and feels weak, so he can only use 50% of his strength. One of the students said that he would do his best now, and after school he would teach him the bull method. The older one started to say that they all knew about his condition. He said that the main thing is to show yourself that you can do it. While Chow was getting into position, he realized that his body was very weak and he would not be able to use even the primitive strength of the bull. But this year he used the power of pulsation and we decided to try to use it. Meng Chow was ready to start, and blue energy began to gather around him. The older one was very surprised when he saw it. He had guessed what Chow wanted to use. Chow was ready to start and told the older man to move over. He was speeding at the start, the older one, and he bounced back from the airflow because he was standing right behind him. Chow started, and that blue energy filled the whole room. His start was very fast. He reached a speed of 90 and ran in 8 seconds and 57 milliseconds, which was very fast, one of the fastest results from the whole school. But Chow realized that he could not show his strength too much. Therefore, he showed that he was disappointed with his result, that he did not even make it to the top 3 in this school. The elder, along with other students, stood there in shock at what they saw. Fei Xiong approached Chow to ask him about his speed. But Chow had to say that he knew it was very slow, when in fact it was very fast. And Fei Xiong saw that she was trying to brag in this way, and he was annoyed. After reviewing the results, the teacher asked Chow if his injury had healed. He said he hadn't fully recovered yet, but he had been training for a year in pulsation mode and had found a new method of training. If one of his classmates needs it, he can share. He said that they can pay with drugs or money. He doesn't care. One student thought that if there were already two new techniques in their class, then their class would overtake everyone else. Fei Xiong asked Chow about his punching power, that it had probably grown as well, but Chow told him that he thought he was some kind of monster or something. He once again emphasized that yesterday he was helping his father, and now he can't even lift his arms up quickly, so in this test, he will only try to show something. The students began to discuss his chances, given his super speed. Some said that maybe his technique would help him gain about 180 kilograms and then he would pass. Others said that the pulsation skill wouldn't help in that case. Chow prepared himself and struck the target. As a result, the target bounced a little bit and he gained 218 kilograms of force. His classmates could not understand how he managed to do it. They did not understand how he was cured. Some even began to fear him. Here, Chow was disappointed himself because he had put all the effort he had. He wanted to see a better result. Fei Xiong looked at him and did not understand what was going on, and Chow explained to him that he was not deceiving him, that he was not good at bull power, and that he had used the pulsation technique. Fei Xiong thought that Chow was bragging too much and asked the teacher to come out and he would beat him, and other students wanted to join in because they did not like braggarts. Chow got scared and offered to buy them all a drink at his expense. It actually worked, and those angry students stopped. The teacher told them all to calm down and not to bother Meng Chow because they all know what the situation is at home. Chow told the teacher that he had earned some money last night and would treat his classmates himself. But there is a very sensitive topic that needs to be discussed. He turned to the older man and said that he had humiliated him repeatedly and he wanted to end it today. Chow turned to his teacher Wang to help him establish justice. The situation was tense and the students were surprised by this turn of events. The teacher was in an awkward position. He felt like he was in a kindergarten and asked Chow what could be the misunderstanding. The starosta said that he was just encouraging him to develop. Maybe he was a little bit urgent, but it was for his own good. But Chow took out a pen-like device and raised it up. When he pressed the button, a voice appeared and said that you will still be garbage, and if you want to go to university, it will be in your next life. The teacher and the students were shocked to hear such words, and he sounded like an elder. The girls who respected and praised him were very disappointed in him. The teacher was also shocked that Chow had a pen recorder. The older man began to emotionally justify himself, saying that he had set him up and that anyone who carries a recorder and a pen with him is prepared to set someone up. Chow said it happened more than 10 times, so he took a tape recorder to record it. It started after he beat him in the 10th grade. In addition, he said much worse than he recorded today. The older one thought it was only a few times, not 10, as he said, but he made excuses and said it was a lie. Chow began to tell me that he had found a secret pulsation technique and began to study it because he was strong and now stood proudly in front of his elders. He was afraid to tell his teacher and classmates about the technique because he was afraid that if he failed, he would fall into an even bigger hole from which he would never get out. Because he was most afraid that the older man would say again that he would always be a waste. This story shocked everyone. None of them could have imagined that they had such problems. Chow crushed that pen recorder and said that he knew that he did not name his name in the recording and that his uncle was a teacher, so he would not be able to get justice. Besides, this was not his way of getting justice. Fei Xiong was naturally surprised by Chow's action because it was evidence after all. And he threw the debris at the elder and asked him if he dared to accept his challenge. The elder was at first confused, not expecting such large-scale actions from Chow. And when he realized, he angrily asked Chow why he wanted to become the headman. He said that he didn't care if he became a starosta, but that the most important thing was that he didn't. Chow reassured the teacher that the first stage was not until next week. Chow suggested that he and his senior would compete in the same categories as the exam since it was not against the rules. The older man agreed and accepted Chow's challenge. Teacher Wang told everyone to continue studying and called the eldest with him. When the older man passed by Chow, he told him that he would give him 1 week to prepare for the shooting. When they left, the students told Chow that they had no idea that the elder was so cruel. Others said that he was in a hurry because he was a member of the falconry club and they go to falconry training every week. Chow told them with a smile that they should not worry because he also has a very good level of shooting. His level at that time was perfect. Chow then reached out to one girl, but she asked him not to move her. He just wanted to help her tune her muscles. Fei-seong saw this and teased Chow, telling him to tune his muscles. When he was packing his briefcase, he thought about how he could teach them the pulsation technique, because they might think something wrong about him. He realizes that he needs to hurry up to earn more contribution points to have enough to treat his injuries. Chow found Fei-seong and asked him to come with him because he had something to say. Chow said that he should later approach the demon Yang and ask him for advice on the strength of the bull. They went to a big stadium to talk. Fei-seong began to ask Chow what that teacher was teaching, not only their class, and then he will tell the whole school and everyone will know their secret power. Chow noticed a few important points because the demon Yang is from the army, and if Fexin tells him about the technique, he will look at him in a completely different way, and this will help him achieve his dream. The second point is that Chow wants to overthrow the elder, so they need to enlist the support of the demon Yang, since the old man has a mentor. When Fei-seong heard his plan, he could not contain himself and just started screaming. Chow begged him with all his might not to shout, but to listen to him. Chow said that they would not be able to hide the things that were happening in their classroom, so they themselves needed to be more open to everyone, and if they managed to win the support of the demon Yang and the school principal, they will be very happy. Fei-seong suggested that they go to the demon Yang together so that when the time comes, they can enter military school together. Chow said that this was not for him. He had more to do with finding a master in the field of ripple power. And the demon Yang knows exactly what strength and courage are, and he would be able to teach Fei-seong the perfect bull power. Fei-seong said that Chow wants to find a princess who is perfect at learning the ripple skill. Chow mentioned that she is actually a very good teacher, but she is still quite young now. It is in the future that she will reveal her strength. Fei-seong asked Chow with a stern face why he was smiling so strangely. Chow suddenly became serious and asked him how he knew about that princess. He said that technology was for girls. That princess, who had a vision of live broadcasts on a social network. She would gather a few people and give them buckets of water. And when she spoke, they simultaneously poured water on her. And only then did its true essence become apparent. With water, you could see the ripple effect very clearly. She made all the water fly away from her in an instant by receiving pulsations. And then she wanted to repeat that technique, but improve it. Chow watched her broadcasts and saw that she was still very weak. Then he thought that the image on the phone was very small and the slight ripples were very difficult to see. And then he remembered that he could display the image on a TV. She told him to pay attention to the vibrations in his abdomen. Chow thought it was a good thing the TV was of high quality because he would not have seen anything. While he was watching, he noticed a lot of mistakes in her performance. And suddenly the front door opened, and there stood my mother and sister, surprised by what they saw. Chow did not understand why they closed the door, and his sister told his mother to come back later. Chow opened the door himself and asked why they hadn't come in, and his sister asked him with surprise if he could come in now, and he couldn't understand what she meant by the tent. They came in, and Chow took the phone and went to his room, but he thought his sister was somehow suspicious. She turned on the TV and saw what Chow was watching on his phone. My sister was shocked that she could watch that broadcast and not pay for it. Chow wrote her a comment saying that she still needed to work on some things, but she only partially read his comment. He realized that it would probably be better to write to her in private messages, but he understands that there are a lot of messages there, and she is unlikely to see his message. Then he came up with an idea that would definitely work. Suddenly, she received a message that a user under the pseudonym Old Firekeeper had sent her 1,000,000 flying boats. She had never received such a large amount of shit before. She was sincerely surprised that she had such an audience that was willing to give her such gifts. She would thank him for his support. She said she understood that her skills were not perfect yet, but she would try not to let her viewers down. Fei-seong also watched that broadcast, and after that gift ended, he was disappointed that in that world, money rules everything. Meanwhile, her sister was also watching it on TV and was shocked that her brother had given her 10,000 yuan. She thought something might be wrong. She went and stood at the door to her brother's room to find out what was wrong with her brother, because that money would have been enough for their family to live on for 3 months. Through a gap in the passage, she saw Chow holding a piece of meat in his hands, which scared her. After what she saw, she was definitely convinced that her brother had gone crazy and she had to tell her parents so they could talk to him. She was still standing at the door and heard him say that he would make a tutorial video showing how he would use the pulsation skill to turn the piece into minced meat, and that was how he planned to get the princess's contribution points. The princess's assistants told her that her broadcasts were very popular. They also said that her broadcasts were even better than Professor Wang's lessons. She said that they cannot be compared because his method is combative and not suitable for all people, which is why fewer people watch it. They told her that today they were meeting with the president of the Martial Arts Invention Association, so she should come, and that high society would be there. She told them to go and she would come back later when she had cleaned up. While she was walking, she saw a message from someone who had given her 10,000 yen, and she didn't open any other messages because she was annoyed by the advice from different people, but she opened that message only because of the money. At first, she didn't see anything unusual in that message. But after reading a little more of the text, her interest increased dramatically. When she finished reading it, she was very interested in what was written there. For her, there was some very important information there that would have changed her life. She immediately called her brother and told him that she would not be able to come to the meeting, and then asked him to come to her because he had to see for himself. He came to her as quickly as possible. He asked her what could have happened that she was in such a hurry. She showed him the message and told him to look at it carefully. My brother was interested because there was a clear formula and a clear idea, and he could not think that there could be any workarounds in that style, and the anonymous person pointed them out. Her brother asked her who could have sent this. She said she didn't know who it was yet, but there was a video. The video showed Chow holding meat in one hand and tofu in the other. My brother said that the strength of that master was amazing. He turned that piece into minced meat in half a minute. But in his other hand, the tofu didn't even move, and he practiced it all at home. And for her, the most frightening thing was that his technique combined 7 or 8 variants of the pulsation technique, which she knew nothing about. My brother could not understand why this stranger showed her all this. What was his motive? She said that he told her to start telling everyone about these techniques and that when she promoted this new technique of pulsation power, she would contribute to the development of Longchen. Her brother told her that it was very serious and she needed to tell her teacher soon. And the princess, in her mind, could not understand who the strange fire-bearer was. My father and Chow stood on the balcony and looked out at the nighttime Longcheng. His father said that Chow had grown so much that he could even become the backbone of their family. Chow's mother told her husband what her sister had seen and said that only he could talk to Chow. My father didn't know how to start that conversation, but he said he would keep it short and ask Chow to just listen. It was a difficult topic for him, and he was silent for a while, creating discomfort for himself and for Chow. To make this difficult task easier, my father smoked. He said that, first of all, he had exams coming up and he had to put all his energy into training. And when the exams are over, and if he is interested in a girl, he can bring her home and he will support him as a father. And secondly, the situation in luncheon is relatively bad and that he should not forget about contraception. When my father finally spoke, he wanted to disappear into the smoke. And Chow could not understand in his mind what his demon sister had told his mother. Then he received a message from the spark that the elite citizen Yan Feizhu and that the princess had received enlightenment about the true power of the ripple, and Chow was given 99 contribution points for this. And she started to gradually promote that information, and Chow received constant messages about the rewards. He had finally found the right way to use the spark. He could not tell anyone what he knew, and there was much he did not know, and he needed to create a secret and unpredictable teacher. Then he could rely on him to tell him various secrets. Now he has to create a good reputation for this secret teacher on the darknet so that when he refers to him, he won't be considered a fool. As a result, he went to his room, and his parents wondered what would happen next, although his father said that this was the time of youth. Chow sat down on a chair and thought about how to create an image of the old fire-bearer. And then he came up with the idea that he would be a wild but very strong teacher of improvement. Chow was sitting in the darknet, and he was acting on behalf of that imaginary teacher. He was answering different questions from people and giving advice. He also told stories on forums that would really help people to make him a very good reputation. Now, any uncomfortable questions to him will have one answer. It's all an old teacher from the darknet. As for the emotional discussions on the forums, he liked to tease people and then withdraw from the dialogue. The spark worked to the fullest, and he was constantly receiving messages about his contribution to the development of luncheon and various awards. He looked at it and realized that at this rate, he would get 3,000 points in one night. The next morning in one of the elite houses in luncheon, that girl, a princess, asked her father if the truth was strong enough to repel. He said that she was really strong because that was the only way they could deceive the Ripple Princess. She did not understand and thought that she was deceived because the equipment was fake. But my father said that it was not fake, but very dangerous, extreme, and very wild. He said that there is a saying that those who are half a step ahead of the era are talented, and those who are 3 steps ahead are crazy, and this technique of repulsion is at least 3 steps ahead of the era. She asked her father if the technique was much stronger than what they knew now. He said that the price of that equipment was a 20% increase in oxygen absorption. He urged her to start thinking with her head because a 20% increase in oxygen uptake is not just a couple more breaths. He couldn't understand why they would turn a good and working machine into something very complicated and dangerous, exceeding all levels of skill. My daughter was very interested and disturbed by what she heard. The longer he trained his magical power of repulsion, the scarier he became, and the one who created this technique is either a genius or a madman and most likely very dangerous. That technology was created for times that will be 100 times more brutal than now. It's for warriors who will be 10 times stronger than they are to fight monsters, who will be 10 times stronger than they are now. He saw this as an opportunity. If the equipment was released on behalf of their family, then the government of the military ministers would listen to them more, and everyone else who is interested in such methods will benefit. But his daughter interrupted his momentary triumph and said that the information had already spread through the forums. Her father told her to make a publication saying that their Yan clan had nothing to do with that wild pulsation technique, and he would involve people to monitor the situation. She asked her father about her grandfather and if they would tell him. He said he was still in a state of loneliness and their entire team was working with him on version 2.0 without stopping. Now, with all the information her father had told her, she was even more eager to find out who the old fire bearer was. The next morning, Chow woke up at 6 in the morning. He had expected a better result, as he had only accumulated 1,443 deposit points overnight. When they were having breakfast as a family, my sister pointed out to Chow that he was playing on his phone at the table, and my mother supported her because they only eat at the table. As it is, they have always teased each other. As Chow was leaving, he reminded his parents to make sure that his sister didn't forget to practice her stances, because they are very important to perfect. And his sister told him that he was a stupid brother, but in her mind, she wished him a good day. When Chow was on his way to school, he saw the new broadcast and started watching it. She said that a new crazy and dangerous pulsation technique had appeared in the city and that no one knew the consequences of its improvement. Chow hoped she wasn't talking about his latest pulsation technique. She said that the founder had used their clan to deceive them, and they would reserve the right to legal intervention. And they hope that the creator of that technology will come to his senses and put it to rest. The commentators in that broadcast supported her. They said it was very dangerous. Chow was very surprised because in the future, it was she, Princess Yang Fei Zheng, who introduced and perfected that new pulsation technique. Chow began to fantasize about him telling her about his knowledge and the latest secret techniques. Then he would tell her to delete the video because she now perceives the old man's teachings as rubbish. But then he would have to get down on his knees and hug his feet. He imagined her on her knees, begging him for forgiveness. He was really interested in the form of her apology. First, he was going to the valuable resource fair, but before that, he needed to improve his skill in the initial art of reaping. He was on his way to the bathroom. He needed to awaken as many memories as possible to find a way to heal. He was a little disappointed because he expected more, as he got 1,758 contribution points for the whole day. He will hope that he will be able to find the memories that Grandpa Nin needs. He sat down on the toilet and started to increase his level, gradually reaching 432 points, which he spent. And suddenly, memories of different plants appeared in his head, and he realized that this was what he needed. It was the root juice of a century-old red heartgrass and the wing of a red queen bee. With these specific clues, Ning's grandfather would be able to find the right treatment for him. He still has 1,200 deposit points left, which is just enough for basic treatment. He spent 1150 points and his recovery process was at 71%. This procedure was very pleasant for him. When he completed the procedure, he boarded another bus that would take him to the fair. While they were driving, he saw through the window the tall building where the fair would be held. When he arrived and walked up to it, he was amazed at what he saw. Elite cars were parked there, people were flying in jetpacks, and all the guests were dressed like they were going to a ball. He was in a very uncomfortable position. He immediately lost the desire to go in. In his imagination, that fair should be held in a completely different way, with a lot of people, all shouting for the best price. But he could not retreat, and there was no time to change, so there was no other choice. He took courage and went into that big building because the fair was on one of its floors. He expected to sell this resource at a very high price. When the elevator doors opened, both Chow and the guards were surprised. They immediately told him that he was a schoolboy and that the fair was for high-quality materials and that he could only enter with passes. Chow was a little confused and said he was invited by Ning's grandfather. But the guards didn't care about anything but the pass, and if they didn't have it, they wouldn't let you in. Chow, a little disappointed, went out into the corridor and retrieved his phone. The guards were discussing that some schoolboy wanted to trick them. Chow called Ning's grandfather and asked him to come out and meet him because the guards would not let him in. Ning said he wasn't there yet and would be there in 10 minutes and told him to give the guard the phone. Chow went over and told the guards that they wanted to talk to them, but he thought that they were not the organizers of the banquet and would not decide whether it would be held. The grandfather said he was Mr. Ning Shi and gave his invitation number. Then he told them to make sure they let the young man through at the fair. The guards started apologizing and said they would do everything. The security guard respectfully said that Mr. Ning had not yet hung up the phone and apologized to Chow, began to open the door and invite him inside. Grandpa also started to apologize because he thought he was the one who had offended him, but he was not. Chow told him that it was his fault for coming too early and added that he would take his time and he would wait for him. Chow walked into a room full of people, all of whom were dressed very expensively, and he kept hearing people talking about very large sums of money. For some, 100 million was expensive, while for others it was nothing. He was a little uncomfortable being alone, among people who only talk about money. In different corners of that hall, different people were boasting about their achievements to make themselves seem more wealthy than others. Chow felt a little hard because he was the only one who saw those cool hotels in ruins and all the beautiful girls in expensive dresses turned into naked skeletons. He knows better than anyone that today they are important people with influential connections, and tomorrow they will turn into ants burning in their death throes. It doesn't matter how rich someone is or what class they belong to, because it's just an illusion. But in this life, he feels completely different, as if he clearly knows that this is a game and he knows its rules. He wonders if there are any other places in luncheon where he can't go. Of course, only food is real in this world because it gives you a real sense of strength that you need to work against monsters. While Chow was eating, he heard that those people started discussing him, that he was a strange, hungry schoolboy. They considered someone like Chow to be some kind of second-class citizen, not very different from monsters. They discussed that when they destroyed all the monsters, they would probably start destroying people like Chow, but others said that it was not interesting to deal with such people. He listened to all this and ate at the same time. For him, what he heard was very crazy. He would never have thought that those higher circles of society had such an opinion of ordinary people, but the information he had and what he heard just made him laugh. Those people heard someone laughing, but they didn't realize who it was. Then Chow saw Mr. Ning and began to call him over. Mr. Ning was dressed in a restrained but sophisticated style, as befitted an older man. And his granddaughter was just beautiful in a very beautiful red dress. When they approached Chow, Ning immediately asked him if he wanted to brag to everyone. At first, Chow did not understand what he meant by that. His granddaughter explained to him that he had dressed on purpose so that everyone would pay attention to him and tease him. She asked him if this was his way of becoming famous among the Reapers. Chow was a little confused that his friends had noticed him, but they didn't know he had a mishap. He said that he did not want to draw attention, it was a coincidence, and said that Mr. Ning could pretend not to know him. That's not really what Ning meant, but rather that he thought his mentor had told him everything about how such events work. And then Chow decided to tell them that he didn't actually have a mentor. He just met an old man on the internet called the Old Fire Bear, and he often gives him different advice, but he doesn't know if he can call him a mentor. His friends were very surprised because they thought that his mentor was a mutual acquaintance, but the one he called Chow was someone they had never heard of. That old man, very strong and wise at the same time, gave up earthly goods and directed all his strength to improving people's lives. The friends listened attentively as Chow told them about the strengths of the old man, but their expressions were full of disbelief. Chow told them that they should be more confident in their conclusions about that old man and could not doubt. Suddenly, Mr. Gu began to complain to young Mr. Zun that someone had beaten him up. Very emotionally, he said that the person who did this did not recognize his teacher. Mr. Zun pointed to the audience and said that maybe he meant him. He pointed to Meng Chao, who was talking to Ning's grandfather and his granddaughter at the time. Chao told his grandfather that he had asked his friend about his illness, and he had told him two things at once. The first was the root juice of a 100-year-old heart-eating herb and the wing of a worm's queen bee, and he hoped that Ning understood what the old man meant. Ning listened to what Chao was saying and immediately saw the logic in those components, the principle of driving a wedge through a wedge. By its nature, the red bee is the sworn enemy of the purple viper, and its venom can be decomposed very quickly. It also produces another venom that can stop the heart of the purple viper. And the 1,000-year-old herb is so toxic that it causes very active stimulation of all muscles. And if all these components are combined in the right proportions, it will be possible to neutralize the viper's venom. Ning was thinking about it all so much that he stopped moving, and his granddaughter was worried about him. Everything was fine. It was very important for him. Now he has a way to get rid of the disease he has been suffering from for many years, and it took the old fire bearer a few seconds to solve his problem. Chow was given the opportunity to be an elite citizen, to improve his knowledge, and he was rewarded. He got more points for people like Ning, and in his eyes, they looked like sheep he was shearing. Chow presented this information as if he did not understand the essence of the method, and the fire bearer did not say anything else. Ning himself had to understand the essence of that method, and that's how it worked out. Ning said that he and his scientists would work out the right formula and do everything. Ning asked Chow how he could repay this fire bearer, whose martial method was his salvation. Chow said that he did not need anything. He did not care about fame or fortune. According to Chow, the fire bearer despises money in general. Then Chow offered to show Nina a few more techniques from the 7 Guan solutions technique that the old man had shown him. In this way, Chow was showing what a good sage the old man was. While Chow was demonstrating techniques and getting points on the test, Mr. Gu asked his friend what the student was doing there. Meanwhile, an influential man wanted to challenge Nin, but he found out that he was sick and realized that everyone would think he was taking advantage of the situation. It so happened that the gentleman heard all this and realized some things for himself. Mr. Zun began to think that Mr. Gu was starting to cause him trouble, but he will help him because they have common interests. They discussed that Ning Shi was sick and had lost 90% of his success, and that the student was his successor. Mr. Gu regretted that Chow was let go with Mr. Hu that day. They decided to talk to Chow that day and try to frame him. Meanwhile, Chow and Ning were sitting at the table, and Chow continued to show him secret techniques for harvesting. He did this as if he did not understand it very well, but Ning, through his experience, had to understand what he meant. Ning was shocked to see how high-level those techniques were, and that the old man was passing them on to him for nothing. Suishi, again, was worried about her grandfather, but he was fine. He said she just didn't understand the power of those techniques. Ning decided to ask Chow again if the old man had really allowed him to tell him about the improved techniques. And then what did he want in return? Chow shook his head and said he didn't need anything. The old man said that all the arts, harvesting techniques and powers are the quintessence of the wisdom and work of the people of Longchen. They were received from the people and will be returned to the people. Chow said that the sage really hopes that Mr. Ning will recover and be able to learn advanced techniques. Ning began to think of himself as a student of that old man, and he would try to make Longcheng better. The granddaughter also praised the old man because she realized that he had raised a boy like Chow. Ning, impressed by Chow, once again told his granddaughter that she should establish a relationship with him because he was 100 times more reliable than that Mr. Lao Feijiang. Then he told her that he was going to visit his guests and that she should look after Chow. It was hard for her granddaughter to accept this idea because Chow was still a student and 3 years younger than her. Ning was very surprised by what he saw. His granddaughter didn't understand why he did it either. And all because Chow was standing between them, holding plates full of food with both hands. Chow and the granddaughter were sitting together and discussing something, but the granddaughter was thinking about what she should do. Young Pan slowly approached them from behind. He was angry with Chow because he had first made fun of him and his friends, and now he was hitting on his girlfriend. Chow's actions made him very angry, and his relationship with him was over before it had even begun. He came over and asked Suishi what she was doing here. Then he asked, who was that weirdo sitting with her? And then Mr. Gu said that he knew that student. He said that he was a poor man from a poor neighborhood, and I can't even understand how he got to that event. And the other one said that he was laughing because he was talking to a sushi, and they had nothing in common. Chow and Soyushi have not yet responded to those people's comments. Then he asked me if Chow was probably the successor to Grandpa Ning. Suddenly, Soyushi poured what was in her grocery into his face. She was not ashamed at all and sharply told him to leave them alone. That young gentleman was shocked that she did that and reached out to her, but Mr. Gu reminded him that there were a lot of people around and that this was not the place to be shaking hands. He abruptly turned around and walked away, thinking that Soyushi herself had given him a reason to act. He was curious about how events would turn out. Sushi asked if Chow was okay. She apologized to Chow for that gentleman and said he was crazy. Chow said that he was fine and that she had been very harsh. Sushi was very ashamed of the situation. She kept thinking about how she should get closer to Chow. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that the auction would start soon. The host wished everyone good luck. The first lot is a crystal, circular nerve, with a good appearance and a freshness of 70%. Ain't very useful, and its starting price is 900,000 won. In a matter of seconds, the price rose to 1,300,000 won. Chow was very impressed with the principle by which the auction works. After 2 hours of bidding, they moved on to another activity. They had to find out what the item was. A group of blood wolves had gotten some material, but no one had told them what it was. The captain of that group said that they had found the item 3 days ago in the distant fog, but they did not know what properties the material had or where it could be used. As soon as they find a buyer, they will pay for the expert's work. The two gentlemen began to talk about the rumors that the gray-haired demon Ning had taken on a disciple, and that Ning himself was a great master, but he was ill, so they suggested that his disciple should show his knowledge. Soyushi yelled at him to stop talking nonsense. Mr. Meng is a friend of her grandfather's, and this has nothing to do with their family's affairs. But he went on to say that Ning was injured by snake venom, and now he was losing levels and making friends with everyone. He needed to learn to exit the game on time. For a moment, Nin thought that the sucker had gone completely nuts, because if he hadn't wanted to lower his status, he wouldn't have been able to talk like that now. But Chow confidently said that he would be able to research this material. He was thinking about how he could become famous, and when he got this opportunity, he couldn't miss it. He had a plan to embarrass Chow in public, and when Ning intervened, they would both be humiliated, and his grandfather's dream of Ning being pushed off the top would be fulfilled. And Soyuzi will realize that she made a mistake. She looked at him at that moment and realized that he would do his best to humiliate Chow. When he got up on stage, the group commander congratulated him on being the first to look at the material. As soon as the commander removed the screen, a strong energy came from that object, which everyone could see. The audience began to discuss that the monster must have needed hundreds of years to grow such a powerful object. It took Chow a few seconds to identify the resource, and he noticed that the group was very lucky. It was the eye of a water dragon, but he hadn't said anything out loud yet. In a moment, something strange about that stone caught his attention. He took a special magnifying device to get a good look at those suspicious areas. He spent some time looking at that resource from all possible angles to be 100% sure. As a result, he said that he did not know what kind of resource it was, and the audience immediately began to say that Mr. Ning had made a mistake and why he was looking at it for so long, and he was told to leave the stage. Suddenly, he pushed Chow and said that he didn't expect such a failure from Mr. Ning's friend, but he knew what it was about and he was going to tell everyone. The host asked Mr. Zun to tell everyone about this resource. In the depths of the fog, far beyond luncheon, a lone grass grows that bears fruit every 3 years. and there is a very small chance that she bore the mutated fruit of the phantom eye. And after the fruit was eaten by a wild boar, it turned into a small bone. And the super monster of the third level, the red-tailed golden boa, loves to eat those boars. Under the influence of the digestive juice, the fruit will gradually become a crystal, which is the eye of the water dragon. To summarize, this resource is the eye of the water dragon. The captain confirmed his words that they were indeed looking for that monster, and there were remnants of wild boar hair in it, and nearby was forest grass. People in the audience praised Mr. Zun and at the same time harassed Chow and Ning, saying that the old man no longer understood anything if he took such a person as a student. Ning was very surprised by what he heard in his address. He accused his granddaughter of acting impulsively with Mr. Jun and dragging Chow into the situation. But someone was smart enough to say that he was only a schoolboy, and that being friends with Nin could not mean that he knew everything about that resource. Then the host asked what the cost of that material was. That was what everyone was worried about. Almost immediately, he replied that the cost was 5,250,000 yuan. The host was surprised that he answered so quickly and gave such an exact amount. He wondered what the reasons were. He thinks that the harvest was quite rough and he was damaged, so it is suspected that he lost a third of his power. Otherwise, a water dragon's eye in perfect condition is worth at least 10 million. He said to the captain that their group had grown very quickly and it would be good for them to work with good professionals. The captain told him that he would tell their director about his offer. He immediately offered a man to buy the material for 5,500,000. He said with a smile that he had called him young and offered the group of wolves 6 million. The captain of the group of course agreed and thanked the buyer and Mr. Zun for their help. Zun advised Chow that the entrance to this profession is simple, but the peaks are very high. To become a great reaper, you need to inherit the great wisdom of the whole family. He noticed that people like him who live in rented housing will never be able to touch such a treasure as the eye of a water dragon. He also said that he didn't know what prompted Mr. Nin to choose him, but he should understand that his mistakes hurt not only him. Nin's friends started asking him how he got to such an event. Mr. Gu added that he also knew him because his father worked at the bottom of the workforce as a simple reaper, but he had the ability to steal and they kicked him out. Meanwhile, the captain suggested that the buyer and the expert discuss the details of their contract. Sushi was very angry with Lao Zun. She couldn't believe that he had allowed himself to be insulted by Meng Chao in such a way. Ning was also frustrated by this situation and really wanted to help Chao get his reputation back. Suddenly, Chao said that he really believed that it was the eye of a water dragon. Was shocked that Chao was still talking at all. And Chao was very angry because the braggart had slandered him, misidentified the material, and now he just wanted to leave. Zun said that Chao had already used his chance, and now he wants to come up with some kind of excuse to justify himself. He said that he didn't really know what kind of material it was, but he knew for sure that it wasn't a water dragon's eye. Ning thought that Chao had come up with something to save his reputation, but he advised him not to say anything and to get off the stage. He immediately saw that it was the eye of a water dragon, but when he looked again, he was sure that it was the eye of a demon dragon, so he looked at the object for so long. Zun said that in order not to be embarrassed, he made up a demon dragon's eye. Ning knew that Chao was not one to talk nonsense, but the eye of the demon dragon was strange even for him to hear such a thing. Chao repeated the information about the forest grass and that it bears fruit every 3 years. He said that every reaper who studied hard knows this information. But in fact, the fruit of the phantom eye can mutate twice, and then it will turn into the fruit of the demon eye. And if at first the golden boar ate the fruit of the demon's eye, then the frozen core of the crystal will become the eye of a demonic dragon. If they are going to use the eye of a demon dragon as the eye of a water dragon to increase strength, anyone who takes that device will instantly go crazy and die. Chao, once again, you cannot mistake one resource for another. The gentleman who almost bought that resource didn't know how to react, whether to be angry with him or to thank him. Zun continued to emphasize why Chao was saying anything else, because he had lost his chance and it looked like he wanted to regain his honor. There are 15 types of demon dragon eyes in the world, and he was just a schoolboy, so he couldn't tell which one it was, so he said he didn't know. But the Reaper must be honest. To say anything when you know only part of the information is a very frivolous decision because the consequences will be terrible. Zun was getting nervous. He accused Chow of just lying because it was obvious to everyone that it was a water dragon's eye. Chow said that any of the species of demon dragon eye has little toxicity. You can make a small hole in it and take the powder, then put it in a toxin tester and a reaction will occur. Ding said that he figured out Chow's plan because he knew right away that no one would do such a check, because the resource would become unusable after that, and therefore it would be impossible to verify his version. You don't have to check, but when young Mr. Guo starts bleeding from all possible places and becomes insane, that's when he'll admit his mistake. Jing asked Mr. Guo if he would really believe him or that schoolboy from the rental housing district. Mr. Guo smiled and thought he was just a drinking buddy. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a phrase that came from the audience, 8 million. Ning's grandfather offered 8 million for that resource and said that they would also check whether it was a water dragon's eye or a demon's. People were very surprised. They started discussing that maybe he was his extramarital son, and Mr. Guo said that if Mr. Ning was involved in this, then everyone would be very interested to see what would happen. Zone was very angry because a resource worth several million would be ruined because of the stupid thoughts of a simple boy. We brought a special set of instruments, so Mr. Ning himself will be in charge of the operation. He put on special equipment and started working while all the spectators watched with great interest. Later, multicolored rays began to appear emanating from that resource. The host noticed that there was a very strange odor. The captain said that this is the power of the resource flowing to the surface. Mr. Gu was thinking about how much trouble that boy had brought them. Sushi was also watching the process with great interest, and she was sure that Chow would be right. After they smelled that smell, people started thinking that there could actually be poison. Later, we managed to get some powder for the service. All that remains is to add a few drops of a special solution, and everything will be clear. And immediately after the reaction, the venom showed, everyone started saying that the schoolboy was right, and Ning said that he was not some schoolboy, but Mr. Meng. Ning was shocked himself because he had no such information as Chow had told him, and he just trusted him. And Soyusha laughed at this situation because now Zun was very much embarrassed in front of everyone. The gentleman who was supposed to buy the material was very angry with Zun. Zun was very embarrassed because he had disgraced himself in front of all his friends and influential people. And Chow began to receive rewards for making people aware of the new resource and increasing their knowledge. He managed to discover a new way to earn deposit points. Zun decided to just leave the room, but he heard someone telling him to wait. Chow decided to say a few words to him, hoping to get more points. He said that he and Ning were just friends, and since he had originally called him a mentor, he decided to tell him a couple of tricks of the trade of mowing. Did Zun think that schoolboy would be able to tell him? No matter how strong the Reaper is, he must have the courage to admit what he does not know, because in that case, Zun had only superficial knowledge and began to talk, which could have cost the gentleman his life. But I didn't take his words to heart yet because Chow hadn't received any contribution points yet. He told him to understand him correctly because he was advising him from the bottom of his heart and did not want to humiliate him. He also advised him to think about it because it could change his life, because if he doesn't change, he could end up in a bad place. Sun blew even more angry because he interpreted Chow's words as a threat. Chow said that it was not a threat at all, and if he did not understand it now, he should just remember the words that Uncle Meng had said to him. Suddenly, someone closed Chow's mouth so that he would not say anything else. It was Ning and Soyushi. Ning said that his friend had good intentions, he just couldn't express himself properly and advised everyone to ignore him. Zun began to accuse Ning of letting that stupid dog in here to bite people. Doesn't he respect his grandfather? Ning himself was starting to get angry at Zun for saying such things. Ning said his grandfather raised a very good grandson. Did Ning say that Zun wanted to make him angry so that he would provoke his grandfather and he would take advantage of him being sick and crush him? Chow and Soyushi were shocked to see Grandpa Ning in a rage. Yining said, let his wish be fulfilled. Would he dare to publicly clarify his relationship with him in a month? Zun said, laughing, that in a month they would find out whose jade method was true. When that day comes, he hopes that no one will say that his grandfather is hugging a disabled man whose hands are shaking. Ning said menacingly that even a disabled person could handle Lao San Tong. All the guests were surprised that the demonic hands Ning himself had challenged the poisonous hands to a fight. They couldn't understand who Meng Chao was, that Ning himself stood up for him. It was 3 hours after the fair ended. Ning said he would send the materials Chow needed through Suez. When they went outside, Pan was standing there, and he said that he had been waiting for Meng Chao for a long time. He handed him his business card and a card with $300,000 on it for his work, and told him to call if he had any questions or needed help. He handed him those cards and left, and Chao stood there thinking, what should he do with them? Sueshi told him to take her business card, but not to contact him unless he really needed to, because he was also a major and might not like her methods of help. Chao understood her and listened to her advice, and at that moment he received a message from the Spark. He saved the elite citizen Yan Zhenan and got 333 points. He couldn't understand how it happened because that man was the father of the Princess of the Ripple. How did he save him when he was participating in the exhibition? 10 minutes ago, in the distant fog, 3 exalted 5 stars heavily injured a super monster. Wearing blue armor was Pan Hu Hu, wearing purple Sao Yan and Yan Zhenian's princess boots. They have very little left to destroy it completely, and they have prepared a new attack to complete it. But suddenly something started to happen to that monster. Xiao Yan shouted that the monster had begun to mutate. His physical appearance began to change very rapidly. It was very scary, and the chances of his death immediately decreased significantly. In a matter of minutes, he completely mutated and became completely different from what he had been before, but the group had no choice but to continue the fight because he would not let them go. He gained very large and strong limbs, which he used to sharply throw one warrior away. He also grabbed another soldier by the leg, and he still had a chance to free himself. He did not attach much importance to the fact that he was caught, because he saw an easy opportunity to chop off that limb. But when he tried to do it, he was shocked because his huge weapon was destroyed when it touched that limb. Yan saw that his comrades were captured and began to think about his next steps in his head. But in a moment, one of the limbs was already flying towards him, and he had to get away from it somehow. He realized that even with his speed, he would not be able to escape the blow, so he decided to put all his strength into trying to deflect it. It was a miracle, but he managed to repel that blow. And he quickly rushed to the attack, for all hope in the battle was in him. As he attacked and approached the monster threw out its lamps to stop the warrior's attack, but he clearly and with great force repelled its counterattacks and advanced. Then the warrior felt that he could defeat that monster and continued to fight with zeal. He fought and waited for the right moment to strike back, and then that moment came. He put all his strength into this stroke because he realized that if he failed now, he and his friends would be finished. The monster let out a fierce scream when he hit it. He used one technique at the most critical moment. And in a moment, that monster just exploded and turned into minced meat. Yan himself was shocked because he had used the newest pulsation power in a stressful situation. His standard strength doubled with its help. His friend Hu could not understand what had happened to that monster. And another partner saw that Jan was using an incredibly strong pulsation force. Jan himself could not fully understand how he destroyed that monster with his own hands. He was standing there, not moving, and his comrades asked him what was wrong with him because the monster was already dead. He realized that this time his family was under great threat. The next morning, the group returned home. Zhenian was kicked very hard on the head by someone, and he said why he didn't die in that foggy forest. The blow sent him flying into the wall. He was a strong, bearded man with legs like a robot, and he told him that if he was messing around on Earth, he should go to heaven. The princess came running to the sound of a loud noise and was very scared. He said that he would rather shoot him now than leave the Yan family in his hands. But the princess stood in front of him and began to ask her grandfather to put down his weapon. He said they had no idea what a terrible mistake they had made. She said that their clan is not the strongest in Longshan, but it is not so easy to manipulate. She asked her grandfather what he was so afraid of. He said that he was afraid that when the old madman who created that improved pulsation technique found out, he would be really angry and the Yan clan would disappear. He told us that they were real pioneers who survived the initial zombie disaster and studied the ways of ascension at any cost. The peaks of Luncheon have long since learned that much more terrible monsters are hiding in the depths of the fog than they know now. In order to eat with them, those old sages are learning how to improve the techniques that are now known. He said that the magic power of the pulsation was most likely created in this way, and her father just took it and used it. He joked that the old man had taken one look at their beautiful princess and decided to give them this opportunity. But alas, it was not so. Jenyang stood up, but his grandfather's robotic leg kicked him again. He thinks that Jenyang has ruined everything, and now he has to think about how to save his family and whether to save them at all, because one wrong move and it's all over. The princess said that her father's death would not change anything, but when they have offended an old man, is there no way to make it right? He was confused, because what kind of way could he think of when those elders were out of reach of their family, unless the elder himself forgave them, and if not, they were definitely finished. The princess decided that she would publicly apologize to the old firebearer herself. If he is still angry, then let him be angry only at her, not at the whole family. The grandfather said that he looked at his third son and his daughter and advised him to go and be a warrior and not to think about family matters. The princess went on the air and apologized to the old man for her previous broadcast, where she disparaged the great newest power of Ripple and that people perceived her as bad because of her vision. She hopes the elder will give her a second chance. At that moment, Fei Xiong was watching the broadcast with Chao and was very angry with the person who had insulted his goddess. And Chao received a message from her, asking for forgiveness for her family. Chao began to fantasize about how he would forgive the Syrinx on behalf of the old man. She understands his situation and that status and resources will only offend him, so she asked what her family can give him, because they are ready for anything. He wrote that the old man is very resistant to stress and they can use all resources to offend him, and he thought that it was hard to maintain a cold and distant image when such a big fish fell into his hands. Fei Xiong continued to be angry, and Chao decided that he would not send such a message to her. And suddenly a loud sound behind him. He saw an older man walking by and looking at him intently. He mentioned that the elder's family had a large corporation and he needed to stop him from using the family's power against his parents. And he wrote to the princess on behalf of the old man to help him check the Zohan Corporation within 3 days. The princess was very surprised. Chao wrote that there are some problems. The princess could not follow the logic in that request, but she wrote to ask for something. So she was even happy to be able to please the old man, and wrote that she understood everything. Chao was actually surprised that she didn't ask any questions in return. Chao left the house and went to school, and his sister told him that if he got bad grades, she would laugh at him. Chao said that her dream would definitely not come true. As he walked, he thought that the day had finally come, the first stage of the exam. A few days passed after Yan Feizhou publicly admitted her mistake. Now, thanks to the magical power of Ripple, he receives several thousand deposit points every day. The secret injuries of his body have been completely healed, and he has managed to acquire various skills during this time. Coincidentally, when he approached the entrance to the school, an older man got out of the car. He said that suck will always be suck, and Chao may not even dream of waking up that horrible Qianfu Yuan place. In response, Chao told him to enjoy his last day as a senior. Chao's words made him think. Meetings for teachers were held in the conference room. Teachers were asked to identify possible problems in advance and solve them. It was the head of the school and the uncle of the eldest. Teachers discussed their classes and complained that they had very few strong students. Later, they started showing the students who were on the list. The teachers showed Teacher Wang that his student was there. Faction from Class 6 was on the list. His ability was strength. Over time, the other teachers noticed that the 6th grade students were much stronger than their students. They asked Teacher Wang if he knew the secret, but he said that the students were practicing on their own. Once again, 6th grade student Meng Chao has a great result in strength and speed. He is in 19th place in the overall ranking. Teachers were shocked by Meng Chao's results. One teacher said that if Chao hadn't been injured, he would have been in his class. The school principal was present, and he also looked at the students' results with interest. And Senior's uncle thought that Chao had dared to mess with his nephew, and if he hadn't gotten that injury, he would have dealt with him long ago. The teachers were even more shocked when the eldest boy made the list. His results were even better than the first 2 stages, and he broke the school's record for punching power. He was ranked 9th in the ranking. Chao's friends began to worry because they saw the strength of the older man, and they thought that Chao would score better in the first 2 exams. The supervisor said that the first and second stages were over for the 6th grade. Next, they have to go to the shooting range. All the teachers and the principal were also present in that room. The students lined up and greeted everyone present, and the principal praised them all. The instructor announced the first couple, Senior Zuo Haozhan and Meng Chao. They had a certain weapon and ammunition in front of them, and after starting, they had to assemble the weapon themselves in 2 minutes and shoot all the ammunition. There were different types of targets that moved and stood still. They were awarded different points for different hits. They were told to take their seats and get ready. In less than a minute, Senior was ready to fire. He had 1 minute and 7 seconds to shoot all the bullets as accurately as possible. And Chao, at that moment, was still collecting weapons. The older man quickly took aim and started shooting with a machine gun. All the shots he made with the machine gun hit the top 10. Everyone wondered how he did it. Meng Chao was still gathering his weapons, and everyone said that he had no chance because he had only 40 seconds left. But Chao was very good at assembling those weapons. The director noticed how he was doing it and said it was great. All he had to do was assemble the gun. And he finished collecting weapons. Now Chao is ready to start shooting. He started shooting with a pistol, and all the shots hit the very center. Fei Xiong was also surprised that Chao hit all 10 bullets, but he realizes that he has very little chance of winning. Then Chao shocked everyone by taking a rifle as his next weapon, which is usually used to shoot at moving targets, and another comrade thinks that his tactic is to not shoot at moving targets at all. Chao began to aim and use his skill. He starts shooting and hits the 10, but Fei Xiong says that he has been assembling his weapon very slowly, and now he will definitely not make it because there are only 20 seconds left. After 10 seconds, moving targets will open. The older man had a rifle and 20 rounds of ammunition, and Chao had a submachine gun and 30 rounds. Teacher Wang noticed that Chao was not worried at all, and he was probably more worried than Chao. The older man's uncle said that Meng Chao was the student who was looking for ways to improve, and because of this, he was hospitalized. Because of his very hot temper, he thinks that it will not be easy for him in the future. And the second teacher asked the principal's opinion, but the director looked at the time with one eye and said nothing. He reiterated that everything is very good and wonderful. With 10 seconds left, moving targets began to appear. Chao prepared himself and was ready to start shooting. These were the older man's shots. There were some misses, but also a lot of hits. But he knew he could do better and decided to aim better. And the next volley was better, with more hits that would bring him more points. And his last shot hit the 9. He completed his shooting test, and he even had 2 seconds left. His uncle was pleased with him. Teacher Wang also praised him, but he wondered how Meng Chao would get out of it. Suddenly, one student noticed that Chao had closed his eyes. He really closed his eyes and wanted to feel the moment when he would start shooting. And in an instant, he pulled the trigger and fired all the rounds in the direction of the targets. And just as time ran out, Chao finished. The shooting test was over. His classmates thought that he would strike back at the decisive moment, but his mood collapsed. The elder was pleased. He thought that Chao was making a hopeless attempt. He had overestimated his strength. The older man's uncle said that a short man will always remain so, that people like him never bring any benefit to society. Fei Xiong said to Chao that his results are this time, but Chao interrupted him and said that his results are very good. They should match his skills. Fei Xiong realized that he was disappointed, but he was bragging to him again. The results were announced, and the senior from class number 6 scored 515 points in shooting, and the overall result was 1,414 points, which is 11th place among the entire school. Everyone was expecting him because he trained at the club and his results were such that he should have been in a rocket class. Then Meng Chao's results were announced. He scored 588 points in the shooting. This turn of events shocked everyone. Teacher Yang was very happy when he heard. His total score was 1,434, and his uncle was shocked. And the director acted as if he knew it was supposed to be that way. The eldest, when he heard his results, was stunned at first. And then I was furious because he couldn't have gotten such good results because he missed many times. The elder was sure that his results had been confused with Chao's. Chao said that if he hadn't missed a few shots during the test shot, his results would have been better, and he also ran out of time. With this phrase, Chao finally finished off the older man. His uncle praised him and told him to calm down and go get some rest. And Teacher Wang praised him and told him to go to class and calm down as well. But they didn't go to class, they went outside. Zhaozhan said that he did not submit and asked Chao if he had the courage to fight him. Chao behaved calmly, a little surprised by the offer. But then he smiled and said that he agreed. In 20 minutes in the garden, where students always solved their problems, the school administration did not interfere in those students' affairs. They were facing each other. Zuo Haozhang had trapped Chao in a previous life and had complete control over him, and in this fight, Chao wants to make him taste despair. Chao said they both wanted to go to university and asked him not to go overboard this time. He replied that, of course, after this fight, no matter who wins, all their lunches will be exhausted. But he had a different plan in mind. He wanted Meng Chao to never stand before his eyes again after this battle. All then they will start, Chao thought. He gave Zuo Haozhang a chance and hoped he would take it. Ye Chao took off with great speed to attack one. Haozhan was happy that he had a chance to take out all his anger. They clashed in battle. Haozhan said that this year Chao had only studied the power of ripple, and he had studied the primitive bull method in addition to the power of ripple. He continued to throw punches. Chao found it difficult to dodge, and Haozhan said that he was no match for him with his level of fighting. But Chao was determined that this time he would not lose. A sworn battle ensued, and gradually, after each strike was made and deflected, the power increased. They began to use all possible methods of combat. Kicking was used. After a few minutes of fighting, Haozhan felt better than Chao, but this was only the beginning. Chao threw his punches, but his opponent successfully dodged them. Then he said that Chao's pulsation power was very weak. And suddenly, a counterpunch was thrown at Chao. He couldn't dodge, and the punch hit the target. The blow was strong enough that Chao flew backwards. But he regrouped in the air and got back on his feet. Haozhan was telling Chao to give up. He was deliberately angering him so that Chao would continue to attack, and Haozhan would be able to test his new heart-destroying kick on him. Chao went on the attack again, and Haozhan couldn't wait for him to use his move. He was in a very strong anticipation of when he would use that trick on Chao and see his face when he realized that he would not get into the university. In an instant, his whole body contracted and he changed his fighting style from the strength of a primitive bull to that of a dragon and a snake. He was already thinking about how he would deny that Chao would not be able to go to university now, but he thought that no one would even ask questions because of Chao. Chao noticed that he had changed his tactics and understood his intentions, so he gave him a chance, but he remained as angry as ever. Chao has changed from a high school student to a man who has returned from Judgment Day. His technique of using force has changed to that of a master from the future. Chao's blow was such that it penetrated his spine and damaged it. In a moment, it began to fly away from the great force of the blow. It flew several meters and hit a tree with quite a lot of force. He was a little confused by the blow, couldn't understand whether he had lost, and asked why he couldn't feel his body. Chao approached him and wiped the blood from his face. Chao began to tell him that during the exam, he had been holding back his strength and had succumbed to it several times. This was only his first ETAM, and he did not want to show his full strength, and if he had seen his real strength, he would definitely not have wanted to fight him. Haozhan was shaking, realizing that Chao had set him up. Chao said that he had purposely taken second place in the class after him, so that after the shooting they would go out together and no one would bother them. But he reminded him that he was giving him a chance. He told him not to go overboard. Haozhan was confused and did not know how to react to this. And Chao simply said that now he has begun to reap the benefits that he originally sowed. When he came to a little bit of consciousness, he started shouting to Chao, what did he do to him? Chao started playing with him and began to examine his wounds, which answered his question. When he examined him, he found a pen that recorded like a dictaphone, and he noticed that Haozhan was also learning from his mistakes. Chao, with a sharp movement, hid that pen in his sleeve, and then put his hands in his pockets and told him that his spine was cracked, and that's why he couldn't feel his lower body now. Given Lanshan's medical technology, he should ask some doctor to operate on him, then he will undergo a couple of rehabilitations and will be able to continue living as a normal person. In the meantime, he destroyed the pen recorder in his pocket and told him to lie still and not move, and he would call the students and teachers. Haozhan was overwhelmed with anger and spite as he realized the hopelessness of the situation. Chao added that now he would not be able to become an exalted one, but it would be better for him and Longcheng. Haozhan began to shout after him that he would die a horrible death and said all kinds of insults. Chao received a message with a reward for wounding an ordinary citizen, and this will save many lives in the future. 10 minutes later, all the teachers and students went outside. Hao Zhan's uncle immediately began to accuse Chao of beating his student very badly. The principal and the teacher were very surprised, and my uncle said that the education department would quickly deal with the criminal. Teacher Wang said that Chao was very impulsive and it was probably him who took out his anger after their fight. When they started to lead him, he stopped. Teacher Wang asked him not to make another mistake. And that uncle started asking him why he thought of evading. Chao said he would go to the education department himself and he was not going to evade. But not all the evidence has been collected and processed, and he is afraid that if he goes now, it will be destroyed. With this phrase, he made the teachers very intrigued by what he had come up with. Chao said he installed 8 cameras of very high quality. This phrase put that uncle in a stupor. He did not know what to think next. They were not fighting for street food, but to share their experience, and Hao Zhan is so strong that he will not have another chance, so he decided to set up cameras to watch the recording and learn. In the same way, in class, Teacher Wang showed them videos where they had to analyze what was happening in the video. While he was saying this, one of the teachers had already collected the cameras and brought them to the principal. Chao turned to the teachers who taught him, he said. He had just recently recovered from the injury and his arms and legs were still very weak. How could he have injured Hao Zhan so badly with one punch? He asked teachers and students to watch the video and dispel their doubts. Did that uncle tell Chao that he thought the school would accuse him without any reason? No, that's why they're going to watch the video now. Meanwhile, Hao Zhan, sitting farther away, saw his uncle trying to help him. All the teachers and some students opened those cameras and started watching the battle. At one point, Teacher Yan and the headmaster, along with the principal, were shocked by what they saw. Teacher Yan was furious, pointing his finger at Hao Zhan. He came up to him and with all his anger began to ask him if he had used any tricks against Meng Chao during the battle. His uncle advised him to think carefully before answering, and he was confused. Teacher Yang was putting a lot of pressure on him. He decided to say that he wanted to use the power of the dragon and the snake. The teacher told him to think carefully, because if they misunderstand the cause of the injury, the treatment will be wrong and it will last a lifetime. He dared to say that it was a heart-destroying technique. Wang's teacher was also very angry that his student had used such a technique during training. My uncle immediately realized that he could not help him now. The classmates asked Teacher Yang to explain to them how Hao Zhan got that injury. At first, the teacher waited for the principal's reaction, but he just kept quiet. He agreed to tell them that Hao Zhan had dared to use a very serious technique during the battle that kills people, a heart-stopping stroke. Since he was weak in this technique, he started moving slower, and the explosive force was concentrated on his spine. The moment Meng Chao punched him in the chest, this blob of energy exploded and broke his spine. They were shocked because it's very mean to use such a technique on a classmate, and then it turns out that Chao was just defending himself. Fei Qiang said that Hao Zhang paid for the crime himself, and it had nothing to do with Meng Chao. Teacher Yan asked the headmaster what he thought of the way he explained the situation. Zhao, the teacher, also decided to try to get out of it and said that it was caused by a personal quarrel between them. Meng Chao must have provoked him on purpose. Chao, once again, pointed out that it was just an exchange of experience, and as for the technique, Hao Zhan had said in advance that he would show it to him. Therefore, in his opinion, it is better to evaluate it all as a random chance. Chao's arguments were not answered by the teacher. Chao said that in the end, there was only a couple of days between him and the starosta, which was not worth using that terrible technique. Chao added that it would not be good if this case blew up. It would be bad for him, Hao Zhan, and the school. In his mind, the head teacher was furious. He felt that Chao was bossing him around, but he realized that if he started to promote the case, his future job would be in question. The director said that Hao Zhan was still lying down and that we should probably take him to the hospital. The principal instructed Teacher Yang to interview Meng Chao to write a report. The teacher asked him how much force he had held back during the tests of strength and speed. Chao told him it was about 30%. The teacher could not understand why Chao did this. Chao said that it is not interesting without difficulties. The teacher decided to ask him if he had done it on purpose. Chao immediately said that he had done it on purpose. The teacher said he needed an explanation, and Chao said it was self-defense. The teacher was more inclined to believe that it was a warning strike. In his opinion, Chao wanted to get rid of a potential threat. Chow asked what the teacher meant by that, saying that if Chow hadn't provoked him, he would hardly have started fighting with him. But why would he leave his fate to some hardly? It's as if a terrible monster is standing in front of him, and you start wondering if he's hungry or not, if he's going to have mercy on you or not, or if he has some kind of mental trauma. All he could do was to stand near the prepared trap and watch if the monster would fall into it. He decided to kill him himself, and that's why he fell into that trap. Chow couldn't get down on his knees and ask him not to attack him. The teacher listened to what Chow was telling him without interrupting. Then he said that this explanation suited him and let Chow prepare for the next exam, and he would take care of everything. Chow smiled and thanked him for his understanding, saying that he had always known that he was the kindest and fairest teacher in the school. The teacher told him not to suck up, and if he really wanted to thank him, did he think about entering a military school? Chow said right away that this was not his business. Fei Qiong, on the other hand, dreams of becoming a general and helping him. On the contrary, the teacher thought that Chow liked the military. Chow said that soldiers are very cruel. Every time they fight, they turn monsters into minced meat. It is very good if they can collect 30% of the resources from them. The teacher then asked what his style was. Chow said he likes to gently cut open the monster's skin, slide over their blood vessels, and gently touch their organs. To preserve every drop of blood, to collect every organ in one piece and preserve it properly. Turning horrific monsters into exquisite art is her skill as a reaper. Chow wants to devote his life to art. Teacher Yang was frightened by the way Chow described his interests, wondering if all school children are so strange nowadays. But suddenly he decided to ask Chow one more question. He asked if Chow had really seen his death in a dream that day. Chow was stunned by that question. He couldn't understand what the teacher meant when he said the phrase that day. Then Chow realized what he was referring to, the day he came back. He said it was just a dream, and did the teacher take him seriously? The teacher stepped aside and said that he was a member of the regular army of Longcheng in the Red Dragon Army. When he served, he had certain notions. If all people are mortal, then he, as a warrior, must die on the battlefield. Fight to be buried in the belly of a huge monster. Fiercely pierce the hearts of monsters with your bones. It was the best way to die for every warrior in the Red Dragon Army. He was a very formidable warrior and made a great contribution to the defense of Longcheng, so he thanks his disciple Meng Chao because he dreamed of dying on the battlefield. He bowed his head because such a short story and the teacher's desire upset Chao a little. And the teacher himself had a good laugh about it. He was not afraid of death. Later, an ambulance arrived at the school, which was a non-standard call for the school. The former elder was lying down and his uncle accompanied him. He told him that everything was over with him now. His uncle told him not to be too upset because modern medicine is much better than in the old days. At that time, they began to use monster nerve cells and foreign auxins for stimulation, and even paralysis can be cured, but it will take a little time. But he said that he would not be able to participate in the exam and would definitely not become an ascended one. His uncle advised him to forget about such thoughts for at least a year, and then in another year or two, everything will be clear. The next moment, Haozhan fell into a fit of hatred. He said that he wanted Meng Chao to be dead. He asked his uncle for help to help him kill him. He turned around abruptly to make sure no one heard. He said that no matter how strong he was, there were still people in the school who were watching, like Yan Dongxing. He should call his father. He has more opportunities than he has at school. Haozhan smiled ominously and told his uncle to wait and told his father to deal with Meng Chao's family first. Before he died, Haozhan wanted to make him suffer 10 times more than he is suffering now. This beautiful place, which shone very brightly, was the financial center of Longcheng and the Xincheng waterfront. The woman in red came to Director To for an explanation, and the woman in black asked her not to disturb the director and put her in a difficult position and waited a little bit. Suddenly, the director told his assistant on the voicemail to let his daughter-in-law in because he had already finished training. Before the assistant could introduce her, she practically ran into the office. She cried and said that Zhuodong had no right to ignore Zhou because they had once been so close, and he had saved his life. While his brother's wife was talking, he stood and looked out the window at the night city. He said that he remembered his brother's kindness well, so he would buy his brother's share and all interest from the corporation for 20 million. In his opinion, 20 million would be enough for his treatment. The daughter-in-law was very angry because her husband had worked for the corporation for 30 years, and it was also thanks to him that she was so strong now, and Zuodan just wants to throw him out of the corporation and thus profit from someone else's grief. He said that it was not his fault that she misunderstood his kindness, and when he had sorted out his affairs, he would come to the hospital and visit Joe. These words did not calm her down. She continued to be angry, and Zuodan said that he understood her condition and why she was reacting like that, and that is why he would not respond to her phrases. When she understands, she can come to him again and tell him to hurry up, because her brother's illness will not wait. And he didn't have time to have a discussion with her, so he said into the voice device that Ms. Ju was on her way out so that his assistants would escort her out. Suddenly, 2 large security guards opened the door and asked her to leave the office. He thought that once he had dealt with Joey, he would be able to completely seize power in the corporation and then become a real king. Suddenly, he wanted to take a photo of their family, and he knew for sure that his son would become much stronger than him. His phone suddenly rang in his office. So Dong calmly answered his brother-in-law's phone call. When he was informed of the situation, his heart sank, and he asked who dared to injure his son. It turns out that it's Meng Chao, a kid from the rented housing district. He immediately became a wild beast. He wants to destroy Meng Chao's family and make him suffer worse than death. Suddenly, an employee runs into the office and excitedly reports that some people are saying that their company sells fake products made somewhere in underground dye shops, and even Luncheon has written about it online. But he got a cracked wall in return because Zuodan threw something at it in anger. He started shouting at him, asking why he hadn't dealt with it himself, why he didn't understand why they needed the PR department at all. This answer shocked the employee. He simply did not know the director's inner state. Another worker also comes in and says that several inspection organizations have come to them and they are on their way up. A second later, another employee says that 3 banks want to review their loans and may ask for a refund. Another worker brought bad news that their underground workshop had been declassified and all their plans had been revealed. That was not all, because the reporters already knew everything and they were also in the house and it was impossible to contain them. Zhou Dan was on the verge of exploding. His psyche almost exploded. He couldn't even say anything at first. He just stood there in a stupor. The sudden stress caused him to suffer damage, his body malfunctioned, and he started coughing up blood. Panic continued to grow, and he could no longer stand on his feet and just fell back. He was tormented by the lack of an answer. Who could have framed him? In his psychologically wounded mind, he also wondered why all this had come upon him today. Meanwhile, Chow stood at the bus stop, waiting for the bus to go home. Did he think about all the events that happened today? Did he do the right thing? And could he have corrected the situation without using such methods? But suddenly he heard a scream, and when he turned around, he saw that it was Fate Seong running to him and asking him to wait. He came closer and asked Chow directly if he might be in trouble because of today's incident. He smiled and said that he would have no problems and told Fei Seong that he was on his way. Chow was already forcibly escorting Fei Seong home, and he said that if he needed any help, Chow should tell him, because brothers should help each other. Chow said he understood. Then Fei Xiong went home to rest because it had been a hard day. A moment later, the bus arrived and Chow slowly approached the door. As for today, he definitely did the right thing. His father now has a connection with the Thunder Group, but he is more worried that Zuo Haozhang's parents will not go crazy and do something terrible. He pulled out a black business card from his pocket and couldn't believe he was going to have to call on that Mr. Knot. He was desperate because he was still very weak, and he needed to achieve enlightenment as soon as possible and regain his strength. Suddenly, a new message from the Spark grabbed his attention. It said that under his leadership, the crimes of the Haohan Corporation, which was involved in the production of low-quality medicines, were destroyed, and he was given 5,000 points for this. He was surprised because he could not understand what exactly he had contributed and what he had managed. Besides, the reward was so big, were their deeds so terrible? While he was thinking, his phone beeped that a message had arrived. Chow was shocked to see the message from the princess. She wrote to him that she had done everything possible. He completely forgot that he had asked her on behalf of the old man. Then he wrote to her that they had checked the company so that it was no longer there. The princess justified herself by saying that the old man had said that the company was a problem and she had made sure that the problem did not exist. The old man asked her how much she had destroyed that company. The princess began to list the problems they had, including bankruptcy, various inspections, problems with the law, and many other things. As a result, they lost everything and will never be able to return. Chow did not respond on behalf of the old man, which made the princess think. She went on to write that if she hadn't checked it out herself, she wouldn't have believed that the corporation had started passing off tainted monster blood as super monster blood. And such actions are a crime against all residents of the city of Longcheng. If it were not for the old man's super foresight, it is not known how many people would have suffered at the hands of that corporation. The princess said she understood how much the old man hated that corporation, but Longcheng was a city of justice. Their Yan clan had to do everything openly for everyone. And now that the Tower of Exaltation has intervened and Zuo Qitian has been sentenced to imprisonment for the rest of his life, and their entire clan owes several tens of millions, and Zuo's son will no longer insult his disciples, is everything okay for the old man now? She added that if he needed anything else, she could try to do it. Chow was a little shocked by the princess's actions. He didn't understand what else could be done when So was already in prison for life. Chow wrote to her on his behalf that there was nothing more to be done and that she shouldn't make any more noise about the topic. She understood very well that the old man did not want to involve himself in that story, so it had to be completed. Chow breathed a sigh of relief. He had dealt with the problem that was hanging over his family. But he noticed that he felt strange at heart. And the Yan family sat on the couch and thought about the situation. The princess recounted the old man's words, that he said, "Okay, and that's good enough." She was a little confused. Does it mean that he forgave their clan? The Yan clan took that mission very seriously. The princess's father put on her face mask and organized all those things on her behalf, so he also thinks that the old man is pleased with their work. The father gave the phone to the princess and said that the old man did not even pick on their family's mistake. Suddenly, the old man jumped up and hit his son very hard. He asked what his son wanted that old man to do to them. The princess was already used to her grandfather beating her father and asked how he knew that the old man wanted their clan to deal with the Haohan Corporation. Her grandfather told her that he had an old friend, the demon Ning Shi, and asked her if she remembered him. She replied that she did, but she thought he had been poisoned and was now terminally ill. Ning Shi was going to finish all his business, but a couple of days ago he said that the old fire-bearer gave him advice, and he came up with a new recipe for medicine and asked his grandfather how many resources he needed. And then my grandfather thought, could the old fire-bearer and the old eccentric be the same man? And he decided to find out. The princess was very impressed by her grandfather's ability to solve mysteries, but then she couldn't believe that they were the same person. The grandfather's son stood up and said that this was definitely not possible because the power of pulsation and the art of spinning are completely different directions. One person cannot master both at the same time. His grandfather hit him again and said that the future of the Yan family was in Feicho's hands. Her grandfather asked her if she remembered the video Chow sent her on behalf of the old man, and he asks if she remembers the interior of the room and what status did she think that person had. She figured that by his uniform, he was either from the 3rd or 9th grade, and by the way the room was furnished, it looked like a rented house. The father wanted to get up, but the grandfather hit him again and told him to learn from his daughter. Grandfather said that the demon Ning told him that the old fire-bearer has a student who is in 9th grade and lives in rented housing. His name is Meng Chao. My father stood up again and said, if it is the same person and the old weirdo has super strength, but how did my grandfather know that the old man wanted to fight the Haohan Corporation? My grandfather hit him again and said that he had checked that Meng Chao and the son of the director of that corporation had a very bad relationship and had recently had a serious conflict. The princess said that now all the details have come together and it really has a meaning. My grandfather said that was correct because it was impossible for some boy to humiliate the disciple of an old fire-bearer, so that corporation painted itself into a corner, raised an unreliable heir, and paid the price. My father was already afraid to say anything, lest he get it again, but he said that he understood everything and would never dare to provoke such an expert as the old fire-bearer again. But the princess asks a logical question. If the old fire-bearer is so strong, why did they need to pay attention to that Haohan Corporation? The grandfather said that in this question, they should pay attention to the word he used, and he said the word problem. My father said he didn't see anything important here, except that they had to solve that problem, and my grandfather shouted that it was not. He asked his son and granddaughter what the Hauhan Corporation meant to the old man, and he said that it was just a piece of shit that was not worth the old man stepping on. He asked that when they insulted him, which of them slept well after that. The princess said she had been sleeping very poorly and could not sleep for several days. In fact, they all slept poorly because they were constantly feeling anxious. So the old man took pity on them and gave them the task so that they would fulfill it and calm down and start sleeping normally. My grandfather said it was good that the old man was kind-hearted and good that my grandfather dealt with it himself. The princess was thinking about how many different subtleties there were. My father decided to say again, despite his fear of getting hit, that in the course of their investigation into the Hao Han Corporation, they had also learned Meng Chao's identity, and he wondered if the old man would be angry that they had done so. My grandfather was pouring tea and told him that he had only just thought about it, and he and Nin had discussed it long ago. The old fire-bearer did not tell Meng Chao to hide his identity, and through him he transmits various wisdoms and secret techniques. The fact that the old man let his disciple swim freely is probably also a kind of training. The grandfather also said that the relatively friendly forces could have revealed more information about his disciple to the old man, and they would have come to his defense. My granddaughter asked if those friendly forces were their family. Grandpa said she understood correctly. Without perfect Yang family pulsation skills, it is not possible to reach the greatest heights in improved pulsation power. My grandfather told Feijov that if possible she should make friends with that boy Meng Chao. She was surprised by what her grandfather said. She realized that she had to take this path for the sake of her family's well-being. She decided that she would take this matter responsibly and find out what interests she and Chao had in common so that it would be easier to get closer in the near future. Her grandfather praised her for this approach because she is the heir to the Yang clan, and the future of the clan is in her hands, and she should not be as ungrateful as her father. The princess's father was very upset that his father had such an opinion of him. One of the city's markets where they sold all sorts of things. We just got a demon pig. Meng Chao's mother walked uncertainly between the aisles, wondering what to buy. Suddenly, a woman recognizes her, and their children study together. Her name was Pan, and she asked her to help her choose the meat. Chao's mom knew that she liked to brag, and now she would have to listen to her, and then she asked Pan if her husband got a bonus because she bought a lot of meat. She was embarrassed, but said that her husband brings only pennies. She said that today was the first stage of the exam, and her son took 32nd place out of the whole school and went to the second stage, so she decided to encourage him. Chao's mother was visibly embarrassed when she heard about the first stage. Pan saw this and remembered Chao's injury last year and realized why she had such a reaction. Then Pan said that her son would always help Chao because they had played together since they were little and were almost like brothers. But Chao's mother said that her son would definitely be able to go to university. She said she had to go home and quickly prepare a meal before her son returned. This encounter depressed Chao's mother very much. She was angry and asked the seller how many pieces of meat the woman had. He said 3 pieces. She told him to give her 4 pieces. When my mother came home, she threw the food she had bought on the table. Chao's sister was delighted, but asked if they could afford it. The man also noticed the size of the fish and asked his wife if today was a special day for them. She said angrily that today was the first day of the exam, and Chao hadn't told them anything because the results were probably bad. So when he comes back, they shouldn't ask him anything, just eat as much as possible. Her sister told her mother not to worry, because if Chao didn't get into the university, she would definitely get in and protect their family. She liked this idea because her brother would have to obey her and do what she said. She imagined herself as a majestic warrior with a very big sword. And Chao would tell her how cool she was and how he underestimated her. She stood with a broom in her hands and dreamed. But my mom said she was more worried about her because she always picks on the older ones, so she asked her sister not to tease her brother today. And my sister, who was going to get off on my brother, but she won't be here today. Abruptly, the door handle began to open. And suddenly, Chao began to go inside. He was in awe of the Yang Family Corporation because he just said the problem and they took such terrible measures. In the future, he needs to be more careful when using the old man's identity. Chao went home and did not even pay attention to his family. His sister and father immediately realized that Chow had failed the exam when he entered the house. Chow's mother moved a plate of rice and told Chow to sit down to eat. There were many different dishes on the table that looked very appetizing. Chow was amazed at the appetizing table his mother had set. He thought that they had destroyed a large nest of demon pigs and they were on sale at the market. My father said there was no discount and invited him to eat. Chow was embarrassed. He thought something had happened. The father tries to answer him as naturally as possible that everything is fine, that their life is getting better, because how could anything happen? His mother also said that he was worried for no reason. My sister came to my brother and hugged him and told him not to worry, because if necessary, she would be a support for the family. Chow said with a fake smile that if his sister was his support, their family would definitely be fine. Chow decided to say that today was the first stage of the exam and he managed to take 8th or 9th place, but he doesn't know for sure because he didn't pay much attention to it. But in any case, in 10 days, he will go to the city education department for the second stage. The initial reaction of his family was quite normal, even a little less than he expected. Then they started saying that this was a pretty good result and he was doing well. But in a moment they realized what he had said, and there was just an explosion of emotions. They were shocked by this news. But the Chow did not react to their strange reaction, but merely asked them what was wrong with them. His calm reaction to his family's reaction made his family even more interested in him. The sister decided to clarify the situation a bit and asked Chow if he had come 8th in his class, but Chow said that he had clearly said that he was 8th in the whole school. He said again that it was 8 or 9, so I started stroking my sister's head and asked her what was happening to her today. She began to cry and said that now he would go to university and become a great man. Chow wondered why she was crying. She fell to the floor and said that the 9th school is one of the key schools and the first 10 students will definitely go to university and become great. She began to cry even more because she would not be able to bully her brother but would become dust under his feet. Then Chow realized why she was acting like this. His father also calmed down and asked Chow about his injury, whether it had healed completely. Chow replied that the practice of pulsation power in conjunction with the genetic preparations and supplements he received from Mr. Ning had completely healed his injury before the first stage began, but his father asked again because he told him he had found the method on the internet. Chow himself was confused about what he was saying to whom. He said that he shouldn't go into details because the most important thing was that they didn't have to worry because he would definitely get into the university. The father was confused, but he saw his son's joy and did not want to torment him with questions. He decided to praise him well, hugged him, and said that he was the coolest. It was the hardest for my mom because she spent half the day thinking about the exact opposite and then she got such good news. Suddenly, Chow notices that his mother is taking pictures of him and he asks her why she is doing this. Today it is very beautiful and she decided to take a picture of it. But her sister tells her brother to look at himself on his mother's social media page. His mother posted his photo and wrote a description of his achievements. Chow looked at it and immediately saw that his father and sister had already put hearts under the post. He was actually a little embarrassed. He asked his mother to at least delete his photo because he would be ashamed. She says that she has no right to boast about her son's achievements. She didn't even write what specific place he took, so he has nothing to fear. The mother decided to tell how she was angry with Mrs. Pan. Her son took 30th place in school, and she was flying around the market like a skating rink with joy. And her son took the 9th place, and he went to the 9th school, so is she really boasting too much? Chow asked his father for support because he sees something brewing. But his father said in a humble voice that he could not help him. My father said that his mother had told everyone a long time ago that their family had started a company, a small recuperation company, and according to her, her father became a director of the corporation, and now he is ashamed to go out and see the neighbors. And my mom was happy because she already had 15 hearts on her post, and the most important thing was that Hapan also saw her post. My mother was very happy to show everyone how people react. Cho jumped out of his chair, with one thought in his head. He needed to earn money as soon as possible to move out of the neighborhood. And my sister managed to mock my brother again, saying that he was now a star in their neighborhood. Chow was very angry, and this situation really charged him up to start acting even more intensely. After a while, Meng washed all the dishes. My mom continued to rejoice because she had already had 30 people like her photo. My sister was in such a good mood that she decided to watch TV. But Chow stopped her and said he had something else to say. For tomorrow, Saturday, he has an appointment with a well-known doctor at the Sinan Clinic to check his mother's legs and suggests that we all go there together. My father and mother immediately understood what Chow was talking about and knew that the clinic was known for its technology and its prices. My mom started to justify the incident and said that maybe we should go to a simple clinic and not spend so much money. But Chow says that the state hospital in question does not have joint replacement with a special technological prosthesis. My mom started to protest because it sounded very expensive. She's been doing it for 20 years. She just walks a little bit slower than the others and asks Chow if he has started to feel ashamed of yoga. Chow told his mother not to worry about money because he would become a great man and earn a lot of money. I told my wife that their son had grown up, but that she should not forget that she still had her husband. Then Mong decided to advise her to listen to their son. My mom's mood lifted so much that she wanted to dance with her husband. Chow smiled and had a good idea. When her mother's legs recover, Chow will book her and her father the most luxurious hotel room. Then they can enjoy a candlelit dinner. And they will ask the orchestra to play only for them so that they can dance only as they want. It will be an evening where they will not deny themselves anything. My sister was impressed with her brother, how cool he was. But she immediately pulled herself together. She couldn't think that her brother was cool. It was all a hallucination for her. The next day, morning, and the Sinan Medical Center. The doctor got acquainted with Ms. Meng's medical history, and the main problem was that her legs had been compressed for a very long time, and blood was not getting to some parts well. But nowadays, with modern technology, this is not a big problem. Now the doctor needs to check Ms. Meng's condition at the moment, and if she is not comfortable, she should tell him. The doctor closed his eyes, and green stripes began to appear on his body. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and his pupils dilated. He had another pair of pupils, but they were like the pupils of a snake. He also had those green stripes on his hands, and he touched his knees with his hands. Later, Ms. Meng's feet also began to emit green light. Ms. Meng said that it felt like something was running inside her legs, a rather pleasant sensation. The sister told her brother that Dr. Su looked very strange to her. Chow told her that he didn't see anything strange about him. Psionic energy accumulates in the body, and when it becomes abundant, it begins to manifest itself in various signs on the body. This is the level of the psionic signs of the ascended first star. And when the ascended one reaches the second star, his body begins to undergo transformations. Organs are stimulated and mutations begin. The doctor has pupils and maybe even wings. Chow noticed that Dr. Su worked really hard and desperately to improve himself. My sister had a few more questions about why the doctor did not send my mother for an X-ray or MRI, because a public hospital has a lot of different equipment for such actions. Chow explains to her that those who have reached the third star of ascension can first look inside their bodies and examine their organs and their condition. At the fourth stellar level of development, they can consciously manipulate psionic energy to produce controlled and precise vibrations and expand the range of the vital magnetic field. Also at that level, especially the skillful ones can repel the magnetic field of the Earth and start flying. And at the 5-star level of ascension, the possibility of psionic penetration appears. The ascended one can use his own magnetic field to assess the state of the internal organs of another person. In this case, neither X-ray nor MRI is required. My sister was delighted with what her brother told her. She thought that the world of the ascended ones was fantastic. The doctor said that Ms. Meng's condition was excellent and that the injury she suffered more than 20 years ago would take some time to heal. Given her condition, the doctor strongly recommended Chow to undergo special treatment. It was a program for biochemical restoration of bones and nerves. This is the latest technology recently developed by the Monster Institute. The regeneration and growth of monster cells is used to activate the genetic potential of the human body. Freshly grown osteocytes and nerves of the lower extremities fuse perfectly, and there is no rejection. Thanks to this technology, you can play sports, improve yourself, and even fight. Chow carefully studied the information the doctor gave them. Mom asked the doctor if this technology was probably very expensive, and Chow asked if this new technology was dangerous. No one can guarantee complete safety, but a lot of people have used it, and they are fine. Many ascended ones who were injured used this technology, and now they can fight again. The doctor said that if Ms. Meng did not engage in particularly heavy sports or try to run a 100-meter dash in 3 or 4 seconds, there should be no problems. Then Chow agreed and said they would use that method. But his mother stopped him and asked the doctor again about the cost of this treatment. The doctor offered them a special plan where they would promote the technology and advertise it, so they would get a 40% discount. The family was still shocked by the cost, as such treatment is impossible for 97% of the population. The promotional price is $3 million, but the doctor is very interested in learning about the 7 Guan solutions technique that Chow has, so if he agrees to show him, the price will be $2 million. The family was surprised. What was the doctor talking about? But Chow immediately agreed to show him all the techniques. The doctor also added that the treatment would last for 7 months, and there was no need to pay the entire amount at once. The payment for the first stage will be 500,000. Chow was pleased that the situation had turned this way, and they agreed with the doctor on such conditions. Mom decided to ask Chow if it was worth spending so much. Maybe it would be better to use a special alloy, which would be much cheaper. But Chow said that if his mother didn't want him to be distracted from the exam, then she shouldn't interfere with him. The mother was surprised by her son's answer. My mom was a little disappointed because she never thought her legs would cost so much. Chow said it should be so, because his family is the most important thing he has. My mother, sister, and father were very pleasantly surprised by Chow's dramatic change. The doctor emphasized that Chow should not forget to bring his mother for treatment. Chow was very grateful to him. The doctor said that thanks to Chow's information, he would greatly improve his treatment technique. Chow received the award for giving elite citizen Su Yuan a whole new understanding of medical techniques. They all said goodbye to the doctor and headed home. When they were walking by the parking lot, my sister noticed a car. She began to look at that car and asked her brother, because in her opinion, that car was from the Earth's era. It was called the Light of 50. In this era, having a personal car is a very big luxury. No one in their neighborhood has a car, so it's no wonder his sister has this reaction. And he had a good idea that when he became exalted, he would also buy a car for the whole family. And he asked his father if he liked a car of 50. My father didn't see anything special in the car. He preferred a 3-dimensional maneuvering suit, which was easier to climb stairs and much cheaper. But Chow caught him in the act of saying that he needed a car for his company because it would not be appropriate to walk to important negotiations. He said that even if he wanted a car, nothing had been done in his company yet. But even if they wanted to buy a car, they could not afford such a rarity. He does not understand how a family can afford such an expensive car. Then Chow offered him a car, a Mighty Wolf car, which his father also liked very much. They began to imagine how cool they would feel when they had their own car. My sister was also thinking about her dreams, and she quickly ran up to her brother and started talking to him. She said that he wanted to buy his father a car and pay for his mother's treatment. Then what kind of gift did he get for his sister? Chow said that he had taken care of it and had already made arrangements with Master Ning. She is to be taken to study and learn to dance and sing and be a real lady. My sister was not very happy with this gift from her brother. 2 weeks have passed since they were in the hospital. Buses came and picked up students and took them to the city education department to take the second stage of the exam. Chow was sitting on the bus and decided to look at all his achievements. A spark opened up and showed his performance in different styles. He has 233 points left in his account. Chow realizes that he has spent more than 2,000 points to pass the exams, and he will definitely pass them if nothing happens along the way. Suddenly, one of his classmates decided to ask Chow about his maximum punching power, that it was 290 kilograms. Fake Xiong said that Chow's strength compared to his was just explosive, so she definitely digested for 300. All of his classmates began to get angry because Chow did not share the secret of his power with them. Fake Xiong was also very angry, and Chow wondered why it was so hard for him to hide his abilities now. Suddenly, they all fell silent because someone entered the bus. It was Teacher Yan, who told them to cool their emotions before the exam. The teacher told them that they should remember that when they took the path of the ascended ones, they had to develop the mind first of all. For if you become exalted, but do not gain intelligence, you will become a slave to that power and will be worse than zombies and monsters. The flower of the mind blooms from flesh and blood, but it is free from them. And just because they have super strength and super speed doesn't mean they have a big heart. and they will be able to find out the truth only when they are in a life and death situation. At that moment, will it be revealed who they are, rags, thieves? Or they can choose a completely different path. Become a true master of your strength and use it in the right direction. Teacher Wang told them all this from the point of view of the warrior he once was. Later, he said in a voicemail that they could leave because they had already arrived at the city education department. The buses stopped and all the students began to get off the buses. They were brought to a place that was much lower than the whole city. There were many destroyed houses, and in general, the place looked like a big battlefield. It was a zombie statue. Longcheng became stronger, and people converted moons like this one into residential areas and built protective walls. It was a sculpture of a towering warrior in battle. The ruins were deliberately left in this place, and even statues were erected. Only in that city could the atmosphere of those times be preserved. Masters were specially invited there to preserve it. There were a lot of different sculptures there. It was like a memory of those difficult times. Chao walked by that place and said nothing because it was a place of grief. He was the only one who really understood the importance of those sculptures because apart from his teacher Yan, he was the only one who really fought for his life. He swore that he would never allow the forces of evil to enter his land again. All the students walked along a long corridor that led to a tunnel. Fei Xiong and Chao stopped and looked at the majestic statue. Fei Xiong asked Chao, "Is it sublime?" Chao said that soon they will also become like that and will be able to protect people as well. An entrance to a special place was built in this huge crater. The first decade after Longcheng moved to the second dimension was an era of uncertainty, devastation, and bloody sorrow. They lost most of their energy resources and industrial potential while trying to save a large number of people. Gradually, they turned into monsters that oppress the weak, became beasts that devour raw flesh. The mysterious virus quickly spread among the residents, and those who were infected quickly turned into zombies. The epidemic quickly spread to the entire city. The people who managed to survive began to hide in the ruins of the city and were interested in only one question. Is this the end of civilization, the last day of luncheon? Every minute, the zombies were getting bigger and bigger. People left their families and fled in different directions just to stay alive and not become zombies. But only those who were lucky managed to escape, because in a real race against zombies, an ordinary person of the earthly era had no chance. No, it was not the end of luncheon, but in fact its rebirth. That secret virus created zombies, but it also created new antibodies in people. Initially, people's genes were written in white, and they could not exceed their capabilities, but these restrictions were lifted this year. And after that, people began to absorb psionic energy directly and take the path of ascension. This gave birth to people like the god of war, Lei Zongchao, the strongest exalted warrior in Longcheng. And this was Yun Feidian, the richest man in Longcheng. In such difficult times, all the great ancestors who have already died paved the way for survival. Chao wonders if he can save everyone. Since he has a light and loyal friends, will he succeed? Fei Xiong was very interested in those illustrations and looked at them for a long time. Chao had to hurry him along. Then they had to go down even further, even lower on a circular staircase. The second decade after the transfer to the other world was the era of heroes. They went down to a large hall with a big red flag in its center. After the scary zombies, Longcheng faced a much stronger threat with a variety of monsters. Dozens of different kinds of monsters, of different sizes, replaced the threat of zombies and began to destroy Luanshan with renewed vigor. But by that time, the city had become much friendlier and more organized and fought the monsters, giving a worthy fight back. But the soldiers always wrote suicide notes before the battle. The most important phrase of all the soldiers, Earthlings, the most powerful forces of the expeditionary Earth civilization. Fei Xiong was amazed and began to emotionally tell Chao that teacher Yang was right. After all, Earthlings are the strongest living beings in all the worlds. Chao was a little hurt by this attention from his friend. He asks him if he's just patting him on the back or if he's already started taking revenge on him, because a couple of days ago he beat up Fei Xiong during training. Fei Xiong was furious because he really wanted to hit him as hard as he could. Chao began to climb down and told Fei Xiong that he had figured out his plan. In the third top 10, Longcheng entered the era of expeditions and discoveries. Every day, the practice of martial arts and the system of psionic technology developed more and more. The combat effectiveness of the Red Dragon army exceeds the combat effectiveness of any army of the earthly era. The city began to change, and eventually different things began to fly in the sky, which could be the sublime. Later, they realized that there were large catacombs under Luncheon and built a majestic tower of exaltation on top of them. Various new martial arts, new technologies, new ruins, new viruses, new antibodies, and new monsters. A whole new world was waiting for all the residents of Longcheng. The fourth decade was an era of great construction. With the gradual reduction of the threat of monsters, Longcheng began to rebuild and grow very rapidly. After the capital construction, Lanshan looked like a three-dimensional city. The area of urban areas was more than 5 times larger than the largest agglomerations of the Earth's era. New generations of supercomputers have more than 100 times the computing power of the Earth's era. And now it's time for the fifth decade. That voice in the speakers spoke and made everyone feel a powerful emotional explosion. He said that today is the era of victories, the era of glory. A new era of aggressive progress. Taking into account the experience of the fallen heroes of their predecessors, the new generation of Luncheon has grown up. The future of the city and its residents will now depend on each of them. As the eyeballs continued their descent, Chow noticed that in his previous life, Longchen had made only a few mistakes, but they had grown and led to his downfall. In this life, he has to correct all mistakes, repair all annoyances, and choose the right path. Teacher Wang was waiting for them downstairs, and they stood at attention and waited for orders. He told them to show him the power of the ninth school. Father John said important words to them and set the direction. He is the commander of their group. In that place, all groups had their own flag, and the teacher held the flag of their group. When other groups came down, Feichung drew Chow's attention to the flag of another group. This is the flag of one special school. It is the only one in the whole district, so it must be very strong. They call themselves a constructive school. A friend heard that the parents of all those students from that school are exalted, with at least 4 stars. In his opinion, there is no point in competing with them. Chow heard Fei Xiong thinking about what his classmate had said about the 4 stars. It turned out he didn't understand what that meant. Chow asked him if he had ever read a forum on the darknet. The ascended ones are divided into 9 levels, from the first to the 3rd level, which is the earthly level. When you reach the 4th level and the 9th level, these are heavenly levels. And from the 7th level up to the 9th level, divine power begins. Everyone knows this. Fei Xiong had a great excuse because his mom told him that there was a lot of unhealthy information there and he didn't go there anymore. Suddenly, Teacher Yang hit Fei Shun on the back of the head and told them to shut up because something was about to happen. A man addressed all the students from the stage, saying that all these students are the best of the best in their Hulin district and they are their hope and their protection. He hopes that they all realize that the road to ascension is not just the road to fame and fortune. And this road is connected with the lives and deaths of millions of compatriots, and even with the flourishing and death of Lu Chenyi. They all have many worries and impressions now. And now he asks them to think calmly and carefully. What do they really want? Why do they want to embark on the road to ascension? He hopes that they can answer these questions. If not, they will not pass the intellectual test. A moment later, Teacher Wang approached his students with a wheelbarrow, on which were special jars. It was a special activator of brain cells. After taking it, it develops the brain and allows it to process more information. The teacher told them to take it quickly because the test would start in an hour. Given that everyone will be resting for 1 hour, we organized a performance that will tell about the specialties of the bachelor's program. A girl came on stage. Her name was Ning Sushi. She is the vice president of one of the universities that focuses on resources and is related to the land. She spoke about the key faculties. I listened to her calmly and drank what was in that jar. Resources are the first element of civilization development. Especially for Longcheng, whether it continues to develop or remains at the same level, it will always be about resources. One of the branches of the agronomic university is the cultivation and care of spiritual plants. They also study animal manipulation and biochemistry. Another very important aspect is the collection and processing of resources extracted from the Earth's interior. She told me that you need to be the best in all areas, so you can have endless opportunities for improvement. Listening to this, Chow couldn't understand why they were telling this in the form of a lecture, because it would only add to the excitement of the students. One guy told him that this is an old tradition of intellectual testing, because only with the help of money can you stimulate them to take the road to ascension. As for calmness in the moment, this is a task for each student individually, and it is also related to the test. The schools that are leading, their students were calm and looked confident. They have a very high level of spiritual elevation, and they have already been preparing with similar methods. He drew attention to the first and second schools, how they look in this atmosphere, and how their ninth school looks. The students of the ninth grade were dressed in black suits and all stood silently waiting for their next orders. And in the ninth grade, students talked to each other, spun in different directions, and their clothes were simpler. They actively began discussing different universities and which one to apply to in order to be able to help the city as much as possible. Fake Xiong, like everyone else, started talking about it and suggesting that Chow go to a military school because in his opinion, the future belongs to him. There will definitely be a chance to become a hero there. First, you need to go to the bachelor's level, and the heroic faculty is undoubtedly the most important, but you need to have very high grades to get in. According to Chow, the Martial Arts Department of Longcheng University or the Resource Recovery Department of an agricultural university would be quite suitable. Again, Fei Qiong saw arrogance in his explanation. The friend added that the martial arts faculty is the strongest specialty and the resource recovery faculty is the richest. Both require very high entrance scores. Suddenly, everyone started paying attention to one of the boys from the constructive school. He moved away from his group and started walking in the direction where the group from the ninth grade was standing. That arrogant classmate knew the reason for this, too. It was an old tradition for strong schools to nominate their best student to scare other students from other schools. The competition is very high because after the exam, the district will give each school resources for improvement, but the amount of those resources will be based on the rating. It was Jin Jianpeng, a student of the constructive school, who came out into the middle and loudly asked Meng Chao to come out to him. So the friend felt very uncomfortable, as did Meng Chao himself at that moment. They had no idea what he might want from him. Suddenly, he came up to him and asked him what happened. Let him deal with him. This student didn't expect it, but he had heard about Chao's friend. Had he heard that his secret sword of deadly rage was quite good and had even injured one weak student from their school? Was he suggesting that they compare their results in this exam? Chao's friend's name was Zhang Lei, and he answered him sharply. He is not afraid of him and is ready to compare results. He was pleased because he had added excitement to his exam. He will be looking forward to the results to see the strength of the district key school. He was walking away, but suddenly he turned around and swung for the kill, and he did it very quickly. His speed created a powerful air wave, and Jianlei and Fei Qiang were seriously frightened by the sudden movement. He really didn't expect that this so-called respectable student would do that. He started laughing and apologizing for scaring Jianlei so much, although he did it deliberately and enjoyed it. For him, it was a low blow because he was ashamed in front of everyone. Chao sighed and realized that he needed to intervene to protect his classmates' honor. Chao said that many people brag about their strength, but they do it honestly. This is the first time he has seen a master like him use a trick to demonstrate his strength. Chao asked him without showing emotion that he was interested in acting in this style. He boldly replied that you have to take any enemy seriously and do your best. Then why rely on brute force if you can win with your mind? Chao said that this was the first time he had ever heard anyone equate this kind of trick with smart, and asked him why he was looking for it. He had heard that Chao was very good at shooting and that he had even crippled Zhou Haozhan. He had played in his club for several years and was practically his student, and he wanted to watch him. He began to look directly into Chao's eyes with a very angry look at the person who had injured him. But Chao simply pushed his big face away with his hand. He said he was not used to looking so closely at the boys. Fei Xiong and Jin Lei were delighted with Chao's actions. Jin Jianpeng himself was shocked because even the top 10 students of his school were afraid of his gaze. He had released 70% of his killing intent, and Chao hadn't even blinked. Suddenly, his friend called out to him because a student from the agronomy university had come down from the stage and was walking in their direction. In the background, Chao started wiping his hand, and Zhao Peng started mending his clothes because his parents and that girl have a business relationship, and he also has a good relationship with her. They began to meet with that student and say that there was nothing interesting about the ninth grade. Chow's friend began to reassure him not to worry, that the big man had already left, that he needed to be calm until the second stage began soon. Chow said that he was completely calm and afraid that it was Jin Jiaopeng who would soon start to worry. Sueshi's granddaughter Nina ran and greeted Meng Chao. At first, Chow looked the other way, but when she called him, he immediately turned around. She ran by that bullock and didn't even notice it. Everyone who was there was shocked by what was happening. Jin Jiaohan immediately imagined Meng Chao and Sueshi together and was in a state of great confusion. It was a very strong blow for him in terms of calmness and harmony before the second stage. Chao's friends were mesmerized by her beauty and did nothing yet. Chao asked her why she had come. She came to find him because she has no other reason to be here, so she's from another neighborhood. Chao did not understand what she meant by that and just stood there admiring her beauty. She noticed how everyone was looking at her and didn't regret putting on those rags. She decided to compliment Chao, saying that there were many students from the ninth grade, but Chao was the best looking. Fei Qiong and the friend were just devastated by what they heard. He was a big guy, tried to address her, and called her. She turned around and recognized the boy and asked him what the student was from her. Jin Jiaoping couldn't come to his senses, and he was getting worse and worse with every passing second. He imagined something very exciting, but his expectations were not met at all. All the students made a circle and watched Chao talk to Ms. Ning. Chao asked her again why she was looking for him, and absolutely all of the students were very angry with him, even his friends, because he hadn't told them anything about his relationship with her. She said that she wanted to help him get into a faculty at their agricultural university, and she thought he should definitely go there. She said that when the exam was over, they would go there, and she would give him some materials and introduce him to some students. Chao thanked her for her kindness, but he was already worried because Fei Chung was exploding with anger. But Chao tells her that he hasn't decided where he wants to go yet. Sueshi was confused by this answer. She hadn't expected it at all. She began to insist that he should get an education and become a professional reaper, and their faculty is the best in that direction. What followed was an even greater shock for everyone in the room. Once again, a scream was heard. A beautiful girl's voice screamed for Meng Chao. Fei Qiang almost broke down when he saw her. It was his greatest fantasy. It was the princess of the pulsation, Yang Feizhu, who impulsively shouted to Meng Chao. Sueshi immediately tensed, wondering where she knew him from. She ran up to him and immediately caught his hands. She looked very pleased, and Chao was in an awkward position. He told her that she shouldn't do that in public. Sueshi was also very surprised by Feizhu's actions. Chao's friends were also furious because they saw two famous and beautiful girls paying a lot of attention to Meng Chao. The best students from other schools were terrified because they thought they would be bullied by other students, and here they were being bullied. Feichoff asked Chao about the training video that showed the new pulsation force. She wondered if it was Chao. She began to thank him, and especially thanked the old firebearer for his unselfish contribution to the Yang Corporation. Chao immediately realized how she had figured out that Meng Chao was him, because in that video, his hands were clearly visible, and a great master like her, when she touched him, immediately realized who he was. He was most angry that she did it in front of everyone when she could have gone to a separate room and felt him as much as she wanted. The students from other schools who wanted to dominate were morally defeated and retreated. Feizhov and Sueshi started asking each other what they were doing here. Feizhov said she came to tell Meng Chao about the martial arts department at Longcheng University. In her opinion, it is a good fit for him. Seishi sarcastically asked Feizhou how she knew Meng Chao. Feizhou said that he was injured last year. Sueshi came up with the idea that her grandfather had invented a new version of the pulsation, and Chao's injury was complex, and they started to collaborate, and through that, they started to communicate. She asked Meng Chao if he would confirm her words. He was surprised by the story she came up with, but he said that's how they met. Feizhov was pleased that she was able to establish contact with Meng Chao. Sueshi's girlfriend said it didn't matter if he knew the princess, and it didn't mean he would join her faculty, because he needs to realize his talent as a mower. She also said that her university also has such a faculty, and if Chao wants to, he can choose a double degree. Feizhov started laughing at the fact that there was a martial arts department at the agronomy university because it sounded ridiculous. Suishi's girlfriend began to ask Feiju what she meant by their beast spirit style being worse than the super kill style. They started to get angry with each other, and Chow began to reassure them that he might not even get enough points to get into the bachelor's program. He added that it is worth waiting until the second stage of the exam is over and then talking calmly. They were already angry and at the same time said they were inviting him to lunch. Chow's friends were furious because he had two beautiful girls and they had none. The speaker drew the students' attention to the fact that there were 3 minutes left before the exam began. That aggressive student told his friends to memorize Meng Chow's name. He wants to see what Chow is capable of. At the same time, the girls continued to fight for him. But he was very much offended by what he saw. Suddenly, the speaker said that all students should pay attention. Circles appeared on the ground, and everyone had to stand in a circle. Then they were told to sit down in their seats. They need to relax and enter a state of deep meditation. Each circle was signed individually for each student. In a minute, those who speak or move will be considered violators. The first violation will be recorded, and the second will result in a severe disqualification. Suddenly, something began to appear from the ground. It was 3 spires that appeared out of the ground and surrounded Chow. He was surprised to see it. Vana began to split into different particles and seemed to come to life, and Chow thought that this is what superintelligence looks like. It started to take on a certain shape, and Chow said it didn't look good. But Chow thinks that this is the most advanced technology, and there is probably no reason to worry. It was also created with genetics and psionic energy in mind. And it became like a mask and smoothly fit over Meng Chow's face. It looked like a rather scary red mask. But the mask began to merge with his face and inject certain substances into him. Then I began to fall into a virtual but real world. Suddenly, Chow found himself facing a huge worm monster with dozens of huge teeth, and in the center of that mouth was a girl screaming for help. There was a strong wind. Chow didn't show any emotions. There was a lot of energy. Suddenly, Chow turned his head to the side and saw another man being eaten alive by mutated rats. While all the students were in anabiosis and their minds were in the simulation, the teachers were looking at the screen and seeing them from the outside. They immediately noticed that this year's exam was much harder than the previous ones. Teacher Wang said that 120% of pain and fear is the standard for being selected for the Red Dragon Army. Another teacher said that the time has come for a completely different war. The war is moving to a new level, and if those students do not pass the virtual test, there is no point in sending them into the deep fog. Specialists monitored the students' results. A student from the summer school, Zhen Fei, has a mental index of less than 40%. Suddenly, it started to drop to 30%. He's been over the red line for over 60 seconds. He failed the exam. He must leave the exam room. Suddenly, doctors appeared and wheeled him out of the room, and it was announced over the loudspeaker that student Zhen Fei had failed the exam. The teachers could see how that student failed the exam and was eaten by a giant monster. After seeing this, Teacher Wang began to worry even more about his students. Then, the teachers watched the student from the constructive school take the exam. He confirmed his reputation as the strongest student in that school. His psyche was like metal. A teacher from that school said that for their students, such exams are equivalent to a kind of performance. At the same time, we started watching Meng Chao and noticed that his performance was very strange. In the simulation, he stood there, surrounded by monsters on all sides, but there was not a drop of fear or excitement in him. A speaker and examiner, I was also very interested in his statistics. Teachers from other schools said that with such indicators, he could lead a constructive school. Another teacher asked if the boy was always eating the brains of monsters. Chow himself expected something completely different. He expected a much larger scale. The monster launches a swift attack, but Chow dodges it without difficulty. He thinks that everyone said that this test would be very scary. They said that there would be so many horrible monsters that all the students would pee their pants in fear. He decided to think about whether he had missed something and decided to take a look and take his time. At that moment, he was in the air, and he just landed on the back of that monster. He didn't understand, because according to the stories, everything was supposed to be very complicated, but in reality, it was very simple. Then he crawled up to the head of that monster and said that this one was even a little bit cute. He didn't understand how these simple monsters could scare anyone. He wasn't worried at all. Now he understands what is going on here and is ready to practice a little. He saw another monster in the distance, and it started running in his direction. It was the same as the one Chow was standing on. Away from that monster, I could see a beautiful and large sword. The monster he was standing on also started running towards another one. They had a plan to crush Chow, but he perceived it all as a computer game, so there must be objects for him to collect. After a few seconds, those monsters hit their heads with full speed. It was very grand and epic. He was expecting this, so he jumped up and started running on the back of one of them. At the end, he jumped on a big tail and started to go down the hill. He had a lot of fun. Thus, he very quickly got to the sword that he had noticed first. He grabbed that sword in a spectacular manner and is now ready to put on a real show. For the last few days, he had been consulting with the demon Yang about the art of swordplay, and he was able to hone his skills as if he had participated in hundreds of battles. Meanwhile, one monster was wounded after their clash, and the other monster was very menacing and angry. He was looking at Chow intently and wanted to knock him out of his emotional calm. In a moment, many monsters of various sizes appeared within a small radius of him. He was happy because it was the perfect training for him, with all the aspects of a real fight. Suddenly, those other monsters started a rapid attack. There were several of them. They were a little smaller than the previous ones, but they were also faster. He started the battle, and those monsters attacked him from all sides. After a few seconds of being in the hospital, Chow sustained minor injuries. He felt that a monster was flying behind him and wanted to bite him on the neck. Here he decided not to experience such pain on himself, and he acted as quickly as possible. He turned around with the fastest possible lunge and launched a counterattack. He managed to destroy that one fairly quickly, but there were others. He fought and tried different techniques on them, and at first they seemed perfect for training. But after destroying some of them, he realized that he would have more fun with bigger monsters. And very quickly he ran in the direction of that first monster whose mouth was divided into 4 parts. He ran at it and felt no fear, then struck the first blow. But something incredible happened. The monster pierced him with its massive tail. Chow ran into him with all his speed, and it was a non-life-threatening injury. The monster swung its tail with great force and threw it into the large rocks that were nearby. That was the end of that session. He was dead. His teachers were very surprised because they saw that his attack was very chaotic and did not understand what he was hoping for. Other teachers thought they were seeing something incredible, but it was a short-lived flash. The teacher from the coolest school calmed down because at first he was worried that some ordinary student would not become better than his special students. But the warden saw something strange and waited for what was next. Suddenly, Chow opens his eyes and vaguely sees the monster from behind. That monster was surprised, even though he was a computer simulation, but he didn't realize it. Chow reappeared, and all his wounds were healed. He did not know that this was possible. So, death without fear does not end the exam, but simply rebirths the student. He realized that the exam had been going on for some time, and if he did not give in to fear and panic, it would not end early. And now he is even more interested in trying again. But this attack ended even faster than the previous time. The monster simply caught him with its mouth. This time, only his sneakers remained of Chow. And in a moment, he reappeared behind that monster, and his so-called wounds were also healed. That monster, despite its formidable power and strength, clearly showed a lack of understanding that its victim appeared again and again. Chow was also very surprised by this feeling when you seem to be dying and suddenly resurrected. And Chow rushed into the attack again, and everything looked very similar to the last time. But for him, it was the perfect training ground, when the conditions are like in a real battle, but he is immortal. This turn of events surprised the teachers. Teacher Wang and Teacher Yang looked on and remained silent. The other teachers began to say that he was a bit stupid, and that his fighting technique was very strange. Teacher Yang was very surprised when he realized that Chow had decided to practice such a radical technique during the exam. He did not understand how Chow was not afraid of failing the exam. Over time, the teachers began to wonder if he looked like some kind of monster because he had died many times and his mental state was around 10%. A teacher from a special school swept up and told them to watch carefully because Chow had begun practicing the art of swordplay in hundreds of battles and found this style of 9th grade quite interesting. Later, after several more deaths, that big monster was chopped into different pieces. Monsters don't come back to life like that, let alone with a sword stuck in their eye. Chow was even tired, sweat streaming down his face. Suddenly, a spark appeared. The art of swordsmanship has improved a lot. Many teachers have captured many different points from real combat and will teach their students the same way. He was given an award for teaching them new methods. Chow did not realize that there were other elite teachers there for whom he had received awards. He lay on that dead monster and caught his breath. As he lay there, he wondered what he should do next. After all, he couldn't finish the exam in a hurry, and he had mastered his sword skills quite well. After this kind of training, it was hard for him to think of anything, but he started to turn his head to the side. It occurred to him that the data from the Monster Research University must have been used in his dream. And he figured out what he was going to do, because the internal structure of virtual monsters is the same as real ones. His spirits rose even more because he will be able to do such things here. He took his sword out of the monster's eye because it would be his tool for the job. Soon it will reach a completely different level, and time is very precious. You need to practice everything. He's going to use those monsters to level up the initial level of the harvest to master. He felt so high, he really liked it. He realized that he had already managed to fight with a sword, and now he would start to improve further. He had great opportunities, and he wasn't afraid to make mistakes because it was all a simulation. He stood there and thought about which side he should start disassembling the monster. He had little to do with such monsters. The only thing that disappointed him a bit was that there were not enough monsters, and he thought that he would not have enough. Suddenly, he heard a very loud noise behind him, and he turned around sharply. It was just a terrible noise coming from that side. It was strange for him. He didn't know what to expect. Suddenly, he saw a giant paw of a monster whose footsteps were shaking the ground. Also, among the cloud of dust he found, the giant limbs of another monster were very clearly visible. These were completely different monsters. They were as big as multi-story buildings. Then he realized that there was a second wave, much stronger than the first. His excitement for battle awakened again, and he liked it more than the art of harvesting at the moment. If he has such an opportunity, he is happy to continue to improve his skills. Teacher Jan was very uncomfortable because all the teachers started looking at him strangely because they thought that he had given him such instructions, and he wondered why they were looking at him because he had nothing to do with that crazy kid. They were checking how long the exam would last. There were 5 minutes left. That time was over very quickly. The speaker said over the loudspeaker, those candidates who did not drop out passed the exam, and then there is additional time. Those who want to continue can continue. The difficulty will gradually increase. The student will decide when to finish. Fei Chong began to take off his mask and move away from that state. When he fully regained consciousness, he immediately began to look at the large list and search for his name. He found himself in the 443rd place, and he was very happy that he had passed that exam. He immediately began to tell Chow that he had passed, but Chow was still wearing the mask and was not his. Fei Xiong noticed that Chow was smiling very scarily, which was strange for him because he had a whole room full of girlfriends. Their friends said it was impossible, but agreed that his words made sense. And another classmate started asking Fei Xiong how he trained, because he was in the top 500 in the whole district. He smiled and said that he hadn't really thought about it. He just thought about Meng Chao talking to 2 students. And then to make it easier for him, he imagined that the monster was Meng Chao. He was immediately overwhelmed with anger and began to attack the monster with great force. Other classmates began to complain that they did not have the same fury as Fei Qiong. At the moment of the fight, they just had an attack of fear and froze and did not move, and the monster destroyed them. Suddenly, someone called Fei Xiong and asked him how he was doing. Did Fei Xiong say that he couldn't take it anymore and left? Chao replied that he had already played enough and there were so many monsters that there was nothing he could do. His friends were shocked by this kind of expression about the game. They did not realize what he was trying to tell them. Suddenly, someone started shouting for everyone to look at the Super Chao rating. Chao managed to take 21st place out of 500 students who passed the exam. One classmate asked me that even those unicums who train every day in the virtual system still can't match Super Chao. Suddenly, there was a strong blow from one side. The impact scared everyone, and the floor cracked. It was that student, Jian Peng, from an elite school who was considered one of the strongest in his school. He was very angry. Someone came up to him and asked him what was happening to him today because he had made so many mistakes. The person who spoke to him was called Chairman Lo Hai. He said that he had high hopes for him and did not even realize that his mental qualities would turn out to be so simple. He said that he regretted that he had sought special resources for strength for him. He began to realize that it was all because of that kid. Another student said that Meng Chao was in the top 30. He probably doesn't perceive fear by nature, and it's no wonder that Jianping couldn't scare him. Luo Hai was interested. He asked if it was Meng Chao with whom he had problems. Chao saw that they were talking about him and was already preparing for a conversation, and at the same time, he began to receive rewards. His friends remembered his scene with the girls and started asking him what his relationship with the princess was, and another started asking about Ning Xuexi, how he met her. They became even more angry with him and threatened him that he would not leave that place alive unless he told them the truth. They declared him a public enemy. Chao sevened to the ground and said that he just wanted to help them all so that the two students would bring them information about their universities. Chao was no longer able to tolerate this kind of slander and decided to become a victim himself. He began to say that he and his friends were not worthy of them, and he would tell them to leave. After that, all those who were angry with him immediately softened and began to apologize to him. They told him not to say anything to them and to let them be here. Besides Chao, there were other cool guys there, and when he walked by, the girls couldn't look away. And when that Zhengping left, the guys did not respect him because of his actions. Chao saw that they were coming straight to him, and he had to think of something quickly. He immediately changed his expression and said to Jin Jianping that he had some business with him. Chao began to shake his hands and say that there had been a small misunderstanding between them. Because they are still young and their blood is boiling, that minor conflicts and rivalries are normal. The other student listened to this, and Chao said that in a little while they would all be in the same trench, defending Longcheng from monsters. Chao asked him if he noticed how difficult that test was. It's because a big threat is coming. Chao went on to ask him what he thought if they interfered with each other at a time when war was approaching. Was it normal? Chao's friends heard him say all this and thought that he was doing the right thing to avoid conflict. Other students from other schools also think this is a wise idea. Chao saw that they all liked it and realized that in this way he would contribute to the friendship of the young soldiers. The girls continued to praise Chao, congratulating him on his good result, and Xuexi was offered to go with her. Jianping saw this and again began to think that Chao was doing it all on purpose to mock him. Chao was both angry and very pleased to receive such attention from those girls, but he realized that with them here, he would not be able to make friends with the students. Suddenly, someone from the outside started reaching out to him. It was that cool student from the Lo-Hai Constructive School. Chao was very surprised that he wanted to meet him. But he also immediately shook his hand and told him that he was Meng Chao from the 9th grade. He said that from today, Meng Chao is the main person in the Hulin district. He wished Chao good results in the final exam, and then they would meet again. Chao smiled and said that he also wished him to get to the top of the rankings. Suddenly, girls came up to him and started dragging him somewhere. He turned to all the students of the constructive school. He said that he was waiting for them all to learn more about him and realized that he was quite quiet and not interested in fame, and the girls pulled him even harder. Chao shouted that he doesn't like to show off, but rather to contribute. They were pulling him harder, and against this background, what he was saying looked strange. Looking at all this, Zhupeng asked Luo Hai if he should deal with him. Luo Hai asked if he meant Meng Chao. And I started to explain to him that if he understood the meaning of competition and friendliness as well as Meng Chao did, his results would be much better. Jeppin was even more angry that his supposed friend was paying attention to him. Luo Hai turned around, looked him in the eye with an ominous look, and asked if he disagreed with him. Because if he still disagrees with him, then let him deal with Chao himself, and he won't even bet a penny on him. He went on to say that if they were both sent into the fog, Yu Peng would be fully armed, and Chao would be with his bare hands. In the end, it was Junpeng who would die. These words made him stunned. And then that stupor turned into wild and enormous anger and hatred. Chao had to deal with Xuexi and Fei Zhao. He told them that as far as lunch was concerned, they didn't have to come with him. They simultaneously asked him why. Chao was embarrassed, but he said that the two of them were very beautiful, and if he went to eat with them, he was afraid that his classmates would kill him out of jealousy. The girls looked at each other and did not expect such a situation to happen. Then they smilingly asked him if he needed their inside information that they had prepared. Chow said that he really needed that information, but it would be even better if the two of them came to their school and told all the students about the final exam and the choice of faculty. 10 days before the final exam, Chow received paper copies of the information from the girls to study. All of the students were very quick to learn the information from him. The Feijov and Sueshi girls came to the school and tried to tell the students everything they needed to know. When there were 3 days left before the final exam, the students were practicing, and Feixiong said that he and his friends had agreed to make fun of Chow, but again, it turned out the other way around. Later, Spark sent a notification that Chow's hidden injuries were completely cured. He was very happy when he received this notification. As Chow lay there, he thought that in his past life he hadn't had such an experience, that he had to stay after school to control everything. He had a very nice bed at the time, and he missed it very much. Suddenly, when no one expected it, there was a real alarm. Alarm, alarm, alarm. The students ran out into the corridor. Fei Chong said that he hadn't heard a warning from the security service about a possible monster attack, but another said that this is a special alert. There are many gaps in space in the city, and monsters can appear right in the city. Chow got out of bed and looked out the window. He was really stressed. Huge lightning bolts were striking all over the city. They were coming out of those portals. A great storm began. The whole sky turned blue. It was all very scary. Longcheng had never seen such an attack before. Chow was shocked because in his past life at this time, he was in the hospital and in a coma. Now the real test begins for him because he has no memories of this event and will be living it for the first time. But the storm was getting stronger by the minute. The lightning began to strike much more often. Something terrible was coming to Longcheng. Suddenly, at one moment, huge tentacles began to appear from one spatial portal. That ugly creature was simply unimaginable in size, and it was descending from the sky. It looked like a huge eye that was infected with some terrible disease. In a short time, it completely left that portal. It was bigger than many houses in Longchen. The Ludus had heard of this kind of monster before, and it was a sky-tearing demon eye. All the students started running outside and getting ready for the battle. The students said that the beast was strong in group and mental attacks, and that they shouldn't look it in the eye. Fake Xiong said in a panic that the textbooks said it moved slower and that its tentacles were weaker. They ran to an approximate temporary position. Most of the ordinary students were panicked and overcome with fear, thinking that they could not do anything against such a super monster. Some of them started crying and asked where the army was and where the exalted warriors were. Chow had to command them. He told them to concentrate and calm down. He also told them to start using breathing and meditation techniques. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the sky, which was getting louder and louder. Chow found out exactly which side the sound was coming from and turned his head there. And armored airships started flying out of the sky, which gave Chow the courage to realize that they were not alone in this battle. They were heading straight for the big eye to try to destroy it as quickly as possible. Fire was opened from all possible types of weapons simultaneously. The airship had to get closer to start firing. It poured shells and bullets at that horrible monster. Suddenly, a door opened in that airship, and there was a sublime warrior. It was a warrior who specialized in sword fighting. Another section opened up, and there was also a woman warrior, a towering woman, but she was a sniper. Another warrior, like a heavy weapon that inflicts the most damage to the monster. And another niche opened up, and there was also an exalted warrior, a very high rank. The first warrior in red armor decided not to hesitate and began to act. He could fly mainly thanks to the jetpack on his back. He flew straight into one of these monsters, because over time, several of them appeared. He flew right at it and didn't feel a bit of fear. He managed to dodge those huge tentacles well. He was a very strong warrior, and in a very short time he came almost to the monster's side. The monster tried to defend himself with all his might, but the warrior had already started to swing for a super strike. He deliberately accelerated as fast as possible and headed straight for the center of the eye itself. Surprisingly enough, that was the weakest point. A few moments later, there was a powerful explosion from the back of the monster. That talcum powder explosion increased the speed because those monsters were empty inside and filled with various gases. Another exalted girl, a warrior sniper, noticed that beautiful attack and praised her partner. She also had a jetpack on her back, but she was a long-range warrior. Watching her friend's successes, she was excited. Suddenly, she flew to a close distance from the monster. It was already closing its tentacles on her. Another moment passed, and a huge bullet flew out of the superweapon, flying straight into the center of the monster. It was just fantastic, because 80% of the monster just shattered into very small pieces. Fake Xiong watched everything with great interest. He shouted and cheered the fighters on. Chao watched from the sidelines as Feng Yun and many other students reacted. He realized that this was probably the first time they had ever seen exalted warriors fight, so they had such an emotional reaction. But suddenly, one student started shouting for everyone to watch because one of the monsters was attacking the airship. The monster began to descend rapidly from the heights and collided with that airship with great force to destroy it. But he managed to survive. Then the monster began to wrap its massive tentacles around him. He began to pull it down and destroy it in this way. He will die himself, but he will also destroy the airship. It was called the Steel Demon. The students who were panicking now began to panic even more. Chao also saw it, and the sight of it really shook the disciples' faith. The moment everyone saw the airship fall, they began to radiate fear, and it resonated. With each passing minute, their hysteria grew, and they began to see more and more reasons for complete defeat. Chao realized that fear had spread through the mental waves like a virus. He needed to find a way to stabilize their mental index, to find a way to raise morale. Suddenly, a song started playing, and everyone was surprised because it was not the time for songs. Chao realized that this song would definitely help them, that it would definitely calm their mental index. It was very loud from all the loudspeakers. And Chao began to set the rhythm. The words were, "Get up, for the sake of your loved ones, the teeth of the monsters are coming." In a moment, almost everyone was singing this song and their morale was growing rapidly. Something strange began to happen. Something strange that monster was at a loss to understand what was happening in front of the whining polo. Suddenly, a light began to rise up, and what a light! And the students have completely changed their fear into fearlessness and courage. Mental index is a very important thing, and that's why in luncheon, at some critical moments, they play music to help people raise their mental index. Those horrible monsters were still over the city a little bit, but it was still far from complete victory. To everyone's surprise, there was also a completely different monster there, different monsters in different parts of the city, but there were also exalted warriors there. Every tall warrior had his favorite weapon with which he was the best. He pierced that monster through and through, and his strength was so great that the blow of that spear just glowed like the sun. But that wasn't all. I defeated one while the other was almost there. I attacked him from behind. Suddenly, someone fired several shots with a laser weapon at that monster. It was another Sublime. They always work in pairs to cover each other. The warrior jumped up and started looking for his next targets at a long distance. A few seconds and the closest monsters were shot by a professional shooter. They were two exalted warriors in another part of the city. And this is the third warrior from that group. He, like everyone else, had unique techniques and unique armor. Thanks to her majestic skills and super strength, that woman warrior dealt with monsters very effectively. The exalted warriors played a key role in this battle. So far, the monsters could do nothing against them. Later, special spotlights appeared on the roofs of buildings, which immediately began to attract the attention of monsters in the form of an eye. They all chose one monster and began to direct their light into its many eyes. In a moment, the monster on whom those spotlights were shining began to behave very strangely. He started shaking. And after a few moments of this radiation on the monster, it exploded very strongly. It was a special radiation that was focused on the monster's eyes. Fei Qiang said that as long as their mental index was up to par, they would not be afraid of that demon eye. And another student said that no monsters or zombies could match Long Chen's strength. Chao breathes a sigh of relief, for now each of them has a mental index of 120%. He is afraid that in this state, they will not even notice Demon Master Yang. Then they became so brave that they started to say that the townspeople were fighting the monsters behind the school's fence, and they wanted to help and contribute to the defense of luncheon. Suddenly, behind their backs, someone shouted at them, "What are they doing there?" It was Teacher Yang, and he was in full battle gear and had a big sword. Fei Xiong immediately asked him if he was coming to fight. He began to say that the teacher should take them with him to this battle. The teacher sharply replied that Feixiong should not talk nonsense and quickly return back, and that none of them should take a single step outside the compound. They began to say that the committee had issued a decree that when monsters attack, everyone should help each other and fight together. Monsters are destroying the city and they have to sit here? The principal also came out to the students and said that he fully understood them and supported them in their fighting convictions. Chow listened to him carefully. He said that, to survive, they sacrifice themselves all the time, but the sacrifice must be valuable. Every drop of blood shed must pay for itself. He asked if they understood this. Feixiong asked the director why he could go to fight. They are already old and crippled, and their full potential has been squeezed out of them, so their deaths do not matter much, and the students are still young, like the rising sun. All the students remained silent and listened to what the principal was saying. Meng Chao understood all this very well, but he also listened. The principal said they were students, the future and hope of Longcheng. And if they really want to fight, then let them wait until he and all the teachers are dead. Then they must step over their corpses and take their weapons so that they can fight today and do it as they please. Feixiong wanted to say something else to the director's words, but he abruptly told him to shut up. Longcheng is a district army in another world. Everyone's life belongs to the city. Even death should be dignified. The principal began to grow his muscles in front of the students. He straightened up and became 3 times bigger than he usually was. He was also a towering, famous warrior called the Heavy Gun, Sun Daxin. His arms were scarred from battle. Chow was delighted with what he saw. Now he doesn't wonder why the Heavy Gun doesn't need weapons, because his fists are like 2 thunder hammers filled with gunpowder, and if you touch them even a little bit, you will die immediately. He shouted that he was Sun Daxing. He joined the army at the age of 17 and was a soldier for 40 years. He killed 1,000 zombies and tens of thousands of monsters. His body had big scars and a piece of tooth stuck in his spine. He approached Feixiong and said that he had given everything for Longcheng so that his death would be worthy, and he began to ask Feixiong how many monsters he had killed and how many scars were left on his body. What did he do for Longcheng? He hadn't even grown a hair yet. What value would his death bring? Feixiong understood everything now. Okay, they have to stay here and believe in their defenders. In the older generation of Luncheon, they will hold the city and buy time for the students, and their mission is to train hard and use the time and resources that the warriors have won for them. In the end, he said that they should get their right to die with dignity. Feixiong, after the teacher's speech, was in a thoughtful state. Chow understood the director perfectly well, because he had lived through all this in much worse situations before. The students stayed as the principal told them and watched them go to battle. But suddenly Chow had a very disturbing feeling. He remembered a moment. It was in this battle that the director was dragged into the sky and was severely injured when he was attacked from behind and died from those injuries. Chow shouted sharply to the director to wait. He was very worried. He wanted to try to prevent it somehow. The principal turned abruptly and was already angry with the students, but he was ready to listen to Meng Chao. Chow started running up to him to tell him something. He started telling what he had read on a forum on the darknet about those monsters, that they can take you to the sky with their tentacles. He doesn't know if it's true, but he advises Teacher Jan and the principal to pay attention to attacks from the mountain. Teacher Yan listened to him carefully and thought that it would not hurt. He thanked him and said that Meng Chao was returning to everyone and had also taken care of security. And now they definitely went to the epicenter of the battle, overwhelmed with internal emotions, to defend the city. Chao looked at the director and was rewarded for Sun Daxin's listening to his advice, and his chances of survival increased greatly. Chao noticed that the director was signed as a hero, even higher in rank than the city's elite. He wondered what kind of warrior he needed to be awarded the rank of hero. Facebook immediately started asking Chao what they should do now. Chao himself got a little angry because of his friends' questions and said that they would all go to the gym and fight for the right to die. His friends have never seen him in such a state. They all started running after him and said they would train with all their might, and Feixiong said he would fight Chao until someone screamed. Later on, it happened that Chao hit one of his classmates in the face, and quite hard. On the other's turn, he kicked him, also sparing no effort. Feixiong was lucky because Chao threw him over his shoulder and threw him to the floor. There was quite a loud bang in the hall from that hard landing. Chow was a little bit mad. He told everyone to get up and add a little strength, and then they would be able to repel his blow. But Fei Qiong said that he had to rest for a while, and after him, all the others said they would take a break as well. Chow went up to the beaten Fei Qiong and asked him why he was afraid of pain. He was very rough. Fei Qiong replied sharply that it was a lie, that he was just tired. He needs to rest a bit and then he will fight again and figure out how to beat Chow. Did Chow smile and say that he would be watching him to make sure he kept his promise? While the others were improving, Fei Qiong told Chow that he was getting a little worried about his family. Chow said that everyone is worried about their relatives now. It's such a moment and such a time. They realize that now all they can do is improve. But we shouldn't forget that they are just high school students, even if they are running home right now. So what will they be able to do as a result? Most likely, they will interfere. That's why he reiterates that the most important thing now is to train hard. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood where Chow lives, there were quite active actions in that area. Large military vehicles were involved. The captain reported that there were a lot of monsters in that region, and he asked everyone to help the Red Dragon army and go to the shelter on another street. Just at that moment, a huge and vicious monster destroyed the captain's radio and attacked him. Meng's father, Meng Chao, was listening to this message because these events were happening near their home. He gathered his family and told them to go to the place they were talking about on the loudspeaker. He told his daughter to keep up. The grandmother told her granddaughter Xiao Kao not to worry. She would look after her, and it was her job to look after the dog. They and many other people were running there, and the father emphasized to his daughter that they should never get separated. When all those people were running by a side street, a purple light was seen there. Suddenly, a portal began to open rapidly, and a huge monster in the form of a rhinoceros came out of that portal. It was very unexpected. The military did not know that it happened there. In a moment, there were already several such monsters. People were panicking, trying to run away from those monsters. I heard a loud noise behind me, and when I turned around, I was horrified by what I saw. He told his men to stay together and not let the crowd crush them. My grandmother told him not to worry because she was under her protection. Suddenly, something terrible happened. Several more monsters broke out and started attacking Manny and his wife. No one could have foreseen this situation. She is on the verge of death. But suddenly, in the distance, something flashed. It was the silhouette of a girl who ran with great speed and seemed to grab a sword. It was Xiao Kao with that sword, jumping on top of that monster's head and shouting to her parents that she would protect them. That monster felt that someone was on his head, but he didn't have time to react. As soon as the monster started to do something, Xiao Cao was already preparing to stab him from above. She plunged that sharp samurai sword into his head with all her might. But the other monster continued to move towards her parents, and she abruptly began to push away from the first monster, in time to destroy the second. A monster doesn't care when they kill other monsters. They have one goal, which is to destroy people. Yi Xiaokao manages to catch up and strikes a very fast punch. The air began to glow from her speed. And only now did the effects of her lightning-fast strike become visible. The second monster's face was cut off, and Xiao Chao bounced into the air. She did it all very effectively and landed very beautifully. She was very pleased with herself, asking her mom and dad how cool she was. And my mom and dad and grandma were horrified by what they saw and only managed to scream her name in a very disturbing voice. It was just a terrifying situation. Xiao Kao had no idea, but behind her, a huge monster had already opened its mouth to grab her. They managed to shout to her that there was a monster behind her, and she looked back and saw it. At the last moment, when he was about to close his mouth, she managed to duck and jump aside. And that monster ran forward with great speed by inertia. He stopped very quickly and began to turn around to attack her again, and she already realized that she would be dead. She spent all her energy trying to save her parents, and now she can hardly stand up. She thought about her brother, and if he went to the afterlife, she would throw a tantrum. My wife and I rushed to her to try to save her, but the chance that we would have time to do anything was very small. And at the last moment, when the monster was already close to her, a powerful explosion occurred near the monster's mouth. And thanks to him, the monster moved to the side and did not hit her. It was just a miracle, and she was in a stupor because she had just thought she was going to die. When the monster ran by her, she noticed a big wound on it from that explosion. It was my grandmother. She was on horseback with a big gun, and she said that they really thought she was useless. She continued to fire intensively at that monster. Even though she couldn't move as fast as that monster, they were on equal footing. They ran around it from the side and she kept shooting at it. Suddenly, the monster began to abruptly change direction. He started to turn around. Did my grandmother not understand what that monster was up to? At first, it was distancing itself from people, and now it seems to want to attack again. Its weapons are too weak to kill it. As a result, he was heading straight for Cao Cao again, and her grandmother shouted at her to run away as fast as possible. She told the toothpick to save her granddaughter, and she would try to stop that evil demon boar. Zubik was a very advanced creature and understood her right away. My grandmother jumped up the hill and opened fire with her weapon again. She landed right on the monster's groin and stuck her weapon in its head. She screamed for the fat beast to die, and she started shooting. Just in time, the tooth was able to pull Cao Cao aside, and an even stronger explosion occurred where the monster had been. Immediately after that, the monster fell to the ground and did not move. My granddaughter was screaming hysterically to her grandmother because she couldn't see what happened there. When the fire from the explosion went out, but the smoke remained, the grandmother could see that she was sitting on the tip of the monster's muzzle. Did her granddaughter and her tooth run to her to see if she was okay? And immediately, my grandmother raised her hand in the air and said that it was all easy for her. Cao Cao was immediately happy that her grandmother was okay. It was just wonderful that everything was fine. But in the next moment, her expression changed dramatically. Tears immediately began to well up in her eyes as the smoke began to clear and the full picture became visible. That monster was definitely dead, but there was a lot of blood on its mouth. Also, the hole in his head was huge because my grandmother stuck her gun into him and started shooting him in the middle. Her grandmother told Cao Cao that she was not crying because her grandmother was fine, she was smiling and showing it with her hand. But the real picture was just horrifying. That huge monster horn completely pierced the grandmother through. She was still asking her granddaughter not to cry. Tears were streaming down her face, but she faked a smile. It was just a tragedy for her. The weapon that my grandmother was shooting with was simply torn apart because the explosive force from the shots had nowhere to go and tore the weapon apart. Their area was very badly damaged. Many defense mechanisms were destroyed. Chow arrived by bus, which had started running in the morning, and ran rapidly home. On the way home, there were many corpses of monsters. People did not understand how these creatures appeared in their old neighborhood. They said that their defense system was very weak. It took a lot of time to clear the rubble and shake the monsters. Chow quickly ran and opened the door to the house, and he immediately started calling everyone to make sure they were home. Chow saw his mom and dad, and he asked them if they were okay. They were beaten up, but their father said they were fine and that their neighborhood had a good harvest. Paragraph 2443. The father turned his head and said that he had heard that in the midst of the battle, someone had awakened the power of the Tall One. Now, there would be a Tall One in his area. Chow saw that they were fine. Then he asked what happened to his sister. He asked where she was and asked his father to tell him the truth. His father turned to him and could not say anything to him. Chow started to walk by her parents and immediately went to her room and started calling her. When he approached her room, he thought that he hadn't watched her for only one day, and had she gone to the dark side? He started knocking loudly and asking if she was okay and if he could come into her room. She didn't answer him clearly when he asked her a question. Chow opened the door and saw that his sister was covered with a blanket and shaking. He walked over and silently sat next to her. He thought he would tell her to calm her down. She cried all the time and told him that she was very weak. She told him that she managed to save her mother and father, but she could not save their grandmother Wang. She clung to her brother and said that Grandma Wang would die and become a zombie. Chow immediately thought about what they would have to do next. He began to calm her down and told her to tell him what exactly had happened. She told me everything and still said that it was all because she was weak. Chow sharply told his sister that Grandma Wang had made a heroic sacrifice to protect her city. And if she were conscious, I would definitely not want to see her in this state. The sister continued to cry, but said that she had to become very strong to prevent this from happening again. But Chow explained to her that strength of spirit is real strength, because if you don't have a strong spirit, you become a slave to your strength. And in this case, not only will you not save anyone, but you will create an even greater tragedy. His sister understood him and stopped crying. My mother came into the room and told Chow that the military had come, the Eternal Life Brigade. Chow asked his mother if there was a happy send-off at his grandmother's house. My mom said yes. Chow said that according to tradition, there should be witnesses at the send-off, and they, as neighbors, would be them. He began to call his sister to witness the crime, but she refused and said she did not want to see her grandmother in such a state. Chow reminded her that she had just said that she wanted to become stronger. Would she not have the courage to look at Grandma Wang? He told her once again to come with him, and they took her on her last journey. Other neighbors gathered near her apartment. They discussed that she would become a zombie. Others confirmed it because a special team came for such cases, but so far she was conscious. Chow and her sister walked past them and told them to move aside because they were her neighbors and were coming to her to witness. They came and saw that my grandmother was lying with her stomach twisted, and the doctors said that the virus was gradually spreading and healing the wounds. But respiratory functions were decreasing, and the death rate of brain cells was increasing. To prevent the zombie from getting out of control, she was chained to the bed. Her own granddaughter was sitting in the corner, crying as well. Chow approached her and said that Xiao Chow would stay with her. It was very painful for her to watch it all, and she thanked Meng Chow and his sister for their support. Xiao Xiao wanted to tell her something and wondered how best to start the conversation. But suddenly, Grandma almost became a zombie and began to flail her legs and arms chaotically and impulsively. She changed, her eyes turned white, she became a real zombie. The granddaughter immediately clung to Xiao Xiao in fear, and she was also very frightened, but she remembered her brother's words. She told Xiao Zuan not to cry because her grandmother was not in pain now. It started hissing very loudly, like some kind of animal. Doctors told her that 85% of her brain was dead, and she would lose all respiratory function within 3 minutes. All 3 of the strongest viruses in her body had exceeded their maximum levels. The doctors assessed her condition and found that we were lost for salvation, and do the relatives agree with them? Her grandmother's granddaughter had to agree with the doctors because she saw what happened to her. Other neighbors from far away were also watching, and the doctor said that the patient had signed an agreement stating that the body would be transferred to the Eternal Life Brigade in the Red Dragon Army. According to the procedure, there must be 2 witnesses. Chow and her sister agreed to be witnesses in the case. Now the doctors needed to hear the direct consent of the witnesses. Meng Chow's sister has already become noticeably bolder. She said she agreed. Then the doctors said they would include the donor's original video. The doctors asked me to watch carefully so that the following manipulations would be very clearly in line with the donor's will. A grandmother appeared on the screen, holding the same weapon and a toothpick. She was addressing her own granddaughter, Zuan. If she is watching this video, then her grandmother is dead. Even then, she started joking that she had died and become a zombie. The first thing she told her was not to cry because she had loved to do so since childhood and thus was not at all like her neighbor, Xiao Cao. After they started watching the video, she became even more hysterical, and even Cao Cao was quietly crying as well. She said she didn't need to be sad, but luncheon had moved back 50 years, and she asked how people lived through the Taroki. She told us that she had many tragedies in her life, but she managed to live to such an old age. She decided that she would donate her body when she was as young as her granddaughter. She remembered that she was 14 years old at the time, and that Longcheng had not yet moved to another world. She had a sister 5 years older than her, and she suddenly fell ill with an unknown disease. Doctors said that there were 3 such cases in the whole world, and the time of death after the disease was discovered was 1 week. And her sister decided to donate her body after her death so that in the future humanity could learn how to treat such viruses. After her sister's death, the doctor handed over a drawing that she had drawn with her last strength. In that drawing, there was a star that was smiling and looked very much like a sister. She made a paper crane out of that drawing and thought that if she carried it with her, her sister would always be with her and would protect her. So now she also wants to become a star. And she will be able to watch over Qinyan and Xiao Chao, watch them grow up in peace and happiness. The girls were very much moved by the story of their grandmother. As for the tooth, she said that when she goes to school, she won't be able to take care of it. She should give it to the neighbors, Uncle Mi and Xiao Chao, who will take care of it. Xiao Kao said she would take care of the tooth. Now she has written everything down, and she can go rest. She also said about her husband that he constantly said that he had given his entire life to the Red Dragon Army and that he would definitely join the ranks of the Eternal Life Brigade after his death. The doctors asked the family and witnesses if they understood everything that was said in the video or if they had any objections. The three of them said at the same time that they had no objections. The doctor said that family members and witnesses have no objections, and the transformation ceremony is starting right now. The doctor said that everyone should make 3 bows to express their deepest respect for the volunteer. The first bow, the granddaughter tried her best, but she could not hold back her tears. With every passing second, the demonic forces in my grandmother's body were waking up more and more. Meng Chao and his sister silently paid tribute to their grandmother, who saved Xiao Qiao's life. The third bow, all those present bowed to express their respect. Then the doctors continued their work. They began to inject her with virus inhibitors. Then they had to act faster so as not to miss a special moment when there would be no turning back. They will insert an audio-visual image into the cerebral cortex that the volunteer has chosen. For a while she calmed down and just lay there quietly. 3 minutes passed, and they took off her breathing apparatus and a special mask. The doctor said they were going to do one last test and asked all family members and witnesses to come out. They quickly left so as not to waste time. One of the doctors started preparatory procedures, she did a certain ritual, and was ready. The next moment, the shackles that had restrained my grandmother were opened. She got up and sat down in a second, and her fingernails and toenails grew very long and sharp. For the first couple of moments, she just sat there and did not show any alarming signs. But suddenly, she jumped out of bed and started running to the doctor, laughing evilly. Her granddaughter screamed very loudly and called her. And she stopped at the last moment and looked at her granddaughter, but the doctor was already holding a gun over her head, and only 1 second saved her. The doctor started to ask her if she remembered the oath she took when she applied to join the Eternal Life Brigade. Chow watched carefully what was happening, and the doctor began to repeat the oath. Their will defeat all material and immaterial enemies. She also listened attentively, and the doctor continued. Even after death, they should not be under the rule of bacteria and viruses in any wound. The doctor activated a special mode designed for such cases. He was ready for any turn of events. He got into the grandmother's head and began to suggest information to her. Chow was very interested in watching this. He realized that this doctor was sublime and he could master the mysteries of the mind. After he started doing his thing, my grandmother started screaming and behaving very chaotically. It looked very scary. Her granddaughter was very scared, but she still shouted and encouraged her grandmother, saying that she would be able to beat the disease. That girl was left alone, and she said that her grandfather and mother and father were looking down on her from heaven, and she had to overcome that disease. At one point, her chaotic movements and screams began to subside and tears became visible in her eyes. So she completely calmed down, just stood there and cried. Her movements became smooth as a human. They began to test her with a certain device and found that the degree of brain mutation was under control. The central nervous system was not damaged. The reaction to sounds, to color, and the reaction to stimulation with fresh blood is normal. Fragments of memory that are stored deep in the subconscious help it to control itself. The doctor said that she was no longer a wild zombie, but someone who continues to fight for her family and her homeland, even after death. She started crying because she heard it all and realized it. The doctor was elated and ordered to salute the immortal warrior. The granddaughter cried nonstop, but she was proud of her grandmother. Chow also said goodbye to her, thanking her in his mind for saving his sister. Xiao Qiao was also important, but she pulled herself together because her grandmother protected her and she became like that. Special soldiers took her to a special car of the Immortal Regiment. Some people are already dead but continue to live. They died but continue to live in the burning fire. A lot of people gathered for her farewell, and by that time she was in complete control and was walking alone. For people like her are great heroes because she will continue to fight for their safety. She was wearing a special helmet that helped her control herself, and it constantly scanned her brain and all other indicators. Her granddaughter shouted after her that she would take care of herself and let her protect luncheon. She heard those words but could not react to them, but inside she felt calmer that her granddaughter had said it. And she started to climb the stairs to get into that car, and no one else would ever see her again. Xiao Qiao cried again and asked Xiao Zuan for forgiveness, because if she had been stronger, she could have saved Grandma Wang. She told her not to say that because when her grandmother was still conscious yesterday, she told her how amazing Xiao Qiao was. She turned sharply because these words surprised her. She also said that her grandmother told her that she was the bravest girl she knew and that her granddaughter should learn from her. She couldn't believe that these were true words and kept asking if it was true. My granddaughter said that she would be living at the school, and could she leave her tooth there? Xiao Qiao said not to worry, she would take care of it. Then the girl remembered that her grandmother had said that she put all the important things in her tooth collar. When they opened that collar, two things started falling out of it. One of them was a wedding photo of my grandmother, and the other is the picture she talked about in her address, which was drawn by her sister. The granddaughter asked Xiao Qiao to keep her grandmother's star, and she will keep the photo of her when she was young. That same evening, her sister told Chao that she didn't want to live in Longcheng number 1 anymore. Chao did not understand her at first. She repeated it once again and added that it didn't matter to her how strong the psionic energy was there, how much better the neighborhood was, she just didn't want to live there, she wanted to stay where she was. She firmly said that Tianfuang was their home and she would not retreat from it one step. Chao said that he understood her and said that she had grown up. He immediately received a message that the chance of her turning into a demon witch had decreased even further. Then she said that she didn't want to learn to sing and dance, but wanted to train and become strong. Chao agreed that he would train her from then on, and they would start with a 2-hour Qigong stance and do it every night. My sister didn't like this exercise and started screaming for someone to save her. The alarm clock rang at 6 in the morning, but Chao had no plans to get up. There was one day left before the final exam, but Chao was a little exhausted. When he fell asleep again, he woke up to a loud sound. His sister woke him up. She said that the exam was coming up and he needed to study. She quickly got ready and told her mother that she was going to school, and Chao had just come out of his room and said that he would take revenge on her in the evening. His mother told him that he was very cruel to his sister and called him to eat while everything was warm. Chao got dressed and went to eat while watching the news on TV. They were interviewing Nan's grandfather, and he told them that he not only wanted to create a Firebearer Foundation, but also to open free online classes to pass on everything he has learned in his life to all residents of Longcheng for those who want to learn. He told me that he had recently been seriously injured, but had received very important information from a secret elder, and after that he was enlightened and started a new life. Chao was shocked to hear this information. He immediately started receiving various notifications from the Spark, and there were quite a few of them. Because of the interview that Ning's grandfather gave, a lot has changed in Longchen. It turned out that the roles of the city's residents are not fixed and that no one is born a hero. Any ordinary citizen can become an elite. Now he understands everything, and Principal Sun and Grandpa Ning helped him to do so, and they set him on the right path. He is determined to become a hero of the city. I also received a notification about the Sword of Thunder Cross and that it could be exchanged. Chao realized that with Ning's grandfather's contribution, that sword could be upgraded to expert level. He is very proud of himself for contributing to Longcheng. There is a legend among the monsters of another world. The legend of a human city that suddenly appeared in the middle of a mountain range of monsters. Approximately 20 years ago, a mighty 9-headed diamond dragon stood on a mountain range. He subdued a lot of monsters. Once he was at the center of respect, he decided to demonstrate his power to the entire ridge and level the city of Lunzhen to the ground. It was June 8th, and it was the day of the final exam. The diamond 9-headed dragon met with a very determined resistance that day. It was a very large-scale battle, with trees and pieces of buildings flying like leaves in the autumn wind. The 10 strongest exalted warriors of that time, united by the mission to protect the city, entered the battle against that super monster. It was so powerful that even the Doomsday Monster had to flee. But this time, Luncheon did not want to let him go just like that, because whoever interfered with the final exam would be punished. The monster was panicking because he was not given a second to catch his breath. There were endless attacks on him by people. Humanity paid a huge price. It took them 3 months to kill the diamond 9-headed dragon in its lair. The scale of that battle is hard to imagine. With thousands of pieces of equipment, tens of thousands of soldiers, and hundreds of super warriors involved. The monsters had all kinds of minds, just like humans, and could clearly sense the determination of humans. Since then, the day of the final exams on the 8th of June has become a forbidden day for monsters. A large training complex of the school. The children of Longcheng can finally focus on passing their entrance exams and do their best to get good grades. The loudspeaker told everyone to put on their headphones because there would be a sound test. Chow said that the examiner who came up with the idea of doing a qigong stance on a moving platform was definitely out of his mind. The speaker told them to draw a diagram of the rhinoceros dragon's main organs in its shell and point out its weaknesses. Chow quickly completed several tasks in a row. 4 hours passed, and Chow raised his hand and told the teacher that he wanted to finish the exam. The teacher was of course surprised, but he could not interfere. It was the student's will. In fact, there was still a whole hour left until the end of the exam, but Chow pressed the button to pass the exam. He left the exam hall and thought that he had checked all the answers 3 times and there should be no problems. Then he remembered that in other halls there were medical capsules to restore strength, so he decided to go and try them. An hour passed and the students began to leave the exam hall looking tired. Fake Xiong said that he wanted someone to show him the smart guy who came up with this exam, and he would kick his ass. Another student agreed with him completely, and yet another student asked them if any of them had seen Super Chow. Fake Xiong suggested that he first recuperate in the medical capsules and then go look for Chow. They agreed with him, but he should not be given the opportunity to brag, and he should definitely not be asked how he passed the exam. Fei Qiang came over and said they wanted to use the capsules. She was very surprised at Fei Qiang's size and said they needed to register. One of them asked if they had heard that there was some weirdo in this exam who took the exam an hour before it was over. One said maybe he was just super lazy. Suddenly, Meng Chao comes out of one of the booths, all wet and in a gorgeous combat uniform. Everyone except that girl was once again surprised. His friends were already used to this and tried not to show their emotions. Chow did not wait for a question from them and decided to ask them himself how they passed the exam. They said that Chow was the one who turned in an hour early and he would start bragging again. Another guy asked Fei Xiong if he would like to beat him up a little bit, but Fei Xiong said that he had already tried and it didn't work. But they found a solution and all at once said they were tired and went into the booths. Chow didn't understand why they were behaving this way. Another hour and a half passed, and it came to the help desk for exam results. As Chow ate his lunch quietly, they discussed in the back that they were very interested in his results, but they could not ask him because he would humiliate them. Fei Xiong was particularly eager to do so. Chow heard this and turned to him and wanted to tell him something. But Fei Xiong covered his ears with his hands and told him not to say anything because he would not listen. He had guessed that they were strange, but now they were showing it very openly. Chow realized that Fei Xiong was suffering from the fact that he did not know his results, and Chow decided to take pleasure in it. In the end, Fei Xiong could not stand it and told Chow to tell him what his result was. He said without thinking at all that 939 points was the first place in their school and 1,084 from the whole city. They began to say that they would rather go to a real battle right now to test it. They just turned around and walked away from him. Chow saw it as a lack of mental preparation because they are very vulnerable. A military base with a huge concentration of weapons and soldiers. The soldier came out onto the road and started stopping the bus carrying the students who were taking the exam. The students showed their tickets, but the soldier said they had to get off the bus because they had to get on an armored train to cross the river. Gradually, they all got off the bus and headed deeper into the base. Fei Xiong said that he had wanted to see that river for a long time, but his father had told him that it was too dangerous. Did Chow say that there was a place where monsters attacked the Zang'an district every day and that Fei Xiong wanted to be their lunch? Chow was upset by this statement. He was offended. A moment later, the siren in the area started up again. One of the students saw that there was a monster in the Red Dragon River, and Fei Xiong ran to it because he also wanted to take a closer look. Under the huge bridge, a huge water monster was raging, but suddenly they began to hear the sound of metal airships. They were just beautiful, super weapons flying towards that water monster. When they approached and hovered over that monster, they started dropping huge bombs. Monsters also have minds, and he saw that bomb fall near him, but nothing happened. But not even a moment later, a huge explosion erupted from under the water, tearing the monster into different pieces. He immediately floated to the surface of the water, and a large red blood stain appeared around him. The silhouettes of other monsters who had come for a free lunch began to appear. Those airships were just incredibly powerful, and they were equipped with huge nets, thanks to which they lifted that monster out of the water. But when the second airship descended, various monsters jumped out from under the water and wanted to attack it. At the same second, the guns mounted on it were ready to fire. And in the next moment, they opened fire on all those monsters and defeated them in a matter of seconds. Feicheng and the others immediately began to rejoice and said that they were the strongest monsters in this world, that they would definitely win this battle for survival. The soldier and the soldier's girlfriend noticed this and said they were a bunch of snotty little brats, because when the time comes for the real test, they'd better remember to wear a pair of diapers. Feixiang did not take their words seriously, but rather began to get angry with them. After a while, an armored train began to approach them on the bridge. It was approaching very quickly, despite the large number of cars and hundreds of thousands of kilograms of steel armor. He drove to the center of the military base and stopped there. They have to get on the train quickly and not waste time. Once they get on the train, they are under military control and have to obey orders. In a fairly short time, all the students were on board the train, and it started to move. They started to enter the center of Zanan district, which is quite dangerous. Feixiang was always looking at the views from the window, and he called Chao to look at the so-called steel flow. Suddenly, they began to drive by the famous huge gun of luncheon. That cannon was really incredibly large. It was bigger than most air vehicles. One student said that he had heard that engineers are now reconstructing it, that gun, so that it could fire nuclear bombs. When the other students heard this, they were very surprised and asked him if it was true. One student calmly said that he would really like to see that huge cannon in full combat readiness with his own eyes. A girl who was passing by and heard what he said that maybe we shouldn't want what he said, because if it came to that, it would mean that Longcheng was in a very, very bad situation. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Chao began to have a very severe headache. In his memories, there were moments associated with that gun, when huge monsters came close to it. And in a moment, the gun fired its decisive shot. And against the backdrop of just huge monsters, there was a nuclear explosion. When Chao remembered this, cold sweat immediately began to pour down his face. He tried his best to push those thoughts out of his head, and he would not have wanted it to come to that. Over time, that gun began to move further and further away from them. Then they came to a place where there was a huge accumulation of military equipment, and there was also a huge wall behind which you could see the eternal fog. There were just a huge number of weapons of different sizes, Chao said, and they finally arrived. Further into the fog, strange plants of enormous size could be seen. There was a pretty strong video, and you could see old buildings where people used to live. Soon night fell, and they were all in a large barracks waiting for instructions. Later, they were lined up in 2 lines for boys and girls, and the commander said that the boys went to the left and the girls to the right. They had to wash and change into combat uniforms. The captain said that they had 10 minutes to do this, and then they would gather in the same place. Those who are late will be considered to have failed the exam in real combat. Feixian was very tense because the water was very cold. Chao showed him how to do it and doused him with cold water from a bucket. He said that he was going to become a general and told him to wash quickly. Chao could not wait for the real fight to begin. He was one of the first to put on his gear. Feixiang also almost got dressed and started to ask Chao why those clothes were so thin and all riddled with wires. Chao continued to be angry with him for his stupid questions and told him to get dressed quickly because there was little time left. Time's up. Those who are not in the spike must stay here and wait until the exam is over. Next, a presentation of the 4 main combat professions will be shown. At the same time, his comrades in arms will help them customize their combat uniforms. This girl was a senior lieutenant in the Red Dragon Army. She is recognized as a heroic spirit who became a guardian angel of black metal, ambassador of the spirit of heroes. A large and powerful machine gun was presented. Suddenly, the machine gun started shooting, and the guardian angel's ability to guard ferrous metal is as follows. This is absolute indestructibility. There was an energy shield in front of her that stopped all the bullets, even when a huge missile was fired at it. Thanks to the maximum connection with the warrior's spirit, she managed to catch that missile with her bare hands. And that rocket exploded at the moment when that material spirit was holding it in his hand. But in a moment, that girl with her super spirit flies out of that fireball. She started approaching that machine gun at a very rapid speed. And the next second, there was nothing left of that machine gun. A single super shot blew it into small pieces. When Feishan looked at all this, he was very eager to try this class because there was a super wild and powerful force. He couldn't contain himself again and started moving Chow and saying that that class was his dream. Chow begged him to calm down. Chow felt sick after hugging Fei Qiang, but he said that that class was very difficult. You need to have a whole group of qualities to at least try. Fei Qiang said that you have to have a dream. Maybe his mind is not very good, but he has good personal qualities. For a moment, Yisam Chow was a little bit delighted, the two of them staring and unable to look away. A very beautiful truck began to approach. Large robotic machines that could easily fly and perform any task spun around him. It looked just great. One mechanic equals a whole legion. Fei Xiong was also excited about the mechanic class, and Chow pointed out that the role of the mechanic is really very important because technology is constantly evolving, and the style of combat, the flow of armored vehicles that use drones and tanks that are controlled by AI, all of this constantly raises the status of the mechanic. The next style looked even more interesting than the previous ones. There was a beautiful girl with eyes of different colors. She had very interesting skills and style. She was like someone who summons monsters and can completely control them. In just a few seconds, out of nowhere, she was surrounded by her animals, which are completely under her control. She controls them with the power of thought and points them to the goal, which is a very formidable weapon. Chow thought about everything. This option is also good in its own way. The beast faculty can acquire a lot of resources, and the combat effectiveness is also very good. All this time they had been prepared, and now Chow had a hose attached to his neck from the back. Chow was still thinking about the weaknesses of the beast's wills. When he controls them, certain nerve nodes are exposed and can be a very easy target for outside influence. Chow has a lot of secrets in his head, and he needs to be very careful. Psionic energy penetrates the body, activates psionic arteries, releases genetic potential, and distributes energy everywhere. Thanks to this approach, you can strike with incredible power. It is the main warrior of the four professions, and many famous and exalted people are warriors. That was the end of the introductory video. Chow thinks that when you fight and use your glorious body, that's what he enjoys the most. Before that, he feels like he wants to hold back. Suddenly, his helmet was whitewashed from the back of his head to the front. The captain reported that all communicators were successfully connected. All physical parameters are within normal limits. The helmet's Chow displayed all the basic information he might need. They had a clear mission and a plan that they would have to follow. It's 12 o'clock in the morning, the real-life test has begun, and a local battle is taking place in one of the neighborhoods. The soldiers boldly started the battle, and those who had firearms performed their functions well. The warriors with swords and knives in their hands will also fight with dignity. And especially good were those who tore monsters to pieces with their bare hands. Chow began to step aside after the blowing began. He walked around and examined the situation to prevent wild biting rats from running out of the area where the exam was held. The outer perimeter is pre-treated and sprayed with special pheromones of the natural enemies of ferocious rats. The cow itself is well armed, especially with grenades. He immediately realized that this meant that there would be a limited number of rats on the outer border. But he has already figured out how he will act. But there were groups of students who did not want to waste time and take the test at the external border. He was a student of the first school, Fan Da, and he was a little surprised that his teammates were drinking with him. The second was Zi Feng from the second school. He said that fighting fierce biting rats with the two of them was not interesting at all. The third was Lao Hai from the constructive school, who said that they should not underestimate Meng Chao from the 9th grade. In general, there were quite a few of those monsters, and as is typical of rats, they could easily gather for various promotions. One of them took out a machine gun and began to fire bullets at the monsters who were attacking. He asked what Lao Hai meant by that weirdo with the many grenades. They will see what he can do when he comes to them. Lao Hai himself chose paired pistols and was very good with them. He almost kept up with that machine gunner in terms of the number of monsters he killed. And he never stopped thinking about what Meng Chao was going to do. And as far as possible from the cluster of monsters, a Reaper's toolbox was lying on the ground. Then he started digging a small hole. Then Chow began to make some kind of elixir, which included sugar and chocolate, as well as a high-energy dietary supplement. I had to stir everything in that jar very well. Then he took a piece of the mass that he had made and began to make a ball out of it. In a moment, the dandelion was as round as possible, and it exuded a very specific flavor. He threw it into the hole he had dug earlier. In just a few moments, a lot of different worms started crawling out of the ground, looking like little monsters. Chow deftly caught one of them with tweezers. It looked like a small dragon. With a very precise and skillfully clear knife slice, he cut it into two halves, and a single vein appeared in the center. He began squeezing drops of some substance into the jar with the mixture he had originally prepared. As a result, what we got had a very good smell. He just got high on it. Teachers from all the schools continued to watch the exam. All were very surprised by Chow's actions. At first, he just walked around and did nothing, and now he started playing with worms, and he has not a single point. Teacher Wang did not respond to their conversations because he already knew that Chow did nothing for nothing. He immediately noticed Chow's skill in reaping and wondered when he had learned to do so. Chow found a dead rat and carefully began to cover it up. But in the same second, he was already in the crosshairs of another rat that was about to attack him. And in the next moment, that monster jumped at Chow, but for some reason, he missed. Maybe Chow moved a little at the last moment, and that saved him. Until the last moment, Chow was doing something with the tweezers in that jar, and the monster was behind him again, and this time he would not miss. And a second before the collision, he turned sharply and pierced that monster. He could not help but complete that operation to the end. Now he noticed that the monsters have spotted him, and there are quite a few of them running in his direction, but he is ready for that attack. With very precise and extremely fast strikes, Chow began to take down the monsters. There was one pattern in the fast combat. He did not make slashing blows, but only direct stabbing blows. The teachers noticed that he had become more lively and that his technique was not bad, but a little strange. The second teacher noticed that the angle of his kick was just perfect, because when he struck, he killed everyone at once, including the female. They had seen him sit down on the ground, and now they were wondering what he would do next. Chow set up a portable heater and put a plate with some substance on it to heat it up. The teachers discussed his actions. They said that he was probably cutting out the female's reproductive blinders. That liquid from the bugs probably has properties that irritate the nervous system. He poured some kind of drug into that plate. And then I stirred it all up very well. Then he began to put the substance into a syringe, and the teachers realized that it was an excitatory agent. He pricked the container of that syringe into a small piece of soft sponge and began to fill it. He has finally completed the preparation of that special drug and can begin to act. He abruptly got up and started running somewhere. The teachers praised him. They didn't know that there was such a bright student in the 9th grade, but another teacher said that he had a very large difference in scores between the other students and that he was unlikely to be able to do anything. When the tea was running, there was someone standing on a tall tower farther away, but it didn't matter to him now. It was the principal of the school. He specifically chose this place to watch it from. Did he say that Chow was running to the sewer? The director thought that there were traps everywhere, and he would have been better off running to the central zone, but it was his choice. He wondered if he would be surprised today. He tore off a piece of that sponge and threw it on the ground. After running a few more meters, he tore off several pieces again and threw them on the ground. The teachers watched him with great interest. They did not fully understand his plan. They did not understand what he was waiting for. Suddenly, one of the teachers asked the soldier to turn on the thermal imager. When the teacher saw this, he was horrified. You could see just an incredible crowd of rats there. It looked like they had all gone crazy. Teacher Wang had guessed Chow's plan before, but wasn't sure it would work. But now all the indicators showed that his plan has worked. Several hundred already wild rats ran in the direction of where Chow was now with even more fury. When they got as close as possible, he threw grenades in different directions. Everything started exploding, and the rats quickly died. The other examinees who were nearby were shocked. Who could have made such a large series of explosions? How many grenades did they have to have? They guessed that someone wanted to pick 100 rats at a time. Fei Qiang, who was fighting with the sword, also heard this and immediately realized that it was Meng Chao's handiwork. He would definitely not ask about his results that time. At the time, Chow was in 4th place, and his friend Lao Hai was in 2nd. In one place, there was a very fierce struggle. The three of them, who were in the center and in the lead, saw that Chow had moved up to fourth place in the rankings in a flash. They could not really react to this because they were busy shooting very intensely. As soon as there was a moment, one of them said, "How did he manage to kill 700 rats in one moment?" Another asked if Meng Chao had organized this series of explosions. They said that he did not take a single bullet with him, so how could he kill so many with grenades? And another wondered where he had found such a concentration of rats, because there were more of them in the factory where they were. Luohai told them not to praise him ahead of time because he had just killed a few rats. He said that the second half of the night was much more important. Another added that in the second half of the night, each predator is given 10 times more points than for ferocious rats. One of them saw that Chow had brought the cheapest sword to this exam, a rat you can kill with anything, but then he had no weapons. Chow came out of the sewer and hid in a tree. He looked at the results table and liked what he saw. He abruptly jumped down from that tree because he already had a plan of action. If he wants to get into the best specialty, he will have to do his best. He looked at the ground and saw a lot of dead beetles, just like the ones that died after the explosion. Then he decided to dig up some more, because he needed live beetles. He soon found a large scorpion, and it suited him. The teachers kept guessing what Chow's plans were. One thought that he wanted to do the onigiri he had done at first, but he didn't have enough grenades. Another teacher noticed that this time he was choosing only poisonous beetles, all of which are well suited for field combat. Was the captain of the military base also watching Chow and couldn't understand one thing? He looked like a simple bastard, but he fought like a seasoned soldier who had spent a couple of decades in the depths of the fog. He was very interested in Meng Chao. Suddenly, Chow began to disassemble the scorpion and he took out a green nerve. In just a few seconds, he did the same with the other two monsters. He started mixing what he got well, and it was green in color. The teachers were shocked to see him putting that poison on his sword. He completely covered his sword with that poison and it began to glow. He decided to conduct a test to see if the poison would not start to drip from his sword at the most inopportune moment. The stickiness was at its highest level. The second test was the speed of the poison's action. He found an animal and cut it to see what would happen, and in seconds, it would die. Chow then killed several more of them and lay down next to them in their blood. He even took one and started rubbing himself with it so that their smell would stick to him as much as possible. Now he has completed his preparations and is ready to face the second wave of monsters. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a loudspeaker said that the second wave of monsters was beginning. Massive metal gratings began to rise in different places in that location. There were special monsters waiting for their time. They were much stronger than the previous ones. Not everyone was as vigilant as he was, and the monsters were already there, but he didn't see them. Those monsters are much faster than rats, and they could easily hit those students hard. And they continued to tear them apart. It was quite brutal. When they would have made minced meat out of those students, the monsters abruptly retreated. The principal of the 9th school said that all supervisors should be very vigilant. The first thing they have to do is protect the lives of students who know the exam. Chow waited, and they smelled him, and several of those monsters came running to him. They were very cunning and agile, and as Chow watched, the ones in front of him, one of them would sneak up on him from the top of a tree. And the next moment, they all started attacking him at the same time, and he was completely calm. He was specifically waiting for the moment to start fighting back, and that moment came. In midair, he grabbed his sword to launch an attack. And in an instant, he kills 3 monsters at once, and thanks to the poison, he doesn't need to inflict serious wounds on them. Even a scratch is enough. But there was another one behind him who was running rapidly toward Chow. It was the same one he had wounded, but he couldn't run to Chow because the poison is so good at destroying their hearing and balance system. But suddenly there was another one flying at him, and he was not yet wounded and was very lively. It was easier for him to kick him from a turn to repel his attack. As soon as he landed on his feet, another one came at him at full speed. Chow destroyed him with a very strong knee to the head. Now that he's run the tests, he can start. Now he only goes on the attack to get a lot of points. The monsters ran to meet him because they were attracted to his scent. And he skillfully maneuvered between them and delivered slashing blows, and in a moment, the monsters fell. In just a few moments, several huge monsters were already lying on the ground, and Chai was moving on. Now the teachers could see a very good sword technique. One tried to figure out that his technique was stronger than Lao Hai's, and another said that it was impossible because Lao Hai's father was an exalted sixth-star super warrior, Luo Wu's soul-splitting sword. There were more and more spectators, and they told him to keep the noise down as Chow began to head inside the factory. Chow also continued to use the remains of grenades and confidently advanced. Now he realized that he should have started with this area right away because there are many more demon cats here. But suddenly, he notices that the group of monsters is not paying attention to him. So there is something that interests them more. Did he decide to go and see what was going on? He sees that in the center, 3 students are defending themselves together while monsters attack them from all sides without interruption. One of them saw Meng Chao and asked him why he had come. Did he think that Chao wanted to take the cats away from them? Another student immediately asked him if he was a fool to say such a thing. Another just cut the monster into pieces and said that it was forbidden to take monsters in this exam. He said that especially in their situation, because they would soon be very tired and unable to fight, he would be happy to share the cats with him. Chow looked at them and realized that the 3 of them were running out of energy. He thought that since they were on the same exam, he would help them and started pouring a tube of strong scent on himself to attract the monster's attention. As soon as he did so, all the monsters turned toward him. He had never been attacked by so many demon cats at the same time before. When they retreated from the 3, Chow told them to quickly sit down on the ground and recuperate. They did just that, sat in the lotus position and tried to make the most of every second. One of them said that they could watch Meng Chao fight at the same time. Did he need to come up with a plan to do something as efficiently as possible? So today will be his first such attack. He starts running to meet them, and he has only one chance. It was something divine. He had never moved with such speed today. He was zigzagging through all the monsters and striking them with a poisonous blow. It was very difficult to keep up visually, and in just a moment, dozens of monsters were already lying down. Chow was pleased because he managed to do what he wanted. There is literally one last push left, and all the monsters that were there at that moment will be destroyed. Chow managed to fulfill his promise. He saved them and destroyed them all. The one who was first in the top said that he thought it was a skill, but it was just a poisoned sword. He was curious to see what Chow would do next when the poison was gone. Lao Hai was watching him closely, and he noticed that his attacks were not critical, but his tactics were as energy-saving as possible. But this kind of self-control is much more difficult than putting all your miles in one stroke. He also wonders what else Chow will come up with when the poison is gone. And just at that moment, the poison ran out and the sword became a standard color. So he decides to change his tactics and at the same time teach Luo Hai and the others how to earn a little bit of a profit. And they were immediately intrigued when they saw that the poison was gone. And then a demonic cat is flying at him. But Chow caught him with his hand and began to say that weapons are not only bullets and swords, because in a real battle, all that's around them will be their weapons, like their combat suits, and he pierced that monster through with his sword. The 3 of them were very surprised because they couldn't understand what Chow was saying, so it turns out that Chow is taking the exam and teaching them at the same time. They saw that he was bleeding from his arm and began to say that he had overestimated the sweetness of a combat suit. And immediately, some kind of foam came out of the suit and covered the bleeding, and Chow said that it takes a lot of resources to dodge the attacks of demon cats. But if you use a combat suit as a shield and use decoys, it becomes much easier to take them down. And 3 monsters came at him at the same time, and he was hardly visible behind them. They tore up his suit. But what does it matter? It doesn't affect the score. He shouted at him that Chow now had not only his poison sword, but also his combat suit, and what was he going to do next? The other 2 were also thinking about it. What would he do next? Chow threw his helmet on the ground and loudly repeated what he had said the first time. He began to take off his torn gel suit. He kept repeating that everything around them was their weapon. Their bodies also fall under this term and are also weapons. The main feature of demon cats is their stealth and speed. One of them decided to attack rapidly, and Chow deprived them of their main advantage in an instant. And that monster itself ran into a rather weak blow from Chow, but together it did its job and the bead was destroyed. The other monsters were not expecting this from a naked warrior. Chow stood half naked and said that it was very easy to deal with them. There were a few more monsters, but they were not in such a hurry to attack. While they were thinking, Chow decided to use the first aid kit. He anointed his arm with ointment and began to bandage it. And then he drank 3 energy drinks at once to give him strength. Now Lao Han realized why he had exchanged the resources after the second stage for the first aid kit, because he had long ago decided to use the tactic of injury for life. When that student watched Chow's whole performance, he realized that he was actually much stronger than him in martial arts. And the other one also thought about it, but it was about shooting. But the 3 of them were sad that they were not as fierce as Chow. While he was catching his breath, one of the group asked him if he was going to continue. Chow said that he has not yet used up all his physical strength, and the loss of blood does not prevent him from continuing the fight. Nowadays, injuries like his are very easy to treat. And he went on the attack again and said that the goal of this operation was to destroy as many monsters as possible. Won't it be a waste if you don't squeeze the maximum energy out of your body? Chow continued the battle alone. It was completely different than with the poison. His blows were much stronger. He also had to move as fast as possible to avoid getting injured. And the fact that he had no armor meant that he had only one chance. They stood there looking at it, then decided to ask him if he was afraid of dying. Chow replied that he was. He told them to remember that if someone is very afraid of dying on the battlefield, they are more likely to die. And in the same second, that demonic cat realized its strong stealth and speed and was on Chow's backside. But the Chow heard him and began to turn around rapidly and said that if you want to live, you have to fight for the opportunity to survive. If the monsters on this battlefield of another world are stronger, time and space are unstable, then a huge number of accidents can happen at any time. And all they can do is end the battle as quickly as possible. It was an exam supervision room, and there were a lot of people there. The colonel himself came to watch. He said that the commander would check the guy, and if there were no problems, then such a talent should study at the military school in luncheon. Another soldier turned to the colonel and said that he hadn't even asked him his name. Wasn't he afraid of sending him down the wrong path? This man said that given his temperament, he'd better go to the martial arts department of Longcheng University. Then his future achievements would be incredible. Someone spoke to the 2 of them to calm down, because there is only one Meng Chao. She said that his father was a reaper, and he knew the demon Nin, so he would definitely go to her monster university, and the 2 of them had no reason to quarrel. In that supervision room, who was the first to notice that Meng Chao had sat down? He is 7, and the monsters did not attack him, so they must be afraid of him. He opened the scoreboard and saw that he was 213th out of the entire city. He had enough kills for now, and now he had to wait for the next stage. They said among themselves that Chow had scared all the demon cats away. Even though their physical strength was restored, they could no longer take them down as effectively, and Luo Han told him to kill as many as he could, and that would be enough, because Chow was definitely not thinking about the boss in the next stage. And this one said that he had no idea what the boss would be like, his year. Suddenly, a message rang in his suit. He was informed that the boss would be a python of broken blades. That student was in shock, because this is the strongest snake of all the snake monsters. Did he not understand, or were the teachers completely out of their minds? Chow also received such a message. He did not show his reaction, but mentally he also thought that his annual exam was just abnormal. He said to Chow that they were very grateful to him for his combat experience, but he wanted to ask him how he planned to deal with the boss given his condition. Chow just waved his hands and said that it was impossible because he had enough points to get into a simple bachelor's program, so why fight anymore? With this answer, he shocked them even more than the first one. They couldn't understand how someone like him could want to go to a simple bachelor's program. He laughed, said he was joking, but in his current state, he could only follow them and take advantage of a lucky break. And then they all asked him what he wanted to squeeze out of the bottom of the monsters. Chow said to go to university for a golden degree. They will meet more than one python monster on their way, and he will follow them, and when they are exhausted, when they come out of the battle, he will take advantage of the opportunity. Then Luohan realized that Chow had killed all the cats on purpose, so that they would fight the final boss as hard as possible. But how could he know which monsters would be used in the final? Chow noticed the mortality table, and he realized that they had brought it up on purpose so that the students would realize that the final boss would be very difficult. He noticed it, but they didn't. Chow said that maybe on a virtual platform, a fight like they organized today is fine, but in a real fight, it will only lead to much bigger problems. That student, Zifu, thought about Chao's words, and Chao himself was rewarded because he listened to him. Lo Hai also got the point and asked Chao if he had really started planning all this a month ago. Chao also received contribution points for it. He also understood everything, but he said that Chao had used this wave of monsters. It was not fair, and Chao got bonuses for it. He started to walk away and said that given how much he had taught them, he hoped they could hurt a few dens and let him enjoy a couple. They were already close. This is the third wave. They were even bigger than the demon cats and much stronger than them. They were preparing and advising each other not to fight more than one python at a time. One of them said that if there were bullets, he would fight 3 himself. Suddenly, from above, a huge python came out of the wall. Where there was an entrance, there was another huge python. Suddenly, the third python just pierced the rough wall, its armor so hard that it didn't even feel anything. He said that it was good that there were only 3 of them on the train and that they should destroy them. But there were 2 more at the entrance, 4 in total. They were just huge. They went on the attack. One of them said to be careful, you can't let them grab you. And the third one, the one left against 2, pitched a giant fit. He was very angry with his friends because they left him alone. Very sharply and quickly that snake attacked. He barely had time to duck. He said they were very fierce. In a moment, another snake was already flying at him. He realized that he would definitely not be able to cope with 2. The most important thing for him was to survive, and he needed to ask Meng Chao for help. He continued to dodge their attacks. But this could not go on forever, and he began to call Meng Chao. He said that he could not leave him alone against 2 pythons. He hesitated for a second, and 2 pythons attacked at the same time and were very close. He manages to grab his sword in time. He started shouting that those pythons thought he was a sitting duck, and now he would show them his strength. They did not care. They continued to attack. He used super speed and dodged and sidestepped and then wanted to make a slashing attack, but it turned out that those pythons' skin was very hard and could not be cut. With every passing second, he loses hope for a positive outcome. He tried again to pierce the python's armor, but the sword could do nothing at all. He had only seconds left, because the snake had managed to turn around and was in the process of attacking. He tried his best, but it didn't work, and he had to duck. He said that those pythons of broken blades had no weaknesses at all. He didn't notice, but her tail caught up with him and struck him hard. From that blow, he flew down with great speed. After a few seconds, I could see a certain silhouette in the fog. He was alive. Did he get out of that pit and say that those pythons thought that if he was unarmed, he would be an easy target? He started running away and dodging, and with each attack, the monster also became slower, 59 seconds. He said there was nothing to be done because he was so strong, 45 seconds. The monster was getting weaker, but it was getting harder and harder for him, 30 seconds. At one point, when he was ducking again, he stumbled, 23 seconds. He started to fall, and the monster was right behind him, 10 seconds. In addition, the monster managed to wound him again, this time in the leg, and he can no longer dodge as quickly, 7 seconds. He has been driven into a dead end from which he will not be able to escape, 1 second. It was over. He couldn't dodge and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. He was running away all the time, and he never struck back. If the fight is not continued within a minute, it does not count as a monster push-up. Chao flew by the python at great speed and ripped open its stomach. It made a very loud sound, and Chao said that he would then take the python away. He had already said goodbye to his life, but Meng Chao waited until the very last second. Chao collected blood from the hole he had torn in that python and put it into a bag, which flowed out like a river. When Chao collected the blood, he asked the student if he was okay. Maybe he wants snake blood? He was very surprised by this proposal and asked Chao why he was doing this. Chao stuck his sword in the ground and began to take out a more delicate instrument. Chao said, "This is extra energy. There are so many valuable things, it would be very stupid not to process them." Most of the blood of such pythons is very rich in psionic energy. It can also stimulate the central nervous system, release cellular potential to the surface. The snake gallbladder cleanses the brain and improves visual acuity. It is very useful, and the heart contains a few drops of heart blood, which has a very good effect on the body. Those guys were wondering if Chao was some kind of savage, because how did he know so much? They had no idea that Chao was so skilled in the business of reaping. Lao Hai asked Fan Da if he was okay, and he said that he was fine and that Meng Chao killed the python. Chow started drinking that snake's blood, and those guys didn't understand it, but they knew for sure that he was very terrible in such situations. And then all of them, it meant that anxiety began, but it was anxiety at the local level. Chow said that someone must be in danger and suggested that they all go to see, and they all agreed. They quickly ran to the riveting and welding shop, which was shrouded in a very strange fog. They started thinking that this was not normal. Even if there were pythons there should not be such a strange fog. Chow decided to warn everyone that something strange was happening here, so they should be careful. Suddenly, Chow hears a cry for help. He starts to turn around, and he notices a student running away from some monster. When he took a closer look, he was horrified. And that monster grabbed that student by the head at that very second. It was a wolf of the red moon. It killed that student, chewed off his head. The red moon wolf, the king of the dog monsters, is an omnivorous animal that can secrete a special hormone. That hormone creates a faint red mist. They often unite in groups. Chow didn't understand how they could prepare two kinds of monsters as a boss for the final exam. And even one as fierce as this one, he thought it couldn't be, that something must have gone wrong. Something is flying down the mountain at high speed and shouting to the students that there is danger on the exam field. The exam is stopped. They are ordered to retreat immediately. It was Principal Sun. He flew from a great height to protect the students, and with his bare hands, he knocked that monster down hard. Chow began to say to the director that he had come because there was a great danger. He said that on the 5523 training field, the real combat exam has been stopped. Fog is coming. Students should be evacuated immediately. Lao Han asked Director Sun if they could stay and help him. The other two said they could also help and were very willing. Chow said that they are far from being exalted, and if they can survive the battle against the Red Moon Wolf, then it's all good, but otherwise we definitely can't help. They heard Chow, but waited to hear what the director would say. The principal said that Meng Chow's student was right, that this was not a monster they could fight. Then the loudspeaker started to say that the final exam was over and they had to evacuate, and the principal jumped up in the other direction to prepare for battle. On the way, he ran into two more disciples and repeated the same thing to them. Suddenly, another wolf of the red moon emerged from the fog. The boys told Chow that the monsters wouldn't let them go so easily. They wanted them to stay. Chow said they would make it. He said that the cracks in the ground were very dangerous. They had to avoid them during the battle. About a dozen of these monsters came out of the fog to meet them, and they were in a pretty bad situation. He said they had to act as smoothly and quickly as possible. They all said they understood him, and in a moment they ran off in different directions. The battle began, and the student with black hair said that it was just a few red monsters. He was not afraid of them. The battle started. They were coping with them quite well. They did not aim to destroy them all, but only to go through them. Chow was also fighting, but he still managed to keep an eye on them and told them not to relax. Chow stepped hard on the ground during one move to keep his balance. And immediately in that very place, a crack began to appear. In a moment, it grew tenfold, and Chow's friends shouted at him to be careful because the ground under his feet had split. While Chow was distracted by that crack, a blackberry popped up in front of him, one of the biggest monsters there was. The situation suddenly became critical because he lost his balance and stopped for a second. He managed to block his attack at the last second, but he was unsupported and over a large crack in the ground. He began to fall down and could not do anything. The fog began to pull him in. At that moment, he realized something. That those cracks in the ground are spatial turbulence. They are very dangerous. She completely captured it and slammed it shut. Only a characteristic light remained from that place, and he fell into it together with that monster. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, a similar portal began to open. And Chow fell out of it with that monster, and he was now in a worse situation because that monster was pressing down on him from top to bottom. He had only one way to save himself. He shouted, "Watch the bastard kill him!" and suddenly reached forward with his head and began to tear his neck with his teeth. And because he couldn't move his arms, he dislocated his shoulder. It was a very sharp pain. After that, the monster leaned back, and Chow was in pain. He said that he would set his shoulder and cut him to pieces. He hit the tree with all his strength at a certain angle. It was very, very painful, but if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to move his arm. He managed to successfully set his shoulder, and he started to walk away from that place. He thought, "Is this the outskirts of luncheon?" Judging by all this, the spatial technology brought him into the forest. But fortunately, this was not the worst place he could have gotten to. From the hill he was standing on, he could see the city, so it wouldn't be too far away. He stood there and did not move, so he could hear a voice. It seemed very familiar to him. He said what kind of place he was in. It was his friend Fan, who was panicking and asking him what was going on and where they were. Chow told him that they had encountered a spatial turbulence that had thrown them into the city, but as soon as he said that, two other friends came out of the thicket. It was Luo Hai and Xie Feng. Luo Hai believes that they are all here because a huge fog descended 3 days ago and released all the spatial energy. Chow immediately recalled that in his past, right after the final exam, such cracks with portals began to appear around the perimeter of the entire city, and it became something normal later. Chow was offered a task. The goal was to escape from the Red Wolves himself and save as many students as possible who were taking the exam. The more students he saves, the bigger the reward, from 5,000 to 10,000 points. He immediately realized why the award was so big, because this task would be very difficult. He knows for sure that he will accept the assignment, whether alone or with friends, but he can't leave it at that. But driving a bunch of scared students through the Black Forest is also a bad idea. One of them asked what they would do next. Chow said that those portals are not very strong, so they did not throw them far. The rescue team will arrive soon, but in the meantime, he suggests that we take a look around. Suddenly, not far from them, there was a very loud sound, and all the birds flew away from that place. It was another group of students, and they said they had come across a pack of red wolves. Chow said that a simple tactic of wolves in their fog, it acts on the nervous system and drives people into panic. Chow told them not to worry. And whoever gets scared and separates from the group, they will kill him and the others one by one. But the blood of those wolves stops the toxin in the fog, so they soaked the bandages in that blood. Chow said that if you cover your mouth and nose with cotton balls and gauze, you can reduce that fog effect a lot. Now their goal is to find as many students as possible from the exam and team up with them. Only then can they counter the wolves. Everything was serious here, and the guys obeyed Chow without hesitation, doing whatever he said. Chow explained everything to them in a clear way, and they were ready to act and save the students. Soon, they heard a clear cry for help, and at the last moment, Chow managed to save that student. Chow reasoned that if they ran to the gap to the city, they would end up in a zone with even more wolves. His friends covered him and told him to take care of the wounded. They were lucky that the combat effectiveness of those monsters was rather weak. Chow thought that he couldn't let them scatter. He needed to boost their morale. He told them that they had to find everyone who had taken the exam quickly. He said that instead of being defeated by monsters one by one, he suggests uniting, digging trenches, establishing fighting positions, and starting to fight the wolves. The Red Dragon Army and the Ascended Ones are definitely looking for them. They just need to hold out until dawn, and they will definitely save them. After that speech, the mental index of those students increased, and Chow was rewarded. Later, they found another student who was very scared, but Chow calmed him down. Then they found a few more, but there was a wolf. Chow told them to run to the other students, and he would capture the monster. Chow thought about it. It was quite dark in that place, and the environment was heterogeneous. It was very difficult for them to find new students, and he was afraid they would not make it. But suddenly, a very important idea came to him about light. He said to light the fire, and the disciples will walk into the light themselves, and at the same time, they will make it easier for those who have to save them. Lo decided to ask Chow if this way they wouldn't reveal their location to the wolves. Chow said that they already know exactly where they are because their sense of smell is 10 times stronger than a human's. Even if they hold their breath in the dark, they will still find her. And they, on the other hand, cannot find each other in the dark and begin to think that they are alone and abandoned and fall into fear and despair. In the forest, one student was hiding behind a tree from a wolf. The more despair and fear you have, the easier it is to breathe in the red fog, then get caught in a vicious circle and eventually fail. In a very short time, they built a large fire that illuminated a large area. Chow said that the fire would call all the disciples at the same time, and then they would become much stronger. He told them to trust him, and they would definitely survive. That fire was very noticeable, and later, over luncheon, the Ascended Ones began to fly in search of students. The fire grew stronger and stronger, and the first student saw the light and was immediately happy. Did she have hope that people would be waiting for her? Two other students saw the fire and immediately started running in that direction. The other group miraculously noticed the fire because they were heading toward the big tower. They realized that someone wanted to gather them all together. They turned around and ran toward the fire to help their comrades. After a little while, more and more students started running out of the woods to the clearing where the fire was. Chow asked them if they were tired, and if so, to have a quick snack. There were already several fires on which they were roasting meat. They had some time to rest and eat before the wolves came. Suddenly, a large silhouette appeared out of the darkness, and they started shouting that a new big monster had appeared. Luo told Chow to take a look because a new monster had arrived. Chow was so busy eating his food that he didn't realize what he had said to him. It turned out to be Fei Xiong, and he had a lot of students with him. He was shouting to Meng Chao. But Fei Xiong immediately asked Chow how he managed to gather so many students, not even he anymore. Chow replied that he could do it with charisma. I asked him how he did it. All the other students were very surprised. Fei Xiong said he also relied on charisma. Chow's friend Luo couldn't understand what they were doing. Fei Xiong said that he lied to them, that his uncle was a general, and that everyone in his family was exalted. He also said that he had a beacon in his body and that they would be rescued in 10 minutes. Chow said that he was an even bigger braggart than he was. Chow told him to eat because they were going to have a fierce battle with monsters. He also told him to put on a mask and earplugs because it makes it easier to resist the fog. There were already a lot of them. They occupied a large meadow and lit several fires. Someone asked Chow, and he said that they were not that far from the city, so why didn't they run in its direction? He said that the lights of the city look close, but it is at least 10 kilometers away, and the road lies through dense forest and fog, and they do not know what monsters are waiting there. Rash escape will lead to only one thing: death! Suddenly, another monster appeared in the area where the fire was. The fog began to move sharply toward the camp. Many wolves began to howl, and thus instilled fear in the disciples. They have come and are wandering around the lawn. The disciples are in a circle. Some of the disciples had bad thoughts, saying that they were all going to die because they were surrounded by a large group of wolves. In different places of the darkness, you could see the red eyes of wolves. They were running around and inspiring fear. Luo Hai wondered if they could survive if the wolves attacked them. Chow told them not to be afraid because their teachers had taught them that wolves are not strong one at a time. As long as they stay on their feet and don't fall down from fear, they can't defeat them. Fei Xiong supported him and said that he was right because he had recently killed 2 people himself and it was nothing complicated. The students listened to what they were saying, but they were still a little scared. Luo Hai abruptly told Meng Chao that the monsters were starting to advance. Chao thought that he needed to think of a way to raise the general morale, otherwise someone might die first. He told them again not to be afraid, because this is the strategy of wolves. As long as they maintain their positions, they will not catch anyone. Suddenly, someone started shouting to them to be careful because the attack was coming from above. Suddenly, a dead man appeared, killed by wolves. Despite Chow's best efforts, the students were still frightened and practically unable to defend themselves. A strange wolf was circling further behind the trees, not showing itself to the light. And the other wolves began to attack more and more rapidly and strongly. Chow's friends could handle them quite well, but there were only a few like them. The rest were afraid. Then Fei Xiong asked Chow what they should do. How much could they save if they all gathered together from the strange school? Chow immediately picked up on this idea. It was very apt. He decisively ordered the students from his school to stand with him in defense. Each time the wolves attacked in larger groups, first they probed and chose the weakest. The students from the 7th school recognized Chow as a commander and did not dare to disobey his orders. Chow stood up in a stance to apply the first technique of the sword art of hundreds of battles. In a moment, they were performing the same technique in synchronization with him. After they used this technique, the group of wolves that was attacking them was simply cut into different pieces. Chow's friend took notice and called on students from his school to keep up with the other schools and defend themselves effectively. Students from the 2nd school also raised their morale and were ready to show those monsters how strong they were. Luo Hai said that he was the only one from a constructive school who found himself on the 5523 exam field, and he felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, one of the people present began to talk about the constructive school. Was there anyone else who was in it besides him? Luo Hai thought that they were on the same field. In a moment, everyone began to divide into groups and stand in a circle of defense. Fei Xiang began to praise Chao, saying that he had done a good job of raising the morale of those lowlifes with a few phrases, but Chao said that was unlikely, and he was thinking that the worst would not happen. The wolves started howling as if they were calling someone. And suddenly, out of the forest, someone answered the wolves' howls, but with a tenfold louder roar. Everyone froze in anticipation of something very terrible. Even the wolves stopped attacking. From the darkness of the forest, a huge white paw with red bald spots appeared. As soon as Chao saw that paw, he realized that he would have to deal with that monster. He showed no fear. In a moment, a huge white muzzle appeared out of the shadows, that of a wolf with huge teeth. Luo Hai immediately tensed up because that monster was very terrifying. Chao's friend also watched this and just froze in fear and horror at what was happening in front of him. Chao stood in the way and looked him straight into his vicious red eyes. He was not afraid and showed no fear of the Red Moon Wolf King. It was a monster of the level of terror. The fog thickened more and more, and the monsters paused in their attack. Suddenly, the Wolf King opened his mouth and a thick red mist began to come out of it. Chao warned everyone to be careful because it was a spiritual attack by the Wolf King. A terrible red smell. Someone started shouting that the Wolf King had appeared and they would not be able to survive, that they had to run away. Some of them did not have a bandage on their faces and they panicked. Those who breathed in the fog gases began to see those wolves as terrible demons. Chao thought for a moment because he suspected something was wrong. A fearsome super monster could not be afraid of a group of students. He could kill them all quickly. So why was he sending those wolf cubs to their deaths? He sprayed red mist, but he didn't go into it to kill them, so what could he be afraid of? Chao tried to see it more clearly despite the rather thick fog, and he was able to see the sword stuck in his back. Then he saw that the super monster was wounded, and the one who wounded him must be somewhere nearby. They just have to hold out until the warrior comes. As soon as Chao thought that, the sword jumped out of his hand. He told everyone not to be afraid of the Wolf King because he was wounded and could die at any moment. His goal was to disperse them, and they should never do that. That monster began to slowly come closer. He realized that Chao was a serious obstacle for him. Fei Xiang again supported Chao because if they split up, it would be certain death. And since they have already withstood so many attacks and killed so many wolves, they must hold out until the end to win. This made the king even more angry, and it was clear that he was going to attack. And so it happened. In the next second, he came within striking distance and struck at Meng Chao, knocking several students to the side. Chao didn't expect him to be so fast. He didn't have time to duck and got hurt. The monster gave him a chance to start running away. He stopped and did not continue to attack. But Chao didn't run away, and from a much closer distance, he began to shoot red mist at him. He had to come up with something fast. The difference between an ordinary person and a monster of a monstrous level is not something that can be compensated for by mere skill. The situation was very bad, and Chao could not think of any way out. Suddenly, all the wolves started attacking everyone at the same time. Fei Qiang began to fight and shouted to Meng Chao. He wanted to say goodbye. In a moment, he came even closer to Chao. He could not realize that the monster could be so fast. Chao had no choice but to fight him, and at the same time he heard screams coming from the other students. And just like a bolt of lightning in the sky, Director Sun appeared at the very last moment, and he struck a very quick blow of tremendous power. The wolf broke through the ground and it cracked, and at the same time, due to such a quick collision, there was an explosion. The King of Wolves spat out blood. This blow was very unexpected for him. In a moment, the director struck again, but he was able to dodge, and the explosion from the blow was enormous. After such drastic actions, 2 more swords flew out of that monster, which were somewhere under the coarse fur. Chao didn't think that there might be a moment when he would be in a stupor. The director told him to defend himself. Chao saw that the director was relic-rooted, so he could not be drawn into that turbulence. The wolves were ordered to attack everyone. Chao wondered if the director himself had gone into that turbulence to save them all. Those 2 monsters that were flying at him, just from his wave of the hand, turned into small particles. The King of Wolves prepared for battle. He met a worthy opponent. The director boldly went straight to him. He wanted to destroy him so badly. The director's speed was just cosmic. He moved huge distances in a second. He was already in the air above that monster, ready to deliver a super punch. But even this time, the monster ducked that majestic blow. To be honest, the director was a little surprised at this king of wolves because he himself was wounded, but he still had enough speed to dodge the blow. But the director was a very experienced warrior, and he changed his tactics and immediately delivered a broken air punch. He was very angry about what that monster had done to the students. He just wanted to tear him to pieces. And he throws a super double punch, a monster, and I flew away from that punch. But he was the king of wolves for a reason, and his rank was a monster of horror because he could continue the battle after such explosive blows. He had something in mind and began to maneuver sharply, but Chow would have been unable to do anything to him in a fight. The director caught him and sent him back to where he was with a powerful kick. This technique was called concentration. After a few blows, the monster became noticeably slower, and the principal found it easier to hit it. The director immediately thought that the monster had died too quickly. But there was a deceptive maneuver. Chow shouted that the monster was still alive, but it was too late. The powerful blow hit the target. Chow watched the fight closely, and now he can guess what kind of intelligence the monster has. The director flew away from that punch at Chow, and he helped him stop. And he thought to himself how strong that monster was, that even a relic ascended master like Director Sun could barely fight him. The principal told Meng Chao not to waste any more time, but to get out of here and get the other students. But Chao told him that Principal Sun was injured. The director smiled and said it was just a scratch. He said that he had a spiritual fire to strengthen the blood. In a flash, the teacher pushed Chao aside because a monster was coming at them. Chao asked again if he could handle that monster by himself, and he replied that this was not something a high school student should worry about. And that monster caught him with its tail, and he couldn't escape. Then the monster, in a great desire to destroy such a strong warrior, pulls him towards itself with its tail. The director immediately realized that he wanted to bring him into his attack zone, and he had no choice but to go to the meeting and play along with that monster. He began to use all his strength, which gave the monster a good punch in the face. And the monster was still running to the meeting and thus would further strengthen the blow planned by the director. Everything happened just as he wanted it to. At the last moment, he untangled himself from his tail and was preparing to deliver a super strong blow. The director used ritual and mythological weapons in this technique. The explosion was almost like a nuclear one. Although Chow had seen something like this before, he also froze at that moment and watched without looking away. He was a legendary director, and it was not for nothing that he was called a hero. People saw that huge explosion from the other end of Lenshin. As a result, the teacher stood on his feet, but so did the demon. The director looked intently into the eyes of that monster. He realized that he could defeat it only if he himself died, but the time had not yet come. The monster king of the wolves also understood this, and in order for him to kill the director, he himself had to die. And he decided to back down this time. The director watched the wolves hide in the forest and said to Chow that he regretted that they had not seen those turbulences and had not detected them in advance, because it all led to them all facing a very great danger. He also said that they had performed well, showed the courage and strength of Longcheng. They are the pride of their city. He has already called the rescue team. They will arrive in 20 minutes at the most. For these 20 minutes, he will protect them, and they can rest. The students were very happy that they had been rescued and survived. Chow decides to heal his wound first because he doubts that the monsters will let them rest. 2,000 points for the initial treatment. Suddenly, his wound began to heal with great speed, so much so that smoke was coming out of it. Chow thought, it's a good thing no one noticed it and how it healed. Fake Xiong and Luo Han came up to him and congratulated him on his victory, telling him how good he was. But at one point, Chow looked at the director and something bothered him. He noticed that the director's state of spiritual fire was not stable. Perhaps he was wounded? Chow told his friends to go rest, but he needed to ask the director something. He went to the director and saw something terrible. His hands were covered with huge bruises, and his veins were bulging. There were traces of blood on his face, and on his chest there was a huge wound that was bleeding heavily. The teacher told Chow not to say anything because he couldn't scare the other students, let alone let the monsters notice. Chow, he started to say that the director has fatal wounds. Why does he keep using psionic energy? He needs to sit down and rest. He has a first aid kit. The principal apologized to Meng Chao, saying that he could no longer kill monsters, but he could not sit down or withdraw psionic energy. That beast is very clever. He has to hold on and let out all the spiritual fire to scare him. He will stand there until the rescue team arrives. Chow said that the director was dying, and for some reason, a red fog appeared. He said that in his current condition, he has to recover in the medical compartment. He shouldn't even move a finger now. The director said to Meng Chao that people are mortal, that everyone would die someday, and the red fog continued to move. It doesn't matter if it's as a soldier in the Red Dragon Army, a school principal, or an ordinary citizen. In the end, they will all die. Chow said that he knew the director was not afraid of death, but a hero like him should not die so easily. The director asked if he was a hero. He sees that the fog is thickening again and says that what kind of a hero would he be if he just looked at children in danger and was unable to help them? What kind of hero is he if he's tired after killing a couple of wolves? His condition was deteriorating rapidly. He started coughing up blood. Chow sees with his own eyes how the director's spiritual fire is getting weaker. The video started and the fog was getting bigger. Suddenly, a swift and powerful wave of fog swiftly floated toward the director. The fog began to get close to his head, and it was possible to drag him to the side of evil. The fog began to feel like it was slowly penetrating the director's head. But suddenly he makes one last explosion of energy. He tells the fog to attack him. In a moment, the fog became very thick, but the light energy also increased. And as a result, the light energy won. It dissolved that fog. Chow saw how the director's psionic power threw away that red mist. And that fog abruptly returned to the dark corners of that meadow. Chow said that in his eyes, the director was a hero because he jumped into the turbulence pit for them. The director said that if he was a hero, he had no reason to back down. He asked me if Chow was wrong. He said that he would take the students to the forest to delay the advance of a group of wolves so the principal could rest a little. In response, the director said that he was leading them to certain death. Now, Chow understood. The principal doesn't know exactly when the rescuers will come. He said that to reassure the students. But he said again that they are still nearby, and if not in 20 minutes, then in an hour, but they will find them. He said that his job was to scare those monsters away as long as possible and not let them get close until the rescuers arrived, and Chow's task is to survive and become stronger. He has to help Longchen defeat those monsters. Immediately after he said this, he started coughing up blood and his condition rapidly deteriorated. Chow was in tears of pride after his words and the way he looked. And for people, when they find out that death does not pass, then they have to put everything they have on the line. He smiled and said that there were things he had to do, even if he was in pieces, and he asked Chow if he was right. Or he recommended that Chow drink more of the monster's blood to regain his strength, because if he dies and the rescuers don't come, they will have to survive on their own again. He was very sad at heart, but there were no other options. The director began to increase his energy with the last of his strength, and Chow began to run away from him. All the students got the information about the director's condition, and they all cried. The director said the main thing is that it's not speed or strength or even level, because these are quantitative measures, but something like unwavering determination. Chow felt very sorry that Longchen was losing such a great hero, and worse, that he could do nothing. Later, they waited until dawn, and for a second it gave them hope. The director asked Chow if he thought Longchen would be as successful in the future as it is today. He told the director to be sure, because in the future, Longchen would be much more successful than it is today. The director asked whether the children of the future will be able to live happier and not be afraid that a monster will appear at any second. Chow said, smiling, that of course it would. They would be much happier. The director was in a lot of pain. He started to fall and said that in the future they would win. He also asked if they would be able to return to Earth. Of course, Chow did not let him fall and caught him. Chow began to say to the director that he did not know exactly who would succeed in defeating the rest of the world completely. He didn't know if he would be able to withstand all the tests. Chow's tears fell on Principal Sun. The principal said he was a stupid child. He took his hand and said that it didn't matter if they could take over the rest of the world. He told him to remember this, that the only thing that matters is that they don't let the rest of the world take them over, to prevent the other world from taking them over. And the strong arm of the director began to fall to the ground. Chow realized that Director Su, the majestic hero, had died. That insidious monster was roaming the forest nearby. He felt that that strong energy had faded away and began to look in that direction. That old warrior was dead. He came closer and began to see what was going on. Chow slowly put the director on the ground. And that Wolf King was watching, and he wanted Chow to run away and leave that stupid corpse. But Chow stood up and began to tie his face bandage. That monster was shouting at Chow to run back to his house. He would not kill him. Chow asked if he was teaching him what to do. Chow thinks that the beast is wounded and doesn't want to fight him, so he lets him go to kill some students and go lick his wounds. For the task of killing the Red Moon, he will receive at least 5,000 points if he manages to escape. Given his results, it will not be difficult for him to enter the bachelor's program, and running should be very attractive for him. But he remembered the director's words that when you know death is inevitable, you have to put everything on the map and finish it off, even if it's going to fall to pieces. He closed his eyes and thought that he would give it his all to complete the last mission. He took out a jug of blood and a jug of bile, and he said that it was a bit irrational and that he might not apply for a bachelor's degree after that. He has firmly decided what he will do next. He turned to the spark to help him to pump up his sword skills to the max. The monster was getting angry. He hadn't realized what was happening yet. He started saying that he had let him go, and what else was he going to do? Chow told him that the monster wants to let him go, but Chow can't let the monster go. Then he began to prepare for the battle and for a second took off his bandage. And he drank a volley of everything he had to strengthen his strength. And it moved sharply. Its speed increased several times. Perhaps with an increase in level, the energy is spent faster, but this explosive energy is enough for him. Like lightning, he was near his sword and grabbed it. At the same moment, the monster also began to attack, using all its strength. With lightning speed, Chow was already in front of the monster and swung a super strong punch. But it wasn't enough, and the monster got ahead of him and hit him in the stomach with its snout at that enormous speed. Chow just started flying off in the opposite direction at high speed. He was flying over, and from below there was a battle. The disciples were fighting with ordinary wolves. The monster decided to take advantage of Chow's flight and continue to attack. From below, his comrades saw that the king of wolves was attacking, but they could do nothing. And in front of his friends, that monster bit Chow's arm right up to the shoulder. It was a disaster for Chow. Now he is really on the verge of life and death. Having suffered unimaginable pain, a certain reorganization began in his mind. The genetic shackles that constrained his true power were destroyed. His whole body began to glow and emit tremendous energy. At that moment, he stopped feeling pain so much. His friends who fought with the common Vavkas from below were simply delighted with what they saw. It was a death-defying breakthrough, a military uplift. Chow was bleeding very badly. The big tooth of that monster pierced his shoulder. But thanks to the fact that the genetic restrictions were removed, Chow still had a chance. He started shouting for the monster to die and put maximum force into this blow. He swung with all his might and hit the monster right between the eyes. Everything happened very quickly. The blow caused the monster's head to bleed heavily, and the sword bounced off and began to fall. The monster began to shake its head sharply from side to side. Chow realized that he wanted to overthrow him and said that he would not succeed. He had to activate the primitive bull method. The monster had no choice but to start running forward and hope that Chow would fall off by himself. He just ran into the woods with a speed that most people don't have. The whole forest shook as he ran. The trees cracked like mere twigs. Chow was in unbearable pain, but he couldn't get off him. He felt that he couldn't go on like this for long and that he had to do something. The wolf kept running and smashing trees with Chow's back, which was partly his plan. He realized that he had to kill him and prevent him from harming people again. Suddenly, despite the enormous complexity of the whole situation, Chow began to notice that a force began to appear on his right arm, and it obeyed him. It was increasing every second, and Chow just had to take it and use it. A large and powerful hand began to appear from behind him. It wanted him to take possession of it. Chow realized that it was Director Sun. It was his heroic spirit. The heroic energy poured into Chow and became controlled by him. He realized what he had to do. This is Director Sun's last manifestation in this world. The director's super technique and the super sword skills of Chow's hundreds of battles will combine to create an even stronger technique that will put an end to him. And Chow struck that Wolf King with the speed of light, the last blow in the union with the spirit of the director. Thanks to the speed and energy surrounding the hand, he managed to pierce the skull of the monster and damage its brains. When the impactor completely closed, there was also a very large explosion. Suddenly, in the midst of the battle, all the wolves turned sharply to one side and looked there. The disciples did not understand what had happened. Immediately after that, the wolves turned around and ran into the forest. The students thought maybe they were scared. They began to rejoice that they had won, that luncheon had won. Luo Hai turned around sharply and saw them running away. He saw that they were all acting very synchronized. It must be the howl, the call of the Wolf King. Then he realized that it was Meng Chao who did it. He must have cornered the king, and he called his subjects for help. Luo Hai shouted that they were going to save the king. He started saying that everyone should follow him. Everyone agreed with him and started running in the direction he pointed. He thought that Meng Chao should hold out until they came. That monster was lying there, almost unconscious, but he still told Chao to run away. Chao had his hand stuck in his head, and he was addressing him again. He said that his group was close and he had one last chance to escape. Chao said that even if he was eaten by his group, he would still not let him escape. It turns out that his blow did not reach the brain. It was just a little bit missing. Chao thinks that he only needs to move a little bit further and the monster will die right away. Chao tried with all his might to go deeper. And he succeeded. The monster screamed because he felt that Chao had touched his brain. He couldn't move. Chao shifted and felt that he could now kill that monster. He instantly put all his strength into that continuing stroke. Everything was mixed up in that monster's head. Chao destroyed his brains. Did that monster think that these were such terrible people? The monster began to convulse in deathly convulsions, and Chao didn't care what happened next because he did what he wanted. Meanwhile, the group of monsters was already very close. They had a few seconds left to reach Chao. The picture was very deplorable. The monster was finally dead. Chao was lying on top of it and was also in a very bad condition. And behind him was the spirit of the director who believed that everything would be fine. He leaned over and patted Chao's head. Now his spirit would be dispelled. He is immensely proud to have had a student like Meng Chao. Suddenly, wolves run out of the forest, and they have never run so fast before. They were very threatening because they had already seen that their group leader was lying down and not moving. Chao's friends could not keep up with them, and the monsters were already very close to him. Lao Hai was desperate because he could not do anything. By the time they got to Chao, there would be nothing left of him. The monster is as close to Chao as possible, and in a moment he will kill him. But suddenly, someone started shooting those monsters. There were several dozen of them, but none of them managed to get to Chao. It was a rescue team, and they finally found those students. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief because he saw the rescuers, and now he could rest. Later, when they were rescued in the underground cemetery, there were offerings and honors for Director Sun. There were many people there because everyone loved him so much. Teacher Yang said that today they were saying goodbye to Sun Daxin, an ordinary citizen of Longcheng. He was one of the first people of Longcheng. He gave everything he had to protect humanity and the city. Until the last moment of his life, he continued to fight for the future of Luncheon. He was able to save those children, and his spirit is completely at peace. Then the ceremony was over. Fei Xiong was passing by and ran into Teacher Yang. The teacher told him that when he was free, he should go to the hospital and visit Meng Chao because he had been in a coma for 7 days. Because when they go to university, they will have much fewer opportunities to see each other. Fei Xiong thanked the teacher for his understanding and said that he would do so. In the room where Chao was lying, there was an open window and a pleasant breeze was blowing. His sister was with him, and she told him to get better as soon as possible, and when he did, she promised that she would not be lazy during training. She said she was told that he was like a real hero, but she didn't believe it because she wasn't there. That's why she asked him to get up as soon as possible and tell her everything that happened. She begged him to get up and start arguing with her. She asked why he was still asleep. Xiao Qiao said that he was a hero for letting himself lie on the bed like that. Suddenly one day, Chao began to move a little. He came out of a coma and had a very hard time with that trauma. He also had nightmares. 7 days passed, and Chow felt much better. He stopped having nightmares. He had fully regained consciousness, and Xiao Chow was sleeping on a chair next to him. She spent a lot of time with him. He realized that it was a dream, and that Min had probably been influenced by the powerful dying biotope of the Wolf King's brain. But where did those cocoons and large pools of blood come from in his memoirs, if the monsters are not the fruits of nature but created artificially? Even though he has returned from the end of the world, he still knows very little about this secret world, and probably only when he becomes stronger will he be able to learn secrets and truths one by one. Suddenly, he received a message from Spark, and he forgot. In total, he received more than 20,000 points and discovered new powers such as the Vajra power that Director Soon possessed. But he has reached such a level that he doesn't care about contribution points. But he was very interested to see what new techniques were available for discovery. There were several techniques, but the prices changed a lot. Did he think that while he was in a coma, there was inflation? Xiao Kao was so tired that she couldn't wake up, even though Chow was trying to be quiet. She had a dream that she was very hungry and ordered another portion. Who would have thought that such a formidable future witch would sleep so sweetly? He was surprised because he had done so much for her, and the chance of becoming a witch had decreased by only 10%. He had thought that maybe it was genetic, but a long time ago there was a situation he didn't remember. He just dreams that the indicator will show 0 chances. Private hospitals are better than public hospitals, so Mr. Ning put him in Qingnan Hospital. But in this case, the state would only pay back half the money, but Mr. Ning and the Yan clan agreed to take on the other half. To express their gratitude to the old fire-bearer, they were all in the corridor discussing something, and Chow's father was with them. Thanks to the efforts of Mr. Ning and Dr. Su, his body will soon recover. Of course, this level of treatment is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Although the very strong psionic energy made him awaken early and become ascended and open 3 channels, the price of this is that all other channels are damaged. He thought that he had become a so-called relic sublime, that if nothing happened in this life, he would be stuck at that level. He finished his rehabilitation and thought that in any case, everything would clear up over time and that it was still better than becoming a corpse. In recognition of his heroism, he was awarded 3 medals, the Survival Commission, the Red Dragon Army, and the Tower of Exaltation, but most importantly, they add points to a single exam. He was in 34th place out of the whole city, and given his great performance and all the extra points, we can say that he has great results. He can choose any university out of the top 5. The super elite were all at his feet, representing the University of Longchamp. Also, the strongest ones wanted him to be with them, the Agricultural University. The Military University was very persistent in inviting him. All doors were also open to him at the medical school. Just like everyone else at the University of Technology, they were looking forward to it. And even at the Technical University, they were already holding a place for him. It turns out that only 1 canal can be healed at a time, and then the price increases significantly. He was having a peaceful hysteria because in the body of Channel 108, even if he becomes the mayor of Longcheng, it may not be enough to cure everything. Majestic and powerful, a symbol of the city, which has a great meaning. Chow was walking near it, and from that angle, it was just beautiful. He thought how wonderful it would be if those monsters were gone. It would be paradise. Suddenly, someone called Chow's name, and he turned around. It was Luo Hai. He came to say that thanks to him, he had also awakened. He showed him his manifestation of power. Chow was both delighted and shocked. He thought he was the only one who was so cool. Luo Hai said that he recently opened 61 channels and can barely compete with those warriors from the martial arts department of Longcheng University. Lao said he invited Chow to a meeting to thank him sincerely. If he hadn't raised morale and killed wolves so skillfully, he would definitely not have gotten his father's support in the uprising. Chow said that they all did their best together, and he also wanted to thank him and his father for finding valuable resources very quickly, which helped him recover very quickly and even make it to the start of the school year. He was sorry that he could not repair Chow's damaged canals. It was not sweet for Chow to think about it either. Luo Hai asked him if he knew that there were ancient traces of the country under the Tower of the Sublime. Chow said that he had heard that there was an old starry-eyed civilization buried deep there that their world could not understand. After the transfer of Longcheng, no one knew about it until tectonic movements occurred, and then it was revealed. Luohai said that the so-called Exalted Tower is a huge research institute for ancient relics. The tower was built for the purpose of studying that relic. It is a place where miracles happen and everything becomes possible. He believes that as the excavation of ancient relics accelerates, they will definitely be able to overcome certain technological difficulties. He also believed that someday they would be able to solve the problem of the relic elevated, so that Chao could also climb to the top of the tower. Chao thanked him for his attention to his problem. Lao told him to come over to him. He went on to say that according to the rules, all those who have just awakened must come here and register. Chao agreed without showing his lack of understanding, but he was thinking, although he did not feel any hostile energy from him. But for some reason he can't shake the feeling that he brought him here for some other reason. To get there, you had to go through a lot of security systems, so one security control was passed. Next, you had to show your registered code. There was also a special camera that checked through the pupil of the eye. Chao put his eye on it and the test was passed. And the last stage of verification was fingerprinting, which also passed. The power of the Ascended Ones is very formidable, but it also hides a great hidden danger. It was as if they were walking in the middle of nowhere, guarding Longchen, and a large and massive room began to open before them. The slightest mistake, and you can become a slave to that emptiness and begin to bring destruction to Luncheon and yourself. Therefore, the tower invites all new Ascended Ones to register to avoid such a disaster to the greatest extent possible. Very radical methods of ascension, leading to madness. In that situation, he used his power to make a riot and harm ordinary people in the Exalted Ones. He was mired in exalted power, broke many laws, went down the wrong road. At that time, several missiles were fired at him. He no longer deserved to be a human being. He had become a mere monster in the human record. Chao listened attentively to Lohan's story. The new Ascended Ones must understand what the right path is. The Ascended Ones had their own code. They had to know the laws, observe the laws, protect the laws, and live in harmony with ordinary people. They came up and stood on a special platform that began to lift them up the mountain. Chao was amazed by the Tower of Sublimity in the middle, where psionic energy was hovering around. Khan said that his father told him that the tower is simply gigantic in size, stretching from the ancient relics to a height of several kilometers. They can extract psionic energy from the depths of the earth and fill the entire tower with it. Han said that he was now inviting Chao into the real world of the Ascended Ones. Chao immediately heard many conversations offering jobs for a very high salary or buying up valuable resources or needing a reaper for a task. It was a paradise. He said that there was absolutely everything here, and it was much better than in Luncheon, but you could only pay with coins of exaltation. That's why there are fairs and auctions from the outside. To be honest, he doesn't understand it, because in his opinion it's not profitable. Chao said that if the Exalted had been allowed to use a simple currency for trade, Longcheng's economy would have collapsed long ago. Chao added that all ordinary people are actually in poverty, society is split, and Longchen's desire to colonize the rest of the world is just a joke. Han was in complete agreement. Han said that this is the most magnificent statue in the whole city. This is the god of war, Lei Zongchao, and this is what a great man should be like. Chao said he knows someone who can surpass him. They said over the loudspeaker that people should come up one by one because there are many tasks in the army today, but they still shouted out who wanted to book what task. Hu said that the recent sudden fog situation must have angered the city's rulers, and they are determined to start a new phase of expansion. They are lucky, despite the fact that they are in their first year, there is a very good chance that they will be given a task and sent to fight in the fog. Hu saw the look on Chao's face and asked him if he was one of those who opposed going out of town and expanding the territory. He just thought that it might be a little too fast for such large-scale fighting, that he could wait and probably save a lot of lives. Khan told him that time is of the essence. The colonizers' speeches are heard every day, but there are so many resources around that if they don't come out and seize them, millions of people will simply suffocate in the middle of the city. He understood very well what the top was thinking, and he needed to become important in high places so that his decisions could influence events. Only in this way could he change the course of events. Khan continued to give him a tour and called him again to one place. Chao was very wary when he saw what Han showed him. There was a huge man sitting there, strangely dressed with large tattoos on his back. He turned slowly, and his lush beard became visible. He looked very formidable. Chow recognized him. It was the six-star exalted, the martial artist, the master of the Luo clan. When he saw that they were coming to him, he started to get up. He was twice as tall as Chow and very powerful. Probably many monsters just started running away at the sight of such an opponent. When he stood up, Chow immediately felt his incredibly strong aura. Chow did not show his inner anxiety, and in honor of respect, he stepped forward to meet him. When they approached, he greeted Chow and thanked him for saving Ah Hai. Chow said that Master Luo was shaming him, but in fact, they had fought together to save each other. Chow began to thank him because Master Luo had donated a lot of expensive medicines for his treatment. Master Luo said that talents like Chow increased the fighting power of Longcheng. Mace said that this time he had invited him for two reasons. Chow was a little uncomfortable. He didn't know what to expect. He said, first of all, as a father, he thanked me for saving his son. And secondly, he, as a representative of the Society of the Exalted, thanks him for his valuable contribution. His sword technique is fierce, brutal, and cuts through everything. This was definitely passed down by a great man. It's a good technique, but it's very violent. On impact, its channels will crack faster than a monster's skull. In fact, it would be surprising if it didn't become a relic exalted after such a thing. Lo told him to watch carefully because he was improving this technique, especially for him. The moment it started like lightning, only a light haze remained after it. Tremendous speed and smoothness for such a large size. He performed that technique as if he were in a trance. Calmness and confidence emanated from him without stopping. It was like a dance of death, which everyone is afraid to see. Each swing of his sword was so fast, so precise, and so light that it seemed as if the sword was on fire. A strong wind rose from his demonstration. Chow watched very closely and thought about what he saw. He noticed that the maximum force had dropped by 3%, but the stability and smoothness had increased greatly. Now he understood why he was giving out a 6-star rating. He said that the blow he used to take away the Wolf King's eye socket was most likely a combination of Vajra and fencing skills from hundreds of battles. He said that it would be an interesting idea, but he would help Chow improve it a bit. Chow watched attentively, but wondered why he was showing him all this. He easily copied Chow's techniques and began to improve them. Master Luo struck his hand in the air with tremendous force. The training room shook with his punches. He was just an extraordinary killing machine, super strong, but very fast at the same time. While Chow was watching, he got excited about training himself. Master Luo said that if an ascended master of a lesser rank accomplishes a feat, he gets the opportunity to learn from an ascended master of a much greater rank. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the training room. The loudspeaker said that the destructive force was too high and the walls might be damaged. Luo Han was shocked that the impact was so strong. Chow's reaction was also very shocked. Luo Hai said that the training room could withstand a nuclear explosion and not give out a warning, and here is this situation. After that, Master Luo told Meng Chao to try again, and he immediately agreed. He got ready and started to release his energy. He hopes he will show a super shot. And he did. It could now be clearly compared to Master Luo's stroke. Chao tried a few more times to increase the strength of that blow, but it was hundreds of times weaker. He realized that it would be harder for him to work on his own than under supervision. Under the supervision of Master Luo, he must quickly master the skills he needs. The master said that only when they pass on worthy knowledge to someone who has contributed, they can pass on the spirit of the fallen ancestors from past generations. This is the tradition of the Tower of Ascension. Chao guessed that the Luo clan was interested in the commercial opportunities behind an improved version of wielding the 100 battle sword. He also guesses that they must have heard something from Mr. Ning, so they want to establish a relationship with the old fire-bearer. Oh, how cunning Lo Hai is. He said that their future cooperation will be great, much more than just one reception is. Chao smiled and asked if he meant cooperation or referrals. Lo said they live in a turbulent era. They don't know how much horror and possibility is in the fog. If he wants to do great things, then it is not necessary to form his personal team. Luo Hai asked if he eventually had a team. Would Chao agree to become a deputy commander? Chao said that given his circle of acquaintances, he was still afraid of not finding a place. He said that those people have teams ready to go, and he also believes that Chow will show his full potential at the university. If he doesn't use corporate interests to keep him around now, when time passes and he becomes famous, will he remember who Luo Hai is? Chow started to say that this was the point of all this, so if he was so important, maybe he could organize a team and Ahai could be his deputy. Ahai was a little confused. He said that Chow was in a state of relic. Chow said that using multiple channels and being able to fight are completely different things. The relic sublime has fewer techniques, but they are stronger. Did Hao understand it as meaning that if Chow lost to him, he would join his team? Did Chow say if he was the one who lost to him? In a moment, they scattered in different directions and prepared for training. They were both very interested in testing each other's strength. Although Chow had recently been very seriously wounded, he felt fine, and in a second he was already flying to the attack. And Han also attacked and shouted for Meng Chao to try his Soul Destroyer technique. They both struck similar blows at the same time and used similar techniques, so they just darned well. The merger of these two techniques resulted in a mini explosion, but it will be of great power. And Hai appreciated Chow's technique, saying it was quite powerful. Chow thanked him and immediately began to strike again. He was already under a strong energy attack, and he did not expect it. For a moment, he was confused. But in time, he touched the floor with his foot and used a special skill. And this allowed him to accelerate very quickly and dodge Ah Chow's strong attack. After he dodged, he said to Chow, "It's a pity that his relic sublimity is not sufficiently transformed." And now he launches an attack called the Soul Destroyer. Chow dodged it quite easily, but he realizes that he lacks enough psionic energy to attack again. And this is the biggest problem with relic ascended ones, because if he continues, he can damage the cannons even more. Hi, Chow said that psionic channels are very important. The more of them, the more deadly attacks a warrior has. And he, feeling superior, began to launch many strong attacks and immediately said that he would definitely help him restore the channels, but he had to become his deputy in the team. Chow jumped up and did a flip and dodged in this way. He realized that if Hai kept him at a distance, he would not be able to attack, and always dodging is also a bad idea. So he will continue to try to close the distance. Hai saw the change in Chow's tactics and guessed that he would try to close the distance as much as possible to compensate for the weakness of his relic. And at close range, they were already exchanging fire with spiritual fire released from their hands. Suddenly, Hai began to retreat to increase the distance because he can always shoot spiritual fire and Chow cannot. And Chow went on the attack, and there somehow closed the distance every second. At that moment, he thought that in addition to the super-killing direction, he could also consider other ones, such as Beast Lord, armored cars, or even Gankata. He just came close enough, and I thought that Longcheng is a big city, and he would definitely find a good way to improve. And his punch was super close. Hai could see his fingers in front of his face. Maybe it was the end of the fight? But at the last moment, he used his energy and crouched down sharply and bowed down like that, even though Chow was very close. This situation tensed him up, and he wondered how this monster was improving. If his main channels were not damaged, he would be able to become stronger than his father's level in the future. He would probably have to work harder to become his deputy. And Hai launches a counterattack, and at the same time, he tests his new psionic channel. Chow was caught off guard. He didn't expect such a quick counterattack. And he managed to deliver that blow. Chow had no chance to dodge. It turned out to be a very strong blow, and he spat out blood. It so happened that he spat it right on Hai's face. For a moment, he was embarrassed because he thought he had overdone it and caused him a lot of damage. But in 1 second, he stopped because Chow somehow managed to respond to his counterattack with another counterattack, and they were in a stalemate. Let him know that Chow cannot shoot spiritual fire from his left hand, he can't do anything about it. And he can release the spiritual fire from his hand in an instant and cut his throat. When they finished, Luo Hai was happy because he thought he had won. He asked Ah Chow if he was okay. Chow said that he was fine, it was a great fight, and he was more and more interested in the cooperation that Hai was talking about. Chow said that he had things to do at home, and if his partner wanted to, they could practice some more. Chow asked if he would be his deputy. Chow was very surprised at this question because he didn't think he had lost the duel. He was even more surprised because he never thought that Chow would not want to admit defeat. Over time, Chow left and Hai called his father. Did he tell him that Ming Chao said he didn't beat him, that he couldn't understand anything? His father explained to him that if it were a real fight, he would have pierced his eye, not just pointed at it. He asked Hai what Meng Chao's strongest point was, and he said that his strongest point was his shooting skill. He was a monster who made more than 10 hits on the smallest golden target. He asked Hai who from the constructive school was capable of such results. While he was training, he explained to his son that Chao had missed his punch on purpose to spit blood and distract him. An interesting gesture he was talking about. He held a gun and aimed it at his eye and pulled the trigger. My father said that in a real battle, he would have died many times. This explanation shocked him. Chao went to the restroom to clean up after the fight. While he was wiping the blood, he thought that this fight was not unnecessary. It reminded him of many things. The system of psionic channels in the human body consists of 108 main channels and 1024 secondary channels. The extremely deadly direction affects all 108 main channels, then touches the psionic magnetic field and delivers a powerful, deadly blow. But because of this feature, there may be a momentary delay in the moment before impact to accumulate energy. And then there is the ending, which waits for the fatal blow to take shape after release. And then there is the recovery that one has to face in order to calm the seething psionic energy in the body. These are the three main problems that cannot be solved. In the early days of the war against monsters, those with the skill of an ultra-assassin relied on deadly strikes to cross the battlefield and achieve great results. As the war progressed, many monsters developed a new power, a powerful explosion of energy on the verge of death. A lot of warriors who used the direction of the ultra-killer were killed in the moments of accumulation, wrapping up, or recovery. But until hundreds of soldiers died, no one paid attention to this, and then they had to look for a completely different way of fighting. And an extreme style was found, different from the style of superkilling. It focused on 1024 minor channels of piscionic energy. The secondary channels were very fragile. They could not withstand the powerful, instantaneous release of psionic energy, so I had to give up super strong blows. But as soon as a person gets into the rhythm of the attack, simple techniques become like a stream of water, and he can use the technique without interruption. In this style, such concepts as accumulation, completion, and recovery have disappeared. The ability to retreat at any time is the biggest advantage of extreme style. In the late period of the war, this unstoppable technique was used to immobilize the monster. And the moment the monster was immobilized, they used a fatal blow and ended the battle. This became the preferred method of combat for martial artists. He was sorry that in Long Chen's past life, it had taken a lot of time and human sacrifice to come to these conclusions. And yet they had lost. He has to make sure that extreme style appears faster and that the powerful notice it, for his own sake and for the sake of Long Chen. But the problem is that he knows only the basics and will not be able to accurately reproduce the extreme style. He needs to find out who is currently studying extreme style, but at which university might they be? On the internet, he came across one author of experiments. His name was very familiar. His name was Gu Jiangbo. Chao began to diligently remember and search for information about him. And then he remembered who the name belonged to. The one who danced with the dagger, Gu Jiangbo, he was the founder of the extreme style. Chao found his biography. He also specialized in restoring damaged canals. It was said about him in his past life that if he had not died early, he could have reached the level of the divine. That's why Chao has to meet him. Chao felt a strong desire to learn his style to the end. If he could touch his feet, then even without the old fire-bearer, he would conquer Longcheng. Chao was very happy that he had found at least some information about him, and he decided that he had to grab his feet, and Xiao Chao, his sister, was standing at his door, listening to all this. Chao turned sharply toward the door because someone loudly asked him whose feet he was going to grab. It was his sister, and then he heard her telling his parents that he was surfing stupid websites and had just said he wanted to catch some legs. Chao abruptly ran out of the room and shouted at his sister not to say anything, but he didn't have time. She cried and complained to her parents that Chao wanted to kill her. My father said that he had already told him about hygiene, and my mother asked him to wait until his sister left the house and then go about his business. Chao was very angry and said that if her parents didn't protect her, he would teach her a lesson. My sister kept teasing him, and my mother told them to keep quiet because my father wanted to say something. He started to say that he had two pieces of news. The first was super good. He said that thanks to Chao's good score in the final exam, their family finally had enough points, and the survival committee has prepared a new house for them in the Honghuijiayuan district, and they can get it tomorrow. Xiao Qiao was very happy, and my mom was also delighted. Qiao also showed his happiness, saying that he wanted to thank everyone, all his neighbors and relatives. And the second news is that Chao's class teacher called today and asked if he had already chosen a target for the final exam. He said that he should finish this week because he shouldn't postpone his graduation over such a trivial matter. Chao was in a good mood. He said he understood everything. The sister said that her brother had probably forgotten that he had just been browsing strange sites. Chao said that her face showed that she was getting impatient. His parents told Chao not to insult his sister, and he thinks that she is a big dark witch who can only hide behind his parents and make faces at him. Chao went on to tell his father not to worry because he already knew which university he was going to. His father asked if it would be the Faculty of Resources or maybe the Faculty of Martial Arts because the teacher said he had enough points for any faculty. He said that the art department of the Agrarian University is his future. He received a message about the activation of a multi-stage task on extreme resistance. The description said that he needed to introduce a new style of fighting, even if it was different from the current one, because the situation in the war is changing, and with the old style, luncheon is doomed to decline. In the first stage, he needs to help the dagger dancer improve the extreme style. Thanks to this, in the future, Chao will reach a strength equal to one of the 10 strengths of the main clans, and the reward for the first stage is 8,000 points and the restoration of the 10 main channels. The next day, they came to their new home. My sister was delighted with how spacious it was. There was a very large and soft bed. She was very happy. But the house was already filled with dishes, and they were very beautiful. Chao asked how they liked it, because if they like it, they and their father will go to the housing department later and complete the re-registration procedure. My sister abruptly fell silent, and Chao asked her what had happened. She said she really liked the new apartment, but for some reason she didn't want to move. He asked her why. She began to stroke the tooth and said that she remembered him telling her that the monster's attacks would only increase. And the survival committee has a policy that strong families like theirs can leave the Tianfuyuan district. And when all the strong ones leave the area, only the weak ones will remain. And when monsters attack, the old defense systems will not be able to protect them, and they will be monsters themselves. When she thinks about this, she feels like a deserter, and she doesn't want to be one. Chao said that his sister was all grown up and asked his parents what they thought. They certainly did not expect this turn of events. My mom said that they had lived there for so many years and had many good friends, so there is nothing wrong if they do not move. She also agreed with Ms. Pa to start training after her recovery. Chao asked what his father thought of the idea. He said he didn't care where he lived, as long as everyone was happy. Xiao Qiao hugged her brother and asked him if she was too picky. Chao said that this apartment wasn't the best anyway. It was better to wait until Longcheng won and then they would move to the city center. Isn't he a crybaby? And after that, I immediately started running away because I knew what was going to happen. My sister yelled at him to stop or she would tell the tooth to bite him. Their parents were really happy at that moment. Subsequently, on Mr. Ning's recommendation, Chao went to a youth training complex to improve his reaping and hunting skills. It was called a summer training complex, a thunder band. Chao and Mr. Ning had already conducted the super monster harvest several times, so they had connections in the leadership of the Thunder Group. After submitting the documents, the family received a reply that Chao had been accepted to the agricultural university. The parents were very proud of their son. Fake Xiong also got extra points for the final exam and was admitted to the heroic faculty, a military school. He managed to score 1 point higher than in his previous life, so now he will be no ordinary soldier. Since Grandma Wang joined the ranks of the Army of Eternal Life, her granddaughter was offered better living conditions in a different neighborhood and closer to school. This year, Chao turned 18, and now, according to the law, he can apply for a vacant apartment nearby. Although they didn't move to a new apartment in the Hongzuan district, they have more room to live. The summer vacation passed quickly, and the school days began very soon. Chao called his family to come with him. They were going to walk Chao to his new home. They came by subway to the Juzha district in the university town. My sister was very happy again. There were a lot of drones flying around. They were put up as a demonstration to welcome new students. And drones themselves are very important. They can perform many functions. They can track, attack, or rescue. They are used very often by mechanical warriors. When they passed by, the boys were training there. Xiao Qiao looked at them. She then asked Chao why she noticed a yellow glow behind them. Chao said that it was called the spirit of war, the accumulation of countless souls of heroes. And in front of it, you can see the agricultural university. Chao was already curious to know what it was like to study at the university. He told them to go there as soon as possible and see everything. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao felt something. It was something very unpleasant. On the way to that university, there was a very bad smell. Chao kept himself in check because he had heard this smell many times, and it was not a stench to him because it was the smell of thousands of monsters that had been fertilized with microbes. On the way up, my sister noticed a huge skull that was towering, and she asked Chao that this was an agricultural university, but her expression was strange. Did Chao tell her that she had a strange expression? He said that without his university, no army would go anywhere. They could not act until they had conducted research, and other universities would have starved to death if it hadn't been for this. These tall trees are high-energy bread trees, and their fruits are not only filled with important substances, but the resin is a natural gel that helps heal wounds. Xiao Qiao was in awe of the size of that huge skeleton. Chao said that it was the biggest monster that had ever attacked Longcheng, and that was 25 years ago. It took 5 divine-level exalted warriors to stop it. When she heard this, she was shocked that the monster was so strong. But when the agricultural university squeezed out all the most valuable things from him, his skeleton was thrown in front of the procession. Other students ran past them and said that there was a competition between the martial arts and animal management faculties to find out which specialty was the strongest in the agrarian one. Chao called his parents to see who would be the strongest. They gladly agreed, and they were also interested in finding out. Chao imagined that it would be such a competition. He would like it very much. At the agrarian university, the two faculties are constantly quarreling for various reasons. There was a huge arena with one soldier from one faculty and another from another. A lot of people came to see this. To motivate students to improve, the agrarian faculty always organizes matches between the two faculties. That warrior shouted that today he would demonstrate to the whole of Luncheon that the future of the city is the martial arts faculty. And another said that the martial arts faculty is just a bunch of rude people who only know how to wave their arms. He added that they were so rude that they couldn't even find a girl. He had a big monster under his control, a terrible snake. The next moment, the art warrior took off running and attacked. The monster immediately jumped forward and put up its shell to deflect the blow, and the monster's owner told him to try to break through its defense. Another soldier said he didn't take him seriously. But the warrior of the arts abruptly changed his trajectory and directed his attack at another warrior, bypassing the monster. He put maximum force into that blow to quickly finish him off, and the warrior who controlled the monster stood there and did not even move. But the next moment, the monster began to move very quickly and change its position, and he caught the warrior of the arts, not allowing him to approach his master. The monster, with its tail, neutralized his strong attack and protected its master. The warrior with the monster said that he had been sloppy on purpose, but he hadn't noticed, and he also said that he wasn't stupid. The students supported the guy from the animal faculty, saying that he was a good guy. My sister immediately asked my brother if he had entered the faculty of animal management because he looked very strong. But someone beat him to the punch and said that he had entered the martial arts department. It was Suishi, and she was not in a good mood. She asked him sternly why he didn't go to the faculty of resources with such high grades. Chao wondered if he should tell her that this would play a very important role in the future. But he said that he likes to fight with his own hands. He doesn't trust the monster or the equipment, he only trusts himself. She didn't want to hear his excuses, she said. She said that he could still come to that faculty in his free time, and during the first year, if he wanted to, he could transfer to another faculty. She called him with her to take him to the registration desk because there was nothing else to see. The martial arts faculty is always called the second for a reason. They started the procedure, and Chao realized why she wanted to help him with the case. When they left that place, Chao said that it was very good that Sushi helped him because the procedure was quite complicated, and they saved a lot of time. She said it wasn't hard for her. Her parents and sister were walking behind her. They were all heading for the big arch, the entrance to the university itself. When they got closer, Suisha said that only students could go further. They could take him to this place. But today, the cafeteria has prepared a lot of delicious food, and it's all free, so they can go there. Chow said that this was a good suggestion. He had heard people say that you have to eat at the agrarian one. When they mentioned food, Xiao Chao got very excited. She was hungry. She started pushing her parents in the direction of the dining room, and her father said that they were leaving and that Chow should take care of himself. When they left, he heard his sister say that his brother was already a big boy and that he shouldn't worry about him. Of course, he was not very happy to hear that. Suishi also heard this and told Chow that his sister would be nice. Suddenly, someone called him and he started to turn around. He said that as soon as he saw what kind of guy was walking with Ning, a senior student, he immediately realized that it could only be Meng Chao. At first, Chow thought that Xie Fei was arrogant and cold, but when he got to know him better, he turned out to be a simple talker. Suishi laughed and said that if his friend came, she would probably leave. Chow was not happy about this. He liked her presence better. She walked away and waved goodbye, and Xie Fei shouted at her, "Goodbye, Elder Ning." Suddenly, he surprised Chow by abruptly grabbing him by the neck like an old friend. He immediately offered that they had found a place to leave his backpack to go to the military institute, and he wanted to introduce him to everyone. These majestic buildings were the Faculty of Martial Arts and Life Sciences of the Agrarian University. Chow asked Xie Fei why he chose this university. Was it because his grades were good enough to get into Longcheng University? He said it's better to be the head of the crust than the tail of the phoenix. Also, his mom works here, and it's no secret that he is very rich with his resources. He went on to tell Chow that there were 3 people among the freshmen at the martial arts department that he should pay attention to. They are called the 4 Kings of Heaven among freshmen, and not only are they among the top 5 in terms of final exam scores, but they also have the most open main channels. He pointed to that girl, Sunya, who had the highest scores in the final exam at the martial arts faculty, 77 main channels open, a flexible body, and a variety of combat tactics. This is Duan Liang, the second highest scorer, 65 main channels. He has heroic health, and he advises him to never challenge him. This is Qian Jue. He's the 4th highest scorer, 60 main channels, but he has 90% of the channels open in his legs alone. His speed is incredible, and his kicks are devastating. Chow noticed an inaccuracy in his story. He said 4 heavenly kings and only mentioned 3. Shifei laughed and said that they were saying that the 4th one was him. He was ranked 5th in his department, and he also has 60 channels open, but they are more in his hands. Chow told him that he was bragging too much. He said that he wasn't, it was just that everyone was praising his hands. Chow said that he was definitely ahead of Xie Fei in terms of points, which meant that he was the 3rd student at the institute that they had not taken into account. Xie Fei began to make excuses, saying that everyone knew his situation and therefore did not take him into account. Chow told him that he must know a well-known truth. Xie Fei immediately wondered what he meant. That the 4 kings of heaven are not really 4 but 5, and that he is the strongest. But now he did not understand at all. It was a representative of the Faculty of Martial Arts and Life Science. He congratulated everyone on their admission. It was Zhang Ming, the cold-blooded mentor of this faculty, an ascended 6-star. He was very strict. He said that if they did not have a strong will, were not ready to endure the pain of ascension, it was not too late to change their major. He paused to give the person who changed his mind a chance to leave the line. After he said that, none of the students backed down. He said that it was very good that they were all ready to walk on the path of ascension. Then the girls should go to the right and the boys to the left. Then there will be a game. It is for them to get to know each other better. Chow realized that the mentor was a bit like his teacher, Yan. Later, they all began to change into their uniforms. He thinks that, as expected from an agricultural university, this bionic suit is much more comfortable than the ones he wore to the final exam. In the pot on each student's head, there are 2,000 monster coins, which is the startup capital from the university. But when he put it on, he thought of only one thing: who invented this horror? The mentor explained that in agriculture, all payments are made using monster coins. Also, to choose a mentor, you need to pay with such coins. When we showed them how much it cost, the students were very outraged because they only had 2,000 coins, and their mentor also cost 2,000. Others said that lunch for 150 coins was robbery. Shifui said that every year teachers try to push students to fight. This time, this game is definitely related to monster coins. When Chao saw him, he thought he was very funny with that pot on his head. The mentor began to say something, and Chao turned to him. He said that the university will enable them to earn those coins so that they can enjoy various benefits. But of course, students can use fair competition to earn coins. The upcoming game is just an opportunity to earn coins. After he explained how they would get those coins, Sifei and the others began to look at Meng Chao's pot as a prey. The mentor began to tell the rules. They are very simple. For the next half hour, they will all speak freely on the playground. They have to figure out how to put other people's coins in their own pot. The costumes they are wearing will prevent them from getting critically injured. So, for the sake of a large number of monster coins and a large number of resources, fight. At the very first second, a battle took place in the back of Chao and Zifei's head, and they looked at each other. Someone very quickly and clearly beat one after another. In the first seconds of the fight, that student doubled his balance. This was the girl who would be the strongest in the faculty. She had just finished picking off one and saw her next victim. In a moment, she was in front of him and knocked him down. Those who saw her running at them did not even resist her because they thought there was no point. And she, in turn, did not look at who she liked best, but knocked everyone down. The next moment, another student had an empty pot, thanks to her. At the moment, she was the richest. She stopped for a moment to assess the situation around her, and because she is very agile and fast, she did not see the full situation. Suddenly, from behind, someone shouts at her and tells her how cool she is. In a second, she was already unconscious, and that girl said that you can't get the monster coins by flattery. The mentor noticed that that girl's son, who was very nice and had a calm disposition and good technique, would be suitable for collecting the spirit of a super monster dragon. He looked at his partner Lu and said that he should have that girl's son, because who knows, maybe she is a copy of her younger self. It was Li Yingji Griffin. She is also a mentor. She said about that girl that she needed to collect 2,000 coins, and the game that year was that the one who was the strongest would have the hardest time. There was complete chaos there, and Chao, in his usual style, stepped aside and assessed the situation. The rules of the game are quite simple, but it is quite difficult to get monster coins. Strong students who want Li Yingzi or Zhang Ming as mentors, they need to actively attack to defeat as many students as possible before the weak students team up against them. But even if you manage to knock someone's crown off, it's not a given that you'll be able to collect the coins. There is a very high chance that someone else will take them. The design of the bowl is specially made so that when there are few coins, they are difficult to get, and when there are many, they fall off at the slightest movement. In addition, judging by the size of the bowl, more than 150 coins will not fit on top of the bowl. So, if the stronger players want to collect more, they will have to hold them in their hands and fight at the same time. The girl's son felt like a fish out of water there. She thought in her mind that she was the leader of the 4 heavenly kings among the freshmen. Someone shouted that the students were from the 3rd school, and he suggested that they deal with one of the leaders together and then think about what to do with the others. As a result, all the schools united against the 4 heavenly kings to relieve the pressure on each of them. Together, they are stronger. Those students whose coins have already been taken away are still in danger. For a moment, Chao flew away again in his fantasies far, far away. For some reason, he really started to like volleyball, especially when girls play. Suddenly, someone blocked his light, and he said to Chao that he was sorry. He had already started swinging to knock Chao out. But Chao abruptly said that he had only 20 coins and was exalted. It was unlikely that the boy would be able to beat him. He was preparing for an attack, and he said that he despised people like Chao who were running away from the battle. But with lightning speed for that fellow student, Chao was behind him. At the same moment, something else was added to his pants. Suddenly, Chao punched him in the face. Chao said he wouldn't take his coins for nothing, but would give him some advice. In the future, you don't need to make a magnetic psionic field to release a powerful attack at once, because 4 to 5 seconds will be enough for a monster to kill it 3 or 5 times. Now he understands that to get those coins, he just had to find a good way. Several students already had full pots. Safei's was also full, with coins falling all the time. And suddenly, those students who had formed a group saw that Sifeng's cup was full and decided to attack him at the same time. At that moment, someone started talking to him from the outside. Meng Chao told him he was very funny and asked him if he needed any help. He was very happy to hear this offer. He told Chao to help him as soon as possible, and they would divide the coins equally. He liked Safei's perseverance and immediately agreed to help him. After Chao and Fei teamed up, the other students lost heart because they knew that Chao was quite strong and fought at close range, and Fei at a distance. Now they didn't know what to do. Chao thought that now was the right time. He waited for Fei to release his tentacles and hit him in the stomach with a sharp super kick from his leg. That kick made a lot of coins fall out at once. It was a gigantic blow, but the greatest damage was caused by the unexpected. All the other students were as surprised as Fei. They could not even think of such a thing. The blow knocked Fei far back. He had mixed emotions, shouted, and asked what Meng Chao was doing. He was simultaneously feeling very angry, hurt, and painful. Chao said that he had more than 100 coins on his head, so it was logical to beat him. After those words, the pain and hurt receded, and only anger remained. And he began to attack, and he told Chao that he was not afraid of him. Chao also hit him back. He told him to admit that he was afraid of him. There was a strong outburst from their blows, a strong student fighting a strong student. Both Chao and Feng lost a few coins after that blow. The weak students were just taking advantage of the fact that they were fighting and collecting the coins that fell, and Fei asked Chao why he was doing this, since all the strong students had already collected more than 100 coins, so why should he not go and interfere with them? Chao answered him in a calm voice. He attacked him because he knows him. This answer surprised Feng very much. In his opinion, this is the stupidest answer of all. His energy exploded. He began to accumulate it for a super strong blow. Now the joke was over. Only 2 seconds did he accumulate that energy before Chao counterattacked with the strength of a bull. Again, Fei lost his coins. He was overwhelmed by Chao's actions. But immediately Chao came up to him and shook his hand. He asked why they all like to use a powerful attack. Don't they know that the time of accumulation, completion, and restoration of the magnetic psionic field is very long? Safei accepted his help, but asked Chao if he was crazy. After all, he had lost a lot of coins when he fought with him. He asked Chao if he was provoking him or setting him up for a fight. Chao told him that he was very naive. In a real battle, apart from these 6 words, victory or defeat, life or death, nothing else matters. The unfortunate 100 coins makes them all indecisive, and as a result, only a third of the fighting force remains. If this were a real battle, they would all be dead by now. The purpose of that game is to see who understands the choice. Li Ji's mentor said that this year's students still lack real experience. She is also afraid that the performance of those 4 heavenly kings is quite bad. Chao told him that he had 60 main channels open. Normally, he should be stronger, but if it was like just now, did he believe that he wouldn't last 5 minutes before suffering a brutal defeat? Chao then said that when the time came, he would calmly take his coins, and then, what was the point of his indecision? Safei said, "So how?" Chao was rewarded, and Safei listened to his advice and became more experienced. Chao thought he showed great promise. Now Chao asked him again if he wanted to unite with him. Poor Safei is having a hard time with Chao's logic. He asks if Chao was exhausting him because he wanted to unite with him. He emphasized that it was he who wanted to unite with him. He said that his main channels were damaged, the upper bar was not high, and he did not care if he had a golden mentor. But Fei is different, and 2,000 coins is a difficult task. Chao's thinking drove him into a dead end, and he shouted, "What should he do?" Chao said that he would obey him from this moment until the end of the game, and that they would succeed, and the coins would be divided equally. Fei agreed with him. He said that they were going to get the money out of Dian Lan, then they would take him on. Fei was overwhelmed and just obeyed politely. After a short time, there was another hero with Chao, and they were going for the third, Jianjue. They were walking and calling him a demon from behind. Jianjue asked the 2 of them how they could call themselves heavenly kings. Safei told him to look at himself. Now Chao was saying that Sunya would definitely not be able to refuse his offer. She raised her hands and said that Meng Chao is from the 9th grade. Everyone is talking about him, and he is not so simple. She didn't even resist, but immediately asked him what his plan was. As they were walking, the thug asked her why she thought that the plan was that kid's, not his. This is nonsense. Because he is a relict exalted warrior, his fighting power is weak, and to defeat these three, he used his brain. Or could they voluntarily team up with him? Chow heard this and said that this girl was the first in the Faculty of Arts. She was really very smart. His plan was very simple. The four of them would go to get the monster's coins, and his task would be to keep them, and in the end, they would divide them equally. They were all very shocked by Chow's plan. First, without his mediation, they compete with each other. They lack trust in each other to unite. Secondly, in their combat uniforms, there is little storage space. They need someone to store their awards so that they can fight to their full potential. The cheeks of those students could not leave their faces from what they heard. One of them said that the four of them would be fighting anyway, so why should they share with him? Chow said that equality is the basis for cooperation. If so, then he was up to something and began to accumulate power. Then they will unite to destroy Chow. He smiled and said that, in principle, it was also possible. Chow said that he would definitely not be able to defeat the four of them. He would have no choice but to grab Jie Fei and incapacitate him. Fei couldn't understand why he, Zhang Jue, hated him. Chow smiled sarcastically and said because he was familiar with him. Then Jie Fei said that in that case he had no choice but to drag Duan Luan along. And she just started laughing at all this and said that the four of them were just some kind of trash. She told the disobedient man to listen to Chow because time was running out. And they decided to take action, while behind them, ordinary students were quickly collecting coins. She turned to them and said that these friends who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity were now in danger. After she said that, they all started to run away, and she said that it was her turn to rejoice. Very quickly, it began to attack and eliminate competitors. Thus, it set an example of how to act. In just a moment, she already had a certain amount of coins. She is very strong. She also brought some coins. She said that it was enough to take a little from everyone. First of all, it's very easy. And secondly, there are minimal losses in this way. They don't even have to strain. Chow said that energy conservation is the most important thing in his plan. Shifei and Duan Luan were ready to start working as planned. And they abruptly realized the essence of Chow's plan, and they even began to like it. Janjoy watched them work with zeal, and it was very difficult for him to submit to Chow's will. Chow could see that he was hesitating, but he realized that he had no choice and would join their group sooner or later. In a moment, a student appeared near them, and he immediately neutralized him, telling Chow that he would see what he could do. He hopes that his fist will be as hard as his tongue, and he will keep those coins that they have worked so hard to get. He said that as long as they, the four kings of heaven, are strong enough to defeat everyone who is relatively threatening, no one will be able to take away their coins. My mentor said that this guy Meng Chao was quite interesting. He is sorry that it is a relic because he would like to take it. She said that level is important, but there are other criteria for assessing strength and weakness. If he manages to get 1,900 coins, then she won't mind taking him. Suddenly, Chow began to accumulate strength to use the dragon and snake power technique. Didn't the main mentor realize what he was doing? The next moment, he struck the ground with lightning speed. He made 5 holes in the ground of roughly the same size, just like he wanted, and behind him was a big pile of coins. He began to fill those holes with coins, so he would spread out all the coins. And everyone will get their destiny as promised. After a short time, Chow started shouting to his family that they already had 100,000 coins, so they should go back. Son, I told Chow that he said it very loudly, and now everyone knows that they have a lot of coins and will be targeted. Chow decided that he needed to say something else soon. They have 100,000 monster coins, but they are guarded by the 4 heavenly kings. He said that there were 1,000,000 more coins they could take. They needed to think about it, and he couldn't do anything. In a moment, his companions were at his side and stood to protect their coins. Ordinary students said that they could take weaker tutors, that they didn't need those coins that badly. They had already been beaten badly enough. The coach said there were 10 seconds left in the game. Another mentor said it was 9 seconds. When there were 8 seconds left, Chow said that to avoid any bad intentions from anyone, they would take their coins all at the same time, at the 5th second. That way, everyone would be protected, Sun said, and I agreed with him immediately, with 7 seconds left. With 6 seconds left, they were all thinking about whether someone would try to cheat. When 5 seconds passed, they all turned around at the same time and started reaching for their coin pit. Paragraph 3969, Duanlin, he thought something, that Jianzhui wanted to do something, and he screamed. And Chao had 3 coins ready in his hand. He was waiting for the moment when one of them would let his guard down. And in the last 4 seconds, he abruptly threw those coins. They were flying to Duolian, and it took him by surprise. To protect himself from them, he had to cover his face. And as soon as he threw away the coins that Chao was throwing at him, he saw a horrible picture. Chao had already used the demon-adorning blow technique. He couldn't do anything. His punch hit him right between the eyes. When it flew back, a lot of coins fell out. It was the second. Chao, with lightning speed, collected them all with one hand while still in the air. The other 3 stood there calmly, not realizing what had just happened. Chao said not to let them take it the wrong way, but he just took his share. He thought that he was very, very lucky with the skill of the elementary art of reaping because he had very fast hands and managed to make some money. With 1 second left, Duanliang was furious with Meng Chao. The mentor shouted that time was up. Everyone had to stop. His anger was just boiling over. Liana, he just wanted to kill Chao right there on the spot. He shouted that Chao was a real bastard. Chao told him that if he moved it, he would be breaking the rules because the game was over. And then he said, "Isn't he the bastard? Should he tell him the truth?" Duanlian, despite his anger, told him that they had agreed to do everything fairly, that they would divide the monster's coin equally, and no one could use tricks. And as a result, this is how he treated his allies? The other participants in their group did not blame him yet, but waited for his explanations. Chao boldly asked Liang why he had shouted Jianzhui's name. Sunya immediately understood, and Juya asked Liang why he had called him at that important moment. Chao said that he shouted the name to make Chao think that he wanted to attack him. Chao would be distracted, and he would take advantage of that and attack him. Jianzhui could not believe it. Chao said that he has a strongly developed body. His head is hardly empty. He is also in the top 5, so he definitely has his own plans. His anger did not subside. He said that Meng Chao was slandering him. Chao said that he had no proof, but Sunya and the others had already come to logical conclusions themselves. Isn't that right? They were outraged that he had done this to them, and Leon was very disappointed by the situation. A mentor came up and said that Meng Chao was in first place this year. He had 25,100 monster coins, and he could choose any teacher from the martial arts department as his mentor. The other students wondered where he got so much, but one said that they didn't know him. He had killed a super monster, the king of the red wolves, in the final exam, and even here he had already distinguished himself by painting Duan Lian's face. Chao hesitated a bit, waving his head as if looking for someone. She noticed that he was not choosing anyone in the room, which meant he was looking at the dean or the deputy dean. She said that they are very busy unless he makes a very significant contribution, but still, it is unlikely to get their mentorship. He thanked me for the explanation, but he is looking for Gujianbo's teacher. Can he ask him to guide his improvement? The 2 mentors who were present were shocked by this choice. The students were discussing his wishes. None of them had ever heard of such a teacher, except for a few. They said that they hadn't heard anything about him for more than 10 years. And is it really worth choosing him over these 2 mentors in front of him? Lee's mentor asked him why he wanted that mentor. Could he tell her the reason? He said that he thinks that his direction suits him best. Besides, the direction of his experiments is the rapid restoration of psionic channels, so he wants to choose it. She said that he had probably already made up his mind and would not change his mind, so let him change his clothes. And when she was done here, she would take him to him. Chao thanked her. He changed in the locker room, and everything looked beautiful. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw that the uniform suited him, and he immediately became more handsome. Now it was time to meet with Teacher Gu. Later, he came out of the locker room. He saw that there was complete chaos. So he decided that he could manage on his own and go to Teacher Gu at table number 4. Chao thought that Teacher Gu should not worry because Chao's student was coming to instruct him. It's been 5 minutes. It's the 3rd floor, dining room number 4. When Chao entered the place, he was very surprised by what he saw. There was a group of people with food in their hands on the left side. And there was also a large group of people standing on the right side. It looked very scary. Chao realized that this was the dining hall for the art department only. Those seniors were formidable and scary even during lunch. Now he realized what real perfection is, when you can't relax for a second. And in a moment, someone shouted for the brothers to go forward, and a bloody battle with food began. In a moment, the food was over, and the fight moved to another level. It was simply impossible not to participate there, and it's a miracle that no one has attacked him yet. Chow had heard all sorts of stories about interesting situations of different students, but he never expected such a crazy place. And now some big guy is flying at him and shouting that he needs his shoulder. Chow had to act. He had to look good at the meeting with the teacher. Chow decides that this is not the right moment to fight beautifully and applies the sword-wielding technique of hundreds of battles. They fought in different ways, but no one did that. He said to Chow that he was brave. Ma Hong's friends said he couldn't even beat a freshman, but Ma Hong himself told him to shut up and told Chow that he wouldn't dare go anywhere. Chow said there was a misunderstanding, that he was just looking for one person. And he told Chow to wait until he beat him up, and then he would help him look for that person. Chow started to panic and shouted at him to stay away from him and threw a table at him. When that table was smashed to pieces, he asked where all that strength and courage went when Chow hit him. But when the pieces of the table fell to the ground, he could no longer see Chow in front of him. And Chow was on top and was preparing an attack, but someone warned him where he was. Chow has activated the trick. He has to protect himself. He can't give himself away at lunch. Now he understood what his mentor wanted him to do. Did he not understand how he managed to get behind him? Chow used a technique, the demon binding punch, but he managed to put up a block in time. He was pretty much thrown back by that attack. Although he was not badly injured, he praised Chow's attack. And again, Chow disappeared, out of his sight, and he did not yet understand how he managed to hide so quickly. He was angry and yelled at the stupid kid to come out and fight, but Chow didn't want to fight him. He would not benefit from it. He would rather find a place to hide. He looked straight ahead and seemed to see a good place to hide. He made a sharp run to that place. He said that the people from the training courses really know how to fight. It's better for him to wait here. It turns out that there was someone else there, and Chow was very scared, but he held back and didn't show it. He said that not everyone there was a good fighter, and the one he hit, Ma Hong, used to be a scout in the Red Dragon Army, so you hitting Chow only made him angry. Chow activated the power Demon Adorning Strike and asked him if he wanted to try it. He immediately started waving his head in different directions and saying that he didn't want to. He wanted to live peacefully. Chow told him that it was better not to fight because he was a cultured person, and decided to ask him if he had seen Teacher Gu Jumbo, because he was told that he was here. He immediately asked Chow why he was looking for him, and he decided to say that it was Gu Junbo who provoked the fight because he sent one student to a place where there were others, and they don't like each other. Chow immediately said that he wanted to become his student. The rude man began to say that Chow should not deceive himself because that teacher was a simple scientist who had not advanced a single step toward his goal, a mere trash. He also said that he had some project there involving 1,024 secondary channels, which was all a lie for money. He told Chow to believe him because that teacher was greedy for money, and if Chow had other opportunities, he should choose them. Chow said that he was somehow very angry with Teacher Gu, but he believes that Master Gu is a determined, rebellious, pioneering teacher who goes to his goal despite the obstacles. The rude man decided to ask Chow if he knew him. Chow said that he and the teacher had a long correspondence and that he was determined to become his student. The rude man realized from this answer that Chow did not know him. Chow said he is confident that he can turn the new fighting style described in the article into a winning new reality. That green-haired rough guy I saw was behind Chow Ma Hong. The green-haired man suggested that they could pretend to be a team and start fighting, and then go to the window and jump out so they could avoid this chaos. Suddenly, Chow sees a big foot coming at him. A very strong kick. Chow can only think how his kick can be so fast. The blow sent Chow flying out of the rubble with great speed. Chow thought he would think about it later, but now he had to get out of that place. He quickly began to approach and decided not to be cavalier. Chow threw the first punch and the green easily dodged it. I told him to hit it faster. Chow threw another punch and he ducked, and he was eating at the same time and telling him to hit even faster because the production has to be realistic. Chow started throwing a lot of punches and he didn't even blink, but dodged them all. He said, Chow did not understand what was happening here because he was already giving his best. Chow had reached his maximum, but he hadn't landed a single blow yet, and he was seriously wondering how such a rough guy could dodge like that. With such great speed, it was not logical at all. The one who initially wanted to beat Chow was shocked by what was happening. He didn't understand why those two weirdos started fighting. But the rude man was always looking at the reaction of the former soldier to catch a good moment. And he said that he just caught one of Chow's punches on the move. He jumped out of the fourth-floor window with him. Near the ground, he let go of Chow's hand to help him land normally. At the very moment of landing, Chow's was very hard and that Green's was extremely soft. Then he said that everything had ended safely and they had escaped. Chow could not understand how the rude man had jumped from such a height as if it were a simple matter. Chow said they did a good job, but he didn't even know his name, and then he would like to thank him, but he needed to know his name. He started to run around the corner of the building and said that these places are full of interesting people. He was not alone, and the last piece of advice I gave him was not to think about that teacher. When he came around the corner of the building, he ran into Mentor Lo. He turned around in a panic and shouted at Chow to get out of his way. Chow did just that. He abruptly stepped aside and did not interfere. The rude man was pleased because he was about to start running away. But Chow still suspected something about him and decided to do something about it. He allegedly accidentally put his foot forward, right where the rude man was running. He is rude, stumbles over his leg, and because of his high speed cannot regain his balance. Just when he was standing up to Meng Chow, he looked at him with indignation, as if to ask why he did it. Chow smiled sarcastically, as if it was nothing personal. He was just making a good joke in a funny situation. And he falls hard and starts sliding on the ground in front. Lee's mentor came and picked him up. She treated him like a child, and he told her not to do that because she was embarrassing him in front of the student. Lee asked him if he was ashamed. Did he still have any dignity left? He was depressed because for him and this situation, everything turned out in the worst possible way. Chow, with great surprise, asked him if he was really Gu Jianbo. Chow said that the photo from the official website was definitely someone else. He was embarrassed and said that the photo was from 10 years ago and he hadn't updated the information on the website for a long time. At that moment, Chow felt like a failure, that he had made a mistake. But he had to overcome himself, and he started to convince himself that no matter how much he had changed, he knew from his past life that he was very important. And since he is the same Gu Jianbo, he is definitely the future founder of extreme style. And Chow said in a confident voice that he wanted to make up his mind that he wanted to be with him. Jianbo asked Chow if he would not give up on him easily. He said that he had behaved very badly and Chow still wanted to be with him. Gu, the mentor, was tormented by one very important question. With a serious expression on her face, she asked Jianbo why the best student, who had taken first place among the freshmen, wanted to join him so badly. He started to panic slightly, saying that they did not know him. Jianbo said he was afraid to harm such a great talent. When Chow came to him, he said very bad things about himself, that he was the worst mentor. He said this so that Chow would not want to take such a mentor. Chow confirmed that the teacher Gu Jianbo had criticized himself as much as possible, so much so that it was heartbreaking. And after Gu Jianbo has criticized himself so much, Chow still wants to be with him. Doesn't she understand his motives? Gu also asked him if he might have masochistic tendencies. But in one moment, she realized everything. Chow is a relic of the sublime, and Gu Jianbo is attracted to them. She thinks that this is the reason why Chow wants to be with him. She told teacher Gu to introduce Chow to everything because he surely doesn't want the tragedy of Li Fei to happen again. Gu told her not to worry. He would not allow the tragedy to happen again. With that, the matter was resolved and Li's mentor went about her business. Gu asked Chow that he wanted to join him because of the 1024 secondary channels project, and he called Chow with him to show him the truth about that project. For some time, they walked through heavy overgrowth. They came to the old educational building of the martial arts faculty. Now it is a dormitory for advanced training courses. Chow did not know that there was this old building in Agrarian Park. They went inside, and Gu opened the old rusty gate. Chow was surprised that the place he was taking him to was in the basement. Gu warned him to follow him closely, because that basement had not been renovated for a long time. Chow was getting more and more interested in what kind of place they would come to. When they got down to the bottom, they came to a huge door. To get in, Gu started entering the access code. As soon as he entered it, those big doors began to open and dust began to fall out of them from the old days. Gu said that the 1024 project starts here. He said that he was not actually the head of that project, but Zhong Ye. Chao had never heard of such a person before. Gu began to talk about Zhong Ye. He was the son of the dean in his third year. He was a genius who had crossed the celestial level. Gu pulled out a big stack of documents about that project, and Chao was very interested in what happened to that person. Gu said that this man was dead. He had died during the first experiments of Project 1024. At the time, just like Gu is now, he was holding this book in his hands and then convinced Gu and Yingji so they could start that project. Chao was a little wary when he heard this information. As a result, he himself took part in the experiment, then received internal injuries to his entire body, eventually in one of the experiments. And due to a sharp jump in his mental state, he became insane and died. Because of his death, Yingzi decided to go and join the experiments of integrating the spirit of the beast. Gu vainly stayed on and headed the 1024 project. When Chao opened the document about that project, he was seriously scared. Gu was unable to find a way to increase the energy absorption and the absorption rate of secondary channels by 300%, and he thought he had made a breakthrough in the experiment, but the photos showed real horrors. As a result, all 3 volunteers who took part in the experiment became insane due to microtoxins in the drug. They experimented many times on the safety of the drug, but were unable to remove the toxin that was causing the insanity. His friends believed in him, and he ruined their future. Gu said that he had lost all his friends. That project was brilliant, but a real curse. That's why he doesn't want to take him on as a student and won't resume that project either. Chao waited for him to calm down a bit. Chao asked him if he was serious when he told him that he would not take him on as a student. Chao shocked his mentor Gu with this question. Chao began to smell, and he could smell many different flavors. They were different kinds of herbs. Chao further noticed that the enhancement devices were in very good condition, and there was no dust on them. He assumed that someone wiped the equipment frequently. In addition, he noticed that the smell of blood and sweat on the equipment belt was quite fresh. That equipment did not look like it had been abandoned long ago. Did he tell Gu to admit that he had only pretended to close the project and disperse all the students, and in fact, he continued to secretly experiment on himself? Gu abruptly began to deny everything Chao said and told him not to talk nonsense. Chao now realized for sure that he doubted his actions and therefore dismissed his disciples, so he decided to carry on the will of his deceased friend alone. For as they say, at the very end of life, the greatest fire is ignited. Gu was touched. He said that that project had killed a lot of talented people, and now Chao had appeared. At first, he tried very hard to follow the path his friend had laid out, but this is what happened. Chao urged Gu that they start working together to turn their fallen friend's dreams into a brighter future. He said that when he looks at the Chao, he has memories of them. But suddenly he screamed and said they were all crazy, because he doesn't do that. Then Chao told him that if he didn't take him on as a student, he would tell teacher Li about everything that was happening here. Gu was very angry that some kid came into his life and started interfering with him. This is how Chao successfully joined Project 1024 thanks to the abuse of teacher Li's influence. Under the guise of an old fire-bearer, Chao was able to convince the Yan Clan Corporation, Mr. Ning Shi and Luo Wu, to support the 1024 project. Thus, the issue of resources and financing was resolved in one day. With the primary healing, Chao successfully replaced Gu as the guinea pig in Project 1024. These procedures had a great impact on his health, and thanks to Chao, the dagger dancer, who could only light up for a moment, was saved from his fate. This was already experiment 575, at which stage they added 35% of snake venom to the gene reagent. Gu kept full documentation of all the actions during the experiments. Suddenly, a special scoreboard showed that 100% had been reached. After 5 experiments, Chao happily asked Professor Gu what they had finally accomplished. Gu was delighted. He saw 61 blinks. This is the same as 61 open channels of psionic energy. Chao was also delighted, and Gu urged him to try out the strength indicators as soon as possible. Chao came out of a special capsule and stood in front of a large target. With lightning speed, he approached the target and struck with enormous force. Chao struck the next blow, and it was even a little stronger than the previous one. He threw a lot of punches, and he was very focused. His punches were just lightning fast. He managed to deliver 284 strikes at breakneck speed, and the force of each strike was 15 times greater than in his school. And the secondary psionic channels were stable, and the effect was long-lasting. Next, they tested the speed of running 100 meters. It was fantastic. He ran it in 7 seconds and continued to run like that for several miles. They were happy and rejoiced with joy that they had succeeded. Suddenly, Chow receives a notification that he has completed the first stage of the task and his strength has begun to reach 1/10 of the strength of the strongest clans. Thanks to Chow's help, Gu discovered the method 5 years earlier and thus lessened his health and will live longer and continue to contribute. Chow was given a reward of 10,500 points and, most importantly, his 12 main channels were restored. Chow saw that after he became an ascendant, the spark's functions also changed. Now, there is a column that refers to the quality of the task performed, and it is now desirable to perform everything with 5 stars. Right after that, he received a message about the second stage. He liked what it said very much. Then he must use the new style to defeat 300 students who are at his level of strength. They must be warriors who have different styles. Chow should raise the question of how to find the best fighting style, and he should start convincing students that the best style is the extreme style. Upon completion, you can open a special tabular view to see how well the task was completed, and the reward will be more than 10,000 points and the restoration of 12 main channels. As they hugged each other in joy, Chow realized that he had to fight the first star's sublime warriors for the task. The problem is that there are not 300 such warriors. But he realized that he would need to deal with everyone in the army, and then he would go to other universities and be able to convince the entire military school. Suddenly, another message came. This was the third stage, an extreme confrontation. You had to kill a lot of monsters, 1,000 simple monsters, and 100 super monsters, and there was a very good reward. It was connected to the main channels. Chow was very happy, and in such a good mood that he hugged Gu very hard, saying that he was already developing secondary channels, but that he would restore the main ones as they developed. Gu was embarrassed, and when Chow let him go, he said that Chow had been hugging him for 3 whole minutes. Chow said it was because he was nervous. Gu Jianbo said that he was also very excited, but Chow could go. They would take a break for a few days, but Chow said he was full of energy and ready to continue. Suddenly, Gu remembered something, and it was quite important. Chow asked him what was wrong. He said that he had completely forgotten to tell him that today there was a wrestling match between the freshmen of the animal faculty and the faculty of arts. And the faculty needs everyone to participate. It started at 9 in the morning, and it's now 1 in the afternoon. Chow immediately changed his face and became serious, and in a serious voice he said to him. He was a little embarrassed and said that he didn't do it on purpose. He asked Chow that when he went there, when he met Teacher Li, he should tell her that Gu would be coming to see her today. Chow began to dress and smiled. He told Gui that he had already done so much for luncheon and that he would take care of everything from here, that he had already done so much for Longcheng and that Chow would take care of everything from there. As Chow was leaving, he stopped and told Gu not to forget to style his hair and change into a red suit. Poor Gu didn't know what Chow was talking about. With very fast movements, he jumped from branch to branch, lucky to have found this shortcut of the back door of the improvement center. He hoped that the competition had not yet begun. Suddenly, something interesting looked at him with a big yellow eye as he was running through the forest. Chow, being very vigilant, also noticed this. It was a very unique animal, a special ghostly leopard. The very first thing Chow thought about was how he would reap it and break it down into 8 pieces because he was very interested in seeing its internal organs. And suddenly, Chow turned his head straight and there was a girl hanging upside down on a branch in front of him. Chow was in a stupor. He didn't understand how he hadn't felt such a large and magnificent aura. But when he looked closely, he saw that the aura was well hidden, so he was mistaken. But when he saw a certain badge she was wearing, he asked her if she was from the animal cult. Suddenly, she jumped from one branch to another and almost hit Chow with her foot. Then she abruptly jumped to another branch, and Chow almost fell off the one he was standing on. She looked angry, and he couldn't understand why. And suddenly, at one point, the 2 branches on which they were standing cracked, and they both fall down at the same time. The altitude was quite high, but Chow landed without any problems. The girl and her beast also landed on their feet. Then Chow got excited because he remembered the task. He immediately asked her if she wanted to add him as a friend so they could practice later. But she just turned around and ran away. Chow was very disappointed. He also realized at that moment that he had definitely missed the competition. As the girl and her beast were leaving, someone from the side told her that she had done very well today, but that she shouldn't run around the faculty rashly, as she could get into trouble, and she replied that there was one person who smelled delicious. Did the man who was walking with her ask her if he smelled good? She said once again that it smelled very good and was probably very tasty. She had a great desire to do something, and these thoughts made her salivate. And she said that she had to eat it, and her teeth showed up very sharp. This was the center for improvement, and various competitions are held here. Chow came, and someone told him that he had come, but the competition between the freshmen was over. Chow walked into that room and immediately had a question. Did they lose? Teacher Lee stood in the center and was brooding about something. Chow looked at the injuries of his classmates and recalled that someone had said that there were no strong students in the animal faculty this year, and that the martial arts faculty should have won easily, but for some reason it didn't happen. But something else began to bother Chow, even if they lost. But why were their emotions so sad now? He decided to try to ask Duan Luan what had happened here. Chow put his hand on his shoulder, but he abruptly threw it away. Chow then thinks that Duan Luan is emotionally broken. Shouldn't it be possible that even the 4 heavenly kings have lost? He realizes that there is no normal reason for this huge defeat. Teacher Lee saw him and came over. She said that he had finally come. She went on to say that she was not his mentor, so she could not talk to him for a long time, but she had something to tell him. Chow abruptly interrupted her and said he had something very important to say. Chow emotionally began to tell him that they had succeeded in the intermediate channels in the 1024 project, that everything was working steadily, and Guta K's mentor was happy to get drunk and make him listen to the stories. Suddenly she wondered what he was saying. Chow got a little bit off track, and he said that Teacher Gu had carried his friend's dream on his shoulders all these years and continued to promote the 1024 project. But his love for Teacher Lee hasn't changed, but he put a lot of pressure on himself for these Koryu. Could she not believe that he had made himself the object of an experiment? Chow said that Teacher Gu was conducting dangerous interviews and was afraid that Teacher Lee would be very worried about him if she knew. He was also afraid that he would not be able to make her happy. That's why he didn't tell her. Teacher Gu also said that during the project, he was all about her, and when it was over, he would be all about her. She was a little embarrassed and asked Chow why that fool had hidden this information from her, and eventually said Chow. Then Chow suggested that she visit him, as he needed it. She asked if he was still drunk. He said that he was probably in better condition now, and if they came, they should beat him up a little bit because he is a very big coward, and then he would definitely tell the truth. And she went off somewhere, and Chow thought that was all he could do for Gu, and that everything was in his hands. Chow said that the martial arts department lost, but why is the atmosphere so sad? Shifei said to Chow that he didn't understand, he hadn't fought her in the arena, that he didn't know what she had done. This time the competition was such that the loser had to be eliminated. And at that moment, she was the only one left from the animal control department, and there were 7 of them from the martial arts department. He said that she had beaten them all in a row, although that's not the worst thing. What's more horrifying is the way she did it. Shifei said that she didn't look like a student, and in general, she didn't even look like a simple person. Her fighting style was new to them. She fought like a beast. She even has teeth that are not like human teeth. And during those competitions, she used them more than once, and it was just terrible. Her behavior simply drove them all into a stupor and horror. It was a real wild beast that hated people like them. Chow was a little confused, but he realized that it was her he had met in the forest. Shifei asked Chow if he had already met Wu Wu, and Chow said that he had just learned her name from him. Chow said that he met her in the forest, but he didn't get to practice with her, and Shifei really advised him not to get involved with her in a deserted place because she might lose control and break up. Chow said that Safei should not worry because he had already begun to improve his psionic power of all the organs of the body. Everything would be under control, but Safei had something else in mind. He said that she was not like them all. She was found in the care of ghostly leopards. It's like the story about the boy who was raised by a group of wolves, and she grew up with ghostly leopards. Safei said that if Chow follows the news, he should know that 5 years ago, a Red Dragon Army reconnaissance team found the lost city of Baijingsheng outside of Longcheng. The lost city of Baijingsheng was abandoned deep in the forest. For many years, the residents of that city had no connection with luncheon and almost became savages. In the case of Vuvu, a special search and rescue group found her in that cave, and by that time she had already become the leader of that group. Her intelligence is high enough that she learned to write and read in 1 year. She also mastered social norms and reached the level of her peers. A year later, she completed a 12-year school program. And because of her connection with animals, the animal faculty took her in without much selection. She is their trump card. Safei asks Chow if he has now realized how talented she is. Chow said that after hearing what he told him, he wanted to train with her even more. Safei was disappointed, because he said all this to show the difference in strength. After that, Chow slaps him sharply on the shoulder. Chow told him not to worry, because Chow was not going to look down on him because of his weakness. He had a certain plan that in competitions he would defeat his friend's opponents with a new style and at the same time advertise it and thus fulfill the task. And now he needs to somehow agree with Wu Wu on a joint training fight. Suddenly his phone rang. No one had called him for a long time, so he took the call. It was Suesha who called and told him to come quickly to the Faculty of Resources because there was a very important matter. Chow was happy to receive her call and said he would be there soon. Chow told Safei to take care of his wounds. He said that he knew for sure that the animal faculty would soon become the most powerful profession. This is a low-temperature room of the Faculty of Resources of the Agrarian University. Chow got to that place pretty quickly. When he entered, he was immediately noticed. Everyone who was there began to greet him. They all knew him. Chow also said hello to everyone. Chow sold himself to the resource department for the sake of resources for the 1024 project. He came there every day for 2 hours and helped everyone along the way and gave advice, and thus greedily received contribution points. When he got dressed, he thought that he would need a lot of rare resources for the next stage, so he needed to try his best today. He quickly finished changing and went to the common room. Ning Shuishi was already there to check on him, and she said that my grandfather and all the professors had gone to discuss supporting the Western Front, and she would be responsible for Chow and the others in this harvest. She said that the Western Front had advanced a lot, and it was a very good opportunity for freshmen. She asked Chow that he didn't seem to get a place. She asked why, and suggested that she nominate him on behalf of the Faculty of Resources. Chow shook his head and said that it was not necessary, because then he would take someone else's place. He said he would take care of it himself. She emphasized that the strong always have advantages. These can be artifacts from the outside world, or people you know who are also strong. He should use all opportunities. Chow was embarrassed and said that there are always boundaries that should not be crossed. She said that this conversation would wait until the evening when my grandfather would come over and talk to Chow about it. She would ask him if he had undergone a defectoscopy. At first, Chow did not understand what this could mean. He asked what the spark was. It was a method to help improve armor against a certain monster. Chow thought that with his new sense, he should be able to do it. After a second pause, he said he could try. Sueshi looked back and saw that they had come after all. They were students from the Faculty of Animals. He said that their professor told them that she was in charge today. This year, their freshmen almost lost the competition. They came to ask for help from her and her students to find out why this happened. She said it's good that they came, and this is Meng Chao's brother. He's the best in the resource department. He'll definitely help them find the cause. He began to thank them for agreeing. Chow said that first they needed to put the bodies on the operating table. While that student was placing the bodies of the monsters, Chow asked Sueshi what she was doing. She wanted to show him that no one respects his faculty, and everyone respects their faculty. Chow was a little shocked by what she said. In a moment, the monsters were already lying on the operating tables. That student thought that he had never heard of that brother Meng Chow, but he looked serious enough, so he hoped he was a good specialist. Chow said they would start by dissecting a silver fire lion. Chow said that the monster's stomach was swollen, and there was a dangerous gas in it, and when they started to cut it open, it would explode and damage the internal organs, and they would not be able to find out anything. Then Chow showed where to pierce the needle to prevent an explosion. After that, the autopsy could begin. And then he said that we could start the autopsy. The other python monster was not very valuable. It just needed to be cut so that the place of impact could be seen. That student thought that Brother Meng Chao was a very good specialist. Chao quickly dealt with everything and went to another monster. They all approached the third monster, a rhinoceros. He leaned over to one of the wounds to smell it, and he thought it was not normal. The first thing that came to his mind was to check the temperature inside. He was surprised because the competition ended 3 hours ago, and the internal temperature was over 30 degrees. How could this be? Then Chao started some kind of procedure and began to treat the monster with some kind of substance. He realized that he needed to start working as soon as possible. I focused and started working with lightning speed. There was a large wound from a strong impact. Chao thought it was a hammer blow that destroyed the heart. The abnormal temperature is explained by the fact that this impact also has a heating effect. Chao said that among the freshmen at the martial arts faculty, there are not many who have such strength. He guesses that one of the 4 heavenly kings killed that rhinoceros, and it was probably Dual Luan. He realized from the position of the forehead that Dual Luan was standing right in front of him. Chao realized that he could have used many different techniques, but he used the hammer blow. But he clearly understands that to kill such a monster in one move, he needed to accumulate energy for a long time. Chao decided to ask who the owner of that monster was. The boy raised his hand and said it was his rhino. Chao asked him if he wanted to use the rhino to perform a critical strike, a wild jerk. He realized that the student wanted to end the fight with one punch and take Duan Lian out of the game. Unfortunately, it is also new, and the accumulation time is a bit longer. This is the moment of accumulation of Duan Lian's power. Chao said that he had just completed the accumulation of energy and sent the rhinoceros into battle, but Duan had also completed the accumulation at that moment and his superpower broke out. When he saw that terrible technique, he panicked and abruptly stopped his technique, and then he tried to duck. As a result of this, he did not strike back and did not start running away, and as a result, he was killed by that blow. That poor student said that it was true. Chao told him what he should have done, and he even had a very good chance of winning. For a second, he felt powerful. Chao added that the rhinoceros weighed several tons, and if it flew into Duan at 60 miles per hour, it would definitely not have been a pleasant experience. Chao got excited and said that Duan would be lying under a rhinoceros, and he could seize the moment and gnaw him. That poor student thought that Chao was really very wild, and the other students shouted from the back of the room for him to give them some advice. Chao smelled the fresh balls and said that they should line up one by one. Then he looked at another beast. This demonic pig, although it had many wounds, was critically injured in the eye. He realized from the technique that it was Sunya from the martial arts department who did it. Chao described this situation as Sunya opening the 80th channel with her body as mobile as possible. It was an intense struggle, so she covered that monster with hundreds of chaotic blows. Chao said that at first she could send the pig into the attack with its head down, without interruption. Sunya knew the characteristics of the demon pig and was forced to retreat to the corner of the ring. But the pig's owner panicked and ordered it to dodge the blows, and the pig was not originally designed for that. He said that Sunya had noticed the pig's weakness and dealt a fatal blow to its left eye. Chao told her that she could use the characteristics of her beast, if not to defeat Sunya, then at least to exhaust her for her comrades. In teamwork, when the opponent is strong, having fewer defeats is already good. She realized her mistakes and thanked him for his advice, and he received 12 points of contribution. In this case, a cave demon spider was killed. It was the work of Jian Zhuai. His legs are very strong, like 2 tomahawks. In addition, he wears boots with very sharp blades. It's just terrifying. And that cave spider is not very protected, but it easily cut through the previous beasts in battle. As far as Chao knows, after genetic manipulation, it is possible to greatly improve the venom of that spider. There is still a lot of venom left in the monster's reserves. Chao asked that student if he wanted to shoot poison into his legs to glue them together. The student said yes, but Chao said. He said that the probability of success was very small because he was the fastest in the faculty. That student asked Chao uncertainly what he would do in his place in such a situation when the enemy is very fast. Chao said that he would cover the maximum area around him with that poison, which is very sticky and viscous. In this way, he would slow down the enemy. The student said that in this way he would not be able to move himself. Chow said that the student would not be able to walk, and the animal, a cave demon spider, would fly on that slime. He was happy because he understood how to act in such situations. The students' spirits rose, and they realized that the martial arts department was not that strong, and the reason was that they had chosen the wrong tactics. And others said that if they used Meng Chao's methods, they wouldn't even have to ask Wuhua. Other students said that there is nothing special about the Faculty of Arts, and if they follow the right strategy, they will definitely win the next one. Just as they were rejoicing, Chao raised his hand and said that the style, the beast spirit fighting, was not a mature direction. Chao said that in relation to the other faculties' superkill, they have more problematic issues, problems with accumulation, completion, and recovery. He again advised them to rely on the endurance of the monster lords compared to the warriors, to provoke them to use their strongest attacks, to waste psionic energy and strain the main channels. The constant use of the strongest attacks will put a very heavy load on the main channels. As a result, it is like overheating a gun and will lead to an explosion. As a result, their strength will drop sharply, and the students with the animals will be able to give them a decent fight. Chao told them that the road to ascension is long, a couple of defeats are not a big deal, and even more so in the future, it will be possible to develop secondary channels, and then the weaknesses of your style will not be noticeable. Those students suggested that Chao should come back next time and watch them defeat the martial arts department, and then they would have a big celebration together. Chao said that the holiday is very good, but there is one more thing. He said that he would hate to believe that they would be able to defeat the martial arts faculty after all their hard training. Chao said that he and his martial arts instructor had developed a new extreme style with the faculty. Therefore, their desire to smash his faculty to the ground is likely to be difficult to realize. Then one of them began to remember him, that he was Meng Chao from the martial arts department. He immediately came closer to Chao and told him how good he was at reaping and at flaw detection. Why didn't he think about transferring to the animal management department? This is a place where he can fully exercise his strengths. Ning Shuishi immediately wondered what he would say to that student because she also asked him to transfer to her faculty. Chao knew the mask and began to explain why he hadn't even thought about it, because in his eyes, controlling the beasts and guiding the spirit of the beast are the same thing. With his knowledge, he clearly understands all the advantages and disadvantages. But to control the beasts, you need to open an additional psychic port. This will give those monsters that are good at psychic attacks an advantage. Chao said all this, about the advantages and disadvantages, in order to say the most important thing about these two styles. Therefore, those two styles in the future will simply be additions to the main styles, so he suggests holding a training fight. For the sake of interest, he offered a reward of 10,000 beast coins. He said that Wu Wu had won 7 times, and he could win 1 against 10. They all need to defeat him alone, and then they can get 10,000 beast coins. They were shocked. They said it was like a joke. It's impossible for one person to win against 10, even if they attacked one by one. But if they lose, Chao wants them to give their faculty a place on the Eastern Front. They agreed and said that they were not afraid of any challenges from anyone there. Their commander said that someone should run after the 10 best students of the animal faculty and let the others raise their morale, because if they lose, he will go to their mentor and tell him to punish them. Shueshi was very interested. She said she would prepare the arena herself. Chao was very grateful for her help. Quite a few people gathered there. It was an abandoned warehouse of the Faculty of Resources. That student told Chao that the students who would fight him would use any weapon and any resources in this fight. He asked Chao if he didn't at least need armor or some kind of weapon. Chao said that he was fully prepared for the battle, but have they decided who will be first? The girl with the big beast volunteered to go forward. Her partner instructed her to show Chao the true strength of their faculty and to try to finish the fight in 3 rounds. The girl told Chao that her demon pig had been altered by chemicals and that he would not be able to seriously injure her unless he used a weapon. In response to these seemingly serious words, Chao said that it was nothing to worry about and that it was better to start the fight. She abruptly began to go on the attack, realizing that there was no point in talking. She ordered her beast to use a technique, a ramming lunge. That monster managed to develop a huge speed. And in the midst of the myrrh, the beast ran at him and managed to strike him so hard that he flew up. The student's friends were happy to see the beast hit Chow, and they encouraged her to continue the attack. But Chow landed quite well and immediately on his feet. That student noticed something very strange in this situation. When there were only a few seconds left before the impact, he saw light in his legs from the concentration of strength in his legs. The guy noticed that he jumped back almost at the moment of impact. When the strike was to take place, the speed of the beast and the speed of Chow at the moment of pushing off the ground were almost the same, so the beast simply threw him up easily. He realized that Chow had a very good sense of timing. The demonic pig continued to attack, and Chow easily dodged it. He didn't feel heavy in this battle at all. He said that the path to meeting a pig is very simple. But he has many more methods to stop that beast, so he threw some powder and it immediately caught fire. At that very moment, a pig was running by him, and that fire was all around him. The girl who controlled the beast said once again that the beast was genetically modified and that a light would not do anything to it because it did not feel pain. She ordered the pig to protect her mouth and head, but suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Something got into the nose and mouth of the beast, and it started to choke. She realized it too, and the beast's eyes turned even redder. And suddenly the beast stopped obeying her and began to behave chaotically and fell to the ground. She also felt that her beast was her own, because their senses are connected through the skill of beast control, and for a while she lost control of her 5 senses. After a while, she got the sound of a dagger. Chow put a knife to her throat. Did he tell her, or did she understand now why he didn't need a weapon? That student, the oldest among them, was in shock, wondering what was going on here. He abruptly set out to save the beast and the girl, and first he needed to take control. He almost succeeded, shouting to his comrades to check the girl's psionic energy. They quickly started doing what the guy said, and Chow stood calmly on the side. They disengaged the control in time and saved her, and she asked Chow in a weak voice how he had done it. In his experimental style, they study secondary channels, so his senses are greatly improved. So when the pig attacked, he could feel the air from a distance and was able to understand when to use his strength to dodge. Thanks to secondary channels, he can be faster than others, and the sudden use of force allows him to use subtle techniques that are not available to other people. Everyone present was interested in what he was saying. They said that perhaps Meng Chao's method of fighting was stronger than the strongest punch of the spirit beast. Others said that it was. And as for the pig he defeated, that pig ran into the explosion. Chow added another powder to the powder that exploded, and the pig hated the smell of that powder. During the explosion, the pig smelled that terrible smell and started to panic, and Chow stabbed it several times in the anus, and it became uncontrollable. And the one who was in charge of it felt everything she felt, a pig in a panic, and couldn't hear Chow approaching her. He thought Chow was a true professional. Then he shouted, "Who's next?" This is also the faculty of beast curation, Huang Ting. She said that Chow should give her advice as well. Her beast, it was a terrible cat. It was notoriously known as the Reaper of Men. His muzzle and red-eyed gaze terrified people. Chow appreciated him. All his characteristics were ideal for killing primates like humans, and his hearing is particularly good, so this is his weakness. He had already prepared a device for the cat, an infrasound device. Ting told Chow to be careful. A moment later, her beast took off with such force that it damaged the concrete floor. Literally, in a moment, he accelerated to the maximum and was already in front of Chow, ready to destroy him. Chow's previous rival, assessing the situation, was convinced that Chow would not be able to do the same thing to her pig again. And now, only a moment separates Chow from a very strong blow from the beast. Huang Tian was ready to catch Chow no matter which way he would dodge. She was convinced that he would definitely lose. And that hit dealt him 2 strong blows. Chow tried to cover only his head. This surprised Tian a little. She thought he wasn't going to duck at all, because if he did, he'd end up in the cat's sharp teeth. And that girl thought that he would not be able to hide from such a nimble beast. She thought it was definitely over. Chow flew away from that blow with his claws, and the beast sensed the weakness of the enemy and wanted to continue the attack with even greater anger. But just at that moment, Chow attached that micro-emitter to his ear. And at the same moment, Chow activated it, and the beast felt a tremendous pain. He fell to the ground and began to spin from side to side. My friends from the animal management department could not understand why the animal suddenly stopped attacking and fell to the ground. Chow's light armor was damaged, but he calmly pulled out his knife. Huang Tian was also paralyzed. Just like her beast, her friends were shouting at her to continue to control her beast because Chao was coming to her, but she did not hear them. Chao calmly approached her and put a knife to her throat. She started crying because she saw him coming towards her, but she could not do anything. She just stood in one position, and Chao said he had won. The commander of their team abruptly began to intercept the signal. Meanwhile, Huang Tian fainted and began to fall. Her friends quickly started running up to her to give her first aid. At one point, when the commander almost managed to take control of the beast, he felt something. When he connected to the beast, he felt the same sharp pain in his head as the beast and Huan. It is a great effort of change to cancel that connection with the beast to suffer. He approached the beast, which continued to suffer from pain, and saw something. He took out a micro-sound transmitter in his ear. Chao was standing next to him, and the commander asked him in surprise, when did he think of putting him there? And in a moment, he was terrified because he realized that Chao had deliberately let the demon cat strike and place the emitter there at that moment. But how did he know that he would escape the devastating claw strike? Chao took off his shirt to show light scratches. He said that he could control the hair on his legs, so he had no trouble avoiding the claws. The students started to get angry, saying that what kind of skill is it to just use one trick? Chao smiled sarcastically and told them that if they thought so, they should attack all at once. Did they say that he was so confident? Did others take it as an insult, that he underestimated them and considered them weak? Elder Fan said that Chao wants to take advantage of the situation of one against the group to become famous even if he loses, and thus humiliate their faculty. Chao just laughed at his words and said that he was thinking a lot because Chao would definitely win. And he reminded them all that this is just an academic exchange. Regardless of who wins, he will not say a word about this situation that happened today. Commander Fa told his friends that the remaining 8 men who were ready to fight stepped out of line and experienced Meng Chao's extreme style. Chao stood in front of them without his light armor and was ready to begin. The only thing is that he already had guns in his hands. All the students were very angry with him because he humiliated their faculty. They wanted to teach him a lesson. It was something unbelievable. One kid with a naked torso standing calmly while huge animals fiercely attacked him. Chao, with a smile on his face, raised his hands holding the pistols in the air and said carefully. In an instant, he started firing dozens of shots into the mountain. Commander Fu, was he surprised and did not realize what he was doing? Suddenly, one light bulb on the ceiling went out. In a moment, all the light bulbs in that room were broken. The room went completely dark. The students slowed down their attack, wondering how he managed to break all the light bulbs. They told each other to be careful and not to make any sudden movements. And Chao was already standing in complete darkness, smiling. Now it was his time to act. With lightning speed, he jumped up. He managed to jump up to the ceiling of that high room. And in an instant, in the midst of complete darkness in the air at altitude, he opened fire with pistols, and the room was filled with sharp explosions of light from shots. As he fell, he kept shooting, because at that height, those animals could not reach him. His first shots were to light up the room, and the next ones had a clear purpose. He was aiming at the crystals on the heads of the animals. As soon as he knocked down the crystal on its head, the beast lost control. The student shouted that he could not control his demon pig. Just a moment later, another student from the Faculty of Animals shouted that his python was also out of control. What happened next was even more shocking. The python of broken blades and the demonic pig began to fight each other. Commander Fa was horrified to realize that Chao's target was the transmitters. Then the Motovaya turtle struck the cave demon spider with its tail. Chao was pleased his plan worked perfectly. Suddenly, one of the students shouts that he can't control his wolf, and another that he has lost control of the frog. He shouted that they should all beware of its self-explosion. All the animals were out of control. The students began to run away so that the animals would not harm them. Now Chao stopped. He stood aside and thought that everything was ready. As a result, all the animals began to fight each other, and he enjoyed the result of his plan. 3 minutes passed, and when the noise of the animals' fight decreased, the emergency light came on. When the smoke from the battle began to clear, a large mountain could be seen in front of us. Chao was sitting on the top of a mountain that had 8 bodies of animals. They are all completely intertwined. Captain Fu approached him and said that he understood why he decided to fight alone against everyone. He used the darkness to destroy the control crystal to allow the monsters to get out of control, and then used chaos to turn their numerical advantage into a disadvantage. Even this place for the battle was chosen specifically to create the conditions for the implementation of that plan. Captain Fu looked at Chow and thought that he had calculated everything from the very beginning of the training. Was this guy really 18 years old? One of the students of the Faculty of Animals said that according to the rules of combat of attrition, he is not our opponent. Chow told them that he really wasn't 100% sure that he could beat 10 animal management specialists in a row. When they listened to him carefully, Chow told them that they were all really very strong. They were all nervous because of the way he outsmarted them. Captain Fu said he was more interested in something else. Those transmitters are specially made so that they cannot be destroyed, so how did he do it? Chow smiled and said that if 3 shots hit the same spot, those transmitters are not that strong. They were all thrown into a serious shock, so that shooting ranges in one place is too much. There are things that just can't be done. Captain Fu said it was impossible because it was pitch black. He couldn't even see his fingers. It doesn't matter what level of shooting he has, it's just not possible. Chow said that he was right because most people are not capable of doing that. The sensation of the nerve endings and muscle strength were significantly improved, and everything became possible after that. Fu wondered, is this the experimental style? This martial direction is very different from the style of the spirit of the beast. She asked if his experimental style was really as unique as he said it was. Chow says that either he is extraordinary or he is not extraordinary, and abruptly started running towards her. He came over and said that they could try and check everything themselves. He says that if they all join the next experiments in the 1024 project as volunteers, everyone will be able to learn some methods of improving secondary channels. They all asked in surprise that he wanted to teach them experimental style. Did they think he just wanted to beat them up and show off, or to earn monster coins and go to the front? With strange faces at that moment, they all said, "Isn't it true?" He says that they really misunderstood him. They should ask the graduates of the 9th grade, then they will understand everything. He is the kind of person who looks at money as shit. He is not interested in fame and popularity either. He is a man who is detached from worldly interests and will restrain himself only to make his contribution. Now his only desire is to communicate with his classmates today and tomorrow with his comrades in arms to improve together. He realizes that in this material and frivolous society, his words sound a little bit arrogant. The doors of the martial arts faculty's advanced training class are always open to them. If they come, he promises that he will be as honest as possible with them. For one day, it was just too much for those students. They didn't know how to react to everything Chow said. Captain Fo, after hearing this, began to think that he was dreaming. He was slapping himself in the face and saying that he had to wake up. Chow went on to say that the experimental one improves 1,024 secondary channels, which does not conflict with the main 8 channels that are present in the brain. They were all asking him to stop telling them this. They couldn't listen to the advantages of that style anymore. When they returned to the common room, there were a lot of people around Chow, all thanking him for the interesting workout. The 1E1 also thanked him very much, and said that thanks to him she saw her mistakes and would correct them. The girl who fought him first also thanked him. It was a very valuable experience for her. There were already students from other faculties there. They had already heard about this event. They were delighted and at the same time could not believe it. One of them said, "This means that Chow has broken Mr. Zhongye's record." Did Ning Xuexi tell everyone to leave because the harvest is now completely finished? She went up to Chow and said that she had seen the martial arts faculty defeat the beast faculty many times, but this was the first time she had seen them be grateful afterwards. She asked Chow how he did it. Chow said with a smile that he had promised them he would teach them the extreme style he had used to defeat them. This is the dining hall of the animal faculty, and they are supposed to celebrate the victory of the freshmen. The students of the animal faculty, who did not go with the main group, discussed that their comrades had gone to the defect inspection and had not yet returned. Another had already heard that Commander Fang Lin had already been punished by his mentor, but was still talking to him about something. There was a cook in the dining room. He was told that those children would have a festive dinner, but no one came. It was a waste of food. Suddenly, the door to the dining room opens and they are discussing the fact that Meng Chao defeated the 10 strongest students of their faculty and they are now ashamed of themselves for not coming to the party. The cook abruptly stepped aside, as if they hadn't noticed him. They said that Chao had taken advantage of their physical and mental weaknesses, as well as their poor synchronization with the beasts. One of them could not believe it. One of them said that Chao had the best entrance score to the martial arts department, but it turns out that he exploited weaknesses, so he is not that strong. They really wanted to see him fight Wu Wu. She would have torn him apart. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. He asked if Captain Fan Lin was here. The cook turned sharply when he heard the voice. And when he returned, he screamed, "What is this?" That big beast, that girl Wu Wu, was lying unconscious. Chao dragged him by the tail, and on his shoulder was Wu Wu, the girl who was also unconscious. He asked if this was the canteen of the animal management faculty. He saw some students standing there and asked them if they had seen Captain Fu and where he could be found. He said to Meng Chao, how dare he come to their dining room and provoke them. But the other one told him to calm down and take a closer look. At first he did not notice that their sister leopard was on his shoulder. And then he noticed and shouted to his friend to look behind Chao. They were shocked it was the ghostly leopard of their Wu Wu. When they calmed down, they asked Chao what he had done to her. Chao was a little confused because the student asked as if he expected Chao to be capable of anything. He told them that he was just going about his business and came across her and her animal lying on the ground and immediately thought it might be food poisoning. But they still looked at him suspiciously and asked why he needed Captain Fu. He said that when he found her on the way, he immediately wanted to take her to the animal management department, but he only knew Fu Lin. But now that he has met them, he will leave Vuva with them. He does not want to interfere with their celebration. After that, they had nothing to say and silently examined him. Go back 5 hours. This is the abandoned warehouse. Chao answers Suishi's questions, saying that he promised to teach them that style. Suishi asks him what he means by the method he used to defeat them. Chao said that the extreme style is very powerful. All faculties will be much stronger with it. He offered to teach her this style as well. Suishi asked him if they had succeeded in their experiments. Chao answered that they had. She is surprised because he wants to give such a powerful tool to his worst enemy, the animal control department. Chao approached the gate, which was already opening, and said that the faculty was not their enemy at all. He went outside and said that their enemy was always only monsters. She said nothing to that, except that the main thing was to know what to do. Chao asked her if she could lend him the reagent creation room at their faculty so that he could have all the necessary tools. She said that she could, but why? Because all the tasks had been completed for today. Chao said, smiling, that he had just left a note for someone and needed to surprise her. A few hours passed, night fell, and the moon was full. Chao walked down the road in the middle of the park. He thought he had the remedy, but he was not sure if Wu Wu would understand his note. Suddenly, from the forest, there was a strange sound, several times. At that moment, Chao realized that she must have understood his note. He said, "Be careful, because he is starting to act." Suddenly, he jumped to the side with great force, as if dodging an attack. But, in this situation, he attacked. As soon as he was in the woods, he immediately launched several metal rods right in front of him. They were flying fast, and there was a shadow where they were supposed to hit. But that shadow maneuvered, and all the rods got stuck in the tree. But he had many more, and he thought she was moving fast. Then he had to climb higher, so he pushed off the branch and flew up. He started launching a lot of those rods in different directions, but he energized them. Through this, he wants to understand where they are hiding. She hid between the thick branches, and when she saw what he was doing, she became very alarmed. Suddenly, she jumped up quickly to dodge the rod, but inadvertently got hit by another rod. Thanks to the improved performance, Chao could tell he had hit it by the smell of blood. Thanks to his improved sense of smell, he quickly found where she was. He quickly came to that place and saw a rod in the blood. The depth with which the rod entered the tree was not great, which means that it was slowed down by the target it was supposed to hit before the tree. But when he looked a little closer, he saw that this was not the case, that the enemy had deliberately relaxed his muscles and taken that blow. At the same second, out of the darkness, enemies flew silently at him. It was at this point that Chao realized it was a trap. At that very second, huge claws were already flying at him. Chao was surprised. he turned and started to see if there was anything he could do. At the very last moment, he manages to avoid the main blow. When he repaired it, the blow hit a tree, and he was even more surprised, because they were poisonous claws, and they left such a huge mark on the tree. As soon as Chow flew away from the beast, he saw that Wu Wu herself was flying after him. She wanted to grab him, but he managed to dodge. Chow landed on the ground and said that she must have received his message. She had already mounted her tiger and was rushing to attack, and she said she had received 10 messages. Chow said that she should be the strongest in the martial arts major at the agricultural university. She only needs to adopt an experimental style, and this has a great impact on its spread. And she shook her head and said that she was the strongest. She said that when she ate it, she would be the strongest. And right after that, she rushed at Chow with her beast. Chow abruptly took out the metal rods, but she wanted to stir them. She pulled his hand to the side, and that's why he stabbed the tree with those rods. When they faced each other, Chow told her to have more fun, to fight with full force. It was then that her beast approached to help her, but Chow did a front flip and jumped to a safe distance. When he was doing a flip, his cloak flew off and got tangled up in the woo-woo, and Chow activated the power, and those rods began to glow and fly around him. His coat remained on her head, and she was very angry. She tore up that cloak and screamed that she had to eat it. Chow said it was a feeling of fighting with your own kind. Those metal rods started flying around him, and he said he would give her a taste of his extreme style. And now, Chow began to attack. He used an extreme style technique, the water dragon. She turned back sharply and thought he was no ordinary student. He was flying at it with great speed, and those rods were in front of him and in his hand. In a second, the branch on which she and her animal were standing was cut into several pieces. But that beast had a special tail, and he controlled it very skillfully. And when Chow was falling down after his attack, he struck him with that sharp tail. But Chow said his water dragon was not so easy to punch. He twisted in the air and said it was his turn and kicked. It was at this point that Wu Wu thought this was Chow's weakness. But he planned for her to attack him at that very moment. It was in this situation that her beast could not interfere with him, and she flew straight at him, and he fired several rods at her. When she saw those rods flying at her, she realized that she was in a bad situation. She was preparing to take that blow. In order to repel the attack with the least damage, she activated the defense in her hands. Just when all the rods that were flying at her ran out, her defense was destroyed and her arms suffered some damage. She looked at him with angry eyes and licked the blood from his hand. Chow said that its caustic claws were not that strong. She became angry, even more so, and abruptly tore off her white shirt. Chow was frozen in a stupor. He didn't understand what she wanted to do next. Suddenly, right after that, she caught hold of her top and started ripping it off as well. She almost defeated him with that alone, but he managed to shout "stop" and ask her why she was doing it. Did she say that he could take off his clothes, but she couldn't? Chow said that there should be a good appearance. She told him that these were all their human problems. She activated again, caustic claws, and said they continued. Suddenly, she and her beast began to move abruptly and in different directions. Chow crouched down sharply to dodge the beast's attack, and he thought it was an obvious action. But as soon as the beast flew over it, he noticed something approaching at a great speed in front of him. She became faster, and he could not see her in time because of the beast's attack. He realizes that a direct, strong attack will result in a severe wound, and she is already in front of him with all her anger. But at the last moment, Chow did something and abruptly dropped from the level where her hands were with the ones she wanted to apply to the level of her chest. He was saved by the fact that he thought he could hang on a branch, but it just flew by. Chow thought it was very dangerous. He told her, well, he was lucky he managed to avoid the blow quickly because the consequences were serious. While he was hanging upside down, she told him to be more serious. He said he was very serious. When he was hanging like that, the tip of the gun he was hiding from her flashed. Wu Wu's mood immediately lifted because she saw him and now knows why Chow is so calm. Immediately, he and the beast began to change their positions for the next attack. Chow was embarrassed because he hadn't gotten off that branch yet, and they had already started acting. The next moment, Wu Wu and the beast were attacking him simultaneously from both sides. Her plan was to take the gun away from him, but his defense did not allow her to do so. Yi Chao threw them both to a safe distance with a powerful energy blast. Such direct attacks do not work on him. And then he says that right now they should be careful. He uses another technique from the extreme style, the unique dragon cry. After his previous defense, it flew up and was now falling on him and wanted to attack. She again defended herself against his rods by covering her arms with armor, but this was not her main plan. She was flying at him from above despite the rods, and her beast was flying at him from below. At the last moment, somehow, Chao was able to shift to the side, and they flew at each other. This is the perfect moment to use the gun. Chao activated the standing super shooting power and began to take aim. He was already planning to end this battle. Before the shot, he said that he had her animal with his transmitter in his sights. Meanwhile, when he was focused on the transmitter and the beast, she managed to get behind him unnoticed. Chao pulled the trigger, but the shot didn't go off. He was very surprised. And literally a moment later, she was already over him and kicked him very hard. It was a very strong blow, and Chao flew down with lightning speed. When it hit the ground, there was a huge explosion. The blow was so strong that Chao was buried up to his chest in the ground, but he slowly got up and said it was quick. At the same moment, thanks to his senses, he will feel a huge blow coming at him from behind. Miraculously, he manages to sit down and avoid major injuries. He quickly jumped to the side to assess the situation. But Wu Wu timed it right, and Chao couldn't get away from her. She was so lightning fast that she was practically invisible. Like a real tiger, she attacked him from behind and bit him on the neck. After the attack, Chao fell to the ground and did not move. She took one step towards him and did not go any further. Wu Wu told him that he shouldn't pretend, that she was well in control of her powers and would not bite him to death. Chao raised his hands in the air and said he was sorry. He sat down and asked her if she had attacked him in order to disarm his gun. She said it was the right thing to do because she knew he could destroy the transmitter with a shot. She told him to obey her. She will be the leader and he will help her. She will not eat him and they will work together. Then they will take all the people and eat them all together. Chao said that it was better to discuss such an important issue tomorrow, but now he had to save lives. And then Chao removes the sticker from his neck. He intended to save her life. When she saw it, she was shocked and immediately felt sick. In a moment, she just started falling to the ground. She was lying on the ground and did not understand what was happening to her. She could not even move. Chao approached her and showed her the fake skin he had stuck on his neck. It is used to treat burns and wounds. The blood she saw was artificial blood, but he had added various toxins and some poison to it. But he told her not to worry because he had medicine with him. Chao injected her with the medicine and told her that with her physical fitness, after a good night's sleep, she would be fine. The poison would not do her any harm. She had almost fallen asleep and told him for the gun. Chao said it was a trap to get her to relax and bite him. In fact, he didn't plan to use a weapon at all, and according to the rules, you can't use weapons outside the arena. Her eyes closed and she thought he was a cunning man, but she would not let it go. But in the end, it roared loudly like a real animal. She fell asleep and Chao had to deal with her beast. It was at that moment that the tiger crept up and started attacking Chao from behind. Chao felt it and said that humanity had spent millions of years improving the brain. And he abruptly started to turn around and said, "Why not use it?" He used a strong punch right on the face of that beast. After losing contact with Wu Wu, his fighting power was greatly reduced. It was a very strong blow. It left a big gash on his muzzle. Immediately afterwards, Chao struck another downward blow. The beast flew upward from that blow, and Chao jumped up after it with lightning speed. Chao began to beat him, and he could not resist him. He gave him another crushing uppercut. He didn't even strain during the fight with him. It was very easy for his level. And when he was in the air again, Chao sent him to the ground with a very powerful kick. It was a similar punch to the one Wu Wu had given him, but 10 times stronger. As a result, the beast passed out and lay near his Wu Wu. Chao stood in front of them and thought that it was better to put clothes on her, otherwise people might misunderstand. He took the beast by the tail and put her on his shoulder. He has to bring her to the dormitory, but he knows where it is, so he has to find Fa Lin. Outside the old school building of the martial arts faculty, Chao looked at his phone and was horrified because it was already 1 in the morning. He works very hard to spread the experimental style. Suddenly, he heard many different voices in front of him. There were teachers and students there, dressed in the combat uniform of the Red Dragon Army. They said they had to hurry because there was a war going on. It was Ma's brother, and he saw someone approaching him. It was Meng Chao. Brother Ma told his friends to go on. He would catch up with them because he needed to talk to Meng Chao. Chao took the opportunity to wish them good luck. Chao asked him if he was returning to the military unit. Brother Ma said yes, because the attack on the Western Front had intensified, and the army was very exhausted. That's why they called up soldiers like him, who were on a retraining course on a business trip. Chao asked in surprise why Teacher Gu hadn't come to bring them. Brother Ma abruptly hugged Chao and told him that in the afternoon, Li Yingzi had come running to Master Gu and tortured him for an hour. Chao asked curiously, why an hour? Brother Ma said that even when they left the classroom, they were holding on to their chickens, and Brother Gu could barely stand, and Teacher Li looked bright and happy. He laughed himself when he told this story, and Chao laughed too. Ma's brother said goodbye to Chao, saying that time was short and that when he returned, they would talk. Chao said that Longcheng would win, that he would also go to the front in a few days, and they would fight together. Ma said he would wait for Chao at the front. Chao thought that he was probably saving the peaceful lives of the heroes of Longcheng. The basement laboratory of the old academic building. Recovery capsule, 7:30. Chao spent the whole night in it and slept well. He felt very well and began to prepare for the work that awaited him today. He had the idea to joke and write a message to Brother Bo. Do you think that in the midst of important things we should relax? But when he looked at his phone, he noticed that today they were supposed to publish aid for the Western Front. It's 8 in the morning and everyone is gathered on the sports field because they have an important announcement to make. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Duan Lian, said that after they lost to the Beast faculty, Meng Chao immediately ran to the Resource faculty. He gives an 80% chance that Chao went there because of his connections to Ning Xuexi. Other students asked if this was true. Duan said it was not only that. He also went to a celebration organized by the Animal Management Department in honor of the victory over the beasts. Duan said that in his opinion he was a traitor and that he wanted to transfer to the Faculty of Animal Management. Suddenly, Chao says behind him, why didn't he know he wanted to go to the Animal Management Department? Duan turned around and said, that's Super Chao. He asked Chao why he didn't go to his girlfriend or to that wild friend, but came to them, to the losers. Duan said to Chao that he thought with the connections he had, he would go to the animal faculty the next day, and Chao said that he went to them to help them analyze the animals that had been killed. Chao thought that Duan Lian still had a very bad feeling about him because of the incident at the rookie test. Duan angrily said that this was a betrayal because you helped their worst enemies. All the other students of the martial arts faculty were almost convinced that Duan Liang's words were true. Chao said that the students of the animal management faculty are not their enemies because they are not monsters. They are just rivals. There is competition between their faculties, not war. As soon as he said this, other students started saying that his words made sense, and they thought about it. Duan angrily said that Chao was engaging in casuistry in order to justify himself and his friendship with the animal management faculty. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on that site. All the students felt a cold breeze on their backs, as if something terrible was looking at them from behind. Duan also felt it. He felt sick and suddenly sweated heavily. He turned around slowly with great fear, wondering what such a terrible thing could be behind him. When he turned around, he was scared. He asked Wuwa why she had come. Was she going to bite him again? Some people from the martial arts faculty said that she was one and there were so many of them, so they should be afraid of her, and others said that they had to run away, that they shouldn't let it bite them. Duanlian shouted in fear to her not to cross the boundaries. Dun shouted at her that this was a martial arts faculty and she could not be disorderly here, and Chao asked her why she was here. She held out the cloak and said that it was his clothes and that he should take it. Chao said what? All the students were completely shocked by what they saw. She said that yesterday evening she found his clothes in the bushes and decided to sew them up. She told him that he knew she didn't like to wear clothes. This was her first time sewing. The students almost fell for what they were seeing and hearing. Chao was also very uncomfortable, he thought. Why did she blush when she said that? He thinks that maybe she is doing this on purpose to embarrass him. And suddenly she hits him with all her strength with her fist, which was holding his cloak. When Chao started to fall, she grabbed his hand. And she put his hand on her head. and she didn't feel very comfortable doing so. Chow didn't understand anything, but he started petting her, and she liked it. And suddenly Chow caught her by the arms and quickly pulled her along, and she was not expecting it. He ran away with her and her beast. He shouted to his fellow students that they would be back soon. Chow took her to a place where there was no one else and asked her what she was doing after all. Chow asked her if she was taking revenge on him for yesterday's fight. Wu said that it was not what he thought, it was just a custom of the ghost leopards. One leopard lowers his head and allows the other leopard to put his paw on it. The one who lowers his head means he obeys the king. Chow said that this was not the tradition of the ghostly leopards. Chow remembered that among those leopards, those ghost leopards, the new king must eat the old king to inherit power, so she ate the old ghost leopard king. She shook her head and said no. And then she said that she had eaten not one, but two. Chow felt sick to his stomach. She ate the old king and became the leader, but there was a leopard who also wanted to become the leader and challenged her to a duel, after which she ate him too. Chow said that it was no good that she recognized him as king because she might eat him someday. She thought about what he had said. She told him not to think about it, but to watch her sew his clothes, but Chow couldn't stop thinking about it. When she looked at him, she imagined an ideal situation. That he would eventually grow old and go to his grave, and she would be king again. Mentor Lee said that after all the calculations and supervision of the students, as well as after yesterday's competition, from the martial arts faculty, 21 students will be selected to join the military. Then she will name everyone on the list. Sunya, the first on the list, will be allowed to participate in the war effort. The second on the list, Sa Fei, will be allowed to participate in hostilities. The third on the list, Zhang Jue, will be allowed to participate in hostilities. The fourth on the list, Duanlian, will be allowed to participate in hostilities. She paused briefly and named another student. The fifth student who will be allowed to participate in combat operations is Meng Chao. There was a shouting match. All the students protested against Meng Chao. They said that he did not participate in yesterday's competition, and he is always not among them. He is always out and about and spends a lot of time with other faculties. Duanlan said that he thought so, that the rich resource faculty must have played a key role here. How well did it help him? The mentor wasn't going to listen to that nonsense and shouted at them to be quiet. She said that the list was compiled by the dean and mentors, and many different factors were considered, and everyone who made it had good reasons to be there. But she said that there is one important nuance. To achieve maximum honesty, anyone who believes they could have been on the list can challenge those who are already on it. If the challenge wins, he or she will be able to go to the front instead of the student on the list. But she said it's not that simple because there are certain rules. First, the place, time, and equipment will be chosen by those on the list. Secondly, after the person on the list receives 3 calls, 1 per day, he has the right to refuse to duel. Third, anyone on the list can place a bet, and the loser must pay the monster's coins and compensate for the damage. Chow sharply raised his hand and asked if the rules could be changed. She said that if he didn't want to accept the challenge, he could refuse. No one was forcing him to enter the arena. Don Lin says that again, just as he suspected, Chow was making some intrigues. Chow just laughed at this. Chow came closer to her and said, he said that she misunderstood him. He meant to say that the number of calls in one day was too few for him to enjoy. He thought it was the perfect opportunity for him. And with a smile on his face, he said that he wanted to fight with 10. Don Lin and everyone else were shocked by what he said. He also said that he wanted to share his latest achievements with those who are first on the list. As for the rules, he thought about what he could come up with. And he sharply pointed to the place. There, in that place, let them all attack 10 at a time, and if he defeats them all, each of them will give him 3,000 monster coins. And if they defeat him, he will pay them all 30,000 monster coins and give up his place on the list. Lee's mentor thought that Chow only had 3 or 5 major channels open. Even if he made some progress in developing minor channels, he still wouldn't be able to fight 10 students at the same time. She told Chow that warriors are not monsters, they do not destroy each other. Chow thought that if she said that, it meant that the university authorities knew about yesterday's situation. Chow thanked her for her advice, but he believes in his strength, and even more so in the power of extreme style. Chow was ready and said whoever wanted to fight him, let them come out. Duanlin was the first to volunteer, and he said that since that was the case, he wanted to know what his extreme style was. Chow sat down and said that this was great because he was going to tell them all and introduce them to the fighting style of the future. He will explain to them the hidden meaning of the extreme style. A mega-strong airflow was coming from Chow's training. Did Duan Lian already think that he had actually learned the hidden meaning of martial arts? A second later, Chow took off at breakneck speed. He flew forward and activated psionic energy. Duan Lian said it was beautiful and also activated psionic energy. Chow pointed his fist and started shouting there was going to be a super collision. Duan was already preparing for strong resistance and strained himself to withstand Chow's blow. But for some reason there was no collision. Chow just flew by. Duan was shocked. He did not understand what Chow was up to. Li's mentor was also surprised when Chow just ran past her at breakneck speed. Did all the students not understand what this strange Meng Chow was doing? He laughed and kept running without stopping. Duan Lian stood there and was depressed. He was making a fool of himself. Duan just exploded with anger because he had fallen for Chow's tricks again. He realized that Chow hadn't clearly shown the place where they would fight, and they didn't know how big the place was. Duan said that from the very beginning he did not plan to fight alone against everyone. What kind of extreme style does he want to talk about when he was a coward and just ran away? Chow ran quite far away and just walked around the park. He imagined Duan's state of mind. He thinks Duan is so stupid that he must have understood the whole point even when Chow was far away. But suddenly someone started calling Chow. It was Bo's brother who wrote to Chow that he had come to see him at the university hospital, that he needed to discuss something important with him. Chow was a little disappointed because he wanted to rest. As Chow walked through the campus of the agricultural university, he noticed something. There was an interesting shop there, and it said that these were psionic plants. There were also various extraordinary products. Chow noticed among them a ready-made basket of fruit that was on sale. He thought it would be a good idea. It was a hospital of the agricultural university. When Chow went in, he came across a sign that said that Gu Jianbo would be in this room, but someone was sneaking up behind him. He tapped him on the shoulder and asked Chow what he was doing. Then he asked again if he wanted to steal something here. Chow did not recognize him and asked who he was. When Chow turned around, he was very surprised. Because Gu Jianbo had changed so much, Chow said that teacher Li was a healing wizard. Chow said he had come to visit him and gave him that basket. Brother Bo looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. There were blue apples, purple pumpkins, and mustachioed bananas. Of all these, he was interested in the orange because it was a normal color. But as soon as he wanted to take it, that orange came to life and opened its mouth like a beast. Bo's brother got scared and said that the orange was going to eat him. Chow laughed and said that these are the latest products developed by the Faculty of Psionic Vegetation. They are very useful. Chow said that he specially bought them for him to support him, and Brother Bo thinks Chow is waiting for him to thank him. Because he said that he would stop talking about all this nonsense. Did he tell Chow that he likes to bring trouble on himself? Chow said no, and doesn't Brother Bo know that Chow has been practicing, experimenting, and learning all the time? Doesn't he understand what kind of trouble we're talking about? Does Bo tell him that he wanted to fail the top 10 students of his faculty? Chow smiled and said it could be arranged. Bo shouted that Chow had first made the students desperate to control the beasts, and then he had exposed their secret weapon Wu-Wu in such a way. He told him that if a few hundred students gathered and thought of beating him, he would not be able to help him. Chow did not lose his enthusiasm and said that he would be able to escape. Extreme style was created to escape. If he wants to escape, no one can stop him. Brother Bo said that he understood his great desire to spread the extreme style as quickly as possible, but that it could affect many people and that it was not worth rushing into it. Chow told him that 10 years had already passed since Nizong Yi's death. Should they wait for decades more before those blinded by their own interests would recognize them? He said that if they firmly believe that their way is right, then they should make every effort to spread the extreme style. This is the only way they can avoid dishonoring the deaths of those who died during the experiments. Brother Bo said he didn't know whether to praise Chow for his wise speech or scold him for his stupidity. Brother Bo asked Chow if he knew that after his affair with Wu-Wu, the dean of martial arts and the dean of animal management had been discussing something all day. They are two very powerful people, and if they hear something bad, they will be in very big trouble. Chow said that in his opinion, this will not happen because at least Dean Zun will definitely support the extreme style. Brother Bo said, let Chow not think that the Dean is Zhong Ye's father. It doesn't mean he will support his scandals. Bo said that Chow is living in fantasy because he wants to spread an extreme style under the noses of the strongest warriors, the spirit of the beast. While Brother Bo was telling him, Chow thought he couldn't tell him that in his past life, the agrarian had risen just because of the extreme flow. Chow said that he believes that if they prove the reliability and strength of the experimental style to Dean Zun, he will definitely support them. He believes in spreading earthly civilization to the whole world. Brother Bo told Chow to go into the office and repeat the same thing to Dean Jin because he was already waiting for him. Chow fell into a stupor and his heart began to beat rapidly. Then he shouted that he was speaking loudly enough and Dean Zun should have heard him, and to Brother Bo, Chow said that he had set him up. But Brother Bo did not interfere with what Chow was saying and began to open the door. Brother Bo told the dean that Meng Chow had come. Chow was very nervous, and in his head he was formulating thoughts that he would say to the dean. The dean said that Chow must be exhausted from running around campus all day and told him to sit down and rest and watch TV at the same time. Chow did not understand why he was saying this, but he did not dare to contradict him. The two of them sat there and watched a group of people shooting guns. Did the dean say that those people must have looked very stupid? The dean said that this tactic was developed a long time ago. It was called shooting in a row. It looked stupid, but thanks to it, that army defeated another army and captured the city. So now that he's told Chow the point, does he still think that shooting in a row was stupid? Chow said he understands that Longcheng has been using old styles for 50 years to defend itself, just like in that video, a line formation that was used to capture the kingdom. Chow went on to say that as times changed and technology evolved, those who remained at the same level of development were destroyed by those who changed to take into account new fighting styles and tactics. Therefore, they also cannot afford casualties and cannot wait. Did the dean say that's why Chow is so eager to challenge his fellow students? Or is Chow so confident that the extreme style can help the martial arts department become stronger and defeat the beast fighting department? Chow said that this is true, but the main goal is to defeat the martial arts department of Longcheng University with an extreme style. The dean doubted his words. He said that no one could do that. Chow's exploits simply prove that he is a genius who is more capable than Wu Wu, but they do not prove the benefits of an extreme style, and he can't say how that style will affect the strongest divine-level warriors. Chow listened to him attentively and said nothing. In addition, in a real battle with monsters in the wilderness, the extreme style needs more evidence of its effectiveness. Chow said that he understood and would do more fighting to perfect the extreme style. This is one of the reasons why he was allowed to go to the front. A self-confident young man, Chow must realize that warriors of the divine level possess the secrets he has dreamed of. And if extreme style is going to defeat Ultra Kill, then it will definitely meet celestial warriors, and fighting them will be harder than getting to heaven. Chow said that humanity has long since reached heaven and that Longchen has a little bit left. He will be very diligent in putting the stronger ones and very diligent in proving that extreme style can defeat them. The dean laughed and said that he had not met students like him for a long time. Then he decided to show Chow what power was above the heavens, what she really is, and a very strong energy began to pour out from him, knocking Chow down, and a huge monster appeared behind him. Chow couldn't believe his eyes. It was as if he was in a dream. He stood there as if in space. The dean disappeared somewhere, and in front of Chow that monster became a huge dragon. Chow realized that it had to be an illusion, but he couldn't wake up. He looked up and saw that the huge paw of the dragon was falling on him. Because of the stupor he was in, he was unable to duck, and she fell on him with great force. Chow did not break down and began to show strength. He screamed if this was reality, and even the end of the world. And the dragon added strength to his strike and drove Chow into the ground. It was very hard for Chow, but he will destroy him anyway. He concentrated and a powerful salt explosion occurred. The whole space around was filled with Chow's power, and the armor of that dragon shook from his strength. Shards of armor fell all around Chow, showing all the situations that had just happened. Chow was all sweaty, his eyes were terrified, but the dean said that he did not expect Chow to have the courage to attack his dragon. The dean said that he created that beast spirit by drawing the power of an 8th-level doomsday assassin. The dean imprinted a piece of it in Chow's brain, and he needs to enter a state of deep meditation, and he will feel it. The dean asked if Chow didn't want his support. He said that Chow should pass the Zhuanwu spirit test, and then he would support him. Chow gradually came to his senses after such stress. Chow thought that there was no exam in his words. It was just a road to development. He thought that because of his son, who died in the experiments, the dean was well disposed to an extreme style. And the dean just turned around and started walking out of the office. When he came to the door, he told Chow not to think that he was helping him because of his son. He understands very well what Chow is talking about, because he stands at the top of the development of the spirit and there is no further way to develop. He said that the beast spirit style has exhausted itself and there is no way forward. He hopes that the extreme style will make a new road to development. He smiled and wished Meng Chao good luck. He told Chow to defeat him, to defeat the beast spirit style, the martial arts faculty, to defeat all the enemies that block Longchen's path. Chow ran out of the office and saw that the dean had left. His brother Bo was waiting for him all the time, and he said that Chow was quite happy. He said that Dean Zong had not personally supervised students for more than a decade. And this time, Chow managed to play on his character. When Brother Bo opened that banana, he was surprised. Brother Bo gave that banana to Chow, and Chow told him not to worry because he would not disappoint him and the dean on the Western Front. Brother Bo threw that banana away. He said that Chow should first sort out his right to participate in that trip. He was told by teacher Li about his strange methods by which he wants to promote a new style. Chow said that he uses the rules rationally and wins through intelligence. Brother Bo said it didn't mean anything that he had figured out the rules because the final decision was up to teacher Li. Chow did not expect this at all. And Chow abruptly began to run, and his brother Bo asked him what he was going to do. He said that of course he would finish the fight and destroy Duan Lian and the others. Chow waited until nightfall. Duan Lin slept in his luxury single room. Suddenly a loud sound woke him up. He was very angry because it was late at night. He said if it was important, let him speak. A friend of his called him and said that several students who had challenged Meng Chao had been taken to the hospital. Duan said he understood. Duan stood up and remembered that in a room like his, the psionic energy should have been greater to restore strength faster, but on the contrary, he felt weakness throughout his body and pain in his head. He started to get dressed and thought that he needed to go to a crowded place because Chow likes to attack suddenly. If he is alone in the dorm, Chow can attack suddenly. Suddenly, when Duan put his foot in his shoe, he felt a sharp pain. He pulled his leg out sharply and saw that there were thorns. Those thorns hurt his leg and he was bleeding. He thought he needed to call for help. Duan started reaching for the phone to call someone. Suddenly, someone came up to him from behind and called his name, and at that moment, he became very scared. It was Meng Chao who put a knife to his throat as he was reaching for the phone. Chao said he had defeated him. Duan shouted in panic. What was Chao's secret meaning of extreme combat? Chao let him go and began to tell him what the hidden meaning was. Thanks to this style, he managed to quietly destroy one enemy in a room with 6 people. Thanks to perfect body and muscle control, he was able to easily climb to the 9th floor and then crawl into the narrow ventilation hole. He sneaked up behind me and struck. When the first ascended one was taking a shower, Chao knocked him out. Chao told him to realize that the war had already changed. In previous wars, they fought close to home and could rest and replenish supplies at any time, and the deadly strikes accompanied by the world show not only inflicted damage, but also raised morale. But in future wars, they will be sent on long expeditions, being cut off from the main army. The attacking enemy will not care what they were doing at the time. Chao said that they had some misunderstandings from the beginning of their training, that Duan thinks it was because of Chao that he chose a golden mentor. Chao said that he would like him to believe that he had no other intentions. As compensation, he offers to become friends, and Chao will teach him extreme style. Duan stood up abruptly and said that Chao hadn't even dreamed of such a thing, and sent him to hell with his extreme style. He said he wouldn't give up, and they weren't done with him yet. Chao shook his head and thought about how unpleasant he was. He looked at Duan and said that he had no choice. And in a moment, he picked up his knife. and he struck at Duan. He had no other choice. Duan was shocked. His eyes immediately turned red, and there was blood on his neck. There was a lot of blood. It covered the entire bed. And Chow asked him with a smile if he knew why he had to die. Because he is very narrow-minded, 2 months have passed since the freshman competition, and he still hasn't let go of that situation. Meanwhile, Duan was shaking with pain. Chow wiped his knife and said that time could smooth out their relationship. He is sorry that the hike will start in 2 weeks, and he will not be able to leave the fool who can shoot him in the back at any time. Duan was lying on the bed and could not do anything. He was just bleeding. His eyes were very red and he was sweating. He could not believe that Chow had done such a thing because of such thoughts. Chow mentioned that he could give him some good advice. He said that if he met someone in his next life who would extend a hand to him with a smile and offer him friendship, he had better grab that hand hard. Duan shouted for Chow to not leave, for him to save him. He kept shouting for Chow to save him, started asking for forgiveness, and said that he would not provoke him anymore. Tears were flowing in his eyes, and he was thinking about how he felt before he died, and that he would die in such a strange way. Suddenly, he slowly began to open his eyes and thought that he had lost so much blood, so why was he still alive? He stood up and felt that even his arms and legs stopped hurting. He got up to turn on the light in the room. Suddenly, when the light came on, he saw Ming Chow standing in front of him. Chow told him not to be offended because he had just played a little joke on him. Duan began to tear off what was around his neck, and Chow said that he had stuck that bag of artificial blood on him when he approached, and that he felt the feeling of death because of certain medications that disrupted the functioning of his internal organs. Duan was recovering from the shock, and Chow said that the fact that they were classmates was fate. Did he really think that Chow was capable of such cruel actions? Now Chow hopes that he has finally realized what kind of person Meng Chow is and that his resentment is exhausted. And Chow again tells him that, as compensation and for their friendship, he would like to teach him extreme style. This is the office of a teacher at the Faculty of Martial Arts at the Agrarian University. Teacher Li looked at it and wondered. Duan Luan and the other students who challenged Chow told her that they had lost the battle with him and fully admitted their defeat. Dun said that they should definitely send him on a hike so that the monsters would get to know him by sight. At that very moment, Meng Chow was standing in the yard, gesturing for Duan not to say anything else. And he immediately corrected himself and said that those monsters recognized his great power. For her, their behavior seemed strange. And thus Chow successfully obtained the right to participate in the campaign and was given 3 days off. Chow came home and his mother prepared many different dishes. She told him to eat as much as possible. She said that they hadn't seen each other for several months and that he had lost a lot of weight, and Chow said that he had already eaten a lot. According to her sister, her brother has become stronger. My father asked me how he was doing at the university, if he had made friends with anyone. He said that he communicates well with his friends and everyone wants to be friends with him. His sister said he was a braggart. Chow started teasing her for making faces at him. My parents were happy that the house was heavier again. But when my sister said she would get back at him, and Cho replied that he would try out a new style on her, they were immediately sorry. My mother yelled at them to calm down and eat in peace. My mom said that my sister is a very good student. She is the best at school, and at her age, she is stronger than Chow. Her sister said that no boy from school could beat her up, and her father added that she was eating more and more, and he was tired of carrying food to the house. My sister got upset and said that now her body was growing and she needed to eat a lot. They all said she was right to eat. My father mentioned that it was still a little while before the holidays, so he took the day off. Chow said this is because he was given the opportunity to represent the university at the front. My mom was very surprised because he was only in his first year, because the last time he had an exam, she was very worried. When Chow had a mouthful of food, his mother said that the most important thing was that he remembered to eat. He said that that time it was force majeure because there were 100 scared students against 100 monster wolves. This time, it will be different. The scale of this offensive on the Eastern Front is very large, and the Red Dragon Army has engaged several elite formations. The Tower of Ascension on that front put 10 ascended warriors of the divine level. It is not only their university, but all other universities are rushing to the battlefield to build and defend new areas. A stream of armored vehicles will be the first to go into battle. Who will be able to defeat them? Chow said that operating with a large army is very important because you can gain experience and broaden your horizons. You can also earn a lot of resources for improvement and gain new connections. Chow said that his mother had nothing to worry about. But if he had said it 2 years later, after training and practice, she would have been less worried. My sister listened attentively and added that it was impossible to wait for students to study. The authorities cannot wait any longer. They need to start expanding this year. If Mom wants to blame someone, it's the university. Mom asked what that meant. She said that 20 years ago, the former rector of the agricultural university invented many new technologies. Various canned earthworms have completely solved the food crisis. The agricultural university has also developed a new type of greenhouse, and they were also completely suitable for people. People began to demand more land and better living conditions, as well as better jobs. And the easiest way to solve these problems is to expand the safe areas so that you can start building new areas and at the same time get a lot of resources. She said that her mother shouldn't be surprised because she would also be there in a couple of years to fight and expand luncheon. Was Chow frightened because he thought it was the blood of a dark witch that was at play in his sister? She was happy and noticed that they were all looking at her. Her mother praised her for being very smart, for knowing many things that she didn't even know. The father added that after she moved to the 3rd grade of the 3rd level, she became very smart. She said that she inherited her mother's intelligence, and her father was a little upset at that moment. And my mom said that she didn't know that herself. She abruptly ran to her room to bring them something to prove it. She brought some old box. She said she found that box under the bed when her mother was in the hospital. Mom had put something in it a long time ago. Chow hoped that there would not be anything related to the Dark Witch. She opened it and there were some letters and boxes. And my mother saw the first gift their father gave her there. Her father was a little ashamed when she opened it. Xiao Chow picked up those letters and said that they were love letters that her father wrote to her mother. My father got mad and started shouting that he couldn't watch them. But my sister said it was too late. She hadn't realized that her father had been so sweet in his youth. Chow was also interested and told his father to let him see it. His father told him not to think about it. But Xiao Chow had this notebook in mind. They all looked at this notebook together, and Chow was also curious about what they were learning at school in those days. He even saw information there about psionic energy and various kinds of activations. My parents did not understand what he was talking about. They wondered what kind of knowledge Chow had. Suddenly, Chow saw something on one of the pages and fell into a stupor. When he looked at those pages, he felt a very strong and sharp pain. He was looking at one sign, and at the same time his head started to hurt like crazy. He remembered the moment when his sister was a dark witch. She was very majestic and evil and had tremendous strength. She had wings and could fly. She had a fierce strength. Chow was very badly injured. She told him to get out of her way, to go to the edge of the world, the farther the better. She threw him with all her strength and said that if they met again, he would die. It was at that moment, when he remembered it all, that he realized that this was it. He fell to the floor and bled from the wear and tear, and now he realized that it was that drawing. The next morning, Xiao Chow walked with Chow and said that when he fell yesterday, his parents were very scared. She said that while they were alone, let him tell her the truth, that he was surfing strange websites again. Chow slapped her and told her that he had told her many times before that these were scientific sites on the darknet, not somehow bad. She said he was insulting her again. She ran to the front and said that she would let Chow wait until she was older to show him the power. While Chow was taking out the trash, she called him to catch the bus. He thought that it would be better not to bother with the topic of the witch because all he would have to do is cry into his parents' shoulder. He said he was already on his way to see her, but the problem seems indecisive, but he will try to do everything for his sister and solve that problem gradually. Chow put her on the bus to school. Yesterday, he talked to his mother for a long time and asked her about the details, but she doesn't remember anything because it was a long time ago. All he managed to find out was that a hospital was involved 20 years ago. After my mother worked in that hospital, she began to know things that were not written in books at the time. But after the constant attacks of monsters and the reorganization of medicine, the hospital has not been operating for a long time. Then Chow began to realize that Long Chen's enemies were not only monsters. He was always thinking and analyzing this, and he realized that they were probably not monsters. This bus came to a stop near the Tower of Exaltation. Chow was met by his friend, who said that Chow had come after all. He immediately told Chow to follow him. He wanted to show him something. He told Chow to come in quickly and close the door behind him because no one should see. So far, Chow had not attached much importance to what his friend said about mystery. But in a moment, his interest increased dramatically. He delivered a wooden box with a beautiful ornament. And right after that, I got another one, but a little simpler. Chow asked him what it was and why he was showing it to him. He started to open that box, and a very bright light was coming out of it. He said that it was a new sword based on a completely new version of the art of swordplay of hundreds of battles. It is called the Sword of Deafening Thunder, the youth version. Chow was delighted. Now he understood everything. It is very sharp, and the backside is also involved. The centers of gravity are perfectly aligned. It is most suitable for the peculiarities of wielding a sword of hundreds of battles. The raw material used there was a special alloy that was mixed with special additives, which made it possible to achieve extraordinary results. It is very hard and sharp, and most importantly, lightweight. The blade has been forged more than 3,500 times, and the teeth have excellent armor penetration, and those 3 holes are made to place various precious elements there, which will revitalize the sword and improve its characteristics many times over. It is planned that when it enters the market, it will be presented in 4 colors. You can also order laser engraving to print text directly on the blade. Now, killing monsters will be easier than drinking coffee. Luohai said that the sword is perfect for young people with their needs. This version of the sword is elite, for those like them, for those who have awakened the power. Chow stopped him from telling any more. Chow said that he realized that the sword was very good, but what next? Luohai sulked, and Chow thought that he himself needed to offer something because he had a stake in the case. And he decided to say that he needed Chow to have a few good battles with that sword during the expedition on the Eastern Front. He said he would send a special film crew with Chow. This is to create promotional videos to advertise the sword. His father suggested making a whole documentary with Chow in the lead role. Chow would become a superstar and the sales of the sword would also be on the rise. That movie would be called New Hope. Chow immediately asked why he chose Chow over his own son. He answered that Chow was more interesting. And everyone knows that the son of the Destroyer of Souls has a strong sword technique. No one is interested in this. But Chow is a different matter. It will be very interesting. It would start with a poor boy from a rented housing neighborhood who relies only on his own strength, defeats strong monsters, and achieves great success. Thanks to his hard work, he was able to achieve the best sword technique and finally reach the top of the world. He said that Chow was the perfect candidate for the general public because the core audience of their youth version of Sword of the Sword is ordinary young people. Chow was shocked at what was happening. And Chow began to say that the poor boy fought with Luo Wu's son and eventually defeated the elite member above him with a sword of strong thunder in his hands. Chow said, if we actually make a movie, what will Luohai say if the beginning is like this? Luohai said that's good, and he's not a high-ranking elite member at all. He wants to see how much stronger Chow has become. And in an instant, they both faced each other in battle with new swords. Luohai didn't understand what Chow was doing because he had already thwarted him several times in creating a psionic magnetic field. He wasn't a mage, so what kind of strategy was this? And Chow just laughed at all this and told him to guess. They continued to fight, the speed of their battle having increased since the last time. Luohai could tell right away that Chow, with his extreme style, had changed. During the following pirouettes, Chow asked him if he realized he wasn't going to win. Luohai instantly applied some technique and said it was not necessary. He concentrated all his strength and his sword split into many parts and he attacked with lightning speed. Chow saw the attack coming, but he did not dodge it. Suddenly, Chow's sword was knocked out of his hands and flew up the mountain. And Luohai flew past Chow and dealt him a very hard blow. He tore Chow's t-shirt and there were several deep wounds left by his sword, which was split into several pieces. But he wanted to wound Chow so badly that he lost control and started to fall himself. As a result, they were both lying on the ground, and Luohai was also injured. Luohai tried to stand up and said that now they would see which of them would recover faster. Chow, through the pain, laughed and said that now Luohai had definitely lost. Slowly, he started to get up and said that in his extreme style, his recovery and endurance are much better than in the super killer direction. Chow lifted with some effort, and eventually, he won. And Chow went over and grabbed the sword that was stuck in the ground. He said that the sword was really very good. He walked up to Luo Hai and shook his hand. Chow said that they had struck 1,800 blows, and 122 of them were counterattacks. The blade is in pretty good condition after that. Luo Hai wondered how Chow managed to get up at all. Luo Hai said he now understood why his father forbade him to fight Chow. He was afraid that he would lose his self-esteem. Luo Hai asked Chow if he didn't think he had changed after waking up. Since these things are similar to slitting Duanling's throat, would he have done it before he woke up? At first, Chow didn't understand what Luo Hai meant. Chow thinks it doesn't matter whether he feels the change or not. Two souls live in it all the time. Since he was reborn, he has ignored those memories. How he turned from a simple man into a third-rate master who is well-versed in harassment, poisoning, and torture to gain recognition. What are these memories that the human brain can neither embellish nor whitewash, but can only forget? Suddenly, he felt a sharp and very strong pain in his neck. They were people in disguise to blend in with the environment. They were wearing lion heads and looked very scary. Chow was among them. He was physically and mentally exhausted. It was as if he became a spirit and was transported to his memories and could look at everything from the mountain. He remembered that moment, a military operation in which he participated. They were ambushed in a magical forest. When Chow looked through the electronic binoculars, he saw active movement. In that village, there are skinny humanoid animals with sharp ears. Their skin is blood red and covered with a dense, beautiful pattern, very similar to psionic energy. Someone came up to Chow when he was describing the entities and told him to shut up. The one in the dark lion mask said not to use earthly weapons. He said not to leave anyone alive. Chow told him that there were children there. He looked at me angrily and said that number 99 was blind or stupid because there were only young faces of creatures of another world. The instructor said that they were just like the children of the monsters they killed first. We said that number 99 was his favorite in the training camp. The instructor said that Chow was a very good shot and extremely skilled with a sword, and he was also good at reaping, a miracle for his age, but his character is very gentle. It was hard for Chow to listen to this. The instructor told him to put aside his fit of compassion and remember the problems and stress that Longchen was going through. All their actions depend on whether their friends will die in the future. He told Chow to remember one truth: if he turns into a vile cockroach or a cruel demon or a killing machine. As long as the fire of earthly civilization is burning, it is worth it. Chow listened carefully to what he was saying. He turned around and said that now he understood everything. He didn't believe Chow and said that Chow should deal with those humanoid children himself, and then he could go to the camp and gain strength. He was in shock. He barely said that he probably wouldn't be able to do it. The instructor clapped him on the shoulder, saying that everyone else in the training camp started out as a baby, and he joined them halfway through. And the instructor went and activated a powerful tail in his exoskeleton. He said that Chow was already very old and would not be able to change himself. There were many blocks in his mind. So it is normal that he is not ready at all. Suddenly something terrible happened. He cut Chow's throat with his sharp tail and just started walking away. The instructor said that if he was not ready, he was not needed. Then let him just die. They didn't even look back. And in the end, the instructor shouted that if he said something in the next life, there should be only one answer. Chow was crying at that moment and feeling very hungry because the instructor had to answer to any order. When he was lying there, he heard screams from that village, how those human beings were screaming in pain. He saw in front of him those children who asked him for help, and he could not help. He was in a terrible panic. He started to die. Suddenly, he saw the ceiling of the building he was in and loud shouts of his name. It was Luo Hai, who woke him up and asked him if he had a bad dream. Chow woke up with great difficulty and for the first few seconds could not breathe in. At one point, I found myself wondering what luncheon had become in order to survive. After a moment, he calmed down and said he was fine, then started to get out of bed. Luo Hai said that Chow's wound had already healed and his clothes had been restored, and he was giving him some to put on. While Chow was getting dressed, Luo Hai said that his father says that a monster lives inside each of them, but it is restrained by different rules and laws. He gives Chow some blue liquid and says that every ascended one sooner or later breaks the framework and faces the inner monster. Luo Hai threw Chow the liquid. He asked Chow if he knows why his father stayed in heaven for so little time. Chow himself was very interested in this question, because he was afraid that when he took a step into the depths of the divine level, he would see the depths of his mind and meet his terrible self. Luo Hai said that true improvement is not only about improving combat effectiveness, but also about being careful of the monsters deep within oneself. Luo Hai added that, if possible, one should not rush to hold back on raising one's level. Chow wondered if he was really ready to look into the eyes of the 99th soldier, that tortured soul who had survived the end of the world. He abruptly started drinking what his friend gave him. But he drank a little bit and immediately started coughing and spilled that substance everywhere. Chow's mood lifted. He said that Luo Hai had opened his eyes because he felt that he had improved a lot that month. Luo Hai was ashamed and said that it was good that Chow did not mind that he talked a lot. Chow stood up and said that at first he thought their relationship was purely business, but he believes that after today they have become true friends. He was surprised that Chow had drawn such conclusions from his words. Alia stood up immediately afterward and took Chow's hand. He was happy to have such a friend. Then they started to walk somewhere, and Chow asked him if he knew where he could find the news from 20 years ago, because he has a friend who wants to thank the doctor who treated his father. Luo Hai said that if Cho really wanted materials from those years, he should go to the big library on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Ascension. But he said that those who were able to open such hospitals then are now dead, or have gone mad, or have become great, ascended ones of the divine level. He added that it would probably be difficult for him to find the information his friend needed. Chow said that you have to do your best, and whether it works out depends on fate. Luo Hai said he could take Chow there if he had nothing else to do right now. Luo Hai brought him there. Yi Chao thought that 30 years ago, the problem of psionic energy interference had not been solved and various newspapers and leaflets had become popular. Perhaps he could find this sign in them. The administrator asked how she could help. Chow said he needed to study newspapers and postcards from 20 and 30 years ago. She said that she would help him to get such materials, but said that the period of 3 months of the new era might not be available. Chow asked in surprise why he couldn't see those 3 months. She showed him the data that there was a fire and it spread to their warehouse, and then, because of the explosion, a certain amount of information was destroyed. She asked if, by any chance, he needed information for those 3 months. He thought that according to the timing, Mom shouldn't have been confronted with the XI plan so early. Chow smiled and told her that most likely not. But suddenly he remembered something very important. He asked her emotionally and sharply that she had said that the explosion in the tower took place in June, but when exactly? Luo Hai began to worry about Chow. He said he was acting strange. Does he think that the explosion in June is hiding something? Chow turned around with great surprise and asked Luo Hai if he also knew about that explosion. It was the first time since the tower was built, his father said. There was a small explosion in the underground laboratories and the fire spread to the surface of the tower but did not cause much damage. But then the fog came and his father went to fight the monsters. Chow sighed and said that if the damage was not great, it was good. But the receptionist was scared and asked if there was anything else she could do. In the first half of June, Luo Wu fought only once, on the day of his rebirth. On the same day, in the afternoon, a strange explosion occurred simultaneously in the underground laboratory of ancient relics of the Ascension Tower. He wondered if he had returned from the Day of Judgment. The majestic city of Longcheng and the Tower of the Carryaway in the evening. They went outside, and Luo Hai said that he said it was very difficult to find out such information. He asked Chow if his friend or girlfriend needed this information. Chow was a little confused about what he was asking and said no. He told Chow not to worry because he understood everything and began to say goodbye. Luo Hai went about his business, and Chow realized that he had made up something on his own again. Chow rode the bus and thought about the XI of his rebirth and the future of Longcheng, the many questions he has to resolve. But he realizes that these are things that cannot be solved in a short time. 3 days have passed. This is the direction east of Longcheng. Because this land is very rich in resources and psionic veins, various magnetic fields rapidly collide, endlessly releasing enormous energy towards the Earth. Countless incomparable monsters with very strong psionic abilities breed there. This area has always been off-limits to people. But it was in that zone that there was a paradise for monsters. That area could be characterized by one word: slaughterhouse. Suddenly, fire was opened from hundreds of pieces of military weapons. And that huge monster, which was just eating another monster, was shot from all sides. A huge airship appeared from behind the clouds and opened fire with its cannons. There were several of them, and with their big guns and powerful shells, they simply destroyed the monsters that came across their path into dust. In addition to the airships, there were also jet planes, all flying in one formation. There were also the latest flying machines, much larger than airships. Later, they came across a huge canyon and flew into the bottom of it. Chow's friend was amazed at what he saw from the window. He told Chow to look at it because he had definitely never seen such a large-scale front. Chow studied the map and wanted to understand why Longcheng's steel stream lost the battle. He had a bad headache, his rebirth, the Eye of X instructor from his past life, and this battle, which was likely to fail, was like a snowball that kept growing. He thought that if he went to the general and said that this battle would be a failure, then everyone will definitely think he's crazy. Then it was decided that the first battle would be at the Lake of Broken Stars, where he would hone his sword skills and increase his strength. And the key battle will be near the Ninth Shaft Mountain, where the strongest divine-level warriors and doomsday monsters will fight. If he doesn't have enough strength, he may not even see the divine-level warriors, and he won't be able to change the course of the war. Later, they arrived at a military base on the lake. When they looked down at that base, they felt a little excitement. That base was very large. It was designed to cope with the monsters of the level that were there. All the students went to the edge and stood in front of the cable to prepare for the descent. Chow picked up a special mechanism that was attached to a cable. He thought that it must be stronger. They all started to go downstairs, and Chow thought that he had to find the answer to the question himself. Teachers from different faculties told all students to approach them. All students lined up in lines opposite their teachers. Suddenly, behind their backs, an incredibly large cannon suddenly fired, and many were frightened. But mostly they had a high fighting spirit. They are a new generation, and they have to contribute to the development of luncheon. Then their mentor teachers told them to follow them. They entered a huge room covered with a dome, with various holographic stands all around. One of the biggest screens showed Lin Chuan, one of the strongest warriors. He was called the Crying Killer. The girls just lost their minds when they saw him. They were delighted with him. Chow knew about him, that he came from a poor neighborhood, and now he is the strongest ascended heavenly realm, a hero who is now fighting at the front. Chow also respected him because he refused corporate handouts and stood by the people. In fact, Chow also praised him. He fell to his knees and shouted that he was his baptizer. Those girls were surprised that there were boys who loved the hero more than they did. Teacher Lee quickly came over to Chow and took him away so that he would not be humiliated. Chow wondered why he hadn't heard of that hero Lin Chuan in his past life, because according to his talents and fame, he should be on the same level as Luo Wu. Then Chow must have realized that he could have died in that battle. Chow is determined to prevent the death of his idol, and he will do everything in his power to do so. Safei said to Chow that Teacher Lee said she would take them to the dining hall for lunch and introduce them to other students. It was a large common dining room that was located in the middle of that military base. Later on, Chow notices that all the girls are looking at him strangely after Teacher Lee leaves to go about her business. Safei said to Chow that he has a friend who wants to know how he got into the women's dormitory. He is very embarrassed by this act. Chow said that all the secrets are in his extreme style. Did he invite Safei to study it with him? Fei emphasized that it was not him who was interested, but his friend, and let Chow follow his words. Suddenly, one girl got angry and wanted to beat Chow, but another girl, Sunya, stopped her and told her not to be stupid because Chow himself would easily beat her and she would be ashamed. Once Chow was even scared. Suddenly, a very heavy hand fell on Chow's shoulder. Chow turned around and saw a student the size of Umbala standing behind him. Suddenly, he started crying and called his name. Chow calmly asked him if they knew each other. Chow realized that it must be Fei Xiong. He hugged Chow tightly and began to cry with joy that they had met. and Chow asked him how he managed to lose so much weight. But he immediately realized that there was a much more important question, because if Fei Xiong was here, did it mean that he had also become ascended? Chow said that it was bad to do this because the ascension would be an important matter, and he did not tell Chow anything. But Fei Xiong said that he had gained his own heroic spirit and had difficulty becoming a messenger of the heroic spirit, but now he just wants to cry. Chow asked him in surprise what was wrong. He disobeyed his teacher Jan and with the help of extra points entered the hero's spirit faculty. As a result, he could not keep up with the others and was always behind. With the help of the group members, he began to improve rapidly, but it was not enough. He still could not catch up with those students who had been drinking healthy drinks instead of water since childhood. Back then, the teacher would give him assignments that were impossible to complete, saying that he was justifying his laziness and convinced him to change faculties. In fact, after a week there, he realized that he could not match them and was ready to transfer. But how could he allow some woman to underestimate him, ridicule, and torment him, and then run away himself? Chow praised him because Fei Xiong was always like steel in front of women. Then they made a bet if it would run 62,000 miles and weigh 300 kilograms. After that, she had to recognize that he was a rough diamond and that she was not strong enough, and if he couldn't, he would leave the department himself. Chow said that such arguments looked childish, and Fei Xiong said that he would not tolerate ridicule. He had even already signed a letter of resignation when he left the faculty, and when he won, he just wanted to throw it in her face. Chow was interesting to listen to. He said there was a lot of drama in Fei Xiong. At that moment, she was standing behind him and saw him emotionally telling Chow all this. Fei Xiong said that if it weren't for Xiao Zhangjing, he wouldn't be as depressed as he is now. Fei Xiong said that he usually started to cry after 30 kilometers, but he couldn't get scared when Xiao Zhangjing was watching. Xiao agreed with him. As he ran each lap, he saw her surprised expression. With each lap, her expression got worse and worse. She couldn't believe that he would do it. He could already imagine her asking him to stop because he was too strong. And Chow asks if he did run those 100 kilometers. Fei Xiong laughed and said that he had run not 100 kilometers, but 120 kilometers. She ran out in front of him and tried to stop him, and she also called a teacher to take him to the hospital, because if they hadn't interfered with him, he would have continued. Just like that, Fei Xiong not only defeated that woman, but was also able to gain recognition as a hero and became an exalted ambassador of the heroic spirit. Chow simply praised Fei Xiong's actions. But Chow remembered that he said he wanted to cry. But you can only be proud of all those events, right? Fei Xiong sighed and became even more upset. He ended up crying again and said it was a long story. Chow looked at him strangely, but he told him to say it quickly. He sadly pointed at the spirit in his back and said that the spirit had no superpower. As a result, he wanted to be a hero spirit ambassador, but he was very weak and almost unable to fight back against a super monster. He was very angry with that teacher because if it wasn't for her and the argument with her, he wouldn't have done it and wouldn't have mastered that spirit. He was only waiting for the opportunity to take revenge on her, and even her father, the god of thunder, would not help her. Chow saw that she was behind Fei Xiong's back and once wanted to tell him about it. She came covered in blood with a huge sword. And Chow decided that Fei Xiong was not saying anything else. Chow pointed his finger forward and said that the girl he was talking about was not behind him. Fei Xiong, with a strange face and hoping that Chow was mistaken, began to turn around. When he saw that it was her, he jumped back so that the chair and the table flew off in different directions. He was trembling with fear. Fei Xiong told her that they had agreed that if he won their argument, she would stop moving him. Chow also felt uncomfortable, thinking that Fei Xiong's reaction also added weight to his story. Everyone around them turned their attention to them. Chow and Fei Xiong waited for her to answer. Vaon was a senior in their department. She told him to calm down because she would not move him today. She had completed the task that the two of them had to do by herself, so Feng Yun could pay her back with monster coins. Fei Xiong angrily said, "Why did she do that? Does she not consider him a warrior at all?" She said that they had a task to kill 3 monsters, and his spirit with boxing skills would have taken 3 hours to destroy 1 monster, and she didn't have that much time, so she decided to act alone. She said that she would give him his resources in a few days, and said that being in the theological faculty with a spirit like him was a waste of time. He should understand that. Fei Xiang became even more enraged and swung a punch at her head. He asked her that she was looking down on his hero spirit, who was a simple warrior. Fei Xiang told her that one day his spirit would rise up, would be able to fight her Valkyrie, and would be stronger even than her father's thunderbolt. After that, the two of them fell silent and looked into each other's eyes. She looked in Chao's direction and said that he was his friend, and maybe he could convince him. But suddenly she recognized that it was Meng Chao from the Agrarian. Chao said that was correct and asked her how she knew him. She turned sharply and thought that people would keep to their own kind, that vile people would get together. Chao didn't understand her strange behavior and asked Fei Xun what happened to his eldest. Fei Xiang smiled and said that Chao had long since become a fool in the 5th University League. Didn't he know? And Chao asked him why. Fei Xiang says that there is a rumor in the League of 5 universities that there is a kid in the agricultural university who has climbed where no one else should, and his name is Meng Chao. That he's specially trained in some experimental style and succeeded. Now many students look at him as a great evil, and the guys can't wait to catch him and have him tell them, and then they will judge him. Chao enthusiastically asks Fei Xun if they really want to condemn him for such evil achievements. This is the Dunhu camp from above, with hundreds of tents and a lot of soldiers. Chao is a little disappointed because he paid a lot for renting a tent and food, and the coins he received from the agrarian are almost gone. He hopes that he will be able to earn some extra money on the front line. He had a lot of food. He gave almost all his capital for Fei Xun. There was a system to buy an army box. When he bought it all, he got an achievement, the standard level of an army box. And then he gained the strength to improve that level. In just a little bit of time, he was able to raise his level to an expert. And in his last push, he managed to reach the level of a master. There were many different plates, and they were completely empty. He was too exhausted to eat it all. Suddenly, his eyes began to flicker, and memories came flooding back. Does this sound like some kind of memory of how he learned army boxing in a previous life? Maybe it was somewhere underground? In his past life, he did not pay attention to the fact that the uniform he wore was completely different from the one worn by the Red Dragon Army. He remembered that commander and the organization, but he could not remember. And that strange tattoo, what did it mean? Suddenly, a boar's head appeared in front of his face, and who told him to eat. Chao was very scared because he was in a bad state, because of the memories. It was woo-woo, and Chao asked her what she was doing. She said if Chao ate the pig, she would learn the experimental style. Chao was very surprised and asked her if it was true, and she said it was. She said that losing to the strong, learning from the strong, defeating the strong, eating the strong, that this is the law of survival. She said that Chao could defeat her and eat her at any time. Chao was exhausted and told her to stop saying those expressions that he did not understand. Chao thought about her suggestion that Vaughn in the animal control department was their treasure. If he taught her the extreme style, it would help a lot in promoting it. Chao said he would teach her that style, but she had to promise him something. She must defeat 3 other special students in the ranking of the Donghu base, including Xiao Jiangqing. Vuvu gladly accepted his offer. Chao called her to the refinement room to show the power of extreme style. And Wu Wu saw the pig that Chao hadn't eaten and wondered whether he should leave it or eat it himself. In a moment, she grabbed a part of it and immediately put it in her mouth, and Chao was shocked by this strange ability. When he looked back, he saw that half of the piglet was gone and was even more horrified. 3 hours later, this is the tent rented by Meng Chao. There were a lot of guys there, and Safei was just entering. Those guys asked him if it was true that Chao had entered a girl's shower and was caught and punished very severely. Another student said that he heard that he was caught in the wrong place, and then it turned out that it was him. They didn't care which version they listened to, as long as someone told them something about him. Suddenly, Chao walks into that tent and says, "Is everyone here?" Safei wasn't very happy to be there. He asked Chao where he found so many idiots. They were all bullies at school. Chao told him to calm down because he knew what he was doing. He greeted them and said that his name was Meng Chao, and he invited them all to join him in learning a new style of fighting, extreme fighting. But they said that they were not interested in hearing about extreme style, but were much more interested in hearing about how it got into a woman's bathroom. Everyone immediately started laughing at that, and Chao played along. But suddenly, Chao shouted sharply. He said, "Who said that?" Chao said to get out of his tent immediately. Most of the students were upset by such a harsh answer. One student said he did. His name is Zhang Hongjie. He had heard that Fei Qiong had a best friend who was very cool, and he came to see what he could do. He said that their time is precious, so if he can show this unique technique, let him show it faster. They can provide resilience coins and reinforcement materials in exchange for lessons. But if Chao lies and talks nonsense, he can forget about money. Chao loosened his tie, smiled, and said it was all nonsense. He started taking off his clothes, and Chang asked why he was doing that, and besides, there are a lot of people there. Chao said that it doesn't matter how much he talks, because it's all false, and suggested that he try the power of extreme style on himself. Later, in that tent, Chang also took off his clothes and told Chao to attack. No matter what his techniques were, he was not afraid of anything. Suddenly, Chao used a special rack. He took that interesting stance and shouted that it was time to start the fight. Fei Xiong was surprised to see that Chao was going to use army boxing. Chan, seeing this, told Chao not to think that if he uses army boxing, he must be lenient. He would not do that. And in the next moment, Chan jumped up and flew furiously into the attack, shouting that he would get a good blow. He reached a very high speed, and with that frantic speed, he flew straight at Chao, and Chao stood there and did not move. Safei analyzed that Chao usually maneuvers very strongly, and the size of the tent deprived him of this opportunity. It would be very difficult for him to dodge. Chao was serious and strained to take his punch. With the utmost calmness, Chao skillfully deflects his punch. He used army boxing, technique number 6. And abruptly, Chao struck him in the hand with which he was striking. Chan was surprised that Chao used a lunge. Didn't Safei himself know that army boxing could be used in this way? Chang changed his strategy, and his next shot was with superpower. Chao saw this, and in order to restrain his power, he activated his own. It was a very quick and clear kick to the head, but Chao managed to block it. And suddenly, Chao moved his opponent's leg from head height to waist level. Safei had already seen that fight on a completely different level. He watched with delight because he saw special techniques, such as an internal grip from the bottom. While Chao was holding his leg, he began to gather strength in his fist, and Chai could do nothing. And with lightning speed and strength, Chao struck him in the throat. He flew backwards and immediately spat out blood. Fei Qiong wasn't surprised at all. He'd had enough surprises from Chao since high school. He was used to it. He said that boxing in the hands of Chao's brother is killer boxing. After Chai, a freshman engineering student came out to fight Chao. They stood in a stance and began to prepare for battle. In an instant, the fight began, and sharp kicks and punches did not reach their targets and were blocked. That student thought it was his chance and tried his best to knock Chao out. But Chao easily deflected his attack, and the student was surprised. How does he do it? And at the same time, Chao charges a super punch into his fist. He just struck him in the stomach with lightning speed. As a result, 2 students, who looked very formidable, were lying on the ground writhing in pain. And Chao didn't even lose his breath. He looked at the others with a serious look and asked them who was next. Observers noticed that Chao was very strong, especially in that first jerk. Perhaps he was not even a rival to their instructor. Another said that in any case, he thought he would not win, and a good general would not engage in a battle that he would definitely lose. Chao realized that there were no volunteers yet and began to say that they had seen that extreme style improves even the simplest army style. But suddenly, Fei Qiong came out of the group and said that he wanted to try to fight Chao. Chao was a little hesitant and asked him if they had to fight. Fei Xun said that he is also a cadet and wants to try. Besides, his spirit is a stupid soldier. Oh, not stupid, but a private. His spirit said that Chao boxing is killer boxing. Fei Qiong gathered his strength and prepared for battle. Fei Qiong will show real boxing, which is designed to protect the homeland. The guys from the back supported him. Chao sighed and said that if he wanted to, that was fine. Chao thought that Fei Qiong had done this in vain, but he had no choice. But he is ready to fight him as well to show the great power of the new style. They stood in the sticks and were almost ready, only a moment separating him from the first blow. Fei Lun was really twice as big as Meng Chao. Chao was in a good mood because Fei Qiong was his friend, and those were strange students. He activated his strength and said he was ready for army boxing. Fei Qiong also activated the force and said he was ready to fight. Chao wondered if he should give in to him. How many blows could he give Fei Qiong? He accelerated and began to strike with his fist, which was called a quick punch. Chow didn't even blink and easily blocked that punch. He was smiling because he remembered the good times when they were at school and fought there. Chow then used a special technique, and he began to stab me in the throat, similar to the one he had already done today. But suddenly, Fei Xiong caught his hand and stopped the blow. Chow thought it was not bad, but now he would not give in. Chow jumped to the top and lifted Fei Xiong's leg to apply technique number 2, striking at the opponent's weak points. Then, in an instant, he broke the grip that Fei Xiong had on his arm. Then they simultaneously threw kicks, but they were blocked. Fei Xiong was not expecting it, and Chow again began to deliver a direct blow to the neck. Other students were only too happy to see such a spectacle. This battle was much more interesting than the previous two. The other students who knew Fei Xiong were surprised to see that his strength had increased. They had no idea that he was so good at army boxing, and one of them said that Fei Xiong's spirit was probably nervous about Chow, and that's why Fei Xiong had better synchronization. And Fei Xiong managed to send a counterstrike at a very high speed, and the collision caused a strong pop. The blast wave almost destroyed that tent. Chow felt a normal load in this fight. It was not easy for Fei Xiong either, but he still had plenty of strength, and he told Chow to repeat. They clashed again. Chow asked Fei Xun, didn't he say he would help him spread the new style? Why would he contradict him now? Fei Xun said that the private did not like his army style and wanted to beat him up. Suddenly, Fei Xiong saw Chow's extraordinary speed, and before he could blink, Chow began to disappear. And Chow got behind Fei Xiong's back with lightning speed and began to strangle him. Chow said that Fei Xiong was lying because a spirit cannot want this, which means that Fei Xiong himself wants it. He said that it all fit together, that it was true, because after Chow started showing off at the final exam, Fei Xiong got the idea to beat him up. He tensed up and started trying to break Chow's grip. With a lot of effort, he managed to throw Chow in front of him, and Chow realized that he had to take some action. Fei Xiong held Chow's hand so that he wouldn't dodge and started to deliver a super strong kick from the rider's stance. But Chow managed to duck even here. He had not yet begun to show his real strength, but he did not want to do so as not to injure Fei Xiong. Chow successfully landed on the ground. But to Chow's surprise, he was unable to get rid of Fei Xiong's fascination. Chow realized that things had not gone according to plan and said that he would never brag to him again, but that he should let him go so that he could keep his honor today. Fei Xiong agreed, but he wanted Chow to train with him every day because his spirit said that it made them stronger. Chow tells him again that he will not brag anymore, and his spirit is his conviction. If he thinks that Dewey wants something, then he really wants it. Suddenly, Fei Xiong shouted that he didn't care and started throwing Chow off him. Chow really felt that his strength was growing with each stroke, but he was still far from Chow's level, and he easily landed on his feet. Chow said that was enough. They would not fight today. He wanted them to learn from each other, not compete. Chow said he wanted to show that with extreme style, even army boxing becomes very strong, and if Fei Xiong continues to attack him, he will have no choice but to run away and attack their tent at night. He began to show an experiment that was done by Luo Wu and his teacher, Gu Jianbo. Chow prepared a certain presentation. A monster from the depths of the fog. Master Luo has noticed that the more the fog thickens, the more agile and sensitive the monsters become. More and more of the exalted die during the period, accumulation and recovery. Chow asked them if they understood what this meant. One said they should become more lethal, and another said that they should improve and learn new methods to reduce the accumulation time. And Chow said that this probably means that in the future, their offense will be more intense and their defense will be much stronger. Because a genius from the Faculty of Martial Arts at the Agricultural University, Mr. Zhang Ye, foresaw this future. The development of 1024 channels is no longer a dream, but a reality. Chow said that he understands that his words mean nothing to them, but in 3 days, his faculty will go to the Lake of Broken Stars and fight there, and he will show the true power of extreme style, and then he hopes they will give the new style a chance to grow. 3 days passed, the area of the Lake of Broken Stars. The guns are firing intensively with huge shells. They were all over the lake. Those shells were flying into the water, all over the lake. And in a moment, they exploded with very strong explosions. So many water monsters were thrown into the air. Other monsters that were near the lake started running away from those explosions. They were very large and could easily knock down trees that came in their way. What if one of those monsters was pierced by a large claw? It was a multi-axle land vehicle designed for swamps and lakes. Luncheon's army had several such vehicles in use. Those machines were equipped with the latest technology. They had a special laser that read information. They pointed it into the water to see who was in it. In a moment, many large objects began to appear, floating to the surface. And big monsters started coming out of the water. They were heavily armored. In the command center, all the information about that type of monster appeared at once. Teacher Lee said that those monsters are very serious, and the terrain where they will fight is very harsh. She told them to use their minds and make wise decisions. They need to take their weapons because in a few minutes, they will be on the road. They were given super suits. One of the students said that he had long dreamed of using this kind of exoskeleton, which is designed specifically for field conditions. Safei said that they have such joints that allow them to rotate 360 degrees, and the increase in strength is so great that he won't believe it when he tries it. Chow told him that if he were him, he would definitely not wear such a dangerous thing as an exoskeleton. And he said yes, he knows that Chow will say that these things are used in the warehouse to move things, and let the Red Dragon Army developers get the hell out of here because Super Chow is here and he knows better. Chow did not wear such armor. He was wearing standard armor without any additives. He did not understand why such beautiful armor could be bad. Safei said that perhaps they had misunderstood what Naova's Chow meant. Later, armored cars arrived at that lake. Everyone from the martial arts faculty got out of it, and they each chose different armor and weapons. Teacher Lee told them to remember that this was a real battle, not a drill. She said that according to Luncheon's classification, District 412 is dark yellow. With the exception of the leaders, there are almost no super monsters. Their goal is to kill 90% of the monsters before dark and make the area turn light yellow. After the mission is completed, the regular Red Dragon Army will enter the area and conduct a thorough cleanup. Each of their negligence can cost the lives of the army soldiers. She told them everything loudly and clearly and asked if they understood her. They all said with one voice, loudly, that they understood everything. Then she gave the command to start and gradually move forward. There were other teachers from other faculties there. One of them said that they were young and green, and when he looked at them, he remembered them at their age. And another asked him when they were engaged in team pursuit and wilderness reconnaissance, were they as lucky as today's students? Teacher Liu said that the upcoming Battle of the King will determine the fate of Longcheng, which is both wonderful and sad. And that teacher said that if they didn't make them suffer, the students wouldn't take their advice seriously. And Li said she just hoped there would be no serious injuries. Safei also had an exoskeleton and cut the monster down with a big sword. He smiled and said that it was actually very easy. His friend told him that he had only destroyed one, and Sunya had already finished off the fifth monster. Safei was surprised at how she was so fast. Did his friend shout at him to go ahead because he thought the monsters would come to him? Sunya skillfully dealt with monsters, even when she was attacked by several at the same time. As soon as she finished with one group, the next one was waiting for her. She was only happy to see this. She wanted to break the record as soon as possible and climb the leaderboard, then she would be noticed by the strongest. But suddenly, when she made a swing to strike, something happened, something jammed. She failed to prepare for the attack, and 4 monsters flew at her while she just stood there. And they jumped on her and knocked her down. But she activated a very quick movement of her hands and chopped them into pieces. As soon as she finished with them, she immediately told everyone on the radio to pay attention. That the knee joint of a mechanical exoskeleton can jam when it is filled with grass. Their product was just destroying monsters, and he was shocked by what he heard. He immediately looked at its hinges and calmed down because they were clean. And he went on to fight with the idea that the probability of a wedge was very small. But as soon as he landed in the swamp, he immediately felt the exoskeleton start working strangely. While he was carefully trying to get out, someone behind him started shouting that his exoskeleton had also malfunctioned and was calling for help. He yelled for Teacher Lee to save him. She was just furious. She said, "What a shame." Instantly, it just exploded with strong energy, which rose like a pillar into the sky. The students were quite far away from the teachers, but that pillar of incredibly strong energy was visible from them. A huge, fiery griffin appeared above her, radiating fierce power. She didn't want to, but she would have to intervene. Suddenly, her griffin let out an extremely loud roar, and beams of light flew out of its mouth like bullets from a machine gun. At the speed of light, those rays reached the students, and Sunya Ya paid attention to them. And that super light just washed away all the monsters that were near the students. Now Sunya was getting a little tired. She asked why those simple monsters were so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, Duanlin started screaming for help. He was stuck in a swamp, and monsters attacked him. A moment later, Jiang Jui asked teacher Li to help him because he was injured in the leg and could not move. Safeyu didn't need help yet, so he didn't pay attention to the situations of others. He was surprised to see teacher Li. Does he think that since she intervened, the situation is difficult? Suddenly, he heard a noise in the bushes and turned around. Jui is surprised to see a monster flying out of the bushes, and Safei manages to react and chops him into two pieces. But literally, a moment later, a whole flock of monsters burst out of the same place. They just kicked Safei and attacked him with the whole pack. That's also why his exoskeleton was destroyed. So they gave him a good rubbing, especially his face. Later, they returned to the temporary camp. They said that they were small monsters, but if they gathered in groups, they were very dangerous. Some of them thought they would never return to the camp. Teacher Li said that the students thought to themselves, why, if they were such strong, exalted warriors, were they defeated by a simple pack of monsters? She showed them the rating, that less than 30 minutes had passed, and Vuvu had already destroyed 63 monsters. Safei said that he wondered if Meng Chao was telling the truth, because as far as he could remember, Wu Wu did not wear a mechanical exoskeleton either. Safei is shocked. He said that only a few seconds have passed and Meng Chao has already become the third. Someone asked if it was possible to switch Wu Wu's camera from the first person, because he wants to see how big the difference is. Like a fearsome tiger, she waves her razor-sharp hands and slashes at those monsters left and right, along with her beast. When they saw her fight firsthand, they were all sad because they could not do it like her. Safei, with anxiety on his face from not understanding what was happening, said that Meng Chao had already become the first in the ranking. All the other students were also shocked because it took him only 2 minutes to destroy 50 monsters. Did Duanluan suggest switching to Meng Chao's camera to see what tricks he was using this time? Others also said that they were interested in how that disgrace of an agricultural university achieved such results. They saw a frog flying at Meng Chao, and Duan Lian said that it was the frog's blow that disabled his exoskeleton. Duan comments on Chao's actions, saying that Chao used a quick jump to kill that frog before it could spray its poison. He said it was useless because they say that even if you kill that frog, it will still explode. He noticed that the angle of the strike is the first technique of swordplay of hundreds of battles, and he pierces it and kicks it at the same time. Duan said that all his actions are like writing a book. Chao then kicked to the left to push the frog to a safe distance. And as soon as the camera turned, it became clear that thanks to that kick, he had dodged another monster. Duan asked in surprise, did Chao have eyes in the back of his head? Duan went on to say that Master Luo Wu wants to see a movie about his new sword and how it is to be used by Chao, so he suspects that someone is helping him to get the best shots. He offers to watch the drone video. The other students couldn't believe that Chao was participating in such an event, and Duan said that his other stunts were understandable, but the one with the wolf dog monster, when he didn't see it at all but dodged it, was too much. Safei asked Duan, since they had made peace with Meng Chao, why would he start rumors about Chao again? But he said that he definitely didn't say that Chao was cheating, he just suggested that they watch, shouldn't he be allowed to? And he said that Meng Chao was so skillful and they could all watch and learn from him. Teacher Li said herself that she was interested to see it. She told me to switch to the drone and at the same time connect the radio to hear what Chao was saying. He started filming Chao, and it was clear that Chao was just walking down the road. Chao went on to say that the monsters in the wild were nothing like the ones they fought in the vicinity of Longcheng. One monster was hiding in the bushes and waiting for the right moment. There, the monster's abilities and the environment are perfectly combined, so the danger becomes much greater than in the concrete jungle of Longchen. And as soon as he said that, the monster who was waiting waited until Chao's back was to him and quickly jumped out and began to attack. But in an instant, the sword simply pierced him. Chao didn't even move. He just raised his sword up and the monster ran into it. Faced with them outside of Longcheng, when the warrior's state is panicked, it is difficult to concentrate psionic energy and create a magnetic field to release a fatal blow at the right moment. Dun said, looking at this. But how can he defeat them without a fatal blow? He doesn't think Chow will be able to defeat the Doomsday monsters by relying on basic army boxing techniques. Chow heard what Duan was saying and said that he didn't know how to defeat the monsters of Judgment Day, but he had a simple monster in front of him. In front of him was a big frog with many eyes. And a moment later, Chow struck her in the weak spot with a lightning strike. And that monster just shattered into pieces. Chow said they didn't need to use a fatal blow to destroy a simple monster. Suddenly, Chow heard a girlish voice. It was Sun Ya. She asked Chow if he could teach her how he destroys so many monsters in such a short time. Chow smiled and said that it was probably a mistake due to the data delay. He said that the wounds he inflicted were not fatal. The monsters were still alive and kicking for a long time after the impact, and the drone recorded the data only after the monsters died. Sunya said that there were so many monsters and such an indecipherable environment. How was he able to precisely control the size and location of each wound he inflicted on the monsters? Suddenly, a shell flew at him at high speed. And just incredibly, Chow dodged this projectile. He said that once they learn the extreme style, they will also be able to control their bodies like Chow does. Next, Chow came across another monster and used the rapid jerk move. He struck a clear and quick blow right to the heart. He said that they had thousands of monsters to analyze, and then they would know them as well as he did. Safei thought that Chow would now start bragging again, and Duan said, how will Chow explain the fact that he ducks in advance, as if he knows what is behind his back? Chow stood up and waved at the drone's camera. He said that this skill is the best in extreme style and asked the teacher to switch to the first-person camera. He showed them his hand and told them to watch carefully. After improving his extreme style, his control of the glorious body has reached the maximum level. He can even control the tied hairs on his body, and at the same time, his perception has improved significantly. This way, no matter where the monster attacks from, it can feel the gust of wind from their movement in advance and avoid the attack. Duan said that it turns out that extreme style is very good for escaping, but it is not a decisive technique for winning. As Chow was dodging the projectiles launched by the monster, he said that at the moment the extreme style lacks decisive winning moves, but he is improving 1024 secondary channels that do not prevent other styles from improving. Suddenly, Chow stabs the monster with his sword, which he hasn't seen. Then he kicks it and it flies into the air. Immediately afterwards, he activates a super strong lethal attack, and he makes that furious sword strike using super strength. He recommends them to do as he does. While the target is in the air thanks to extreme style control, he created a magnetic psionic field and applied a lethal blow. This style of fighting becomes very effective. But at the end of the day, they are all freshmen, and not all of them are geniuses like their teacher, Li Yingzi. Therefore, no matter how hard they train in real combat, they will not be able to cross the threshold of 80% lethal strike efficiency. His teacher Li told him that if he wanted to say something, he shouldn't delay, but say it right away. Chow says he knows that some people think he is a mean and unprincipled guy, that he is weak in a fight. But in a real fight in the thick fog, the monsters are much worse than him. Maybe the extreme style is not very beautiful as they all thought, and has no powerful techniques. All the students who saw and heard him carefully memorized what he said. But Chow told them the following: the extreme style will help them to stay on the battlefield the longest and help them to survive, and thus they will be able to improve and contribute to the development of Longcheng. Teacher Li also listened to Chow with great interest and understanding. Chow told her that it would take some time to deliver the equipment to improve the extreme style, but that changes in the fighting style could be started even now. Teacher Li told everyone to pay attention. In the next battles, they should try to finish the battle with simple attacks. The morale of those students who were wounded and their exoskeletons destroyed grew by an order of magnitude. They left their unnecessary belongings at the temporary base and went into battle. Teacher Li added that this was not an order, but a recommendation. In Tianfu District, Xiao Chao and Chao's mom were watching the news. They were talking about a lake and a war zone, that it had been raining heavily, and that many monsters had come with the fog. Due to the large concentration of ascended warriors, psionic energy began to contact radioactive resources in the ground and under the lake, and therefore there are now many monsters there, and they are very actively changing from mutations. Xiao Chao asked her mother if she had heard from Meng Chao because he had been at the front for 3 months and had never called, and her mother asked her why she decided to call him by his first name. My mother said that even if her brother is not at home, she should still call him brother. And she reminded her not to forget to take a container of food because her brother always forgot it. She said he completely forgot to call home, but he advertises extreme style on his account, so he should be fine. Xiao Cao's mother hugged him and told him not to worry because when she became ascended, she would bring him home and tie him up with a shoelace so that her mother would not worry. My mom said she knew she didn't need a leash to tie her brother up. Then Xiao Chao took her package and told her mother that she was going to school. But when she went out the door, she stood and thought about her brother. My mom was also very worried and thought that Chao should be alive and well. This is the road that leads to the Danuhu base. The train was traveling rapidly to the base to deliver important resources. And the monsters tried their best to prevent the train from arriving at the base. As soon as the train approached the bridge, all the guns on the towers opened fire on the monsters. But in order not to risk it, that bridge was raised at the very last moment and closed the gates. When the train arrived, it was covered in monster blood and large scratches all along its length, and the students went and unloaded valuable resources from the train. Chao was also helping out there and thought that after the heavy rains in November, not only did the surrounding area become worse, but the monsters seemed to have evolved and improved faster. They are diligently attacking the main road, as if they have realized how important it is. The doctor told Chao to put the box in the tent with the wounded. Chao continued to think that the monster's intelligence is growing rapidly, and they have even learned interspecies cooperation, and the number of casualties among students is constantly growing. But the good news is that the survival rate of those students who study the extreme style is much higher. He hopes that this small difference can become a butterfly effect that will change everything. Safei is excited to meet Chao because he and 4 of their friends want to complete a task in the dark yellow zone. Safei asks Chao if he doesn't mind going with them. Chao said that he would be happy to have Safei contact him before leaving. A dark yellow area near the Lake of Broken Stars. Chao was the first to rush forward with great speed. Dunluan said that he didn't want to admit it, but now that the monsters were stronger, it was much easier to fight simple monsters using extreme style. Sunya added that in that unstable environment, extreme style is much more stable. Suddenly, Xiaojue jumped up and ran in the direction Meng Chao was running. Safei told them to hurry and not to stop because they would not be able to see the road that Chao had learned because he doesn't want to walk alone through that damn swamp. Sunya said that on this mission they would keep an eye on Meng Chao, and if all went well, they would take him to their team on a mission to the Tombstone Forest. Safei said that, to be honest, in his opinion, there is no need to take into account Chao's level at all. Even a super monster is not a threat to him. And Duanluan added that the extreme style is most effective in saving lives. Over the past 3 months, he has seen many classmates who were injured all over their bodies but are alive because of this style. And Xiaojue added, Meng Chao too, a good reaper. Safei had forgotten about Meng Chao's skills, and Sunya told them to look ahead because Meng Chao had stopped. They all stopped and asked him what had happened in front of him. Chao told them to be quiet and listen. There were strange sounds of something moving around, something quite large. Sunya told them to be careful because it could be a snake-type monster. And so it turned out. Suddenly huge snakes with red eyes emerged from the shadows. More and more of them crawled out of that dark place. There were 8 snakes. They were mainly targeting Meng Chao. Sunya said things were bad because it was a group of pythons of broken blades. Suddenly, Chao jumped up and one of the pythons was about to attack him. Safei shouted to Chao to come back quickly because there might be a super monster among that group. And Chao told him with a smile not to worry. He wanted to try it. While Chao was in the air, another python began to attack him. But Chao, thanks to his newfound strength, deftly maneuvered between them. And at one point, he smeared something on the python's skin with a special tube. And as soon as he did, he calmly got back on his feet. And one python flew at him to devour him, but Chao did not even turn back, but stood calmly. And in an instant, when there was a very small distance between Chao and the monster stopped. And he just leaned back and started making horrible noises. Safei was shocked, and Sunya asked Chao how he did it. Those monsters curled up like a ball, tying their mothers' hoods together. And Chao told them that a little bit of spirit technique, a little bit of training, combined with a fast-acting drug that makes the muscles go limp, and those monsters became like that. Chao said that before they caught up with him, he had already met those pythons and sprayed more than 20 types of biological drugs on them in advance. He maneuvered between them and splashed them right in the face. Pythons can see the temperature, and some drugs can mask it, and these biological products can paralyze the python's sense of smell. So when he came up to them, they could not detect that he was an enemy. Safei said that the python's skin is very strong like steel, and its edges will be sharp. How could he insert the needle? Chao said that it was hard to explain it in words, so he would rather show them everything. When Chao approached him, the python wagged its tail, but Chao successfully dodged it. He said, for example, that he wanted to take blood from the python's heart, but not to cut it open. To do this, he just needs to find a special round skin near the heart. By maintaining the correct vibration frequency, they can easily push the syringe into the skin, thus penetrating deep into the heart and drawing out the heart blood. This is a special technique that few people know about. After the procedure, the python will fall into a state of long weakness. In the wild, in this state, it is likely to be eaten by other monsters, and thus the number of monsters will increase. And to control the number of monsters that will appear as the fog thickens, Chao usually injects those monsters that cannot be delivered to the base with a slow-acting poison that he has prepared himself. His friends listened and watched his actions with great interest. The biggest feature of that poison is that it is very difficult to eliminate. It will gradually increase as the monster eats other monsters until it reaches a lethal amount. Safei said that if he could treat monsters like that, but if they accidentally killed such a monster and ate it. Chao said that this is the biggest advantage of this poison. It is unstable to high temperatures and completely loses its toxicity when boiled in boiling water for 10 minutes. Sunya said that Meng Chao was doing it so skillfully as if it was not the first time. Chao said that only 1/10 of the monsters he hunts every day are delivered to the base, so the rest will also be processed in this way, and the monsters will be surprised. Were they all shocked that he was bringing in only 1/10 of the revenue and his rating was almost the same as theirs? Chao sighed and said, "What's the big deal?" Sunya suggested that Chao go with them to clear the grave in the forest. They could definitely become famous in that forest. Chao said with a serious expression that no, it was too dangerous. Dun Luan said that he realizes that his extreme style is not very strong against the super monster, but together they can kill it. Chao said that they misunderstood him. He meant that it would be very dangerous for them to go into that forest with him. Safei wanted to explain something else to him, but Chao said he would wait. He concentrated and began to listen. He thought he felt something. That's how he understood, and they didn't understand him and were waiting for him to tell them. He came back to them and said that a super monster had run into them. They were shocked to find themselves in this situation. Such a meeting was not part of their plans at all. It really became dangerous. Chao pointed his finger in the direction of that super monster and said that about 5 kilometers away, he said that it was possibly the strongest reptile monster, maybe a super snake monster. Chao was very happy that after so many days of waiting, he finally appeared. And in a moment, they all took off running after Chao. Suddenly, as they were running, Chao felt something. He guessed that someone was probably fighting the super monster, and he needed to hurry. And suddenly, for his friends, Meng Chao began to break away from his friends. Safei shouted at him, "Why did he speed up so much and say nothing?" Sunya said that he must have sensed something, so they also need to hurry up to keep up. There was a group of soldiers there. They were badly beaten and scared. That super monster was gaining a complete victory over them. They had little time left to die. They tried to run away from him, but they failed. It was a huge super monster that spat manure, and they kept running away from it. That soldier, realizing that they were doomed, began to call for support. But the second it stopped, a fatal blow was delivered. They left the goal of fighting a long time ago. Now they only think about how to survive. Suddenly, army soldiers appeared there, shouting at the students to run away. That monster was huge and had superpowers. But suddenly, there was help, which they called in and started attacking that super monster. These were special drones that were designed to be these kind of fire super monsters. They were both ground and flying, and the monster immediately switched to them. Flying drones began to surround him from above. They grabbed hold of his skin and started shooting a special laser at his head. That super monster roared an incredibly loud roar of pain. When the group saw that, did they immediately think they were saved? An exalted warrior was rushing toward them, riding a robot beetle, and when he saw that super monster from a distance, he thought it was a fire-feathered dragon, and it was great luck to meet such a rare super monster near the Lake of Broken Stars. When the group saw that soldier, they were immediately happy that they were definitely saved, because it was Sui Sheng. The drones continued to attack that dragon, but he saw some very fast movement in the distance. Sui Shen's robot car was just flying by, and the dragon had already turned its attention to him. Suddenly, the dragon began to activate its super monster abilities, and the fire around it began to flare up very violently. Sui Shen realized that he needed to think about how to fight it. Those flying drones gradually began to melt from that fierce firepower. Those drones were Sui Sheng's, and at the last moment he wanted to call them off, but his signal was not reaching them because the psionic fire of the feathered dragon was blocking the signal and he could not control them. As a result, they simply caught fire and began to fall down. And immediately after that, the dragon began to attack, and a fireball began to form in its huge mouth. And in a moment, the dragon spat out a jet of fire of incredible power in Sui Shen's direction. Sui is very surprised that the dragon was able to predict his movement and direct his attack in that direction. He barely manages to avoid being fried and is even more surprised because the strength of the properties and the range of the attack do not match the data in the database about this dragon. He wondered if this was the dragon he thought it was, and now he was less enthusiastic about fighting. And literally in a moment, that dragon from a long distance was within bite distance. Sui Sheng said that his intelligence in combat was also at a high level. He himself ran away to avoid dying now. Suddenly, he realizes that he can't escape from him in his war machine and decides to split up. He abruptly jumps out of his car and gives it an order to distract the fire dragon. But that combat vehicle did not fulfill that mission because it was destroyed at that very moment and shattered into small pieces. He realized at that moment that things were very bad. In the last seconds, he was thinking about what he could do. But he realized that there was nothing he could do in this situation, so he decides to make one last attack. Suddenly, a huge cannon appears from his hand, the size of those installed on defense towers. And he used that technique, and the blue light from it even eclipsed the fire of that monster. It was a very powerful and strong technique. It was called Fierce Judgment, and the explosive force simply blew that monster's head off. And he fell to the ground and could not believe his eyes, what had just happened. He said that that beautiful opponent forced him to use his trump card. He even felt sorry that he died from his super high voltage shot. But the smoke from the gunshot began to dissipate, and Sui Shen's heart sharply contracted. He thought, is he really alive? And in a moment, he roared again with a huge roar, and his energy fire flared up even more. Sui panicked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had survived its strongest attack at close range. He no longer believed that it was a fiery, feathered dragon. And that super monster dragon looked at him and was only even more furious. Suddenly, someone launched some shells in the direction of that dragon. The dragon was so alert that he saw them approaching. When they exploded, they smoked his face, and he could not see anything. That group of students and Sui Sheng were very surprised when they saw the person who fired those shells. It was Han Xing, a special student of the martial arts department of the military academy. He asked Sui Shen why that feathered dragon had brought him to such a state and where was his mechanized legion. Sui Sheng told him not to get too excited because the psionic magnetic field near the lake created very strong interference with his technique, and otherwise he would have destroyed that feathered fire dragon long ago. And those students, once again given a chance for salvation, this time they think that everything will work out because Han Sung is a weapons genius and will definitely win because he will not be hindered by the magnetic field. He said that mechanics shouldn't be classified as a combat specialty at all because they have so many limitations. The battlefield in the wilderness, where a large concentration of monsters has always been famous for its psionic magnetic field. Sui Sheng began to get angry with Han Xin because of what he was saying, but Han told him to calm down because he would tear his wounds. Khan told him to just sit back and watch how he would handle the monster. Meanwhile, the fiery feathered dragon was already attacking at full speed and was very angry. Khan opened fire with his pistols and fired a lot of bullets at the monster. Those bullets were special. When they hit the target, they exploded, so they did damage and also produced smoke that obscured the monster's vision. But it seems that the monster has already adapted to the smoke, and through it, its fearsome eyes became visible. The monster began to attack and created a huge wall of fire, and Khan kept attacking and stepping back to draw the monster's attention to himself. But suddenly his shot started flying into the beech tree from the monster's face. Khan was very surprised because his bullets were specially designed for him and always flew exactly on target. He did not understand why the scalding sweat of that monster changed the trajectory of his bullets. Khan said that his innate skills were not a fiery breath, a scorching stream, and a dance of fire. At the time, he did not understand why he was healing so quickly. After a few minutes of fighting, the fire dragon seemed to stop feeling the pain of the shots and was ready to attack. Khan continued to fire his pistols incessantly, hoping to find the dragon's weak point. But after a few more minutes of fighting, he began to retreat. Han shouted to Sui Shen to call someone for help because this monster was too much for both of them. We need masters nearby. Sui Shen understood him that the situation was dire. Khan asked him to hurry up because he would not last long. And imagine the surprise of Han and this group of students when Sui just started screaming, "Save me! Save me! Save me! Save me! Somebody save me!" Han fought off the monster and asked what the hell Sui Xing was doing, and he answered that he was calling for help, because the connection is not working, because of the magnetic field interference. Then Kai told him to take those three and evacuate the place himself, and he would cover them. Sui has summoned a backup spider war machine, and in a very short time they arrived and were ready to follow orders. He ordered the car to transport people, and special claws popped out of the car and started grabbing those people. And he used the technique of unification, and it was like he was glued to that car. Sui told them to hold on, because he would take them away from the battle. They were very thin, but one of them, who almost fell out of the car, asked if there was another seat. And Hai said that now we can act without hesitation. But suddenly, a majestic, beautiful spirit with a sword appeared. That spirit was possessed by a beautiful girl, and she came here just in time. Hai must have realized that it was Xiao Jiangjing, and she struck a super strong light cross. The monster was also not expecting this and took a lot of damage. And in a moment, out of nowhere, Vuvu appeared with her beast, and she activated her poisonous claws. It was a really strong group attack. They managed to wound that monster. They gathered in three to prepare their next attacks. Those ordinary students were shocked because 4 super students from all the universities had gathered there. They were already hesitating whether to run away or stay and watch the fight. After they said that, Sui Sheng just threw them out and said they were on their own, and he turned around and ran toward those super warriors. She said that an additional branch would soon be opened where people could hunt monsters, and if they killed that monster, they would get the right to go to a new place on their own. Hai told Sui that he doesn't have a mechanical legion and that if he can't pull it off, he can retreat. Sui told him that the asshole hadn't done him any harm himself, and he was telling him to retreat. They were ready to fight, and if 2 of them couldn't handle it, they now had the ability to combine attacks. Wu Wu was also in a good mood that they could fight the majestic monster together. It seemed that after each attack, the monster only became stronger and more evil. He began to attack again. He struck with his tail, but they all managed to dodge it. Who said that his bullets don't hit the target because of his fire field, so he can't hurt him? The girl with the sword said she was going to try to break it. And she struck again, a super strike, a shining cross. The monster saw that attack, but did not have time to dodge. That attack was quite powerful, and it threw the monster out of rhythm. The energy explosion was so strong that it scattered in different directions at a great distance. Now that the monster is weakened, who can start shooting because now there will be nothing in his way. He used his full strength and used all the weapons he had to wound him precisely. Draenok, I noticed the insane number of bullets that were fired at him. And he abruptly turned and decided to burn them all with his fire. Suishan rejoiced, for with that cross kick the scorching flow of that dragon was broken and he could now use his power. And in an instant, his drone started crawling out of the forest and flying out. Who said he had a hunch his friend would be ready? He said that he would cover them and let Wu Wu, Xiao, and Han get ready to strike a fatal blow. Xiao stepped back to allow the monster to turn his attention to the legion of drones. They attacked him from all sides, and the group had a few seconds to prepare the attack. And the girl Xiao started first. She struck a storm of swords. It was a very strong, fatal blow. It cut the monster's head open. Immediately after that, Wu Wu and her beast attacked. With their poisonous claws, they tore his flesh to a deep wound. At the same second, Han jumped up to take a comfortable position, and he also fired his fatal shot, which was aimed directly at the dragon's head. When he fired, a huge laser beam of enormous diameter burst out of the dragon's snout. And that monster, the feathered fire dragon, fell to the ground with a great crash. And it was very fantastic. His head was completely blown off. They all stood there and were amazed at what had just happened. Xiao's girlfriend said, "What kind of super monster was this, that it took them to simultaneously strike super blows to defeat it?" Sui started to walk over and said he would see what was unusual about him. He started moving the part of the monster where the head was. But suddenly Wu Wu sensed something bad. She shouted to him to be careful. And just in a moment, some red worms came out of that place, and they immediately started attacking Sui. He was very surprised. But he was terrified when those red worms started to crawl up his head. He barely managed to press a special button on his clothes. And his robotic legs took him away from that place with great speed, but one leg was torn off by those worms. One of them shouted that it was terrible because the beast was a monster, it had become a zombie. She was shocked because usually monsters become zombies in 6 hours. Why is it so fast this time? Now the fire of this zombie monster has turned birch color and its fur has turned white. He was completely transformed, his wounds healed, and a new muzzle grew out of the infected cells. His growl became much more formidable. She was horrified by what she saw. She told her friends to retreat immediately. "This zombie dragon is 100 times stronger than when he wasn't a zombie," Sui said. "That will distract him so that his friends can retreat." He had never seen such a great and terrible power before. The dragon spat down on him. It got on his mechanical car and it just started to melt. He asked why his dragon's saliva was so corrosive. So he decided to eject and send his mechanical machine right into its mouth. There was quite a strong explosion, right in the face of that zombie monster. And that zombie monster didn't even blink during that explosion. Sun saw that there was not a single scratch on him after that explosion. He immediately started reporting on the radio that the monster had become at least a 3rd-level Nezeta. They couldn't handle it, and while he was talking, someone ran past him. It was Meng Chao, and he heard about the 3rd-level knife and was excited. He took out 3 power stones from his pocket, which were designed to perform different tasks. He was just looking for a place to try out those stones. One was a fire crystal core, the other a freeze stone, and the third a crystallized demon. He instantly inserted them into that sword and eagerly rushed into battle. As he approached the super zombie monster, he started to launch energy attacks with his swords. The monster immediately paid attention to him. And now his friends have reached the scene. When Sunya saw this, she started yelling at him to run away from the vitamins as fast as he could because it was a fire dragon zombie. They can't handle him. And Chao was just warming up and said it was completely unnecessary. Was that girl surprised to see that it was Meng Chao? Chao was getting as close as possible to that monster because he had such a fighting style. And Chao jumped out in front of that monster as suddenly as possible and made swings to strike. Others said that how could he dare to fight such a monster with only swords and at such close range. Chao got to his neck with lightning speed and struck several blows. The monster tried to destroy it, but Chao easily dodged it. The wound inflicted by Chao began to heal rapidly. Chao, he looked at that and said that it was not bad to recover quite quickly. But he boldly goes on the attack and is not afraid of it. He spins his swords with great speed. He said that the monster's regeneration was not fast enough for his sword. The girl was amazed that Meng Chao had held back that ghostly fire dragon with 2 swords, and that monster had only cornered the 4 of them. Chao began to maneuver very quickly around that monster, and those who saw it thought that the extreme style was so strong. When the dragon was about to launch another attack, Sunya shouted to Chao to be careful with that dragon's breath. And Chao stood there and just barely dodged it without even straining. Did Xiao's girlfriend say that Chao was deliberately provoking the phantom dragon to let out its fiery breath? Did she think he was using himself as bait for the dragon to release its venom? Suisheng was shocked that Chao could fight such a strong opponent for so long. Behind him, Wu Wu went about her business. The dragon's fire breath turned into super-fast rays that would pierce the body if they hit the target. But Chao skillfully dodged them and stopped some with his sword. Shaw's girlfriend couldn't believe her eyes. But what if she smelled a very strange odor? She turned around and saw what Vuvu was doing, and she asked her where she got the meat. She started shouting at Vuva that now was not the time to grill meat. She replied that Meng Chao had come, so what else could she do but cook? Xiao's girlfriend said that they recognized the hive power of Meng Chao's extreme style, but it looks like the two of them and the monster are at the peak of their powers, and the fatal blow will still have to be dealt to them. But suddenly they saw that Chao was up to something. That dragon's dress is going to think twice, and Chao struck him to buy himself a few seconds. While the dragon recovered from that distracting blow, Chao was already on top of him and preparing to strike. Just before he struck, he used his psionic energy to strengthen the special stones that were inserted into his sword. And he struck it, but the flesh was already strengthened, for the monster was waving more and more. Chao realized this and sent even more of his energy there, and his sword began to cut into the flesh of the monster. And at the end, Chao used maximum strength and the taming the demon technique. It was just a huge force. He cut off his head alone. But not even a second passed before the virus in his body became active. Chao's friends were shouting to him to be careful, to be careful, to be careful in the belly of that monster. Some kind of mutation again, and someone said that his head was cut off, so why is he still alive? Chao successfully dodged those red threads, and he immediately launched a lightning-fast counterattack. He jumped up to the place where those terrible threads grew, and he pierced the center of the infection with his sword. And at that very moment, he used the property of one of the stones and froze everything there. Then Chao jumped back and grabbed his two pistols. He started shooting at the place where the kernel was because the freezer hadn't frozen everything and some red threads were breaking through to the top. Hen was shocked that Chao could perform such an operation in such a short time. He saw in Chao's actions an incredible skill. And the girl Xiao wondered what was more frightening, that his next reaction was as if he knew for sure that changes would occur in that monster to avoid being injured and kill the virus that came from the dragon. When Chao finished firing the pistols, he threw them right at that spot. Chao turned around from that cold explosion, and his friends realized that it was liquid nitrogen, which would freeze the corpse and prepare it for the harvest. They were just amazed by what they saw. They thought Meng Chao's extreme style was just intimidating. Sunya said that they needed to send that dragon back to the base quickly because it would be a great achievement for them. Chao said that although he froze it, under the stimulation of blood flowers, its cellular activity is still very high. There is a very high chance that it will mutate again during transportation or turn into a biochemical bomb. Didn't that girl know anything about that bloody flower? Chao went up to the monster and wanted to do something. He said that it must have heard of blood grass, so this blood flower is its improved form. The probability of mutation after the monster's death is as high as 50%. When Chao made the incision, those red threads popped out of that spot. But Chao neutralized them with skillful movements. He cut off the tip of that thread and took it for experiments, and his friend shouted at him from behind. How does he know how to do that? Chao said he had seen it done, but he had seen it in a book. He asked, what happened to the three who were there from the beginning? Safei said that when they came, he saw 3 people running away towards the base. Suddenly, Chao pulls out a large lump of flesh that looks like a heart. Wu Wu was immediately interested in how it tasted, but realized that it was bad. But all the while, something was watching them from the forest. There were a lot of them. Chao thought that the defeat on the Eastern Front in his past life was probably due to this infection. He said it was the sclerotium of the blood flower. It could be called the heart and brain of the virus. Blood flowers are a kind of parasitic fungi on the body of a monster. They constantly multiply and parasitize. The sclerotium is located in the middle of the monster, with tentacles spreading out from it, spreading throughout the body. The sclerotium multiplies rapidly inside the monster and improves its abilities to the maximum. When the colony becomes too large and exceeds the maximum level that the monster can withstand, it divides and releases a new sclerotium so that the monster does not die. The glassy-eyed one that got separated is looking for a new monster nearby, and they will survive together until they are strong enough. Dunluan was immediately alarmed, and Chao said that there was another such monster nearby. And suddenly Chao shouted to everyone to run away. Hundreds of large and rabid rats escaped from the forest. Duanluan was running away, but he asked why they were running away from the rats. They weren't scary at all, were they? And Cao Fei asked him if he had brought a machine gun with him, or was he going to kill them one by one. While they were running away, Chao suggested that the girl could improve her stamina with some extreme style. Suddenly, someone from the back said that extreme style is very good. Chao looked back in surprise. Wu Wu said that the tiger has poor stamina, so she carries it because she has better stamina, thanks to her extreme style. Suddenly, Duanluan tripped over a rock and started to fall. Sunya and Safei turned around and saw that he had fallen. Those rats almost ran up to him, and he cried out that he had broken his leg and called for help. Cho abruptly turned around and said that he would save Duanlian, and they should get out of here. Chao said that he had made the same mistake at first, but now he would save him and they would be even. Duan was very happy. But a second later, Duan's face changed dramatically as he felt the sensation of flying and Chao's words that he would send him somewhere. Chao just threw it with all his might in the direction their friends were running. He breathed in and out several times before an important battle. Now he's left alone, with a lot of sure monsters. And they launched a cotton wool attack. Chao prepared himself and shouted, for the sake of Longcheng's future. He said that in this life, he would not let those monsters succeed. Later, the group realized that the swamp rats were not after them. Wu Wu stopped abruptly and thought that Meng Chao had not returned. Safei was carrying Duanluan in his arms, and he complained that Meng Chao had thrown him very hard and his whole ass hurt. Jianjoy said that the most important thing was that he saved his life, but how would Chao cope with so many monsters? Suddenly, the Xiao girl stopped and asked Wuwa why she was frozen and not running any further. But in a moment she saw for herself. She thought, is there really someone in their world who can wield a sword so skillfully? These two guys also stood up and were shocked. For them it was just superhuman. Chao's technique made those monsters fly in all directions. But there were still a lot of them, and they kept attacking. And Chao, as if in a state of meditation, was cutting them left and right. He did such incredible techniques that those monsters just bunched up in front of him. And Chao simply destroyed entire groups of monster rats with a single blow. He continued to do this for some time. He still had strength. But it seems that those monsters just grew back together and attacked again. They said they didn't appreciate Meng Chao because people looked and opened their mouths when they saw this. Wu Wu told her leopard to watch and learn because she would not always wear it. Then the Xiao girl said why they were just standing there watching. Well, to help Meng Chao. Chao's friends saw a group of soldiers returning to the battle. Suddenly, Dunyan told Safei to put him on the ground. He took out a syringe and injected himself in the neck. He said he didn't care what people thought of him because those 5 soldiers were real monsters. He said that his self-esteem would not allow him to run away and watch others fight. And he started running sharply toward Chao with that group. Chao's other friends also said they would join the fight. As a result, they all quickly approached to Chao to help him. Chopped up, the rats flew in different directions, but still did not end. Suddenly, they began to actively grow together in a chaotic manner into something very horrible. The result of this combination was a big, horrible monster with several arms and 2 heads. In the battle, when the spirit girl Xiao saw those monsters, she said, "What the hell?" Those chopped-up rats began to unite en masse into those big mutant monsters. Dunluan asked Chao when they would finish killing them because he wouldn't last long. Chao thought that they would never destroy them all because there is a parasite at the bottom. They need to find the main one with the sclerotium nucleus and knock it down. Then they will be done with it once and for all. Chao stopped and focused on how to identify the carrier of the infection. Duan was already being bitten, and he shouted at Chao to stop standing there and do something. Chao told him to shut up because he needed silence. He thought that he would not be able to detect the main rat with his eyesight, so he'll rely on his hearing and senses to find the rat that runs everything. He stood there and scanned everything around him with his senses, sorting through dozens of rats per second. And suddenly, he managed to find the very rat that controls everything. He shouted to tell his friends that he had found the rat who was running everything. He was at the back of that group. Chow said that he would deal with the main rat himself. We quickly went on the attack and killed everyone who got in his way. In a moment, he had already reached the rat and was preparing to strike it hard. He said that since she was supervising other rats, the sclerotia must be in her. Chow broke through the mere rats and began to deliver a super demon-taming punch. And his punch, with lightning speed, cut that white rat into several pieces. His friends and those on the other team said that everything went well, that he did well. Chow stopped and was disappointed. He thought that this was not the right rat for him. He thinks this is because the rat was too weak, so someone else is controlling the rats. And suddenly there was a huge monster that looked like a snake. It was just terrifying. Meanwhile, his friends continued to fight with ordinary rats. Sunya also fought, but she noticed that Chow was in danger and shouted to him to be careful. That huge super monster started to attack Chow, but he managed to dodge it. He realized that the monster was very fast. Now he felt a real danger. He was not ready for such a turn of events. Cho thought that usually the leader of the group is a member of the same species. It had to be the king of rats, and the leader of these swamp rats was a golden snake. But if the group faces a stronger natural enemy, a strange symbiotic relationship can result. The marsh rats regularly gave the golden snake their largest individuals to eat, but they themselves reproduced quite rapidly. Therefore, the sclerotium was very motivated because it always had new food. Now he realized that those rats had lured him into a trap, into the golden serpent. Things were very bad because it took a lot of energy to kill that dragon, and the last straw was the Rat King. He was disappointed because he had been doing so well, and now he was going to lose. And Wu Wu and the others are still fighting those rats and can't come to his aid. Vuvu suspected that something was wrong, but she couldn't go to his aid. That golden snake began to attack. Chow thought either they would have time to come to his aid or he would not survive. He began to repel his attack with all his might, but it was quite swift. It's hard enough for him, he thought, that the golden serpent was a very strong opponent. He was already out of breath while dodging his attacks. Suddenly, the golden snake attacked again sharply, and Chow could barely deflect its attack. He thought he probably wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. And at one point, the monster bypassed Chow's defense and managed to grab him. Chow thought, what a problem this monster was. The monster completely grabbed Chow. He thought that after all, the extreme style cannot provide continuous physical strength. He chose the wrong target in the first place, and now it's too late to change tactics. The monster had Chow in its grip and was heading toward him to deliver a serious blow. Chow thought, is this where he's going to lose? But suddenly, some chains appeared. They radiated strong energy. Someone had wrapped that monster in them. Thanks to those chains, the monster was stopped and could not move. Behind that monster appeared a large firebird, and a person was barely visible. It was Lin Chuan. He was called the Weeping God of Murder. He was with his majestic phoenix spirit. Chow immediately thanked him for coming to the rescue. But then he realized what a strong warrior he was, who came to their aid. For many years, he has remained the best graduate of the agricultural university. But the girl noticed that the strongest divine-level person had come to their aid, and now they didn't have to worry about the outcome of the battle. Vuva was no longer interested in anything but being hungry. That super warrior started attacking. He told all the students to move away. He used a majestic technique, one of the strongest in his arsenal, to kill that golden serpent with a single blow. And then, in order to kill it precisely and destroy all the rats at the same time, he used a technique that is available only at the highest level. Huge tongues of fire filled the battlefield. That stream was of incredible power. All those endless rats were destroyed in an instant, and the previous warriors had to fight them for a long time. The tentacles retreated from Chow because the monster was already dead. Chow said that that great warrior had killed more than 100 monsters like falcons and collected their spirits to achieve such strength. Chow simply admired him because whoever reaches his heavenly level can simply fly in the sky. He fell to the ground and killed the last miraculously surviving rat, said it was over, and told the students to come out of their hiding places. Then Chow went up to him and greeted him. Chow couldn't believe that he didn't have any friends. He said that he knew who he was, that his name was Meng Chow, and that he was from the Tianfeng district. He told Chow to rest and that they would talk in the car. Suddenly, a huge car drove up very quickly. Chow said he was very surprised to see such a cool tracked vehicle. He said that it was a car of the Red Dragon Army, and they would probably be angry with him again for taking it. In that car, the hatch opened and there were other warriors and reapers. They said that there were a lot of monsters, and no wonder it was hard for those guys. They quickly needed to check if there was anything important in terms of resources. They said that the most important thing was to find the blood flower sclerotium. But as soon as they took a closer look, they said that Lin Chuan had burned and chopped everything so badly that it would be hard to find anything there. But suddenly Chow pulls out an object and he says that he has collected a glass crystal from the monster's past. Those professional collectors were shocked that he could collect anything in such conditions. When they looked at the condition of that resource, they were very surprised because it was in perfect condition. They told Chow that he had accomplished a great feat. It would help them a lot in their experiments. Chow smiled and said that he had done what he had to do. Lin Chuan said that he had seen Chow deal with the first monster and how skillfully he fought rats, which was very good, but he didn't know that Chow was also such a skilled collector of valuable resources. Lin Chuan said that his teacher Li told him about Chow, that he was very capable and even stronger than he was in those years. She asked him to share his experience with Chow. Chow dared to say that perhaps Professor Li was interested in him as a man. Everyone who heard this was a little surprised, including Chow himself, that he would think such a thing. Chow decided to say how much he respected and admired Lin Chuan. He said that he had been following him since he was in school, and for Chow, Lin Chuan was the pride of his school because he had also studied there. They walked to the car together, and Chow said that he didn't think it would be so easy to talk to him. Lin replied that he should stop praising him because he was getting embarrassed. 3 months passed, and Chow trained with Lin Chuan. It was Cho who used the majestic super technique of the 1,000-moon punch. Lin praises Chow because he did not expect him to master the kick 1,000 moons technique so quickly. Chow said that he was very grateful to Lin for giving him 2 swords that were made from the spines of super monsters. He was also grateful that Lin had taught him a new technique, and he felt that his strength had increased 5-fold. He told Chow that weapons are good, but there are more important things. Chow needs to learn how to amplify his psionic energy with real emotions. He needs to understand which emotions resonate best to amplify energy, and Chow asked him if he was on his way. Lin said that he had been recovering at this base for a month, and now he had to go on to the Tombstone Forest to continue his advancement. Chow asked him if he had to do this so hastily because he had just recently recovered and was now rushing back into battle. He said that poor guys like them who had no support, they always rush into battle to improve even more and reach the top. Chow asked Lin if he might have a psychological trauma because he kept saying that he was poor. Lin said he had to go, and they would talk more when the mission was over. Suddenly Chow froze, for he saw something majestic. A huge flying cruiser flew up to them. It was called a flying castle and was owned by the Qingyang Corporation. Chow was delighted with what he saw. He said that the levitation technology was very cool. There was a corporate logo on it, and Chow was even more excited because it was a symbol of strength. He mentioned that the corporation was one of the most powerful forces in Longcheng, and it would be good for him to establish ties with them with Lin Chuan's help. Lin himself stood there and watched without emotion because he didn't care about it because he grew up in a poor neighborhood. When that flying castle descended, the ground began to tremble from the vibrations it was making. In a moment, a huge gate opened and lowered to the ground. There was a red carpet. Chow thought it was some kind of demonstration of power. In a moment, a beautiful girl came out of the room. It was Liu Xia, one of the heirs of the Qingyang Corporation. As soon as she saw Lin Chuan, she ran to him with a hug, and Lin told Chow to introduce himself because it was Liu Xia. Chow looked like a third wheel there, and she told Liang that she missed him very much. Lin told her to listen to him, and he said that Meng Chao was standing there, so she should meet him. And she said that she knew that this was his little assistant, and she hoped that she hadn't interrupted them. Chow thought about how his classmates felt in such situations. And when Chow heard that she called him a little helper, he felt sick to his stomach. Inside that air castle, everything was filled with the latest technology. The crew members of that aircraft were there. They looked strong and had fun in their free time. They looked special, not like ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Army. They looked very brutal. Suddenly, someone told them to stop doing this nonsense. It was that girl. She said that finally the whole team came together. She's going to tell us about the goal that is appropriate for such an unrivaled team. She said that the main goal in a large operation near the lake is exploration and resource extraction, but lately there have been a lot of cases where monsters have been infected with a very complex parasite, the blood flower. Their scientists conducted thorough research and found that there were particles of red jade in that sclerotium. She said that it was thanks to Meng Chao, who helped Lin Chuan, that they managed to collect the perfect specimens of bloodflower sclerotia, and Chao felt very uncomfortable at the time. She said that in the new zone where the fighting will begin, they found a lot of monsters infected with sclerosis. They conducted experiments and found that there are very large reserves of red jade underground. That formidable fighting woman said that probably not only their group knows this information, there may be other groups in that forest looking for that valuable resource. She said that this was true, but their corporation had already sent several search teams to that area, and the biggest advantage was herself, because she was born with a very strong sense of psionic energy. That fighting girl was surprised because she was one of a very small number of people with such abilities. With such skills, it's really easy to find underground resources. Another advantage they have is Lun Chuan, who is not only a 4-star celestial super warrior, but he has been fighting monsters for several years in that particular forest and knows it very well. And the third advantage is the warriors, because they are veterans and masters in various fields. They complement each other, and the result is a very strong force. Therefore, taking into account all the arguments, she believes that their team is invincible. She gave a very good speech and raised the morale of that team. Chao was worried that there might be a lot of reinforced monsters in that place thanks to the blood flower, and that group is quite small. Does he think it could be quite dangerous? Lin Chuan said that such a scenario was unlikely. He said that at the very epicenter of the resource, the radiation becomes very high, and it is difficult for monsters to survive there. There is also always a risk, but the strongest warriors are always born crawling out from under a mountain of corpses. The girl asked Lin Chuan if she could talk to Meng Chao because she had a case in which she needed his help. Lin told them to talk while he went to check on the preparation of resources for the mission. She asked for his help to provide a reliable reaper who might not be the highest level but who could protect her if necessary. She approached some reapers, but they were busy. Chao asked her what she meant by not a particularly high level. She said that psionic energy is very concentrated in those caves, and like Lin Chuan, they are afraid to act in full force because of the risk of interference from the magnetic field. On the contrary, those with the first or second stars act quickly and clearly. She said that their mission is very important and its outcome determines whether humanity will lose many lives or not. Chao thought that in his past life, that attack had turned into a soapbox, but he didn't think it was connected to underground psionic channels. But he doesn't know for sure whether this mission is connected with victory or defeat, but if he doesn't join it, he will definitely regret it. Chao told her that he didn't think any of the Reapers of the first star would be stronger than him. She said that she thought of him immediately, but that the mission would be quite dangerous, and she didn't know if his mentor would agree to let him go on that mission. Chao immediately realized that she was thinking of him, but she was waiting for him to propose his candidacy on purpose. Chao said that the lives of millions of people depended on that mission, so he would quickly go to his mentor and ask him to let him go. Then she said that she would wait for news from him, and as for the contract and the reward, she would not offend him. Lin Chuan told Chao that he shouldn't agree because she was using people like them. Chao asked him what he meant. He said she was looking for people like them, without connections and strong friends, and she herself is not very influential in that clan. This mission will show her true place in that clan. Chao said that he hadn't thought that deeply about the topic. He just wanted to fight with his idol and asked to be given a chance to do so. Lin Chuan was silent at first and then said that Chao would regret his choice. 3 days later, the flying base arrived at a temporary base in the Forest of Tombstones. They were getting out of that flying ship, and that girl said that some of them had arrived at that base before them and had already had time to explore the area, so she suggested that we meet them first. They were greeted by special soldiers. They looked very strong and confident. When they approached, the man said that their group was late because 2 search teams had already gone into the forest. She said she knew everything, that they didn't know where to look. The soldier said that he was not interested in that, he was only interested in keeping them safe. Suddenly Chao approached them. The warrior told him that if he kept pushing, he would not be able to save his life. Chao smiled and said that he would take care of himself. The warrior looked at Lin Chuan and told him to take better care of his friends. And Lin told him to mind his own business, because the people who were with him were none of his business.